Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku became Earth Persona? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Every nation has its personified representatives through the land and seas. From the boisterous nation named America to the reserved nation named Japan, every country has a personified country. It's a closed secret that only the absolute highest authority is aware, in addition to some humans who heard stories about the personified countries from the older generation. It became a mundane routine for the country to meet up with their boss, complete some paperwork, visit other countries, and attend world meetings. Even after the emergence of quirks, the countries still maintained their normal routine but with an addition of their newly developed quirks. It would make sense that each country suddenly has its unique quirk since its people have evolved. What others have failed to notice was a specific personification of a particular being. No, it is not another country or micronation. That would be silly. No, it was something on a much larger scale. It was the personification of the planet humans and nations reside in. Now known as commonly referred to as Earth, this personification was different compared to the personified countries. Unlike the countries, the one named Earth is forced to reincarnate after every major, life-changing world event, or if it was demanded, Earth be reincarnated. As a result, almost no one discovered that the planet has their personification. Countries of the past nor present had become aware of Earth's existence besides a select handful of dead humans and nations. At age 4, Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. The doctor informed his mother that he had an extra toe joint, which means that Izuku will not be developing a quirk. Tearfully, Inko had cried and apologized to her son for his quirkless status. Despite his quirkless status, that will not stop him from becoming a hero. Fine, if he doesn't have a quirk, then he can be a hero that used his smarts and skills. I'm sorry, Izuku, Inko tearfully cried. Mom, can I still be a hero? Izuku asked. Can I still be a hero despite not having a quirk? In another world, Inko would have continued with her endless crying and apologies to her only son. She would have never answered her son's question. However, Inko knows that this situation was not all about her. She needs to act like a mother and console her son. Yes, you can be a hero, Inko answered, with a lot fewer tears. You don't need a quirk to be a hero. That answer reassured Izuku and had brought a smile to his face. He was so happy that his mother supports his dreams, despite his quirkless status, that he didn't care about why his mother urges him to enter the playroom. The doctor asks his mother about Izuku's family history, but Inko quickly began to gently shove Izuku to the child playroom across in the next room. The candy his mother bribed him for being a good boy and staying in the playroom while his mom talks to the doctor about boring adult things was probably another reason Izuku never questioned his mother's actions. Aunt Mitsuki came to visit with Kacchan. However, Izuku and Katsuki were not with their mothers since they were preparing that night dinner. Instead, they were at a local park talking about heroes and quirks. Izuku was writing notes about Katsuki quirk while Katsuki was talking about his explosive quirk. The more Katsuki talked about his quirk, the more Izuku vigorously wrote in his notebook. Izuku was so engrossed in his note-taking that he failed to notice the changes around his environment. Katsuki was also unaware of the sudden changes in his environment. He was too busy talking and indulging in Izuku's curiosity to notice. That was until Katsuki saw random flowers rapidly blooming behind his friend. Izuku, why are there flowers growing behind you? Katsuki pointed out. What do you mean, Kacchan? Izuku replied. Look behind you, nerd, Katsuki answered as he pointed toward the direction of the flowers. Izuku turned his head and saw that Kacchan was right. Behind him was an assortment of colorful flowers blooming behind him. The breeze from the wind made the flowers appear more gracefully than are actually are. How? Izuku said in shock. How what? Katsuki asked. It was your quirk. But the doctor told me I was quirkless, Izuku announced. I was going to tell you later. Well, the doc was wrong, Katsuki commented. Because flowers are fing growing behind you. Kacchan, you said a bad word, Izuku exclaimed. Don't say that in front of our moms. Of course I won't, Katsuki replied. When the pair returned at Izuku's place, plates were set on the table, and Inko was preparing to serve Katsudon. While his mom continues to chat with her best friend, Izuku began to feel like something felt off. He doesn't understand why, but when Katsuki began to explain about the events that took place in the park, Izuku interrupted his friend with the first thing that came to his mind. We are having Katsudon tonight, Izuku questioned as he stared to his mother. He was ignoring the look Kacchan was giving him. I know it is your favorite, so I decide to make it for you, Inko smiled. I thought you might like it for tonight's dinner. Thanks, Mom, Izuku said with excitement. Anyway, what were you about to say, Katsuki? Inko inquired. Before Katsuki began to tell their mom about Izuku's newly discovered quirk, Izuku began to blabber about emerging heroes until Katsuki gave up talking in favor of eating dinner. Later in the evening, Katsuki and Izuku were playing with Hiro's figurine. While their mothers were distracted in the living room, Katsuki began to question his friend. Okay, why did you stop me from talking? Katsuki questioned. I don't know, Izuku honestly responded. I don't know why I didn't want you to talk about my quirk. Would you rather be diagnosed as quirkless? Katsuki asked. It will make everything harder for you. Yes, Izuku spoke with confidence. I don't know why, but something is telling me to keep quiet about this quirk. Why? Katsuki asked once more, with a hint of confusion. Why would you need to lie about not having a quirk? I don't know, Kacchan. Izuku hesitated. I wish I knew. On the dried grassy field of the wide open plain stood a tall, slender, Native American woman. There was a basin up ahead that once quenched the thirst of the local wildlife. All of a sudden, the dried grass became vibrate with life as it transformed from a dusty color to an emerald color. The basin also transformed into an overflowing lake of fresh water. As the environment slowly transformed in front of the mysterious woman's eyes, childish laughter was echoing for the woman to hear. The woman walks toward the newly formed lake as she held a tiny, pale wrist in her right hand. She gently drags her companion to the lake to see their reflection. On the lake surface, two reflections were staring right back at them. One was the Native American woman dressed in traditional native clothing. Next to her is a tiny, pale boy with emerald curls and eyes shining with delight. He was also wearing traditional Native American clothing. How did you do this? The woman gasped in wonder. Not even a personification can create such miracles. I don't know Native America, the boy hummed. Something within me told me to help this land to heal, so I healed it. Adi, keep this between us, the woman known as Native America warned. With a gift such as yours, there are surely those out there who would love to take advantage of you. If I am not like you, Ma, then what am I? The boy known as Adi wondered. I know I'm not human, but you can't do the same things as I can. I still believe you represent something, Native America said with confidence. You have been the same age for a decade now. Together, we will find the truth about your origins. Izuku was abruptly woken up when he accidentally knocks his alarm clock to the floor. He doesn't know why, but the dream was so realistic. Why does it feel so familiar? Izuku mumbled as he stared at the broken pieces of his alarm clock. Today, Izuku decided to drag Kacchan to a riverbank surrounded by hills. They were only a 10-minute walk from their picnic their mothers had prepared that day, so he was free to practice his quirk to his heart longing. Right now, Izuku was testing his abilities to make the flora grow. Can he alter the color of the flowers? How large can he grow the flowers? Can he manipulate other types of vegetation, or does his quirk limit himself to flowers? Izuku ponders the many questions that float in the head as control the flowers surrounding him. He is trying to form a heart made out of flowers, but it was challenging to do something more complex. Izuku needed to move his arms in a heart motion while facing the grassy area to make the local flora grow and form a heart shape. It made Izuku believe that his quirk does not solely rely on his mind to activate his quirk. Try to control the water lily, Katsuki suggested with a tone of boredom. You have been testing flowers that have been growing on the ground for the past 15 minutes. Do something else. You're right, Izuku exclaimed as he turned to face the riverbank. Let me try to make the water lily fully bloom. Izuku chooses to sway one of his arms as an attempt to make the water lily grow. His action did make the water lilies on the riverbank grow with an additional effect. In addition to making the aquatic plant growth, Izuku manages to move a proportion of the water from the riverbank and splash Kacchan right in the face. I'm sorry, Kacchan, Izuku panics as Katsuki wipes the water from his eyes. I didn't know I can do that. How the F can you do that? Katsuki shouted. I thought your quirk was to control some flowers or maybe plants. Well, I guess it's not, Izuku replied. Maybe my quirk is a lot more powerful than we thought. If you can control the environment, I swear I'll dash, Katsuki ranted before he was interrupted by Izuku. Never mind, I don't think it's that powerful, Izuku bashfully said as he rubbed his arms. It's not like I can create a gust of wind by waving my hands wildly. To prove his point, Izuku began to randomly wave his right hand. He did not expect a random gust of wind to hit Kacchan and knock him off the ground. Katsuki gave Izuku a look of shock before standing back up. Are you still in denial? Katsuki gave Izuku a deadpan look before turning Izuku. Katsuki then turned Izuku to the direction of the scatterflower petals across the ground. No, my quirk is powerful, Izuku sighs. He looked at the scatter petals and back at Katsuki. My quirk is an enigma. Elemental quirks are supposed to focus on a chosen element, But you FING control the grass, water, and air around you, Katsuki finished. That may be all that you control. But what if there is more? Izuku rambled as his panic grew. What if there is more to my quirk that I have yet discovered? What if I hurt someone? What if? Katsuki roughly grabs hold of Izuku's shoulders and lightly shake him. That's why we're training your quirk, Katsuki softly spoke as he loosens his hold on Izuku's shoulders. I don't know why you want to FING keep this cool quirk a secret, but I'm here. We'll train each other to MSTR our quirks. Thanks, Kacchan, Izuku sniffled. I don't know why I panic, but I feel much better. Of course you do, nerd, Katsuki responded as he let Izuku go. You have me with you. After spending all day in the outdoors, Izuku was greeted with a man standing by the house door, looking sheepish. A man whose hair curls are a mixture of white and black and a disheveled suit. His mom fondly shakes her head and pulled the house key. You forgot the house key again, Inko teases as she opens the door. For someone in your profession, I would think you were more prepared. Honey, we are human, Hisashi joked. So I may lose my keys for the 5th time. It's not like I burned the kitchen down. You did once, Inko answered with an amused look. You remember that, don't you? That's fair, Hisashi answered as he picked up Izuku. That's why I don't cook. I still don't know how you burned the kitchen down while making fried eggs, Inko admitted. That's an accomplishment itself. Once the trio was inside the house, Hisashi sat down in the living room couch with Izuku clutching onto him like a koala bear. Inko sat right beside her husband and enjoyed the moment of temporary silence. Everything was peaceful and quiet for several minutes until Izuku began asking his dad questions. Dad, why I don't go to a kindergarten like Kacchan? Izuku curiously asked. He tells me that all the other kids go to a kindergarten. You don't like mom teaching you, Hisashi joked. Is she a scary teacher? I mean, she can be terrifying at times but not all the time. Inko raised her eyebrows at her husband's antics. I love her as a teacher, Izuku exclaimed. But I want to know why I am at home or at the park all the time. Izuku, you know we love you, Hisashi said in a much more serious and calmer tone. Do you trust us? I know, Izuku answered. He looked at his father's eyes and saw a glint of worry. You do everything to love me and protect me. I trust you. I promise when you grow older, we will explain our actions, Hisashi reassured. Although, it was debatable if the reassurance was for his son or himself. However, we should give you a little bit more exposure to the outside world. Like going to the cool places, Izuku cheerfully said. Kacchan said there is a store that sells heroes merch. Can we go there? Yes, baby steps, Hisashi smiled. First, a few stores. Then, when you turn 6, we can maybe think about enrolling in school. Wow, I can't wait. Izuku looks at his father and back to his mother. I can't wait to go to school with Kacchan. The woman referred to Native America stood next to the boy she referred to as Adi. Currently, they were at a tribe that was celebrating with a large feast. The tribe rejoices in the marvelous and miraculous restoration of the local lands. Unknowing to the tribe's people, the restoration of the local wildlife was due to the child personification. The dancing and chatter from the people had intoxicated the air with joy that temporarily removes any lingering fears and worries. Are they happy, Ma? Adi asked as he looks at the dancing humans. Yes, they are happy, Native America replied. She took one moment to look at the setting sun before she looks back at Adi. They are celebrating the gifts the world provides to us. Oh, like what? Adi's eyes widen as he stared at his mother figure with curiosity. What are the world's gift? There are just so many, Native America said in a tone of excitement. The water that fuels us, the ice that cools us, the grass that nurtures us, the ground that holds us, the wind that guides us, and the fire that warms us. Are there more? Adi asked. Are there more gifts from the world? Yes and no, Native America explained. There is the lighting that strikes, the poison that harms us, and the gifts I mentioned previously can be transformed into something that can harm us. However, it is something the earth provides, so we must respect its gift. Adi stays silent before he raises his hands up to look at the palm of his hands. Adi thought of the miracles he performed and how he manipulated Earth's elements, or what Native America refer to as gifts. Ah, such talents he possesses. He wonders if he can control Earth's other gift beside the water, air, and grass. Kacchan, look what I can do, Izuku hollered as he removed a chunk of the ground and created a dent on the ground. The chunk of rock was floating for some reason on the palm of Izuku's hand. You can FING control dirt now? Katsuki was growing tired of Izuku's quirk bullshit. He was so done with everything, but it appears Izuku is not. Watch this, Izuku exclaimed as he places the chunk of the ground to the side and creates a small sphere of fire within the cups of his hands. I can make fire as well. That was it, Katsuki's best friend will continue with his random bullshit. Why, Katsuki sputtered. Why can you do this? How do you know you can do this? What do you mean, Kacchan? Izuku smiled. You said it's my quirk. Yesterday, you were panicking about your quirk, Katsuki mentioned as he stared at Izuku. You were terrified of your quirk. Now, you are all accepting of your quirk. Izuku doesn't know why he suddenly gains a little bit of confidence. He vaguely remembers the dream of a woman and dancing people. Everyone was blurry, and he doesn't recall the people's names, but the woman was talking about Earth's gift. The woman mentioned that the water, grass, and wind are gifts the Earth provides to all life. Izuku doesn't know, but referring the elements he controlled yesterday as a gift makes his quirk much more manageable. I realized that my quirk is special, Izuku softly spoke. A quirk that can potentially control the Earth's elements. It's something special. What changed your mind? Katsuki inquired, looking a little relieved of his friend's change of attitude. A vague dream I had, Izuku replied. I don't remember much about it or why I dreamed such a dream, but it made me realize my quirk is a wonderful thing. Annual World Summit Report. Date, December 1st, 2XXX. Note summary update. Personifications have immunity to quirks such as erasure. In addition to immunity to such quirks, personifications are more durable against quirks from humans. Due to humankind's evolution, personifications can portray their non-human qualities as quirks when using their human alias. Each personification has noted their alias and registered their fake quirk to the quirk registry. All of the personifications presented at this year's summit have given their consent to write down their human alias, the fake quirk of the alias, the true quirk, the nation name, and the reason for their fake quirk. In the column that states truth, in parentheses is the personification's reason for their fake quirk. Due to circumstance, a select handful of individuals worldwide are aware of the existence of personification. In exchange for admitting to personification, the selected individual has revealed the origins of what the world leaders knew as All for One. The world leaders are aware of the secret of All Might's quirk and have sworn an oath to the secrecy of the quirk One for All. It has been decided that All Might must find a successor within 10 years to train. Major world powers will provide All Might with their respective personification to assist All Might if assistance is requested. Due to the quirk All for One and One for All revelation, a new electronic document has been added to the top secret folder within the database. Contact IT for the code to access the electronic document for more information. America has confirmed that All Might have defeated All for One. Japan will continue to monitor All Might until the hero has trained a successor. All personifications have been asked to monitor their residents and to report any activities from All for One's followers. Additionally, all personifications must do a daily check-in monthly with the United Nations. Due to the All for One's kidnapping incident involving several micronations' abductions, all micronations must report to their respective nations' guardians and the United Nations twice a month. Additionally, the micronation who was All for One's victims must attend bi-weekly individual therapy and one monthly family therapy until it is deemed safe to discharge the micronation from therapeutic services. England, Romania, and Norway have noted an imbalance in the world. The Magic Trio, personifications who can perform magic, insisted that the disorder in the world is growing for unknown reasons. For unknown reasons, the Earth has been displaying an increasing number of natural disasters, and certain landmasses are becoming uninhabitable for humans. In addition to growing natural disasters occurring worldwide, the trio disclosed the emergence of a new underwater country formed from the dissolved nation once known as Atlantis. Atlantis, a city that existed in myths, had emerged from the seas. After thousands of years of its disappearance from history, Atlantis has emerged as a floating city half the size of Iceland. The chief of the respective entity explained that the city occurred after the royal family was killed after a 200-year civil war with the assistance of the merfolk and sirens tribes scattered throughout the world. Once the civil war ended, Atlantis and the tribes unified to create a new sovereign named Neo-Atlantis. Dissolved nations, with the exception of Prussia, disappeared from history due to not being a sibling of the country that occupies the dissolved nation's land. The chief of Neo-Atlantis state that a close friend, runaway prisoner, and former prince of the former royal family, confirmed the death of the personification once known as Atlantis. However, he refused to give the whereabouts of Neo-Atlantis as it is rumored that Atlantis gave BRTH to Neo-Atlantis, a phenomenon unheard of for personifications. When surrounded, the former prince declared that Neo-Atlantis exists and sprouted a declaration to fulfill Atlantis' final wish. Additionally, the former prince spoke of the existence of several unknown personifications Atlantis had informed him. He committed suicide to avoid being captured once more. All nations and world leaders are asked to search for the unknown personifications the former prince speaks of. Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Sweden, and Finland are asked to visit Greenland since its status from an autonomous country within the Kingdom of Denmark changed to an independent country 50 years ago. The Americas, specifically America and Canada, are asked to investigate the island half the size of Cuba that mysteriously appeared 25 years ago, 60 miles across the shore of Alaska. The island, known as Meta, is a territory not declared as territory by any country but is mainly inhabited by those formerly residing in North America. It was recognized as a nation when wealthy entrepreneurs began to be populated on the island and formed a stable government. Right now, it was a appealing, sunny day outside with a slight wind current blowing throughout the area. A perfect time to spend time on Dragona Beach. Izuku sees his mom and Auntie Mitsuki sitting on a plain crimson blanket, chatting about the weather and husband. Masaru was attempting to calm down Hisashi from doing something that Mitsuki calls stupid. Kacchan was watching everything unfold with an evident glee on his face. Izuku thinks that Kacchan is waiting for a disaster to happen based on the glint of mischief he sees in his eyes. Masaru, come on, Hisashi prompted as he spread his hands wide open. There's no one here to see us. Don't you want to entertain our kids and wives? Yeah, entertain, Masaru answered. He folded his arms. Last time you said that, you nearly set my house on fire. But we are at the open, away from our homes and the general public, Hisashi happily pointed out. Don't you want me to show off some quirks? No, Masaru seriously stated. You are supposed to be laying low. L-O-W, low. Hisashi looked at Masaru and then turned to the waves crashing into the sand. He looked back to Masaru and back to the water. Deciding to act like the mature adult he is, he turned to face their wives before surprising Masaru with a blast of glitter from the palms of his hands. Izuku wonders why his dad has many odd quirks. He sometimes wonders if his quirk to control random elements of the environment are just multiple quirks. That would make sense since his dad has numerous quirks. However, what stumbles him was that his dad was the only person he knows that have more than 2 quirks. Glitter hands, really? Masaru said as he blankly stared at Hisashi. Why do you always ambush me with a blast through of glitter? I don't know, Hisashi admitted as he shrugged his shoulders. I need some loose fun after the intense work I do. You get tired of the bleak and harsh work atmosphere in my line of work. Hisashi, remember that there are children here, Inko warned. Why don't you show them your sand quirk? You can make an elaborate sandcastle with it. Sandcastle, 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 Izuku cheered. Make a huge sandcastle that looks all magical. No, make it look like from those medieval books, Katsuki commented. Add a moat or spikes on the walls. Hisashi created a large sandcastle that looks like a palace from a fairy tale book. To please Katsuki, he quickly added a pointed fence surrounding the structure but left the door entrance free. Before the sand has a chance to collapse, Hisashi used his fire-breathing quirk on the sandcastle and the pointed fence so the sand would turn to glass. It was a fantastic structure, but now the structure is permanently stuck on the beach shore. Wow, how many quirks do you have, Dad? Izuku curiously asked. You must have a lot of different quirks. I have several, Hisashi acknowledged as he faces his son. However, you must keep this a secret. Okay, I'll keep it a secret. Izuku thought that his dad wants to keep it a secret for the same reason he is keeping his quirk a reason. It must be something his dad doesn't understand. Izuku hates saying goodbye no matter how long the person in question will be gone. Today, Izuku will need to say goodbye to his dad before he left to work. His dad will have to leave again for a few weeks for his job. Izuku doesn't know what his dad does for a living, but he knows that his dad does dangerous things. Why else does he hear his dad secretly discuss his mom about safety plans and stash debit cards hidden in a designated safe house? He would hear his mom cry sometimes, saying something along the lines of leaving it up to the heroes to end the legacy of evil. Then, his dad will say something along the lines that the heroes are not ready to face such a monastery. He mentioned that if his theory was right, the symbol of evil must die before another fall victim to his schemes. We can live together in peace, Inko pleaded as she desperately tries to convince her husband to stay home. You can leave your old life behind like I did. Masaru and Mitsuki are willing to help us if it meant you stay home with us. If Mitsuki can abandon her old life as Inko, dear, you know why that is not possible, Hisashi sighs as he rubs his temples. One day, he is going to find you. He's going to make you meet the same fate as his enemies. He'll make me watch you suffer and hurt Izuku. Don't get me started on the risk of him discovering. I get it, Inko whispered in defeat as she moved her hand to stop her husband from talking. No matter how many times we have this argument, you would always convince me with that line. The first and utmost important thing we need to do is to make sure that our son is safe, Hisashi emphasizes as he began to hold Inko's hand tightly. Then, after everything is over, I'll quit being kingpin and live a quiet life with our family. We'll have our perfect little family." Inko smiled weakly. "Where nothing but the present matters." Izuku would always listen to what his parents are saying before quickly scurrying out of the hallway. He would pretend to patiently wait for his parents to finish their discussion, so they won't suspect him eavesdropping. However, Izuku wants to help his parents, but he doesn't know how to. That's why he always smiles for his mom and dad. He will always express his love and adoration for both of his parents. It doesn't do much, but it makes them happy. It is all he can do as they are dealt to deal with adult problems. Hisashi walked out of the kitchen and strolled straight to the living room. When Hisashi crouched down, Izuku bolted toward his dad's direction and gave him a tight hug. One day, Hisashi will no longer need to leave the house. Izuku waited for the day where his father stays home. "I have to go, but I promise I will return home as soon as I can," Hisashi reassured his son. He began to slide his son's hair as he continues speaking. "When I get back, why I don't take you to a store that sells heroes merchandise? I only want you and Mom," Izuku responds as he hugs his dad tighter. "I want you to stay with Mom and me every day, not every few weeks." "Izuku, your father will need to take care of some things first," Inko spoke in a soothing voice. "After he is done with everything, he will stay with us." "Then I'll wait," Izuku stated. "I'll wait for that day." On the outskirt of Rome were two fraternal brothers minding their own business. One was carefree who loved to consume pasta. The other brother loves to consume tomatoes and curse like a DMN sailor. The two brothers were taking a stroll on the vibrant green pasture. The sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in sight. However, the carefree brother stopped his stroll to gaze the sky up above him. "Romano, do you sense the change of time?" Italy randomly said as he looks at the sky. "Oh," Romano breathed as he looks at his brother. It was out of character for his brother to suddenly become serious for no apparent reason. "I don't what, but I feel like something is going to happen somewhere," Italy ponders. "What could be happening that I can't get a clear picture?" "Felciano, is it your quirk warning you of something?" Romano asks with concern. The last time Felcineo felt like something was amiss was during the dawn of the quirk era. It was around the time where a select number of nations discovered something called quirks. Felciano was one of the first few countries that obtained a quirk, and it was that quirk that warns the nation of the breakdown of society in several nations. Disturbingly, he was extremely concerned for Japan the most. His concern was validated with All for One's existence. Felciano stays silent as he tried to find the correct words to use. Eventually, he found his words and began to speak again. "I'm getting mixed visions," Felciano sheepishly admits. "I see a great battle taking place at America's place, but at the same time, I see a blurry image of a boy withering in pain. It could as soon as a few days or at most a few years." "Great, now we need to warn the hamburger fool about your vision," Romano complained. "Time to plan a trip to America. Just great." Italy sometimes hated his quirk seer and think the quirk more of a curse. He is inflicted with forced visions when he is awake or dreaming. He sees a glimpse of the future and gets a head start to prepare for the worst. However, he does not have the whole story in his vision. Almost always, there is a missing piece he fails to notice in his vision. Despite not having the entire story about a future event that is going to occur, the world's countries trusted his vision as if it was law. Countries still view him as a coward, runner, and the guy with the white flags, but they learned to take his vision seriously. That is why America convinced Italy to tell his vision in the next world meet, which is conveniently at America's place. Italy should have known that America would make him announce his vision in a world meeting. He was hoping to wait a little longer to tell everyone the news. He hasn't told America about the villain he saw in his vision. "America, why is Italy hiding behind you?" England asked the smiling nation. "I thought you said that this is an extremely urgent meeting. I was hoping you are starting to take the meeting seriously, but I knew it was too good to be true." "Italy, please get back to your seat," Germany told the country. "We can do what you want after the meeting." America turned around and gestured Italy to the table filled to the brim with nations. Italy shook his head while America begins to nod his head. Growing tired, America decided to get the ball rolling and share Italy news for him. "Italy had another vision, you guys," America blurted out as he turned to face the nations once more. "Romano told me that Italy's vision is causing him some distress." "Romano, I told you to not tell anyone about that," Italy whined as he glared at Roman. Romano was sitting between Spain and France. "I know you withhold some information about the vision," Romano justified. "I convinced the potato BSTRD to be easy on you for the past few weeks because of that." "I knew Italy was more clingy largely," Germany commented. "Now I understand why Romano called me to be easy on the training," before ending the call with some swears. "Did you go easy on the training?" Romano asked. As I mentioned, Italy's increasing clingy behavior, Germany noted. Ah, so Germany noticed the change in his behavior. Italy should have known that he cannot hide anything from the nation. If Germany noticed the change in his behavior, Japan likely noticed the changes as well. Who is he kidding? Of course, Japan noticed. Japan has been increasing his visits to his or Germany's place. So, what that the vision, France asked Italy. If America of all people decided to take the meeting seriously, your vision must be serious? Italy took a moment to compose himself before he prepares to tell the world about his vision. Soon, there will be a catastrophic villain fight in America, Italy began. My best guess is in 3 years, but it could be sooner or later. It will be bad. Buildings will be destroyed, people will die, and lives will be ruined. Italy remembered the blurry vision he saw. Corpse on the ground, decorating the ground with red and broken flesh. The buildings were either partially destroyed or were collapsed on the ground. However, the most frightening thing of all was the villain he saw. I saw a villain I thought was dead, Italy continued. He's coming back stronger than ever, and he is taking the fight in America. Who's coming to America? China inquired. A lot of villains go to hiding or fake their deaths. Do you know who the villain is? A man who leaves a trail of bodies behind him, Italy revealed as he avoids going into a panic attack. All for One is alive and is coming to America. After Italy revealed the news, the entire room got silent. Spain stops poking Roman to look at him in shock and fear. Romano's scowl morphs into a blank face of fear. Germany subtly clenched his fist, most likely due to anger. Japan continues to have a neutral face, but his eyes show the fear of reliving his trauma. America's mouth was open, most likely due to learning that the great battle involves all for one. England was silently cursing while France had his hands in his face. Russia is now holding a pipe that was not present seconds ago. China had placed his hands over his face. From afar, Finland was gripping the table. Sweden was rubbing Finland's shoulder in a vain attempt to comfort the scared nation while hiding his fear. Denmark's smile disappeared, and he adopted a face of anger. Norway was blankly looking at the table as Iceland was giving a look of disbelief. Switzerland is now holding a gun he certainly did not have seconds earlier as he shields his sister behind him. South Korea stopped his attempts to grope random countries and became still. The Baltic countries were frozen in fear. In fact, most countries are frozen in fear or holding on to weapons they did not have earlier. For example, Hungary was holding her favorite weapon right now. Hungary was holding her frying pan while Austria attempted to compose himself. Sheet, this is bad, America blurted out. I thought he was dead. Didn't that hero lady kill the dude? All for One's body was never found, Russia reminded the nation. He must have tricked everyone that he was dead. This is bad, real bad, Romano ranted. What is that fucker planning this time? Everyone begins to talk over each other, ignoring Italy. Every country is panicking about All for One's return and is spitting out ideas on how to defeat him. Italy never had the opportunity to speak about the nature of his vision. He had never told them that it was a mixed vision. Romano appeared to have forgotten the fact as well, since he is attempting to develop possible solutions to defeat the villain. Italy is not a religious person, but he sometimes reverts back to his old ways of praying. He prays that the vision of the boy withering in pain is nothing too significant. Izuku sometimes forgets that his mom and Mitsuki had other friends. At least, that is his reason for having a guy he had never met being his babysitter. Kacchan seems to be cool about the stranger, stating that the guy is his mom's old childhood friend. The guy is happily chatting with their mothers while dropping the random box of gifts. After minutes of talking, the man turned to face the children and introduce himself. Hello, my name is Neptune, the man greeted. The man's hair was curly, luscious, and blonde, while his eyes were blue as the ocean waves. Kids, this is my childhood friend, Mitsuki introduced. He's a real good cook and he will be your babysitter for tonight. Neptune is a good man, Inko added. He works for your father Izuku and is taking a quick break. Neptune was picking up the gifts and handed them to Izuku and Kacchan. Izuku looked at the man, waiting for any indication to open the gift. After Neptune nodded his head, Izuku opens the first gift, alongside Katsuki. Izuku got several miniature figures of famous figures while Katsuki got a few average-size figure of heroes. The next several gifts were clothes, besides that one fish pole he got. Kacchan was given a fishing net instead of a fishing pole. We will be back in a few hours, Inko called out as she left the house. Call me if you need anything. Behave, Katsuki. Matsuki mentioned as she left alongside Inko. Neptune, don't let anything horrible happen. After the pair left, Neptune turned to face the boy and excitedly stated that he would be making pasta. Izuku never had pasta. He had noodles, but Neptune argued that noodles are vastly different than pasta. Kacchan was complaining that he was hungry and that there was no food to eat. Okay, I will teach you how to make lasagna, Neptune cheered. First, we'll grab my handy secret ingredient. What is the FING ingredient? Katsuki asked. All I see is you putting tomatoes, cheese, a pan, and stuff out of mom's drawer. A flavor powder, Neptune answered. It tastes like salt, but it's not salt. It's healthier than salt. You made that, Izuku said in wonder. That's so cool, you created an alternative to salt. I know, right? That what Mitsuki said, Neptune responded. Katsuki, does your mom allow you to grate cheese? No, Katsuki answered. How would you like to learn how to use a cheese grater? Neptune commented. It's a dangerous, sharp object if you are not careful. Cool, I'll do it, Katsuki responded. Izuku, would you like help me make the sauce? Neptune asks the green-haired boy. Sure, Izuku replied as he prepares to help Neptune. Izuku was sitting down on the floor with Kacchan. Neptune was telling a quick story about nearly immoral beings who walk on the earth. What makes them nearly immoral is the unity, faith, and hope of humanity. You can't be immortal just because some people stick together, believe in some random shit, and having hope, Katsuki pointed out. That is impossible. It's a story Kacchan Izuku reminded his best friend. No one can live for hundreds of years unless it is from a quirk. Believe what you want, Neptune told the boys. This is the story of what some called personifications. A personification of countries, that can't be real, Katsuki admitted. There is no reason to have someone represent a country. Like I said before, it is a story Neptune told us for fun, Izuku sighs. Well kids, your mothers are coming back soon, Neptune stated. I think we should clean up before they arrive. Will we see you again? Izuku asked the man. Hell yeah, Neptune cheered. I need to teach you guys some tricks sometime in the future. It has been a year since Izuku last saw his father, but the 6-year-old boy knows that his father will come back soon. At least his dad called him every other day, and yesterday, his dad told him that he will be coming home in a few days. Not soon enough to attend the family reunion he was waiting to attend, but that's alright. Izuku was in the living room with Kacchan, waiting for their mothers to get ready to attend the annual family reunion that the Bakugo family host. The family reunion includes biological members like Masaru or adoptive family members such as his mom. Izuku was getting a little impatient with his mom taking a long time to get ready. Katsuki is not doing much better since he is beginning to impatiently tap his right foot. He even got his shoulders crossed and a scowl on his face. Why didn't we go yesterday? Katsuki complained. Auntie Mitsuki worked late last night, Izuku commented. And mom didn't want to leave her behind. Well, I'm bored, Katsuki mentioned as he glared at Izuku. I miss school just to wait in the living room all day? Yes, Izuku chirped. Now you get to hang out with me all day. But dad went yesterday and not us, Katsuki stated. Because mom didn't want to leave Auntie Mitsuki alone, Izuku reminded Katsuki. They're best friends, just like us. Before Katsuki has the opportunity to talk, the house phone begins to ring. Several seconds of ringing, the noise of Inko slamming the bathroom door was heard as she rushed toward the phone. Since Inko was using the bathroom upstairs, Izuku and Katsuki saw Inko leap several steps of the stairs and scramble to get the house phone that was in the kitchen. When Inko picked up the phone, her frazzled expression quickly morphs into confusion. Minutes later, confusion transforms into a wide-eye expression. The next thing Izuku knows, he saw his mom screaming on the phone and repeating the statement, "You're lying over again." Mitsuki came down the stairs after hearing Inko screaming on the phone. Growing concern, Izuku carefully walked toward his mother and asked what's wrong. Inko started to sob loudly as she hanged up on the phone. Mitsuki firmly grabs hold of Inko's shoulder and calmly asks who was on the phone. It was a police officer, Inko cried. He called me to say that everyone at the reunion was found dead. Inko turned to face her son's wide-eye expression. She noticed that Katsuki was right behind her son, with an eerily blank facial expression. Inko, please tell me you are shitting me, Mitsuki desperately begged. Please tell me that it was a cruel joke my husband planned out. It was a massacre, Inko numbly explained. The police officer said it was one of the most brutal scenes he saw in his entire career. No one survived. Mitsuki became extremely distressed and was on the verge of tears. For several seconds, the two women forgot about their son standing in the same room as well. They have forgotten that the boys can see them crying or the angry outbursts that soon followed. Izuku saw Inko collapse on the floor in despair that the family who adopted her were brutally murdered. Izuku saw how Kacchan subtly moving behind him after seeing Mitsuki punch a hole in the wall. He saw how blood begins to trickle down from her fists, mostly due to injuring her hand. It wasn't until Izuku and Katsuki began to quietly walk backward that the two mothers saw their sons walking away in fear. I'm sorry Izuku, Inko cried out as she apologized to Izuku. I promise that this is not your fault. Sheet, I forgot you were here, Mitsuki admitted as she looks at her son. Mommy is just upset hearing some bad news. What are we going to do now? Izuku asked to no one particular. What happens now? Inko slowly forces herself to stand up, brush off the trash off her clothes, and grasped her hands together. She looked at everyone in the room before taking a deep breath. I am going to call Hisashi, Inko said with determination. I am going to tell him the news and to track down the one responsible for murdering my family. Hisashi did not expect his wife to contact him by using the emergency phone. When he picked up his phone, he was unprepared to hear the mixture of misery and anger in Inko's voice. After Inko had informed him about the gruesome crime scene at the location where the Bakugos was hosting, she tearfully explained how Masaru was most likely had a torturous painful death based on how his crime scene was described by the police officer. Inko, I'm sorry that I wasn't there, Hisashi remorsefully commented. If I drop everything, I can be there in a few hours. No, Inko firmly answered as she sees her best friend and the two boys in the kitchen. I need to know who was responsible for murdering my entire family. I want you to find those responsible for murdering my family. Hayashi took a moment to collect his thoughts before giving his wife an answer. His gut is telling him that he should prioritize going home, but he decided to listen to his wife. Fine, I will have some of my send scouts the area to see if the police miss any clues, Hisashi informed Inko. However, if the one responsible is someone of a grave threat to our family, we cannot exact revenge upon them without more planning. That is fine, I just want them to suffer for what they did, Inko angrily stated as she holds back the upcoming tears. Now, she is Mitsuki pulling Katsuki into a hug. How's Mitsuki doing? Hisashi asked after a few moments of silence. How is she handling the news? She's in despair, Inko somberly explained. She is repeatedly saying how she cannot afford to lose another as she embraces Katsuki. I don't think she realizes that she is scaring Katsuki. How is he taking the news of his father's death? Hisashi questioned. He cannot imagine how the young boy is feeling after discovering his father's death. Masaru was a good family man who provided so much to those he cares about. To Hisashi, it was tragic that he died so young, leaving a wife and son. Katsuki is dazed and lost for words, Inko noted. I think he is trying to process the news. Izuku, Hisashi inquired. How is our son handling the news? I don't know, Inko honestly replied. Her son was standing in the room, confused about what he should be doing. He keeps looking at everyone and seems indecisive on what to do. When you hang up, go comfort out son, Hisashi suggested. I will call you in approximately 24 hours. We will decide what to do afterward. Okay, Inko softly agreed. I guess this is goodbye for now. I guess it is, Hisashi commented. Bye, I love you and Izuku with all my heart. Me too, Inko replied. I love you both so much. Inko ended the call and headed toward the kitchen. She opens her arms for Izuku can run into. Izuku understood what Inko was doing and ran toward to hug his mother. For the next several hours, a sister cried for her adoptive brother and family's death and a widowed cried for her deceased husband. The fatherless son will stare at nothing particular until he starts crying, fully understanding that his dad will never return home. The green-hair boy begins to cry after seeing everyone else in the room cry. Somewhere in the afterlife where personifications and humans go. In the section of the afterlife with modern communities, there seated were several personifications. They were supposed to represent a modern-day living room with a gray three-piece sofa with several decorative pillows with a black and white checkboard pattern. A charcoal color rug was beneath a glass table in the white wall room filled with several windows. There was a textbook-sized stand-up mirror ancient Rome have stolen from the entity they called God in the middle of the table. Why did Rome stole the mirror? Well, he was originally curious about how his grandson was doing. Then a few other dead personifications heard that he stole the mirror of the present. Right now, they are all looking at the present life of everyone known in the afterlife known as Earth, who they all have taken care of at some point in history. Isn't this a little bit too cruel? Native America cried out. My son is in pain. Sumer, one of the first personifications in the world, gave Native America a look before speak. Your son, Sumer exclaimed as he points to the mirror. I found him first and raised him until my end. While fighting for custody with your siblings, Maya counter. Also, who said that he was only your son Native America? I did since I raised and nurtured him, Native America counter. Didn't we have joint custody? Aztec commented as he made a hand gesture to the mirror. I remember you leaving him under my care temporarily to complete unfinished business. Well, I didn't bring a tiny child to battles, Native America pointed out. What are you guys thinking about bringing a child in all that bloodshed? Everyone smiled sheepishly after Native America comment before everyone turned their focus to the stand-up mirror. Aztec and Maya didn't bother to justify their behaviors. Aztecs was expected to join the conquest with all the other men. Maya was teaching the boy self-defense in case he needed to defend himself. Rome gave a shoulder shrug and a smile before turning his attention to the mirror. His smile disappeared when he turned to the mirror. He had to make and break a deal with the Almighty, Sumer lamented as he watches the scene the mirror was playing. It was Earth in the embrace of his human mother. There was also a blonde woman and her son crying. Can we convince the Almighty to spare him the onslaught of memories that will come? No, Rome firmly spoke. Everyone in the afterlife knew at this point the existence of Earth, Earth's current life, and a vague description of the deal. I was lucky when I convinced God to allow me to visit my grandsons once every decade. Earth somehow unintentionally broke the terms of the sealed God had placed on him. But he is a child, Sumer shouted. He agreed to the seal and recriminations to forget the thousands of years of trauma. He's going to learn the hard way that he effed up in his last reincarnation, a voice spoke out of nowhere. It was a plain blonde-hair angel wearing a simple pastel blue sundress. Also, I got a message to Rome. God wants his stand-up mirror back. Rome handed the angel the stand-up mirror he stole to the angel. After he gave the item to the angel, he had to ask one question. Why did God agree to Earth wishes all those years ago, Rome asked. He wanted to know why Earth was given special circumstances compared to the other personifications. Pity, the angel spoke. He gave the child a chance to spare an eternity of loneliness, trauma, and having the burdens of a personification. He is the world before he is a man. He was born when the man first walked and he will die when the earth dies. The angel gave everyone a quick glance before she continued speaking. God knew that Earth will unintentionally break the terms when humans began evolving to a certain point since that was his goal in making a deal with the kid, the angel explained. Everyone, including God, is curious how things will play out. Play out what? Maya asked hesitantly. In Earth's journey in recovering what he lost, the angel said as she headed out of the room with the mirror Rome stolen. Earth needs to be reminded of what it takes to be a personification. To do so, he will need to find the parts he unintentionally abandoned in the name of brotherly love. If he's lucky, he will find the quirks that are rightfully his. It had been 24 hours since Izuku heard the news of Masaru's death, and he doesn't understand why his extended family was murdered. His mom is currently in another room, answering a call from his dad. Mitsuki is still wallowing in grief but appeared to stop in her endless crying. Katsuki is lying quietly on the floor, next to his sitting mother. Izuku himself is watching the pair as he waits for his mother to return. He doesn't know what his mom was talking about with dad, but he thinks it got to do with his mother wanting revenge. Conveniently for Izuku, his mother appeared to have ended the call and was heading straight toward them. Oddly, his mother was showing a strained smile. Mitsuki, we are not safe, Inko said as a tense atmosphere began to form. I know you are still grieving, we all are, but we need to pack this very second. Inko, what is going on? Mitsuki lifted her head to face Inko with a concerned face. Izuku, go help Katsuki pack some clothes and toys, Inko softly ordered. You have 15 minutes to go to Katsuki's home and packed. What about Auntie Mitsuki? Izuku questioned as he lifted Katsuki off the ground. I will let her use my clothes, Inko insisted. Now go, after you are done helping Katsuki, you will go pack your things. Izuku, being the good son he is, listened to his mother. He dragged Katsuki out of the kitchen and headed for Katsuki's home. His house was next door, so it wasn't long before Izuku reached Katsuki's room. Once the boys left, Inko waited for her best friend to stand up before they headed to Inko's bedroom. Inko didn't begin to speak until she begins to pack some essentials, such as clothes, photos, and hygiene products. We are being hunted, Inko bluntly stated as she shoved some clothes in a plain luggage bag. We were meant to be killed yesterday. By who? Mitsuki asked while packing at a much slower pace. Who will kill the entire Bakugo family? The same guy who my biological mother was trying to protect me from, Inko explained. Inko, I am so sorry, Mitsuki replied. Is he? It is that reason why Izuku is not registered as a citizen, Inko admitted. If something was to happen, I want my son to have a fighting chance for a normal life. Inko, we will never have a normal life, Mitsuki sighs. As much as Mitsuki likes to pretend that her life is filled with normalcy, it was far from the truth. A past like Inko's, Hisashi's, or herself will never grant them a sense of normalcy. That reason alone is why we are hiding out in one of my husband's base, Inko answered. The sooner we leave to the base, the sooner we can plan on ways to finally kill the monster. Are you and Hisashi really planning to fight him? Mitsuki gasped in shock. Why yes, he made the mistake of killing our only family. Inko had nothing more to say as she begins packing her stuff. Izuku was helping Kacchan pack some of his All Might toys and his favorite pictures. Izuku had already packed most of Katsuki's clothes in a different luggage bag. Kacchan was trying his best to pack all of his things, but he was moving at a snail pace. Izuku wishes he knew how to make his best friend feel a little bit better. Maybe he should give Kacchan his limited edition figure that featured All Might and his sidekick Sir Night Eye. It was one of his most favorite figures, but he feels like Kacchan needs it more. "I'm done, Izuku," Katsuki whispered. "Our time is up. It is time to pack your stuff." Izuku pretended that Katsuki was lugging the heavier luggage when they went back to his house. He didn't tell Kacchan that he had the luggage filled with toys while dragging the tightly packed luggage overflowing with toys. When they made it to the front door, the boys left Katsuki's luggage. Once they entered the door, Izuku heard his mother's sudden silence. Izuku may be 6 years old, but he knew that his mom was keeping something from him. Why else would she stop talking when he and Kacchan enter the house? "I'm here," Izuku called out. "Okay, Izuku, go pack your things now," his mom shouted back. "Remember that you have 15 minutes to do so." Immediately, Izuku ran up the stairs and slammed his bedroom door open. He started to pack several things into one luggage that had All Might face on it. Deciding that he will need to pack his clothes first, Izuku headed to his closet and bear hug as many clothes as he can. After grabbing the clothes, he carried the clothes back to the luggage and drop in the luggage bag. Izuku continues the CYCL of bear hugging random clothes and shoving them in his luggage bag. Katsuki showed up in his room at some point and slowly packed all of Izuku limited edition figures first and rare hero merchandise. After packing all the rare items, Katsuki was starting to pack Izuku most used hero merchandise. Izuku was helping Katsuki at that point and maintain the silence in the room. After a few minutes of silent packing, Inko came into the room. "Time to go, kids," Inko softly said. "Mitsuki already stored your luggage in the trunk. Izuku, I am going to carry your stuff." Izuku saw his mom carry his stuff as she ushers them out of his room. Izuku didn't speak much as he hops into his mom's plain white car. It was a simple car that can fit 5 people and has a trunk. Kacchan joined him to his right and started off to the window. Before Izuku knows it, his mom had entered the car and began driving. "We'll be back home soon," Inko reassured everyone. "We will be gone for at most a few months. Will everyone feels better when we come back home?" Izuku asked. "Yes, we will feel better," Inko responded. "It's okay to be sad right now, but soon, we will grow strong and continue on." Hisashi was frantically trying to get everything organized for his upcoming fight with the BSTRD who killed his brother-in-law. However, before he can meet his wife and son at one of his safe houses, he needs to take care of a handful of things. One of those things is allowing his men to leave the underground business. Every one of his men agreed to work with under the condition that the organization will disband the moment he was finished with his one and only goal. Everyone will be free to live their own lives and do whatever they please. Heck, most of them will most likely stay in contact for business reasons. One of them is even talking about an annual reunion to discuss the status of every member. In an odd way, the vigilant organization he made was like a family. That is why he needs to give a choice to leave with their lives intact or risk the chance of dying to help him achieve his goal of killing the man that symbolized evil. "Today is the day I will give my final speech to everyone here in this room today." Hisashi was speaking to a group of 20 men and women below the stairs he was standing on top of. "What's going on? Do you think the boss is finally going after his target? This feels different than the boss's usual speeches." Everyone shuts up so the man can speak. Once the group had quieted down, Hisashi begins to speak once more. "Everyone knows the purpose of the group is to fulfill my goal of killing a certain target," Hisashi explained. "I'm going to kill him sooner than I expected due to some unfortunate circumstances." The group below him continues to remain silent, knowing that it was necessary to hear everything the boss is saying. "The supervillain is dangerous," Hisashi warns his comrades. "There is the chance that I will die trying to achieve my goal. However, I am not going to force anyone to join me to a fight where they may die a brutal death." Everyone stared at the man, waiting for the man to give more information. "I know some of you are single parents or raising your younger siblings," Hisashi mentioned. "Others may have family they might not want to leave behind. That is why I am giving you the option to leave." Everyone in the group made an audible gasp due to Hisashi's statement. "I pay you to break the laws, to cover your hands in blood, and to perform ethically moral acts on my behalf," Hisashi admitted. "We save people but break the law. If you choose to stay or leave, it will not impact my decision in leaving a generous sum of competition for your loyalty." Everyone knew about the boss's offer to leave a nice sum of money after the organization disbanded. However, they became silent so they can hear what the boss had left to say. Those who want to stay, meet me in my office in 30 minutes, Hisashi instructed. However, I want to have a word with Neptune. I need a favor from him. As soon as everyone left the area, beside Neptune, Hisashi begins to walk down the stairs. Neptune was a curly blonde-hair man with ocean blue eyes. He was a well-built 21-year-old man who had worked for Hisashi for under a year. Why do you want to see me, sir? Neptune asked. I need to know if you can make the powdered formula into a pill form, Hisashi answered. Why? Has Izuku and Katsuki been noticing the formula? Neptune has been supplying Hisashi with a specially made formula he had crafted from the request of Mitsuki. In case I don't make out alive or if we all die, I need to make sure the boys continue to take the formula. Hisashi knew it was wrong to basically drag children, but it was for their best interests. It's only a temporary fix, Neptune warned. Eventually, it will no longer be effective. Please, it will give them at least a few years of normalcy, Hisashi pleaded. I am asking that you make several years' worth of pills for each kid. Is this something Mitsuki agrees upon? Neptune inquired. Yes, she actually came up with the idea a week before her husband's death, Hisashi informed the man. I'm sorry for her loss, Neptune replied. She had lost nearly everything. I sometimes fear that her time is running out. A mortal cannot live forever, Hisashi commented. Unlike personifications, we can fall onto death's hand for the simplest things. Izuku knows that he is at a secluded warehouse that contains a lot of supplies. There was some food, water, and random boxes of weapons. Izuku doesn't know why the weapons are placed next to the water, but he does not judge anyone. A few rooms in the warehouse are used as the kitchen, bathroom, and several bedrooms. Izuku doesn't know why, but he has a feeling that his parents knew something horrible will happen in the future. Why else would his mom act the way she did after her brother's death? Izuku felt his mom's hand on his shoulder, leading him to a room that contains a bunk bed, a nightstand, a lamp, a drawer, and a bookshelf filled with empty notebooks. Kacchan was also guided by Aunt Mitsuki to the same room. Izuku knows that his mom doesn't want them to hear anything she, Mitsuki, or his dad conservations. Despite wanting to protest and wanting to know what is going on, Inko gave him a quick hug and closed the bedroom door. The suitcase was still unopened, so Izuku decided to open his suitcase. Kacchan was doing the same but at a much slower pace. For several minutes, no one talked. All Izuku and his best friend did were unpacked everything and placed their toys in the room's corner. After unpacking everything, Izuku walked toward the bunk bed and pointed to the top bunk. Kacchan looked at Izuku and nodded his head. Izuku takes it as a yes to claim the top bunk bed. Are you sure I can have the top bunk bed? Izuku asked. Yes, Katsuki quietly responded. Feeling the need to make his best friend feel better, Izuku pulled out a piece of candy he snuck into his pocket and gave it to Katsuki. You can have it, Izuku told Katsuki. You need it more than me. Katsuki numbly took the candy and ate it. Izuku didn't know what else to do but stay next to his friend. 3 weeks had passed, and Izuku noticed several things that others have failed to notice or were too busy to notice the small details in life. First, Izuku noticed that Kacchan was gradually returning to his normal behavior. He is beginning to speak in his previous, loud voice and is returning to his previous level of swearing. Next, Izuku noticed that his mom, dad, and Mitsuki are leaving them alone a lot more and for a longer duration of time. At first, his mom or his dad will leave once a night for at least 1 hour. On the 5th day, his mom and dad will both leave at night for a few hours. On the 10th day, all of the adults snuck out several times throughout the day, and Izuku will be lucky to see them awake. Now, Izuku will only see them sleeping, cooking, or preparing to sneak out in the night. Izuku doesn't know what his parents or aunt are doing that requires them to sneak out in the middle of the night. He doesn't understand why they expected him and Katsuki to take care of themselves when awake. What is so important that no one can tell him what is going on? Izuku, are you fing awake? Katsuki asked from the bottom bunk bed. No, I'm thinking, Izuku shared. I want to know why our parents are sneaking out in the night all the time. You think that they are doing something illegal? Katsuki inquired. They are doing something illegal, Izuku stated as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Why else would our moms try to keep us trapped in this room? To not hear what they are planning to do, Katsuki answered. They do know that we are not stupid. We know they are hiding shit. I think they are underestimating our intelligence, Izuku noted as he waves his hand in a dramatic fashion. Remember, we are children. We cannot understand the harsh reality of the world. I hope whatever they are planning, it won't bite them in the butt, Katsuki mumbled. Izuku can tell Katsuki is growing tired because he suddenly got quiet. Eventually, Izuku begins to snore softly, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. Before he knows it, Izuku fell asleep. A boy with emerald eyes and curly hair is green as the grass on the ground. There were two boys who were 5 years apart with snow-white hair. The eldest boy appeared to be 13 years old and was physically healthy. The youngest boy was 8 years old that was physically weak. Additionally, the youngest boy seemed sickly and fragile based on how the older boy hovering over the youngest boy. The emerald-hair kid was sitting on the ground and in deep thought. "Are you still thinking, Nissan?" the youngest boy asked. The emerald-hair boy nodded his head, still pondering about the answer he will like to give. "Nissan, Kanzuya, stranger, and other words for a person, please tell me what you meant when you said blessings," the oldest boy probed. He was currently standing with his arms crossed. Now known as Kanzuya, the curly-hair boy, eyes lit up as if he found the correct answer to vocalize. "Blessing as in quirks," Kanzuya smiled. "Quirks are the next evolution to mankind. You, the one we call Nissan, introduced quirks to the world," the older boy breathed. The older boy cannot believe what he was hearing. "I remember getting lonely," Kanzuya admitted. "And I wanted people to do the same things as me." Kanzuya stopped talking and looked at the boys. He first looked at the younger boy before looking at the older boy. He motioned for the older boy to sit down, so he grabbed one of the older brother's hands. Kanzuya also grabbed one of his younger brother's hand before he continued speaking again. "Even after introducing to what everyone calls quirks, I still felt lonely," Kanzuya admitted. "However, after finding and raising you two, I felt less lonely." "How long were you alone?" the younger boy questioned. "I don't remember," Kanzuya breathed. "All I know that I spent so many years alone, walking around the earth while never growing old." The two boys did nothing as Kanzuya pulled the two boys into a tight hug. The two boys pretend to not notice Kanzuya softly crying on their shoulders or how desperate he was to keep them in his embrace. Izuku woke up, feeling confused for no apparent reason. Perhaps the stress of everything is getting too much for him. He wants to go home and play on the beach with his family. He doesn't want to be trapped in one room, a kitchen, or at the warehouse any longer. As Izuku climbed down the ladder, Izuku decided that he was hungry. He exited the bedroom and headed toward the kitchen. While he was walking to the kitchen room, he checked each room to see if he could find anyone in the room. He would see traces of someone occupying the room for every room he checked but not an actual person. Sometimes, Izuku would get his hopes up when he sees a slightly open the door to only be disappointed by an empty room. Once Izuku arrives in the kitchen, he sees that no one was in the kitchen. He also noticed that no one prepared anything to eat. Izuku opens the refrigerator door to grab some milk and place the milk on the table. As opening the drawer with the cereal, Izuku realized that he had not seen his mother in days. When was the last time he saw his dad, mom, or Mitsuki? "You notice," Katsuki said from behind. "Because I noticed that none of our parents have been here for days." "Yeah, I noticed," Izuku confirmed. "I don't know why we haven't seen our moms sleeping, cooking, or getting ready." Katsuki went to grab the bowls from the drawers and gave a bowl to Izuku. Izuku accepted the bowl and began pouring cereal to his bowl while Katsuki grabbed 2 spoons for breakfast. While eating breakfast, the two boys continue having their discussion. "What are we going to do if they don't show up?" Izuku worriedly asked. "They have been gone a few days." "Calm down, nerd, I'm sure it's nothing," Katsuki assured. "Our parents are tough shit. They must be doing something really important that it is taking a few days to complete." "Yeah, you're right," Izuku smiled. "They will be back soon, and then we can go back to our homes again." Neptune was running as fast as he can as if he didn't escape from death's palms once more. He was naive enough to believe that he escaped from captivity due to his wit and strength. No, the BSTRD holding him captive decided that he enough toying with his biology and allowed him to roam free. Neptune knows he was released on purpose because the sick F decided to severely limit his lifespan. Why not set the dying person free as a way to mock his final horse roaming free and wishing to live longer to experience that freedom? He wished that he could have saved the 3 vigilantes he proudly calls his friends before meeting their end. It was heartlessly cruel that Neptune had to watch his friends be murdered in front of him before he was purposely set free. That BSTRD had the nerve to laugh at him as he hesitantly walks toward their corpses and apologizing for not fighting alongside them. "You don't have a lot of time," a voiced echo in the building. Neptune was aware that the BSTRD who killed his friends was lingering in the room. That fucker was probably watching him from afar with one of his quirks. "Why am I alive?" Neptune coldly asked. "I thought a sick BSTRD like you would get enjoyment from killing every last of us." Neptune was not graced with a response. He crouched down to the 2 corpses in front of him. How is he going to tell Izuku and Katsuki that their parents are dead? They are going to hate him for the rest of their lives. Hisashi was extremely skillful in deflecting his SPRM donor attacks, but it was all proven pointless. Hisashi was distracted and distraught seeing his wife being pierced to death by a metal bar through the heart. It was that few seconds that cost Hisashi his life. It presented a cruel opportunity for him to receive the same treatment as his wife, but instead of being pierced in one location, he was stabbed through the heart, shoulders, and major pressure points. Hisashi did not stay alive enough to mourn his wife's death or curse the man who killed his wife. Mitsuki was lasted to die, which was expected if one knows her history. Unlike Inko and Hisashi, Mitsuki does not have a corpse to prove her existence. She has no trace to indicate that she was once alive in the world. Even if he don't see Mitsuki's corpse, he mourns her death. Unfortunately, mortals cannot heal fast and can easily fall into the grips of death. I can easily defeat you, Neptune bitterly claimed. I can still beat you here and win. This time, Neptune was graced with a response. Foolish man, are you sure you want to waste your time fighting me? The voice said in amusement. It's not a waste if it results in your death, Neptune declared while keeping his emotions in check. He is not letting the BSTRD get enjoyment from his tears. He can't cry, at least right now. I see you forgot about your little experiments, the voice reminded Neptune. Have you forgotten the biological bomb I placed inside of you? Neptune does not believe the man. It's impossible to place a bomb within someone. It has to be a cruel joke to make him lose his emotions and lashed out. No, he will not allow the man to have that satisfaction. Instead, he gazes at the roof, thinking about the words that were just spoken to him. If there was any truth to those words, he does not have a lot of time to spare. So, I'll explode, Neptune retorted. In like, a few days. Neptune was not given a response for a few minutes before the voice begins speaking once more. You should be dead by the time I arrived in America, the voice explained. However, I will need a distraction if I am to travel to America. I'm not helping, Neptune growled. Oh, but you already are, the voice revealed. I made sure that world leaders are fully aware of your whereabouts. They should have notified their respective personifications about your location. Neptune was terrified. No, he cannot go back after working so hard to earn his freedom. He is not going to let others punish him for the crimes of his parents or ancestors. He needs to act quickly if he is going to fulfill his promise. He needs to make sure that the kids are safe. They need to be prepared to live on their own. Luckily, Izuku is not registered, and it is easy to fake documentations to portray Katsuki as an adopted child. Whatever your goal is, it's not going to work, Neptune stated. Someone, may it be All Might or another hero, will defeat you. Neptune quickly dashed out of the building and ran as fast as he can. It's safe to assume that Izuku's existence is still a well-guarded secret. Generally, all the secrets Neptune knows are still well-guarded. The individuals who are aware of the world's missing personifications are dead, and soon he will be joining them. If Neptune is given a chance to explain to the boys how to survive on their own and utilize Hisashi's contacts, he can die knowing he did best to guide them. He wishes that he can live long enough to see them grow, but he is not graced with that luxury. He doesn't have a lot of time to find the boys or explain their parents' reasoning for their secrecy. All Neptune can do is ignore the pain in his chest and hope he can be somewhere secluded when his time is up. Izuku knows that it has been a week since he last saw his mom, dad, or Aunt Mitsuki in the warehouse. He hopes that they are safe. He doesn't know how much longer he can wait for someone to return. If no one comes by the evening, Izuku will go and search for his parents himself. He is not alone with his thought because Katsuki is packing 2 backpacks in case they do go searching for their parents. They don't want to be alone no more. Izuku wants to feel being hugged by his mother and his father's fingers running through his hair. He doesn't know what Katsuki wants, but he has been looking at his mom's photo a lot more. Before packing, Izuku saw Katsuki looking at his parents' wedding photo. In that photo, Katsuki's father was wearing a bashful smile, and Katsuki's mother was giving a prideful smile. She also had long hair at the time. They look happy, Izuku noticed. Of course, they look happy, Katsuki replied. Do you like that photo? Izuku asked. It's my second favorite, Katsuki admitted. My favorite is the photo of us having a picnic. Izuku looked at the clock and noticed that it was almost time for them to depart. Before the two of them can leave the warehouse, Neptune came barreling into the warehouse. Izuku noticed the bruises, wounds, and how badly beaten Neptune appeared to be. Izuku is surprised that he did not collapse to the ground. Izuku approached Neptune and grabbed Neptune's arms. Next, he attempted to guide the man to the closest couch where he rests. After Neptune sat on the couch, Neptune looked up and stared at him. Several minutes of awkward staring, Neptune sighs and begins talking. I don't have a lot of time, Neptune explained. I need you and Katsuki to listen to me carefully. Katsuki stopped looking at his parents' wedding photo and walked toward Neptune. Once Neptune knows he got the attention of the two boys, Neptune continued talking. You need to continue taking your medication, Neptune continued. It should last until you both turned 18. Before Izuku can ask a question, Neptune was speaking again. Do not go looking for your parents, Neptune warned. It will do nothing but make their death in vain. Izuku heard the word death. He heard the word death and parent in the same sentence spoken by Neptune. No, Izuku cannot believe that his mom and dad are dead. He turned to face Katsuki to see that his eyes widen in disbelief. No, you are FING lying, Katsuki shouted as tears start falling from his face. The hag cannot be dead too. You are lying, Neptune, Izuku yelled. Mom and dad are strong people. Dad promised to take me out to buy some hero merchandise. Neptune stayed silent as the boys screamed, cried, and denied the news of their parents' death. After several long minutes of the boys crying, the boys were calmed enough for the conservation. I have someone sort out the paperwork, Neptune informed the boys. Bakugo Inko, Bakugo Hisashi, and Bakugo Mitsuko will be pronounced dead from an accident. You, Bakugo Katsuki, was adopted by Midoriya Hisashi, who has a son named Midoriya Izuku. The boys did not respond to Neptune's statements and continued to stare at the man in front of them. You will have Hisashi's contact who will assist you and check over you, Neptune shared as he began guiding the boys to their room. One moment, Izuku was standing up, and the next moment, he was lying down on his bed. Katsuki was laying down on the bottom bunk bed. After Neptune took each of them to bed and gently stroking their hair, Neptune begins exiting out of the room. Neptune, you will be here with us, Izuku yawned. You won't leave us like our parents? Neptune had his back facing them for a few seconds before turning to face the bunk bed. Of course, Neptune lied as he smiled. But I need you and Katsuki to promise me something. What is it? Katsuki spoke for the first time after Neptune informed them about their parents' death. If I do not return in 1 week, I want you two to live your lives to the fullest, Neptune announced. And I want you to use your resources. Izuku stared at Neptune from the top bunk bed in an attempt to read the man's motives. However, he was too tired to notice anything odd from Neptune. Trusting the man to leave out of their sight and return, Izuku allows himself to fall asleep. If he was more oriented, he would have seen the way Neptune clenching his fists or how hard it was for the man to voice his frustration about the amount of time he had left to live. Italy was peacefully taking a siesta until his phone begins ringing. At first, he ignored it in favor of sleeping. However, after 20 minutes of non-stop running, Italy gave up on his siesta and picked up the phone. Italy did not expect to receive a call from Germany, urgently telling him to get ready for a trip to Japan's place. Germany, why do we need to go now? Italy asked groggily sat on his bed. He was trying his best to stay focused in the conservation, but it's hard to focus when you just got yourself out of bed seconds ago. There's a fugitive that poses a threat to Japan's citizens, Germany informed the Italian. Remember the new country that recently emerged from the sea? Fratello was complaining about Atlantis, Italy mentioned. He was slightly more awake but still wishes to be sleeping. Can't you believe that there was a country hidden in the ocean for thousands of years? We are required to apprehend the ex-prince, Germany explained. All of us are needed to assist Japan in capturing the ex-prince. What about Neo-Atlantis? Italy inquired as he got off the bed to get dressed. Did anyone found the personification yet? For now, we are focusing on the capture of the ex-prince, Germany stated. After he is returned to custody, we will have a meeting about assisting Neo-Atlantis in finding their personification. Okay, Italy replied. When do I need to be ready? I'm already on my way, Germany answered. Be ready in 30 minutes. After saying his farewells to the German, Italy hanged up the phone and quickly prepared some food to eat during his travels to Japan's place. Once he was done preparing some food for the road, Italy waited outside of his sum for the remaining 5 minutes. As expected, Germany arrived at the time he stated he will arrive. Also, as Italy expected, Germany was sitting impatiently in the driver's seating waiting for him to get in the car. Clearly, the apprehension of the ex-prince is a high priority for world leaders. I prepare some food for the trip, Italy smiled as he got inside of the car. I made some wurst for you and some pasta for me. You can't eat while driving, Italy, German reminded the Italian as he begins driving. It distracts your attention from the road. Then I'll drive when it's your turn to eat, Italy pointed out. Germany's face whitens for a second before returning to its regular color. Clearly, the Italian does not realize how horrible his driving skills are. You only need to be a passenger once to understand the risks of having Italy as your ride. We'll take a quick break from driving, Germany quickly replied. Izuku knows that Neptune will not come back after 2 days of not seeing him. In hindsight, Neptune's last words to him and Kacchan clearly indicate that he will not be returning from whatever he is doing. He felt angry and betrayed that Neptune would leave immediately after telling him that his mom and dad is dead. Who walks up to a person, tells that said person that their parents are dead, and disappears after delivering the news? Now, he is stuck in feeling miserable, sad, and hopeless. Izuku continuously wants a hug from his mom and dad to make himself feel better, but that can never be possible. What are we going to do? Izuku said to himself. He had spent all of his tears on the first day he and Kacchan were left alone. Wait, Katsuki replied. Neptune might come back. He's not coming back, Izuku responded as he now stared at the wall. Mom, Dad, and Auntie Mitsuki all said that they will come back. They broke their promise that everything will be alright. We go tell the police, Katsuki suggested. The police can help us. By sending us to foster care and separating us, Izuku counter. No, that can never happen. I don't want to lose you too. Fine, what are your ideas? Katsuki asked. I want to take a walk, Izuku told his friend. We need to buy some of our parents' flowers, some candles, and 5 memorial crosses. Why? Katsuki questioned. Our parents deserve to be honored and remembered by us, Izuku explained with confidence. We already cried for them, but now it is time to remember them. What's the 5th cross for? Katsuki spoke. It's for Neptune, Izuku softly said. If he is not here now, it means that he is likely dead. Izuku and Katsuki dressed in comfortable clothing and grabbing some cash before they left the warehouse. For the first time in weeks, the two children are venturing outside. It is going to take a few hours to travel to and from the nearest store to get what they need. However, Izuku doesn't mind the few hours-long trip. He is rather preoccupied with a long task than deal with his feelings of grief. He thinks that Kacchan would agree with his reasoning. If his best friend doesn't, then he is not saying it out loud. The trip took 3 hours longer than expected. At first, there was a police barricade on several of the most popular bus routes for some unknown reasons. Izuku noticed that there were several individuals dressed in black suits with sunglasses. They were ushering the vehicles to turn in the other direction and informing them that they need to take a longer route. This did not happen just once, twice, or 3 times. The bus Izuku took with Katsuki was required to take a different direction 13 times for the entire trip to the funeral store. Once the bus arrived at the destination, Izuku and Katsuki got off the bus to buy stuff for their informal memorial service to their dead loved ones. Why did a bunch of guys in black suits make the bus turn around? Katsuki complained. Maybe they were searching for someone dangerous, Izuku guessed as he entered the store. So dangerous that they need to block an entire block from the public. There's villains attack nearly every day, Katsuki pointed out as he looked at the candle display. I think that is too much effort for a villain. A worldwide secret, Izuku speculated. He was picking some candles in his parents' favorite colors. He was going to pick the white candles, but he thinks that his parents will appreciate his thought. It must be some big secret, Katsuki voiced. Unlike Izuku, he was picking up several white candles. Everyone is going to wonder about what the unexpected police barricade. Izuku headed toward the flower section and picked out his parents' favorite flowers. Okay, so he is picking his mom's favorite flower because he doesn't know his dad's favorite flowers. He saw Katsuki nearly doing the same thing. The only difference is that Katsuki is picking his father's favorite flowers because he doesn't know his mom's favorite flower. After picking their flowers of choice, Izuku went to grab 2 small memorial cross for his parents. He saw Katsuki grabbing 2 for his parents and 1 for his mother's best friend. As Izuku walked toward the checkout and pulled out his wallet to pay for their stuff, he noticed that the cashier was standing in front of the doors. We were ordered by the police to keep everyone inside until it is all clear to leave, the male cashier informed everyone in the funeral store. You can pay for your items, but you are not allowed to leave until it is safe to do so. Izuku went to pay for the items since he was the one carrying all their money. The cashier didn't notice their lack of parental supervision. He was too focused on answering the questions of the concerned individuals who are questioning him about the entire situation. No one knows what is happening or why they were forced to stay inside the building. From what Izuku was able to pick up, all the stores and buildings in the neighborhood are required to keep the people inside. Some police officers were blocking the doors in case anyone tries going outside. What the F is going on? Katsuki blurted out. I wish I knew, Izuku said as he looked at the items he purchases. I guess we are staying here for a few hours longer. Neptune wished he had killed the supervillain who set him up to be captured by several of the world's personifications. Was it really necessary to send out some of the most influential countries after him? He can't believe how fast everyone arrived to apprehend him once the supervillain sends the anonymous trip. At first, he tried blending in with the crows of individuals who are heading to work. That did not last long because the country known as Russia had found him and attempted to hit him with a pipe. Of course, everyone else who was at the scene begins panicking and yelling for their dear lives. He used that as the opportunity to run the F away to a different location. Unfortunately, he continues to run into different personification. At some point, he became surrounded by dozens of personifications. "I recommend you stop running," England recommended. He was clearly guarded and was prepared to defend and attack if needed. "Dude, I'm growing bored of all the chasing things," America commented. He appeared to be relaxed, but it is clear to see that he one wrong move away from attacking. It was entertaining for the first hour, but it's getting old. "We are not supposed to have fun," Germany reminded the nation. Behind him, there was Italy hiding behind the German nation. Neptune can suddenly hear a significant loud beeping within his chest. It was extremely faint when Neptune first ran away from the supervillain. By the time he left the boys alone, it was gradually growing louder. Now, Neptune can hear the beeping getting louder for each passing minute. Additionally, the frequency is significantly increasing. It is beeping every second, unlike yesterday, where the bomb planted inside of him was beeping once every 10 minutes. "Listen to me," Neptune pleaded. "I can't go with you. I need to get far away from here." "We can't do that," Russia warned. "The people of Neo-Atlantis strictly wanted you to capture and brought back to them." Neptune was growing more anxious for every passing second. He knows that the bomb the supervillain placed inside of him is going to go off at any moment. "No, stay away from me," Neptune shouted as he slowly stepped backwards. "You are going to get hurt if you don't let me. Besides, why are you helping them? They wanted to imprison Atlantis until she dies and find the personification of Neo-Atlantis." "Do you know where she is?" France asked. "I would love to meet such an unknown beauty as her." "France, this not time to flirt," China scolded. "You don't flirt with fugitives, even if they happen to be a personification." "Do anyone hear something beeping?" Japan noted. After a minute of identifying the source of the beeping noise, he faced directly at Neptune. "You hear that, Japan?" Neptune vocalized as he starred in Japan. "Some sick F placed a bomb inside of me. Really messed up dude." The noise from the bomb within him was getting louder, and the beeping was at a ridiculous speed. "Wait a second, there's a bomb inside of you," America yelled. "We need to evacuate everyone now." Neptune realized that it was too late to find an isolated location to die from the bomb implanted inside of him. He is going to have to make a difficult choice if he does not want to put innocent human lives at risk. He knows that are some people inside the local restaurants, shops, and apartments. Some authority people are standing in front of the doors so no one can go outside. It was at that moment that Neptune bitterly laughs about the situation he was in. He ignored the looks he was receiving from the personifications. He gave up running away and let the personifications inch closer to him. It was at that moment that Neptune decided to drop a bombshell at them. "Atlantis is dead," Neptune disclosed to the now shocked nations. "There is no point finding her unless you want a non-existence corpse." That halted the personification approaching him. "Do you know that she has a child?" Neptune shared as he discreetly pulls out a deadly switchblade from his pocket. "She met a human several years after I helped her escape from her own government." "Nations cannot give BRTH," China pointed out. "It simply does not happen." "Clearly, you guys don't know how to have a good time," Neptune counter as he continues to successfully hide the switchblade. "Besides, you are all forgetting that no one ever documented how Greece or Egypt came to be. Like ancient Egypt and ancient Greece, Atlantis is an equivalent to them." Neptune knows that the personification was hesitant to believe him. It doesn't matter to him because he is going to die real soon. "Neo-Atlantis is her child," Neptune continued as he prepares to use the switchblade on himself. "You'll never find him. We all made sure that he and the other personification can live a life that has some type of normalcy." "Where is Neo-Atlantis?" Germany demanded. "He needs to return to his respective." "No, he doesn't," Neptune interrupted. "She loved him too much to let him under the care of the same people who wanted her imprisoned and to slowly die in isolation." "We can work something out," Italy suggested. "We can convince them to dash." "No," Neptune quickly said. "Neo-Atlantis, his personification best friend, and all the missing personifications she was on the verge of tracking down are all safe to live their lives at peace. I'm just attempting to fulfill her last wish." Before anyone can demand Neptune to explain everything in more detail, Neptune revealed the switchblade that he planned to use. No one can react fast enough to stop Neptune from ending himself by stabbing himself in the heart. He stood standing for a few seconds before his body fell to the ground. At the same time, the beeping noise Japan noted had suddenly stopped. On that day, the last living being who was aware of Earth's existence had died. Neptune was someone who happens to be born into a royally corrupt family. He befriended Atlantis when he was young because his parents would often ignore him. He knew Atlantis was a prisoner of her own country who wanted freedom. He grew up being a prince of a country who was at a 200-year civil war. Everyone at Atlantis has a significantly longer lifespan than the rest of the world, which made the long civil war possible. Eventually, everyone in his family was imprisoned. He was imprisoned with Atlantis in an isolated room located within the palace. When the first opportunity came to escape, he let Atlantis escape as he fought the guards. Years later, he was able to escape. The first thing he did was track down Atlantis and catch up with her. To his surprise, he shockingly discovered that she became immortal. She was immortal the moment she was imprisoned. She was no longer a personification because Atlantis was dissolved in response of the Civil War. Unlike Prussia, she has no family to sustain her life, similar to a personification. He was originally confused about why she was not dead at the moment. It wasn't until he saw her son that he knew the answer. It happens that her son was born the moment Neo-Atlantis established its new government and became official. She's only alive because her son was keeping her alive. After spending 4 hours trapped inside the store with Kacchan, the cashier allowed everyone to exit it outside of the building. By the time he and Kacchan made it back to the warehouse, Izuku collapsed in front of the door. He dropped the keys to the ground. The memorial cross he got for his parents was scattered on the ground. The flowers he obtained for his mother were luckily not crushed and were lying on the grass. Besides, for some scattered petals, the flowers were just fine. "What the hell, nerd?" Katsuki blurted out as he dropped the stuff he was carrying. He grabs one of Izuku's arms, placed it on his shoulders, picked up the dropped house keys, and opened the door. "What was that about?" "I'm tired from the long day," Izuku yawned. "I blank out for a bit." "I'm sorry, Kacchan." "Don't do that again," Katsuki warned as he dragged Izuku inside the warehouse. "We have to stick together now. We can't lose each other," Izuku mumbled. He noticed that he was suddenly lying on the couch while Kacchan was giving him a glare. "Die and I will bring you back to life so I can kill you again," Katsuki swore. "Can you bring the stuff inside?" Izuku tiredly pleaded. "We can place the memorial cross and the flowers tomorrow." Katsuki did not give him an answer but went outside to collect the items. Izuku was feeling so tired, but he doesn't know why. He's also experiencing a mixture of dread and fear, but he doesn't know why he was feeling this dread and fear. He's safe. Kacchan is safe. No one is hurting them, and they are currently located in a secure location filled with resources his parent left behind for him. "What's up with that look?" Katsuki questioned. "You look like someone is being tortured in front of you." Izuku doesn't know why, but he feels like something bad is happening at the moment. If only he knew the answer to the question of why his mind is internally screaming that someone is in danger. Katsuki is the one and only most important person in his life right now. Izuku simply squeezes the couch he was lying on with both of his hands as he attempts to reassure himself that nothing wrong is going on in the world. He closed his eyes as he took a rest. There stood a curly green hair boy with a long wool tunic with precious stones sewn on the lower half of the tunic. The tunic was dyed in gold color, with complex indigo patterns that go well with the lapis sewn onto his tunic. The boy was aimlessly staring at the sky, pondering about the other types of civilization that are presented in this world. The boy reached out his hand to the sun out and made a grasping motion to the sun. "What are you doing?" a voice asked behind him. The boy turned his head to see a tall, well-built man wearing a tan tunic with gold engraving in his tunic. Unlike the boy, the man's tunic had precious red stones sewn onto it. It was clear that the two beings belong in the upper class of society. "I wanted to see if I could grab the sun," the boy admitted as he places his hand on his side. "I wonder if the sun has a personification of its own. If the gods and goddess we worshipped lived in the sun, I think the sun may have a personification," the male chuckled. The boy noticed the male's tensed posture and the forced smile that was placed on the male's face. The muscle on the man's body was rigid, which further shows to the boy that man was stressed. "Sumer, what's wrong?" the boy worriedly asked. "You look miserable. Is there something going on?" "Zizi, it's nothing you should be preoccupied with," the man known as Sumer reassured. "You're lying," Zizi accused. "Are your siblings trying to obtain control of the capital?" "They always trying to expand their territory," Sumer reminded Zizi. "Are they trying to pressure you to give me up?" Zizi questioned as he turned to face Sumer and places his hands on his hips. "I'm staying with you no matter what. You are the world's representation," Sumer pointed out. "Anyone would love to have the world within their hands." Zizi knew what the man was trying to hide. It was the same reason why he was attempting to grab a hold of the sun, despite knowing that he has no power to grab and control the sun. He cannot magically make the sunless bright for the people. The soil has gone too long without water. The people here need water for their CRPs and to drink. There is a drought occurring, but there was nothing he could do to stop the drought. "The drought is not ending," Zizi noted as his face became grim. "I have a really bad feeling about the climate." Summer took a deep breath as if he knew what Zizi was saying was true. "What's your feeling?" Sumer inquired. The climate is changing, we need to grow different CRPs to reduce the impact of the upcoming famine, I sense, and the sacrifices your people bring to the gods and goddess is costing too much, Zizi explained. His face was distraught, as if he knew that the worst is going to happen. We are going to lose over half of the population in a century if he don't adapt quickly enough. We need to tell the king, Sumer breathed. What else do we need to do? We need to stop the fighting within the cities and communities, Zizi added. Sumer and Zizi immediately head toward the king and wealthy people of the civilization. However, despite the protests of Sumer and Zizi, the warnings Zizi had shared were quickly dismissed. One wealthy male told Zizi that it's necessary to sacrifice a high amount of cattle, CRPs, and precious resources to the gods and goddesses. No one would listen to Zizi was he warned about the lasting impact of the drought and how the drought will not leave anytime soon. The king had the audacity to tell that Zizi was a little naive to be the world's chosen personification. Izuku felt oddly offended when he woke up from his sleep. He was still sleeping on the couch, and Kacchan was in the room. From what he remembered from the previous day, Kacchan didn't say anything that indicated an insult or questioning of his skills or capabilities. Izuku cannot think of why he felt like someone said something to offend him or doubt his skills. What's wrong with him? Are you up yet? Katsuki shouted from the room that was made into a kitchen. Yes, Izuku confirmed. He got off the couch and headed to the kitchen. There was already a plate of cereal ready for him to take and eat. Kacchan was already slowly eating his bowl of cereal. It's still hard for Izuku to believe that they are truly alone. As he numbly eat his cereal, he wonders what would have been the best for them. Do they falsely believe that their parents will come back one day in the distant future or know that they died? The ache in his chest still hurts so much. Would it have been better to live in a fantasy that has him believing that mom and dad will return one day in the future? I'm not hungry, Katsuki commented as he pushes his bowl of cereal away. If you're not hungry, let's just place the memorial crosses in the back. Izuku lost his appetite all of a sudden. He pushed his bowl of cereal away from him as he headed toward the living room he was sleeping at. He grabbed the memorial cross that represents his mom and dad while cradling the flowers he got yesterday. He noticed that the flowers he got were placed in a random vase, most likely due to Kacchan placing the flowers in the vase. Once he feels ready, Izuku walked out of the front entrance door and walked toward the back of the warehouse. The back of the warehouse was simply a large patch of trees that keep the backside of the warehouse hidden. However, there is a small space of ground that was only covered in grass. Izuku sticks one memorial cross for his mother and one for his father. The soil's composition made it easier for him to jab the pointing part of the cross onto the ground. Once the two memorial crosses were placed, he pulled out a black Sharpie and wrote the names of his parents. Bakugo Inko. Bakugo Hisashi. Izuku never understood why his father had chosen his mother's maiden name or why his mom kept the surname of her adopted family. He's not judging his parents' decisions. However, he is curious if his father and mother have more family scattered in Japan. A grandfather? A grandmother? A cousin? Are the remaining and unknown family members alive, deceased heroes, or villains? He may never know the answer to that question. A boy can dream of having some loving family members appear in his life and want to take care of him. However, his mother's biological family likely wanted nothing to do with him or doesn't know he exists. Izuku took a glance at Kacchan to see how far he was in his man-made memorial site for his parents and family friend. He noted that Kacchan had the same idea about writing his parents' name and his family friend's name. However, it was extremely odd that Neptune does not have a surname. Mom always called him Neptune, Katsuki mentioned. He doesn't have a family. Izuku looked at the memorial site he created and placed his mother's favorite flowers. After gently placing the flowers on the ground, his heart was aching, and it was like his heart was in pain. He knows he's healthy, but he feels like there's a hole in his heart. Unconsciously, Izuku clutched his chest as if it helps with the agony on his heart. His stomach feels so empty that it feels like someone is trying a knot inside of him. As his delayed reaction suddenly come full force, he noticed that he had to produce silent tears. That could explain the cloudy vision he experiencing. It's real, Izuku choked as more tears fell. No more meals, no more stories, no more love. No one to call hag, no one to smother me, Katsuku weakly added. His eyes were watery, but he was not crying as Izuku. Why did this happen? Izuku asked to no one in particular. Why did mom and dad go? Why was dad killed without mercy? Katsuki heavily breathed. What was mom doing that it got her killed? For everyone to die. I want my mom, I want my dad. Kacchan, Izuku sobbed as he surprisingly pulls his friend in a tight hug. No more going to the beach. No more playtime. No more stories, no more of mom and dad telling me to do things I don't like, Katsuki weakly said as he recuperated the hug. Izuku ignored the nagging feeling behind his head. The feeling that there is more to the situation than his loved one died. He knows how the 5 adults who died were not normal, but he doesn't know why. I'm going to find the truth, Izuku vowed, still not letting Kacchan free from his hug. What truth? Katsuki weakly questioned. The truth for everything that had happened, Izuku swore. For why our parents were scared. For why we went into hiding. For why they disappeared and died. For why Neptune left us alone. We need to know Kacchan. It's the only way we get peace. Yesterday, Izuku was tired and drained of energy. He spent all day crying, reminiscing of past memories, and spending long moments of silence with Kacchan. He doesn't remember if he ate lunch, dinner, or a type of snack the day before. If he didn't eat anything besides the few bites of cereal yesterday, it could explain why he was so hungry right now. He reached for the box of generic store version of Cheerios Kacchan had left on the counter yesterday and stuffed his hand inside the box. After grabbing a fistful of bland Cheerios, he stuffed the dry cereals in his mouth. He didn't care that Kacchan was entering the kitchen and saw him eating cereals with his hand. To prove his lack of care, Izuku made direct eye contact with Kacchan as he stuffed more cereal in his mouth. Why? Katsuki questioned with a hint of disbelief. We have bowls, spoons, and milk. I was hungry, Izuku stated after he finished chewing his cereal. And this box was the first thing I saw. I'm also hungry, Katsuki pointed out. He grabbed 2 bowls, 2 spoons, and a box generic store version of Fruit Loops before he continued talking. But you don't see me stuffing my hand on an open box of cereal. You are an uncultured swine then, Izuku joked. He ignored the bowl that places right in front of him by Katsuki. You don't know how to have fun. You don't know how to eat like a normal person, Katsuki counted. He poured milk in his bowl before pouring milk in the bowl in front of Izuku. Normal person, Izuku said in a dramatic tone as he pointed to his bowl of milk. A normal person pour in the cereal before pouring the milk in the bowl. You, a monster, pour in milk first. Just put some cereal in the bowl, Katsuki sighed. I'm not going to have this argument with you. Deciding that Izuku did his part pointing out Kacchan's barbaric cereal making procedures, he put some cereal in his bowl. Once deciding that there was enough cereal in his bowl, Izuku started to eat. Occasionally, he and Kacchan would talk about the dumb shit the other person had done in the past. Still, despite the light mood, Izuku felt something was off. He doesn't know why he feels the need to move around and that invisible warning bells were chiming in his head. He considered telling Kacchan about the odd feelings he was experiencing. Opening his mouth, Izuku was about to tell Kacchan what he has been thinking about throughout the morning. However, Katsuki spoke first. You're not too bad, Deku, Katsuki admitted out of nowhere. Out of everyone to be stuck in this crappy situation, I'm lucky that it's you standing by my side. Never mind, Izuku will continue to keep everything he was experiencing in the morning to himself. You're strong, Kacchan, Izuku noted. Our parents were strong people, so we need to continue being strong. We need to get stronger, Katsuki emphasized. You need to train your quirk. Can I control other elements? Izuku muttered. Can I control multiple elements at once? What are the limitations of my quirk? Can I control wind or plants produced by a quirk? Can I manipulate other quirks if they are element-based? What if dash? Finish you DMN cereal, Katsuki interrupted. You can go on your spiel after you practice your quirk. Izuku totally did not gulp down everything in front of the bowl before running outside to practice his quirk. Katsuki sighs as he followed the green head boy outside, leaving his nearly empty bowl on the table. Somewhere in this appealing world, Sealand and Saborga were at WY's state of residence. Currently, everyone was waiting for the other micronations to arrive for their regularly scheduled Micronations Club meetings. WY was painting while she waits for the club meeting to start, while Sealand and Saborga were debating on what food to order. Sealand is trying to convince Saborga to order a chocolate cake. But I don't want strawberry cake, Sealand complained. You got to pick the dessert last time, Saborga. Sealand, you eat chocolate all the time, Saborga pointed out. How are you not sick of chocolate yet? I love chocolate, Sealand responded. Please Saborga, order the chocolate cake. No, we are not ordering the dessert until the others have arrived, Saborga replied. WY, when did the others said they will be arriving? They should have arrived by now, WY noted as she continues painting. They are 10 minutes late. Is there construction nearby? Sealand asked. If they were, we would have noticed, Saborga reminded Sealand. We were taking the same path to WY's place. We can wait longer, WY suggested. It's not like we have the same responsibilities as the nations. Sealand pouted for a bit before trying to find something to do at WY's home. It was so boring in WY's place. She has no video games, fun toys, or pets to play with. Sealand noticed the art material scattered in Y's home, but he is not risking angering WY. He's not so bold to use WY's art materials without asking. Heck, he knows better than asking WY to use her art materials. After looking at every room to find something to do, Sealand decided that he has better luck finding something fun to do outside. He immediately went outside and scouted the area for something fun to do. Although it is tempting to wander further away WY's home, Sealand forced himself to stay near the area while he waits for the other micronations to arrive. When he saw the clouds that were floating in the skies, Sealand started to count to the clouds floating as a way to pass some times. Once counting clouds became repetitive, he began to observe each cloud and see what each cloud looked like. He saw one cloud in a shape of a horse, a cloud that resembled a bunny, and several other clouds that looked like animals. Sealand, a weak voice called out from afar. Sealand faces toward the direction where he heard the voice. What he saw was Kugelmugel weakly crawling toward him. The more Sealand focused on Kugelmugel, the more Sealand noticed how beaten the micronation appeared to be. It looked like Kugelmugel got into an altercation with someone more powerful than him. Just like nations, micronations have some increased healing capabilities. However, whatever Kugelmugel escaped from must be a real threat if the micronation is still recovering from the damage inflicted on him. Kugelmugel, what happened? Sealand shouted. He lifted one of Kugelmugel's arm and dragged him inside WY's home. An evil man, Kugelmugel breathed. He was struggling to walk as Sealand approached the front door. Hot River was helping me find WY's home. Molasia joined us a bit later. Sealand opened the door and lay Kugelmugel down on one of WY's couches. WY will understand the blood staining on the couch and that a friend needs medical attention. Kugelmugel, Sealand, what happened? Saborga yelled. WY, do you have something for Kugelmugel? WY searched for some bandages, rubbing alcohol, and wipes for the injured micronations. Saborga was doing his best to comfort Kugelmugel while Sealand continued with his questioning. An evil man ambushed us, Kugelmugel cried. He was struggling to compose himself. He used an explosion-like quirk on us. Molasia used his body to shield me from most of the damage. Who will do that? WY stated as she arrived with the materials. She beginning cleaning the wounds that were still present on Kugelmugel's body. I used feather veil to create a barrier around Molasia, Kugelmugel continued. Hot River used his quirk, Laser Eyes, to produce lasers. But the evil man used another quirk to deflect the lasers. 2 quirks, Saborga gasped. No, multiple, Kugelmugel corrected. He was wincing in pain every few seconds as WY continued to clean his wounds. Hot River detected the evil man using multiple quirks. What happened? Sealand questioned. Why isn't Molasia and Hot River with you? Molasia was the first to collapse and became unconscious, Kugelmugel explains. His quirks are not useful for battle. Me and Hot River were against someone with multiple quirks, quirks that can easily hurt the both of us. Kugelmugel stayed silent for a few seconds before continuing. Hot River and I knew we didn't stand a chance, Kugelmugel continued. He was clutching his fist as a facial expression turned into a mixture of frustration and agony. Our quirks are not suited for fighting compared to you or the major powers of the world. His last words to me to run as he stalled our attacker. I was heavily injured, but I had enough strength to produce some feathers to create a distraction. Sealand pulled out his phone and prepared to call England. Despite getting into arguments with England over his status in the world, Sealand knows that England will take any threat seriously. England is also one of the world's major powers, which means that people will take him more seriously than him. If Sealand was to call everyone, he risks of everyone believing that the micronations are setting a prank. It's no secret to the nations of the world that the micronations meet monthly or that he has a reputation of a prankster. Micronations are not taken as seriously as nations, which means that the micronations are often excluded from most world meetings or that the nations of the world withhold some information when it comes to micronations. I'm calling England, Sealand informed everyone. He pressed call on England's contact information and waited for England to pick up the phone. After several seconds, Sealand thought that his call went to voicemail. Sealand's fingers nearly pressed the end call button, but there was a blast of concentrated air coming from one of the walls. Sealand was caught off guard and dropped his phone on the ground. It's him, Kugelmugel warned. We need to run. Sealand saw a man with slightly curled white hair, luminous red eyes, and a dark suit. The man was stupidly tall with imitating features to match how well built the man is. This must be the person Kugelmugel was struggling to fight against and barely escaped from. Sealand can understand why Kugelmugel was so scared and shaken up. This unknown man gave a suffocating aura that induced immediate fear to those surrounding him. He himself was growing scared and wishing for Finland or Sweden to save him. Hundreds of years old but with the faces of children, the unknown man commented. What is your secret to your existence as personifications? Sealand had little time to push WY and Kugelmugel out of the next concentrated air shot the man had fired. At the same time, Saborga used his quirk, size distortion, to grow up to 30 feet tall and hold the roof of the nearly collapsing house as the man produces more shockwaves from the concentrated air shot. Sealand understands that the man must be after personifications, but he doesn't know for what reason. He used his quirk, imagination, to create 2 jetpacks. While Seberage was holding up the roof of the house, Sealand used the opportunity to discreetly give the jetpack to WY and Kugelmugel. It must be Saborga's intention to buy time for the others to escape because he was standing tall as he carries the heavy weight of the house. He did not miss how Saborga was groaning in pain as he was taking most of the damages from the man or how he was maneuvering his body in a way that shields the 3 other micronations from any attacks. WY, Kumjalujal, use these jetpacks to fly out of here, Sealand said. He assisted in putting the jetpack on Kujalujal while WY put her jetpack on. WY, you will need to guide Kumjalujal. What about you, Sealand? WY questioned. You can't be staying here. Seberage is going to collapse out of exhaustion any minute now, Sealand revealed. If the intruder has multiple quirks, there is a chance that he will have a quirk that allows him to follow us. You can't be suggesting that you will stall him after Seberage collapse from exhaustion, WY pointed out. It's the first day of summer, your winter's kid quirk is weakened. As the leader of the club, I protect the other members, Sealand quietly announced. Now get out of here to warn England and the others. Sealand stood in front of the WY and Kumjalujal as they discreetly escaped from a window. Once 2 micronations exited out of the house, Sealand shut the window and saw the 2 micronations flying away. They were gone from sight after a few seconds of leaving the area, leaving him and Saborga alone with the intruder. Sealand began producing snow within his palms as he rushed toward the slowly shrinking Saborga. Saborga, Sealand shouted. I'm going to use my quirk. It's summer, Seberage breathed as he tried not to shrink any smaller. I know, Sealand acknowledged. He's terrified. He's scarred. He knows that he will get hurt. However, he can't risk for any more personifications to be captured. 2 capture personifications are better than 4. It takes a lot more effort for Sealand to produce a large quantity of snow around him than he admits. He nearly hesitated when he made eye contact with the intruder, who was clearly amused at his attempts to fight him. He feels himself nearly panicking as his vision begins to blur and the false feeling of suffocation was growing. Seberage, get ready to shrink, carry me, and run after the second snow barrier, Sealand calls out as he manipulated the snow to surround the unknown man. He quickly condensed the snow around the unknown man and tapped him within the newly formed dome. You will keep running as I try to put on more snow barriers. Sealand knows that the man with multiple quirks would most likely have a quick that would allow him to easily escape the snow imprisonment. Sealand hopes that if was continuously placed another layer of a snow dome, it will buy more time for him and Seberage to escape. If they are lucky, the house will collapse on the man. Now, Sealand yelled as he created more snow to make a second snow dome to encase the first one. Sealand felt himself being tossed on Seberage's back. He was too tired to notice anything else. If he continues to produce more snow, he's going to pass out of exhaustion. He's already pushing beyond his limitations, but he cannot stop. He continues to produce more snow to form the last layer before he felt the sun's warmth on his skin. He also heard WY's house collapsing on the ground, most likely killing the intruder inside of their home. We escaped, Seberage smiled as he collapsed on the ground. There is no way he survived that. I'm going to take a quick nap. Sealand fell to the ground and felt himself rolling on the ground for a few seconds. He turned his head to the right to look at the unconscious body of Seberage. He should probably do something about the other micronation, but his body felt too weak to move. Using Winter's Kid in the summer always required extra concentration and energy. For now, he will wait for his body to recover. He will probably need to get a new phone, too, since it was underneath the rubble. Well, that was very entertaining, a familiar voice chuckled. You put more of a fight compared to the pro heroes who had fallen before me. Sealand's eyes widen as he sees a shadow of a man at the corner of his eyes. How did the unknown man survive a building collapsing over him? It's pointless to kill you, knowing that you will be revived, the voice continued. How? Sealand whimpered in fear. He's too weak to move, and his mind is too muddled to focus on creating an object from his imagination. He's scared about how much the man knows about the existence of personification since he clearly knows that he won't stay dead. You have so much in common with humans, the voice commented. The human characteristics, the cognitive ability, the ability to build or destroy, the ability emphasize, to socialize, and live in. A society. However, personifications deviate from the norms placed in society. Sealand's suspicion about the unknown man knowing about personification was proven right. You deviate from the compartments set in place by society, the man chuckled in amusement. Your longevity, pre-existing enhancements, and ability to nullify the effects of all for one is truly amazing. Sealand felt a cold hand on his forehead. You see, child, I cannot take your quirk, the man sighs in disappointment. I want to know the secrets of your existence and take it for myself. Sealand was greeted with the face of the slightly curled, white-hair man looming over him. He felt a hand placed on a pressure point that will make him unconscious. I will find the secret to Earth's existence, the man dictated. And I will make the name All for One immortalize for centuries to come. Sealand's world turned pitch black once the man applied pressure to his pressure point. In the cusp of Izuku's hand, there was a small, flickering flame radiating warmth. The more he practiced with his mysterious quirk, the more he discovered the elements he could manipulate and create. Izuku made sure to not lit any of the neighboring trees that are keeping the warehouse hidden from plain sight. Kacchan was documenting everything he was doing so it could be analyzed later. Right now, they discovered that he controlled plant life, water, air, and fire. Testing if Izuku can manipulate the fire to form an image, Izuku focused on making the fire resemble the five-pointed star. By visually imagining a five-pointed star within his mind, Izuku created a brightly lit star image made out of the fire. It was 7 inches in height and width at the biggest before it shrunk down half its size. You can control the shape of fire, Katsuki noted, writing down what he said on a plain notebook. Isn't cool, Izuku cheered as he transformed the star. He shaped the fire into a stick person. It's like I control the elements around me. Your quirk is broken, Katsuki commented. He was drawing the shapes Izuku was creating, knowing that the nerd will want it documented. It resembles more like the magic you see in fictional stories. If magic was real, I would have thought my quirk was magic, Izuku admitted. He stopped manipulating the fire, which causes the fire to vanish out of his palm. Still, I think my quirk is the closest thing to magic. I mean, look at this. Izuku planted some random vegetable seeds in random places in the forests before experimenting with his quirk today. He turned to the direction where he planted most vegetable seeds, much to Kacchan's confusion. While his back was facing Kacchan and the warehouse, Izuku prepared to clear his mind and mentally prepare himself to make the seeds sprout. For now, Izuku knows that his quirk required hand movements of some kind. He reached out his arms and gently lifted them slowly up to the sky. As he lifted his arms up, he made sure his fingers were pointing to the ground. Show off, Katsuki mumbled. We get it. Your quirk defies the logic of the world. Izuku would have to agree with that statement. The seeds he planted had become fully mature vegetable plants sprouting a variety of vegetables. There were random patches of carrots, broccoli, leeks, beets, potatoes, peppers, kale, Brussels sprouts, and a few other vegetables. Oh, and there was a few tomato patches. Izuku forgot that he planted some tomato seed, and the tomatoes are classified as a fruit. The ground is my realm, and I am the ruler, Izuku joked. He grabbed a random carrot from the ground, turned around, and tossed it to Katsuki. I created that carrot, Kacchan. I will be choosing on what food we grow for the rest of our childhood. Katsuki was barely able to catch the carrot as he drops the notebook and pencil. He gave Izuku a slight glare before biting into the carrot. With the most serious, neutral expression Katsuki was able to muster, he voiced out opinion about the carrot. It tastes like sheet, Katsuki mentioned as he looked at the carrot. You could do better. You take that back, Izuku gasped in the most dramatic way possible. I made dozens of plants grow out little seeds. Seeds. Doesn't excuse how shitty it tastes, Katsuki shrugged, waving the bitten carrot around. I could do better if I had your quirk. That's it, I'm growing your least favorite vegetables, Izuku causally commented. Poor Kacchan, he will be stuck eating Brussels sprout. You little sheet, Katsuki replied before eating the rest of the carrot. But seriously, did you really need to grow all of this? Izuku saw Kacchan pointing to all the vegetable plants he made to grow into full maturity. They were all disorganized, scattered at random places, and would most likely be taken over by weeds. It looked like a child had dropped some seeds without a clear plan. Izuku should probably plan out a layout if he wanted to grow some vegetables and tomatoes to eat. He also should get a freezer to store the vegetables once they get too cold. Yes, Izuku confirmed, nodding his head to Katsuki's question. Izuku's uneasiness didn't disappear after practicing his quirk with Kacchan. At the moment, he was distracted by the wonders of his quirk and all the amazing things he can do. However, after spending hours practicing his quirk, he felt a sense of dread returning within the depth of his stomach. He's safe, and there is nothing horrible happening to him right now. Why was he feeling like this? It was like something deep inside his heart was telling him that something terrible is happening, but what? It was that feeling that Izuku was thinking about ways he can use his quirk for personal defense and attack. Although he is planning to keep his quirk a secret, he needs to prepare for the worst-case situation. It's an unpleasant thought, but he doesn't know where he will be put into a position where using his quirk will be the solution to save his life or the life of others. He needs to practice aiming his quirk at a specific target and create a wide range of attacks while incorporating different elements. Additionally, he will need practice in creating barriers for potential situations where he needs to make a defense. Why does it feel like I'm preparing for battle? Izuku whispered to himself. He was ignoring Kacchan snoring from the lower bunk bed. For the next few hours, Izuku's mind was filled with thoughts about potential ways he can use his quirk for fighting purposes. The knife underneath his pillow brought a strange sense of comfort, for reasons unknown to him. It was something he started doing today without a definitive reason. However, it gives him a sense of calm and reduces the feeling of dread and fear that still lingers. What an odd way to start the summer, Izuku mumbled before he drifted to sleep. Somewhere in this appealing yet cruel world. Out of all the nations, England viewed himself as one of the more serious nations. Yes, he will admit that he sometimes gets into disagreements with others. Especially America, that nation always drags others to his nonsense. Really, he was growing tired of how every world meeting ended in several nations getting into petty fights or bickering among themselves. He tries to be rational, but when France or America said something ludicrous or impossibly stupid, he can't stop himself from getting involved. One would expect that after spending hundreds of years of living on this planet, everyone would have learned to take their responsibility more seriously. But it's more fun to make a game of chasing a criminal or who can find the lost personifications of the world. There are bets on finding the lost personifications, the possible number of personifications, and doing these silly little games. If they have spent the same amount of time and energy finding Neo-Atlantis and the other unknown personifications, they would have been found already. The spells are not working, Flying Mint Bunny, England sighs as he put his hands on his face. He has been spending the past few days searching in his library for a spell to track down the personifications or get an estimated location of their current residence. In his library, there are open books placed randomly on the tables. England has been reading dozens of books to find a spell that will help them find the personifications the late prince spoke of. How hard is it to find a few children? Yes, he's calling them children. On multiple occasions, an older nation finds the recently found personification alone, lost, and extremely young. You can often predict the future by identifying the patterns that were present in the past. England groaned as he prepares to find another book that can assist him in tracking the lost personifications. However, he heard his phone ringing in his pocket. He ignored it for several seconds as he grabbed the next book from the shelf and placed it on the table. Afterward, he looked at the caller ID of his phone to see Sealand calling him. Sealand is likely calling him to either prank him or ask for something he has. Today is where the micronations are meeting at WY's home for their regularly scheduled club meeting. While mentally preparing for a prank, he answered the phone. He didn't expect an explosion or someone shouting that they need to run. Sealand, what's going on? England shouting, pressing the phone to his ear. Selan, why do I hear an explosion? England heard the sound of nearly collapsing infrastructure, indicated by the sound of falling rubble. Don't tell him that Sealand had dropped the phone. Sealand, are you there? England asked. He knows that Sealand was nowhere near his phone, but there's always that tiny possibility that he is proven wrong. If you think I'm letting you get near them, I'm so sorry to be the one to disappoint you, a voice that sounds like Saborga taunted from the phone. Hurting children, really? They're like babies. To England, it sounds like someone had planned to harm the micronations. That shouldn't be possible. The existence of personifications is known to a select few. Awfully brave, braver than most, a deep, male voice acknowledged from the phone. Most would have cowered in fear or run away in a vain attempt to preserve their life. That voice sounds strangely familiar. Where had he heard that voice? Why does that voice bring a sense of fear within him? Please, I'm not like them, Saborga responded from the phone. Who would leave a lass, a sailor kid, and a shy kid to be brutally maimed by a BSTRD like you? Oh, I am very aware of that fact, the voice chuckled in amusement from the phone. Out of the Italian brothers, Saborga is considered to be the bravest out of the brothers. However, that doesn't mean that he is immune to stupidity. He can hear Saborga cursing in pain / he must be taking most of the damage from the intruder. After a few minutes, he heard Sealand shouting at Saborga. No, Sealand. You should have escaped with the others. What are you doing staying beside Saborga, an older personification, to fight against an unknown intruder? I'm going to use my quirk, Sealand shouted from the phone. England tried shouting from the phone to convince Sealand to not engage with the unknown intruder. It's summer. Sealand cannot utilize too much of his winter's kid quirk without severe consequences. A useful quirk if Sealand was in an Arctic climate or during winter. He's going to seriously get himself hurt if he tries to play hero. He's not America. He should not be playing hero. All he could do is listen to Sealand talking to Saborga about his next plan of action. Now, Sealand yelled from the phone. It felt like a lifetime, but he heard the sound of a house collapsing. He needs to go to WY's home immediately before they are placed in any more danger. Before he hanged up the phone, he heard the noise of Sealand's phone being picked up. Sealand, I was so worried about you, England frantically stated. You know you can't use your winter's kid quirk in the summer in that manner. There were several seconds of silence through the phone. Hello, England, an amused voice chuckled. Sealand and Saborga are quite the character, aren't they? No, the intruder is alive? How did he survive from a collapsing home? You bloody git, you better stay away from Sealand or the others, England threatened through the phone. Or I'll personally make sure you suffer the consequences for harming my little brother or his friends. You don't remember me, England, the voice condescendingly asked on the phone. After I took a lot of time researching your existence. Wait, the voice referred to him as England. He knows that Sealand has his contact information underneath a boring old git. How does this unknown individual know about that name? Who the bloody hell dash, England spoke before he was quickly interrupted on the phone. I will make sure to tell my captives about my name, the voice amusedly told England through the phone. I will make sure they will not forget my name as you had, England. England had thought the man had stopped talking, but the unknown man continued speaking. They will not forget the name All for One. I will make sure they learn to fear that name, the voice chuckled before the phone was cut off. No, Sealand, Saborga, and some micronations are captured by All for One. How is he going to Italy and Romano that their brother had been kidnapped by All for One? How will he tell the sweating that the kid he bought from eBay had been abducted by All for One? He is going to need to organize an emergency meeting immediately with all nations and micronations involved. No exceptions or excuses allowed. During those random summer days, Izuku made a joke about becoming vigilantes. Sure, heroes are great, but they are bound by the restrictions placed by several governing bodies. To become a hero, you need to go to a school, spend 3 years learning information you will need for the field, get a provisional license, and spend countless hours internship underneath a hero. When he initially made that joke with Kacchan, he thought it would be something they would laugh about. Seriously, he is turning 7 years old in July. Kacchan is currently 7 years old. Izuku never heard of a 7-year-old vigilante protecting the common folks, fighting gangs, and stopping villains from hurting civilians. Vigilante gets themselves in serious situations without a network of people to support them if they need additional support or die alone without no one knowing the person underneath their vigilante persona. Izuku should have known that his joke would not stay as a joke. There were several rooms that were off-limits in the warehouse, under all the adults' requests. Izuku didn't care that he wasn't allowed to enter certain rooms while the adults could. Mom would always say that it was too dangerous for a child to go into the rooms and to wait until he is older. After his parents' passing, Izuku continued to respect that rule. Kacchan also continued to respect that rule until today. Right. Now, Izuku was in one of those rooms after hearing Kacchan repeatedly shout "Die" from the kitchen. When he followed the voice of his best friend's endless yelling, it leads to one of those forbidden rooms Izuku was never allowed to enter. Pushing the slightly open door, Izuku entered the room and saw that Kacchan was punching a punching bag. What you got there, Kacchan? Izuku noted, pointing to the punching bag that was out of the open. His friend gave the most deadpan stare before picking up the pink smoothie that Izuku failed to see behind his friend. Lifting up the smoothing from the ground, Kacchan took a long sip of the smoothie before replying to Izuku's question. A strawberry smoothie, Katsuki answered as he purposely avoided answering Izuku's question. There's more at the kitchen. Izuku knows the room they are occupying was mostly empty, besides the random mechanical parts scattered at one corner of the room. There was also a large industrial-size workbench aside from one of the walls of the room. Where the maple workbench was placed, there was a neatly organized tool stable with a wide assortment of tools. If that wasn't enough tools for one person, there was also an oil-color toolbox drawer right next to the workbench. There was also a huge closet door on another side of the warehouse that appeared to be unopened. Why are you in this room? Izuku questioned. He was at awe of things in the room, wondering why his parents would need a workbench and tools. As far as he knows, his parents aren't the type of people who tinker in mechanics. I was curious, Katsuki replied. And saw all the cool stuff here. So you punched the punching bag, Izuku followed up. He pointed at the punching bag again to emphasize his point. You know we are not allowed to be here until we are older. We are older, Katsuki counter, giving a sheet-eating smile to Izuku. We can train to become vigilantes. I was joking about that, Izuku stammered. We are too young for that, we can wait until we are older for that. We have the sheet to make it possible, Katsuki announced, spreading his arms wide to emphasize his point. Look at all of this sheet. We can make our own equipment, costumes, and everything we need to start our vigilante career. I thought you want to go to UA, Izuku recalled. You wanted us to become heroes together. We can stop the vigilante life after we graduate, Katsuki dismissed, placing his arms to his side. Why do you want us to become vigilantes? Izuku curiously inquired. He wanted to know the reasoning for Kacchan's sudden interest to become vigilantes. Why did his best friend take the joke seriously? Truth, Katsuki revealed, adopting a somber look. I wanted to know the truth about our parents. Ah, the truth of their parents. The people who loved them unconditionally and dedicated their entire adulthood to raising them to be productive members of society. Izuku will be lying if he says that he didn't care about knowing more about their parents. It was clear that they were scared of something known to them but continued to remain unknown to him or Kacchan. They would be gone at odd hours and would whisper in hushed tones on multiple occasions. How does becoming vigilantes will help us find the truth about our parents? Izuku questioned. We both known that they were killed, Katsuki explained. We stop crime, take down some groups, interrogate some people, and it will lead to you discovering the one responsible for killing our parents. That's going to be hard, Izuku shared. We need to train a bit before we start. Izuku looked at the unopened closet, internally debating if he should open the door. When he eventually decides that he should open the closet door, he walked up to the closet and swung the door open. Inside the large closet, a ridiculous amount of equipment such as different types of body armor, self-defense weapons, random melee weapons, different types of explosives, and random mechanical parts. All of this was neatly organized in the closet and looked well maintained. The more Izuku looked at the stuff, the more questions he has about his parents, Kacchan's parents, and Neptune. Who the F were they if they had all of this neatly organized and well maintained? How much does he actually know about his mother and father if Izuku never knew about the stuff they tried to hide from him? Izuku's glanced at Katsuki saw the same confusion on his face. It appeared that both of them are learning more about their parents after their death than during the time they were still alive. Somewhere in this appealing yet cruel world? Panic. When England sent the mass group text message to all the nations of the world, there was immediate panic among the nations. Several nations had called him, demanding him to provide evidence for his claims. It's clear to England that the nations were in denial that All for One had abducted at least 2 micronations and at least 2 micronations are most likely being tortured at the moment. On multiple occasions, England had to stop himself from vomiting and forced him to swallow the bile creeping in his throat. It's especially fed up to hear someone you care about fighting for lives against a supervillain or that said supervillain casually talking as if he didn't try to hurt children. England may admit that sending the phone recording to the group chat and lashing out to the nations who doubted his claims was a tad bit too extreme. After sending the phone recording of the 2 micronations presumably fighting against All for One, it was enough to shut the nations who thought he was setting an extremely elaborate prank with Sealand. Denial is truly a powerful thing. He remembered the conservation he had with Finland and Sweden. It was heart-wrenching conservation to take part in, knowing that Finland and Sweden adopted a parental relationship with Sealand. With shaking hands, England mustered up the courage to call Finland about Sealand. It's fair that Finland is one of the first people to be aware of the situation since his child was abducted from All for One. When the phone ranged, England secretly hoped that Finland would not pick up the phone. It would provide a perfect excuse to send a text message about the circumstance, which would allow him to escape from being on the other end of Finland's personal reaction. Unlucky for England, Finland picked up the phone in an unusual happy manner. England, it's great to hear from you, Finland greeted from the phone. Finland is Sweden with you, England asked in a serious tone. He feels the dread inside of him gradually increasing. No one likes to tell bad news to others. He's right next to right now, Finland replied from the phone, picking up the serious demeanor England had adopted. Is everything all right, England? No, England bluntly told Finland. Make sure you are sitting down and far away from any breakable objects. After waiting a few seconds, Finland confirmed that he was sitting on a couch and there is nothing breakable around him. You will be the first to know this, England disclosed. The reason I am calling you today is that we have a national emergency that needs to be dealt with immediately. A national emergency, Finland responded with a tone of confusion through the phone. 20 minutes ago, Sealand had dialed my number, England explained. Why was it so hard for him to get straight to the point? He's usually better at managing his emotions, at least when he's not drunk. Sealand appeared to drop the phone as he and Saborga engaged in combat against the intruder. Please tell me Sealand is safe, Finland desperately pleaded from the phone. Tell me that he's alright and with you. England should have immediately responded, but something about Finland's desperate pleads made it harder for him to speak. England, tell me Sealand is safe, Finland begged from the phone. Tell me something. The intruder picked up the phone after what I presume Sealand picking up his phone, England continued. He should just say the name and prepare for the hysterics. It was All for One. All for One had intruded in the monthly meetings the micronations attend and kidnapped at least 2 micronations. No, 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 Finland shouted through the phone in denial. All for One should have no reason to target the micronations. England pulled the phone from his ears due to Finland's shrieks of anguish. His shrieks turned in sobs and countless cries of Sealand, not our child, and several variations of desperate pleads to save Sealand. He should not be thinking of this while Finland was crying, but the difference in their level of involvement toward the micronation's life was different. For centuries, when he was doing other things, the Nordics took the micronation in. He had neglected the micronations, and it wasn't until now he realized how uninvolved in the micronation's life. It made him an even suretier person that he could not have prevented Sealand or the other micronations from being abducted. How are you, England? Sweden asked through the phone. England knows that Sweden was struggling to speak right now and was equally distressed as Finland. Sweden was probably in more emotional pain since he was the one who adopted Sealand. He's your adopted son, England commented, ignoring Sweden's question. You should not be asking me this. And he's your younger brother, Sweden responded through the phone. England could have waited to call the Italian brothers after his call with Finland, but he had no time to waste. The remaining micronations could be targeted. How long before the smaller nations are targeted by All for One? What is All for One goal in kidnapping the micronations when he cannot steal the quirks of personifications? Was he trying to find a method to steal a personification's quirk? There are so many questions he had but little time to focus on those questions. He should have called Romano instead of Italy about Saborga's abduction. No, instead, England calls the brother with the quirk that foreshadows All for One return. Like before, England's shaking hands was able to dial Italy's number. It's difficult to know when Italy will pick on the phone due to the nation's unusual schedule. He could be taking a siesta or could have forgotten the phone. He was less nervous to call one of the Italian brothers, most likely due to not having a personal relationship with none of the brothers. Cho, who this? Italy greeted through the phone. You don't have my number, England said in disbelief. You should have all the nation's numbers in your contact list. I got a new phone today, Italy panicked. Saborga dropped my phone before he left, so I needed to get a new phone. Why did England thought Italy would be the easier brother to call? I'm calling you about Saborga, England revealed. I have previously called Finland and Sweden about the circumstance. I will be informing all the nations about the events that transpire prior to this phone call. England, you're scaring me, Italy expressed through the phone. Why are you calling me about Saborga? Sealand dropped his phone, England continued. Through the phone, I heard Saborga defending the micronations from an intruder. What? Italy yelled through the phone. There was a tone of worry in his voice, most likely due to hearing news about Saborga. Why was there an intruder? Italy, I don't know how I can say this without scaring you, England stated. He took one deep breath before he continued talking. The person who picked up the phone was All for One. He had abducted Sealand and Saborga. Italy screams in pure fear the moment he heard England stating that All for One had kidnapped his brother. England pulled the phone away from his ears, letting Italy scream and panic for the next several minutes. Italy was taking the news worse than Finland. He continued to hear Italy mutter himself and panicking about the vision involving All for One coming true. We are going to need you and your brother's quirk, England urged, interrupting Italy's near breakdown. If we are to find the micronations and stop All for One, we will need the ability to see the past and future. But my quirk scares me, Italy protested, doing his best to not go on a complete breakdown. And Romano hates seeing visions of the past. The world knows you two are scared of your quirks, England commented. However, like it or not, your quirks will help us save the micronations. England fears for the other micronations. He hopes that no one else was kidnapped by All for One. Before the nations arrive, all he can do is stand alone in the empty meeting room and prepare for the worst. Izuku cannot believe he was convinced by Kacchan, his best friend and brother-like figure, to start their vigilante career. They were organizing the tools, body armor parts, self-defense weapons, random melee weapons, explosives, and random mechanical parts on the floor of the room. Izuku could still see the sheet-eating grin plaster on Kacchan's face as they placed the items on their hands on each of their respective categories on the floor. He watched Kacchan's grin get wider for a few seconds when he was carrying a load of explosives or something that helped create fire. He himself would get excited at the different types of weapons keep on finding in the closest. Especially the extremely simple, yet outdated type of weapons such as the harp, sickle, and a scythe. The harp he is carrying right now looked like it came out of the stories you hear from mythologies, mostly from the Greeks and Roman. "Why are you still staring at that thing?" Katsuki questioned, looked at Izuku oddly. "It's just a hybrid of a sword and a sickle." Izuku didn't notice that he was still observing the harp within his hands. The handle of the harp was brown as the earth's dirt with precious gold engravings. The blade of the harper was well maintained, indicated by how polished and sharp the weapon was. Overall, it was one of Izuku's favorite things he found in the closet. "It's not a hybrid," Izuku clarified as he continued to admire the harp. "It's a sword with an edge being a sickle protrusion. I really like it for some reason." "Well, if you like it so much, make it one of your vigilante tools," Katsuki suggested. He selected some explosives from the pile of explosives lying on the ground before he continued talking. "I know I will be making these sweet explosives as my main tools. We are not trying to destroy property," Izuku sighs in exasperation. "I know you like things going boom, but we are trying to not get hunted by the pro-heroes. These are flash bombs, smoke bombs, and bombs that produce small explosions," Katsuki mentioned, putting the explosives back to the pile. "I'm not crazy enough to use bombs that create massive explosions." "Good, now we need to make out vigilante costumes that will protect and hide our identities," Izuku pointed out. "It needs to be stylish enough to gain popularity and support from the public while protecting us from the pro-heroes who would most likely chase us." Izuku tries to brainstorm his vigilante costume and Kacchan's costume. Izuku found some sheets of blank paper and a pencil nearby to draw his costume first. First, Izuku needs a noticeable costume that makes him noticeable to the public eye and distracts those who will be searching for him from his civilian life. Kacchan suggests that Izuku wears a slightly baggy black sweater with a hood that zips up and covers the face. Of course, Izuku makes sure to draw the hood with large adorable bunny ears in a forest green color. To counter against gases produced by a quirk or manufacturer through artificial means, his costume should have a mask that functions as a gas mask and a voice modifier to throw off the people who will eventually search for them. Izuku drew a gas mask with a bunny nose and whiskers on the paper, much to Kacchan's amusement. Izuku will make sure that when the hood is zipped up, it would also have the same whiskers and bunny nose in green seen on the gas mask and have rabbit eyes. However, it would glow in the dark because Izuku wanted it to. "Are we wearing thick padded gloves?" Katsuki asked, looking at what Izuku designed for his costume. "I know our costumes would mostly look the same, but would the glove make it harder for us to use our quirk? We need to avoid the police, detectives, and heroes from finding us," Izuku replied as he begins drawing the gloves. "We can create cloves thick padded gloves in our respective colors that covered our fingers and knuckles but leaves our palms uncovered." Izuku took pause to think about Kacchan's glove design before he came up with an idea. "You can't use your quirk too much, or the heroes at UA will find out about our illegal vigilante activities," Izuku explained. "However, you can wear finger pads to cover your fingerprints." Izuku begins drawing the utility belt in a darker shade of green. It would contain multiple pouches that will have a lot of different items. One pouch will contain quirk suppressants, another pouch will contain smoke screen pellets, the pouch next to it will contain sleeping pellets, a chosen pouch will contain first aid supplies, and there will be a few other pouches that would contain useful stuff. After drawing the utility belt, Izuku moved on to draw the breathes in black. The breathes would need to be flexible and loose to maneuver in extremely active situations. After drawing the breathes, Izuku begins to pick up the green color he was using earlier to draw the knee pads and arms pads. After drawing the pads, Izuku drew a leg holster on both sides of the breathes that will contain his chosen weapon of a harp and a collapsible bow staff. Suppose he was to lose the two weapons. In that case, he can always use a knife, an emergency collapsible bow staff, and a taser that will be hidden in his sweater pockets. As for the shoes, Izuku made sure to note that the shoes must be steel toes and have spikes for kicking people. "We can add armor in the future," Izuku mentioned as he finished drawing the spike on the shoes. "When we are older, we can add a sleek, steel arm guard to defend ourselves better. For right now, we don't have the muscle or strength to carry body armor." "Fine," Katsuki acknowledges as he nods his head. "We won't be targeting the bigger villains until we are older. Besides, our main goal is to find the truth of our parents' death." Izuku moved on to draw Kacchan's costume for their vigilante spree. It would mostly be the same costume, but it would have orange dog ears instead of green bunny ears. Additionally, when Kacchan zipped his hood, it would have canine teeth and wolf eyes in orange that would glow in the dark. Kacchan would also have a gas mask that would have canine teeth pattern on it. The utility belt, knee pads, arm pads, leg holster, and shoes would be orange as well. What would be your weapon, Kacchan? Izuku questioned as he continued to draw his best friend's costume. I would mostly be using my fist, Katsuki commented. But give me a collapsible bow staff and the same sheet you would be carrying in your sweater. Would you want me to replace the pellets with small explosives? Izuku mentioned, knowing that his best friend would want some explosives on him. Obviously, I would want some FING explosive, Katsuki responded, nearly offended that he was asked the question. And I would like to carry Eskrima sticks on the back. Izuku made sure to add notes about Kacchan's preference and drew the Eskrima sticks next to the costume. After adding the finishing touches on Kacchan's costume, Izuku stored the drawings he made in a plain white folder. Names, we need names, Katsuki vocalized. Do you have a name, nerd? What type of name will Izuku want? He wants a name that represents himself and slightly annoys the people who would most definitely be chasing him until he graduates from UA. If he was to use his quirk discreetly, he can be a little sheet to the poor pro hero chasing him. His quirk. He has the ability to control several different elements and do whatever he wants in the environment he is in. Game Master, Izuku exclaimed. I want my name to be Game Master. It can be an inside joke between the both of us since I can control some elements. If you are Game Master, I will be Aftermath, Kacchan revealed. It's a cool sounding word, and people will take me more seriously. The atmosphere of the meeting was extremely somber and tense. Every nation adopted a serious demeanor as they try to push down their fears, worries, and anger that is bubbling inside them. The nations with the human development of an 18-year-old or younger were seated in between the older nations of the world, mostly in the older nations' attempt to make themselves feel like they are protecting the nations from all for one's influences. In front of the room stood England, America, Australia, and the two Italian brothers. Molossia did not respond to any of my calls or messages, America started. The nation was upset when he spoke, most likely due to the micronation he is in charge of being abducted by the world's most feared supervillain. Kumjalujal confirmed my suspicion when he reported that All for One had abducted Molossia and Hut River during the first ambush. Kumjalujal, seated in between Austria and Hungary, sank into his seat due to all the attention he was receiving from the other nations. The nations did a horrible job in trying to subtly stare at the young micronation. Austria was glaring at all the nations, making Kumjalujal uncomfortable, while Hungary was slowly lifting her frying pan out in the open. Hut River provided Kumjalujal an opportunity to escape, which allowed him to warn the other micronations, Australia reported. The nation was angry that he wasn't able to stop the micronation's abduction. From what the officials found at the scene, we were able to collect Sealand's cap. With the former micronation help, we are able to trace the scene where Molossia and Hut River were abducted to collect Molossia broken sunglasses and a torn piece of Hut River's cape. Australia placed the mentioned items on a fold-up table for the nations to see. Sealand's blue cap, Molossia's broken sunglasses, and a piece of Hut River cape were displayed and in poor condition. Romano approached the table with some hesitancy before he had the courage to touch the piece of Hut River cape. Immediately after touching the material, Romano places his hands on the table to support himself. He sacrificed his freedom to help you escape, Kumjalujal, Romano said, struggling to find his composure. And he FING smiled as All for One merciless beat him to a pulp and talk about abducting the remaining micronations. So that was his intention, Austria responded loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. He planned to target every single micronation. Romano moved to touch the broken sunglasses with a little less hesitancy. He became viably frustrated after receiving his second vision. Molossia passed out before he could warn Kumjalujal that a tracker was placed on him, Romano bluntly informed everyone. All for One must have purposely allowed him to escape, knowing that he will lead him to WY's house. The micronation begins crying, babbling that it was his fault that Sealand and Seberage were captured. It was a horrible situation all around for the nation. Austria did his best to console the former micronation, but Kumjalujal hid underneath the table, hiding in guilt. The tracker must have been placed on the toured piece that fell off his shirt, WY mentioned from her sitting position near the front of the room. Because no one followed us. Romano moved to touch Sealand's cap to only groaned in pain as he fell on the ground. Immortalize his name. That BSTRD is trying to become us, Romano shouted. He told Sealand that he will find the secret to Earth's existence and make his name immortalized. The last thing I saw was All for One creepy face from Sealand's perspective. A collective gasp spread across the room after Romano spoke. What does that mean for the micronations within All for One's grasp? Will they be experimented with in All for One's attempt to become the closest thing to an immortal being? Finland was crying while hugging Sweating. If one was to look at Sweating, it clears to see fury hidden in his stoic expression. Italy, use your quirk to forcefully receive a vision, England stated, ignoring the distressed look Italy is giving him. Italy closed his eyes and forced himself to obtain a vision of the future. The scarred nation saw a mixture of visions that contained a hero who calls himself All Might fighting all for one on American soil, the several distorted figures that resembled the micronations being tossed into a nearby body of seawater, the world's major powers protecting the civilians from the collateral damage, a beach that has a sign stating New York's cleanest beach, and someone's perspective vomiting a large amount of blood on the ground. Once Italy stops receiving visions, he collapsed on the ground from fatigue, gasping for air. He had forced himself to receive too many visions at one time. All the visions clash together, which make it difficult for him to gain a properly analyze the detail. We need to find a hero named All Might, Italy said as he tries to inhale some more air. I have no vision about the micronation's location, but I see them being tossed into seawater. Italy wobbly got up as he leans onto a nearby nation for support. New York is our best bet since I saw a sign with New York's cleanest beach. No matter what we do, we will be involved in a fight with All for One. I see some of us reducing the collateral damage and protecting civilians. It was decided that the nations will go to America as the first step. All nations are responsible for informing their respective government about that was discussed in the meetings and the need to send aid to America. America himself has the additional responsibility of tracking down All Might and seeing what the American hero says about All for One. After some time without adult supervision, Izuku has grown accustomed to taking care of himself. After several accidents involving the room being filled with foam and bubbles, he had learned how to do his own laundry. Izuku still remembered how Kacchan attempted to walk past through the blanket of foams and bubbles that filled the entire room while cursing at him for creating another mess for him to clean. Other areas where Izuku learned how to function independently were doing some domestic chores such as washing the dishes, drying the dishes, sweeping, mopping, and general cleaning tasks he sees his mother do when she was still alive. However, there was one area of domestic living he can never mstr. No matter how much effort, work, and love he put into that one certain task, he always fails. Stop being a drama queen, Katsuki told Izuku as he grabbed the frying pan out of Izuku's palm. Just admit you suck at cooking anything more complex than a fried egg. But I need to learn how to feed myself, Izuku stammered, attempting to grab the frying pan back from Katsuki. You can't cook for me forever. I promise I won't burn the bacon this time. You said that about the pancakes, waffles, and the first batch of bacon this morning, Katsuki responded, giving an unamused look. Our parents and Neptune left us a sheet load of money, but we don't need to waste it all on food. I can't believe this, Izuku dramatically stated. Kacchan won't let me cook anything. Think about the children, Kacchan. Would they want this injustice to continue? With the most serious and deadpan expression, Katsuki made direct eye contact with Izuku before speaking. We are the children, Katsuki pointed out. As one of the children, I say I would want a Midoriya Izuku to stay far away from the stove. After Katsuki finished with his statement, Izuku decided the best course of action was to make a show out of lying on the kitchen floor face down. Maybe staying in isolation for several months as they developed their vigilante costume was getting to Izuku. Sure, he spends years within the confines of the house he once lived in. Even so, he had his mom's company and, on those rare occasions, with his dad. He would talk to one of them while they were doing something in the house. Matsuki would come over whenever Katsuki was out in this place called school to entertain him with all sorts of games and activities. Did you set up the homeschooling sheet? Katsuki asked after several minutes of silence. We need to be smart enough to pass the written proportion of the exam. Still face down on the floor, Izuku answered Katsuki's question. Yes, Izuku mumbled on the ground floor. I made sure to follow the instruction Neptune left for us. Good, we need a paper trail to not raise suspicion, Katsuki said in approval. And we need to be smart enough to beat the losers who will be applying for the entrance exam. Kacchan, it's not nice to call people losers, Izuku responded. How would you feel if someone calls you a loser? What if you heard someone calling me a loser? We will make them regret their life choices, Katsuki declared. And prove them how wrong they are when we are ranked the top 2 heroes. Izuku noted how confident Katsuki appears with his declaration. His best friend spoke as if it was a guarantee that they will become Japan's next top 2 heroes. That there will be a day where they will surpass All Might and Endeavor in strength and popularity. The more he thought about the future, the more concern he was getting about his quirk. How is he supposed to hide his quirk if there will be people watching him? Not only the teachers of UA will be observing him, but the paparazzi will take photos of students with the most potential to be the future top heroes. Oh, and don't forget what his father had once told him a long time ago. There will be some less savory hero agencies and the Hero Commission Board headhunting some gullible and influential students for recruitment. Izuku felt his head being lightly nudged by Katsuki's foot. He lifted his head slightly above the ground to see Katsuki holding a plate of waffles. Taking a glance to the table, Izuku saw the table had a plate of eggs, a plate of bacon, and a gallon of milk. "The food is ready, nerd," Katsuki informed Izuku as he places the plate of waffles on the table. "Unless you want to starve, get your butt onto the chair and start eating." Izuku got himself off the floor, grabbed an empty plate, and began piling up the plate with a random assortment of food. Once he deemed his plate as satisfactory, Izuku sat across Kacchan. "Okay, why do you have that look on your face?" Katsuki mentioned, pointing a fork with a chunk of waffles at him. "You look miserable." "How am I supposed to hide my quirk from everyone when I get into UA?" Izuku expressed. "Everyone will be watching me. If I slip up, everyone will notice my frankly overpower quirk." "What's the big deal about hiding your quirk again?" Katsuki asked. "It will make your life easier. All the agencies will want you as an intern. Everyone will want to be on your good side." "It will make my life harder," Izuku explained. "The more shady heroes or the Hero Commission Board will do everything to recruit me. They will want to mold me into a marionette they can control through invisible strings." "Then wait until you are a legal adult," Katsuki suggested. "You only have to hide your quirk until you turn 18 and employed at a respectable agency. Once that happens, it will be harder for anyone to manipulate things to their favor." Izuku noticed how Kacchan still had his fork filled with food pointing at him. Just for fun, Izuku quickly got up from the table, took a bite of Katsuki's fork, and sat back down while chewing on the food. Kacchan gave him a bewildered look before sighing in defeat. It was simply another normal day for two orphan friends. Meanwhile, in this appealing and chaotic world, America should have contacted All Might much more differently. Maybe breaking into All Might's apartment in the middle of the night with a leather jacket he normally won't wear, black cargo briefs, and a mask to hide his identity was not the best plan. However, the world leaders are demanding that the nations do something about All for One pronto. Trust him, he tried calling All Might's agency phone number, but they placed him on hold. You don't put a hero on hold. After spending forever on hold, the person on the other line said that the next available appointment was a month from now. America shouted at the phone, practically demanding that he speaks to All Might. The person on the other line rudely ended the call, which leave America to his current predicament. "I swear that all I wanted was to talk to you about something," America shouted as he frantically dashes across the street. Civilians were scattering far away at the sight of him being chased by none other than All Might himself. "I know everything looks bad, but I swear I have a perfectly reasonable explanation." Either All Might didn't hear him properly or thought he was lying, because All Might continued to chase him throughout New York's busy street. America knows he was lucky that they were in a public space, or else All Might would be throwing Detroit smashes like they were free Costco samples. That doesn't stop America from running like hell from a very set of hero. "All I said, if you know All for One," America yelled, dodging from All Might's attempt to catch him. "How the hell can you catch up to me? I swear quirks these days make even the most average person nearly on par with the rest of us. You have been observing me for the past several days," All Might call snapped. "I thought you were another villain attempting to end the symbol of peace. You have proven too much more than a threat than a regular villain." "Oh come on," America complained, doing a barreled roll to avoid All Might from grabbing his jacket. "This is not how things are supposed to go. We don't have time for all this banter. Please stop chasing me throughout New York." "Then turn yourself in," All Might yelled as grows more frustrated at America's dodging and banter. America didn't know how it happened, but he found himself being tossed onto an empty sidewalk. He felt his back slammed on the concrete sidewalk and some approaching footsteps. "Boy, does All Might sound set at hell." "Okay, even I know that you are not going to listen to me at this point," America joked, looking at the fuming All Might. "It looks like I need to knock some reasoning into you if I am going to get you to listen to me." America smiled as he swiftly stood up before All Might had the opportunity to detain him. It's a good thing that he ate a lot of cheeseburgers and fries before breaking into All Might's apartment. He should have enough calories to use his quirk fireworks without too much drain of his energy. Deciding that he should give All Might one more chance to stop attacking him, America releases a mini explosion in one of his palms that resembles small fireworks. "I can usually create large, powerful explosions," America explained as he looked at All Might. "It's a very dangerous quirk, but it fits for an American. I don't really want to use this quirk in a very public area, but if you don't stop to listen, I won't have the choice but use this quirk." To emphasize his point, America raised a hand to point at the sky. Being careful, America shot an extremely long-range explosion that released an extremely colorful explosion that has sparks resembling fireworks. Expectedly, All Might decided that it would be a great opportunity to capture America, knowing that America was distracted in creating an explosion. However, much to the surprise of All Might, a vortex of fire suddenly surrounded America. The nation appears to be shielded in a vortex of fire he created at the last minute. Multiple quirks, All Might said, looking at America as if he became more of a threat. Healing, strength, pyrokinesis, explosions. What other quirks do you have? America realized at that moment, he effed up on so many levels. All for One can give quirks to people. America is a nation, which means he has superior strength, rapid healing, greater resistance to quirks, and can do things most mortals cannot do. He's providing more reasons for All Might to distrust him because America fits the criteria to All for One's typical recruitment. I know it looks bad, America stated, slowly going into a panic. But I have a perfectly reasonable explanation for everything. All Might was in the middle of punching through the fire vortex while America was prepared to throw a huge fireball at the man. Before any of them had the opportunity to attack, the two of them were restrained from an extremely strong and durable thread from the sky. Looking up to one of the buildings, America saw a tired China on one of the roofs of the building. With one hand, China is restraining All Might with the thread of strings coming out of his fingers. On the other hand, China is restraining him with some more string. You have one job, America, China complained, looking at America with disappointment. All you needed to do is find and contact All Might. I call his agency, was placed on hold, someone told me I will have to wait for a month, and they hung up on me when I started yelling, America shrugged. We don't have a month to spare, so I tracked down All Might and broke into his apartment. If China could, he would have slapped America's face. Instead, he tugs the strings restraining America. He manipulated his fingers to make America fall face flat on the ground. China, have you found America? Japan voiced out from afar. Japan was standing right next to China a minute later, looking at the scene in front of him. America, how did you get into a fight with All Might? Broke into his apartment and mentioned the name All for One, America said from the floor. Then, I use my quirks while forgetting that mortals don't have the same strength, healing, or stamina as us. All Might was growing confused by the second, which was why he hadn't tried to pull the man identified as China off the roof. The shadowy phantoms that were specifically surrounding him were another reason why All Might decided to wait and see how things will play out. He's not foolish enough to reveal all of his capabilities to a group of strangers. All Might, I would like to apologize for this huge misunderstanding, Japan apologized as he bows. America was in a hurry to find you to discuss the threat of All for One. We are growing quite desperate to stop All for One. How are you aware of All for One's existence? All Might questioned. We have been described by many terms, Japan answered. He was giving All Might a serious expression as he continued talking. Countries, nations, and personifications are some of the terms used to describe us. Allow us to introduce ourselves, China stated. You may refer to me as Wang Yao. I'm the living representation of the People's Republic of China. The nation flat on the ground is Alfred Jones, Japan stated. He's the living representation of the United States of America. America gave thumbs up to confirm Japan's statement. And I am Kiku Honda, the living representation of Japan, Japan finished. We are here to ask for your help to save our friends and stop All for One. So, there are living embodiments of the world's nations and micronations. Japan has a living representation of the country in the form of one Kiku Honda. Toshinori has seen a lot of things during his career as a hero, but the discovery of personification was entirely on a different playing field. Toshinori will admit that he did not believe the words spewing out of them when they began talking about being living representations of the world's most powerful country. America, Japan, and China were able to convince him to listen to what they have to say the moment they mentioned his late mentor name. That is one of the few reasons why he agreed to meet with the world's personifications the day after his confrontation with America. Toshinori pulled out a card America handed him that contained the address and location of the room he was told to arrive by 4 in the afternoon. The building appeared to be very modern and decorated with very well hidden security cameras in front of him. If Toshinori didn't know better, he would have thought the cameras were a very odd decoration choice the designer made. As he approached the receptionist that was stationed near the entrance of the building, he pulled out the additional card America had given him the day prior. Trust me, you will need this, tomorrow, dude. He was hesitant to give the receptionist the card America had given him. The white card was lamented and had the name Alfred F. Jones typed in blue and red font. On the corner of the card, there was a messily drawn picture of the Earth with a fictitious hero lifting the planet. Additionally, there were random pictures of hamburgers, shakes, and ice cream. How was anyone supposed to take this lamented card seriously? Do you have any documentation? The receptionist yawned. You need proof to be allowed to enter the building. Toshinori carefully handed the lamented card to the receptionist, expecting to be kicked out of the building or for the receptionist to laugh as if this entire situation was a joke. He was pleasantly surprised when the receptionist handed the lamented card back and approved passing through security. Go to the elevator and click the on floor level 741,776 on 1-second intervals to reach to the floor level you will want to reach, the receptionist explained, pointing to the elevator for several seconds. Toshinori headed toward the same direction the receptionist was previously pointing. He followed the receptionist's exact direction regarding pressing each number at 1-second intervals. It must be an extra safety precaution, knowing that the individuals he will be meeting are likely to be all personifications. If All for One is using his resources and influence to abduct the personification, it made perfect sense to have additional steps to reach the personifications. If the world knew about personifications, who knows what will happen? There will be hundreds of people attempting to replicate their capabilities either through genetic modification or the hundreds of wealthy families who will attempt to instigate a quirk marriage. The moment the elevator made a ding noise to indicate that he has arrived at the floor level he was to meet, Toshinori prepared himself to leave. However, the moment the elevator door opened, Toshinori had moments to duck his head from the pie that was thrown in his direction. Looking at the scene in front of him, he saw multiple things happening at once. He sees America laughing out loud while a man in a British looked like he wanted to punch America in the face. Right behind them, there was a crying brunette with a strange curl as a German with blonde hair and blue man awkwardly tried to confront the crying man. The poor German looked like he had no idea how to console a crying man, much less say the right words to stop the man from crying. Next to the German, there was a plate and spilled pasta on the floor. Give me my FING axe Netherlands, a Danish man shouted from across the room. I know you stole it as revenge for dyeing your hair pink that one time. The man known as Netherlands pulled a large axe out of nowhere before chucking it toward the Danish man's direction. The Danish man caught the thrown weapon with his right. It was also at the moment that more pies and balloons filled with paint were thrown out of nowhere. Some individuals, such as the Austrian man, Hungarian woman, a girl with a blue bow, and an angry Swiss, were hit by the balloons and pies. Prussia. I'm going to beat you with my frying pan, the Hungarian woman threatened, wiping the paint off of her eyes. After a good few hits, I'm going to shove your head in a bucket of paint. The Swiss man pulled his rifle out of nowhere and shoot a few rounds toward a Spaniard man. The Spanish man yelled in pain after being shot in the shoulder several times. He dramatically fell onto the ground, but not before throwing all of his remaining balloons at random people. At the same time, there is a man of Asian descent chuckling as he lit up some fireworks. A Taiwanese woman noticed the man's plan to light up the fireworks but was too late to stop the fireworks from igniting. One of the fireworks hit a Russian man, resulting in a purple aura forming around the man. The Russian man suddenly has a pipe in his hand and began looking for the man who ignited the fireworks. Japan likes me the best, a Greek man argued from afar. No, he likes me more than you, a Turkish man counter. You don't even have a photo of Japan at. Toshinori tuned the argument that the Greek and Turkish man had to see a woman with long hair and a purple dress running away from another woman with overalls attempts at a hug. I don't want your stupid hugs, the long-hair woman shouted as she continues to run away. But Belarus, I'm your sister, the short-hair woman loudly replied. I promise your head won't be buried in my melons again. Toshinori blinked several times as if it will make the crazy scene in front of him disappear. Nope, there is still a sheet storm happening in front of him. He had thought he had seen everything, but the more time he spent with the personifications, the more he was dragged into the crazy. He internally begs that this isn't the norm for personification for whatever higher power exists in the universe. This is the norm, Mr. All Might, a Kandian man holding a polar bear softly said. This is an average meeting for the countries of the world. Average? He called this average? Toshinori had thought they were induced with a quick to make them act like this. If this is average, he doesn't want to know how they act on abnormal days. They are chaotic as they are right now. Not one of them should be allowed to drink alcohol for the safety of the world. Shut up you stupid shits, an Italian man with darker hair shouted out loud. If you FING hadn't noticed, All Might is in the room. Now let us start with this stupid meeting. Everyone stopped with their yelling, crying, or talking to face in his direction. Toshinori simply responded by politely waving and stood right in front of the room. He observed how everyone pretended like the chaos that was occurring minutes earlier didn't happen. A couple of them attempted to take a quick picture before putting their cell phones away. So, All Might, what do you know about All for One? America started. Italy's Vision saw you fighting All for One at New York. Italy, Toshinori questioned. Who is Italy, and what do you mean by vision? The man that was crying earlier about the spilled pasta was guided to the front of the room by the German man. It was clear to him that Italy was extremely nervous about being the center of attention. Italy was sticking by the German man's side like glue. So Italy has a quirk that allows him to see the future, America revealed, waving his hand in the air to emphasize his point. He hates that specific quirk, but he is legally obligated to report all visions that indicate any sign of danger to us, the people, or the world. Did Italy saw a vision of all for one? Toshinori follow up. It must be the reason why Italy was nervous. A while back, he saw a vision of all for one return, England explained. Although finding his whereabouts were our priority, we were too preoccupied with other events and our regular responsibilities. What change? Toshinori asked. If what they are saying is true, they had plenty of time to find him and revealed Italy's vision. After the misunderstanding from last night's events, he had more time to reflect on America's actions. Despite the loud nation confidence and display of power, America must have been desperate if he had spent the time and energy to track down his address. The nation was so desperate to meet with him that he thought the fastest way to meet with him was to break into his apartment. Clearly, something must have happened recently that made the nations abandon their current responsibilities to defeat all for one. Some micronations were ambushed and abducted, England grimly answered. Romano was able to confirm that all for one was responsible for the abduction of several micronations with his quirk. Micronations, are they similar to nations? Toshinori guessed. They are, but lesser significant role in the political work, England bitterly laughs. We usually don't take them seriously, not even our governments. That must be why all for one purposely targeted the micronations instead of the nations. That does sound like something all for one would do. He would target individuals he assumed as weak and someone who won't be missed by too many people. With the expectation of Molossia and Hutt River, the micronations are equivalent to human children, Estonian called out. All Might, we don't know your history with all for one. However, due to your presence in Italy's vision, the nations of the world are asking for your assistance to save the micronations and to defeat all for one. Toshinori was not given an opportunity to explain the history of all for one and one for all because of the sudden cries and pleads from a select amount of personifications. Please All Might, Sealand is like a son to us, Finland pleaded. We can't imagine what horrors our boy is suffering through. All Might, you're a hero, right? Australia commented. I know it's a huge thing to ask of you, but I appreciate it if you help me save my charge. All Might, dude, I need your help to save my charge, America added. I don't want him to suffer through whatever up sheet all for one have for him. All Might, please help me save Saborga, Italy begged. I can't imagine what he is going through. If they want to aid him to defeat all for one, Toshinori will need them to be aware of the origins of all for one and one for all. He started off explaining how all for one had forcibly given his seemingly quirkless younger brother centuries ago. Unknown to all for one, the younger brother had a quirk that can be transferred to another person. The stockpile quirk that was forcibly given to the younger brother and the younger's brother original quirk had merged to form one for all. Toshinori had a hard time explaining to the nations that one for all had been passed down for centuries to cultivate the quirk so it can be used to stop all for one. He had to repeat several times that the younger brother passed on one for all before he was killed by his brother. Younger brother. You got to be fing kidding me, Romano yelled, slamming his fist on the wall. Please don't tell us that it's the same guy who thought it would be a fantastic idea to go one-on-one with all for one. How did you know? Toshinori said, surprised by Romano's outburst. That's only known by an extremely small number of people. Because we were there when all for one first attempted to gain control of Japan, China supplemented, looking surprised at the sudden turn of events. Yoichi and his younger brother had been held prisoners by all for one. Several heroes and we had freed them from the prison cell they were being held captive. I told you we should have listened to him, France shouted in frustration. But everyone decided to follow England's lead and ignored their warnings. Let us place them in a secluded and guarded location for their own safety and protection. Nothing can go wrong. You can't blame me for this, France, England interrupted. We thought they were too much of a liability to cooperate with the heroes. And looked what happened, France pointed out. It ended up with an ongoing 2-century war underneath our noses. They wanted to use themselves as bait, England argued. And we all agree that we didn't want the civilians to be aware of the existence of personifications. How were we supposed to know that Yoichi would go and fight one for all? For the next several minutes, England and France continued with their arguments. Different nations were taking either England's or France's side. Toshinori was processing the new revelations regarding the first user of one for all. It seems that the personifications had always been entangled with the ongoing history of one for all and all for one. The scene in front of Toshinori played out for several agonizing minutes. It wasn't until a frantic woman had come out of the elevator with a terrified expression. WY and Kumgulmugal had been announced missing from the safe house, the woman frantically reported. The authorities cannot find one trace of either micronation. Instead, they found a signed note. On the white piece of paper was the signature of All for One. In a wigwam, one of many dwellings from the tribe, Adi was guarding his maternal figure caring for 2 children she gave birth to a year ago. The 2 babies were playing with handmade toys while Native America sitting on the ground. One baby has adorable blue eyes, short blonde hair, and a pale complexion. The other baby has a similar pale complexion but has some different traits. The other baby's blonde hair is wavier and an eye color he had never seen on a person. He had never seen a human with violet eyes, much less a personification. They were so cute, in Adi's opinion. However, there was one thing that bothered him. Why do her children look so different in every aspect? Mom, why do they look so different? Adi curiously asked, not missing how the woman suddenly frowned. The woman stood quiet for a moment, debating on whether or not it is appropriate to divulge such important information to the boy. Times are changing, the woman revealed, standing up from the ground. I don't have much time left. I fear that I won't live long to see my children grow up. Adi was not prepared for his maternal figure's answer or to see her so calm about her upcoming death. How? Adi questioned, visibly upset about what the woman revealed. Personifications can't die. The woman picked up the 2 children so she could securely carry them. The babies appeared content to be carried by their mother as they gently lay their heads on her chest to rest. If the culture of the personification disappears, so will the personification, the woman smiled faintly, rocking her children as she softly spoke. Ever since the settlers arrive, I sense my culture slowly disappearing. Of course, when a personification is near death, they are able to produce an offspring that will succeed them. Does that mean that he used to have a mother or a father? Native America told him that she sensed that he was not an ordinary mortal, considering he had not aged for several decades. Then, there is his longevity, strength, and ability to manipulate the environment around him. He must have come from somewhere in the world. There are the original personifications, Native America explained. The personifications were born from the people who migrated into untouched land and formed their customs, governance, traditions, language, norms, symbols, values, and artifacts to create the land's culture. Adi listened very closely to the woman, absorbing every word his maternal figure is expressing. The original personifications have no prior lineage since they are only ones who truly appeared out of nowhere, the woman continued. However, the personification that succeeds them are offspring of the original personifications. If the offspring's culture dies, then the cycle will continue to repeat. So it's like a wheel that continues turning. But you are not like me, someone without a lineage, the woman mentioned, shaking her head. Nor you are like my children. How can she be so sure on who he is? Why is she telling him this now? Did she plan to tell him when she is near death so she doesn't have to live with the consequences of her decisions? Adi observed his caretaker, searching for any signs of deceptions, malice, or anything that indicate an alternative notice. Despite observing the woman's body language and facial expression, he could find nothing about his mother. When I contacted the Earth Spirits months prior, the spirits told me something different about your existence, the woman announced. You are a personification whose life is eternal as long the world we stand on continues to remain intact. For you are dash. Izuku jumped up from the floor after sensing something cold and wet splashing across his face. He stood up to glare at Kacchan, in which the blonde gave a shrugged. Great, now he's wet. He's also very cold because the water that was splashed onto his face was freaking ice water. Why couldn't Kacchan wake him up in a more sane way? He was about to prepare to remove his bed sheets to put in the washing machine until he noted that the sheets were dry. How could his bed be dry while he was soaking wet? Taking a look outside of the window, he saw that it was still dark outside. I woke up to you falling off your bed, Katsuki yawned. You landed face flat onto the ground but stayed asleep. That could explain why his bed was not wet, and Katsuki was standing in front of him with an empty glass of water. Couldn't you yell at me to wake up? Izuku suggested. Really, there was plenty of other ways to wake him up. I tried yelling at your face, shaking you, and dragging you across the floor, Katsuki listed, looking tired. You stayed asleep mumbling random shit, so I tossed water onto your face. Fine, he will accept that answer. That could explain why he was on the floor in the first place. Still, he now has to clean up the mess Katsuki created. Lazily, he went to the drawer and pulled out a random towel. Once he had the towel in his hands, he tossed the towel onto the floor. What the F were you dreaming about? Katsuki asked, watching Izuku clean up the spilled mess. No matter how hard Izuku tried to remember the dreams that kept him deeply asleep, he could barely remember anything about it. Whatever he was dreaming about, it had created a muted pain in his heart. Why does he feel like mourning for somebody that wasn't his parents? I don't know, Izuku admitted, feeling strangely upset. I can't remember anything. He doesn't know why he was upset by his own admission. He shouldn't get emotional over a fleeting dream he barely remembers. In the end, dreams are meaningless things that one produces when asleep. Nothing more. Meanwhile, in this cruel yet appealing world, in an isolated underwater bunker, several restrained micronations are being kept prisoners. Despite being the closest thing to being immoral, the micronation suffered through trauma that can break the professional and experienced heroes in the world. Perhaps it is the age of the majority of the participants. At the moment, every single micronation is chained in specially designed chains for individuals with strength quirks. Additionally, the chains are designed to contain random hooks throughout the chains. That means the chains are coiling around them as some of the hooks pierce through their skins. However, All for One is a sick BSTRD who has designed a wrist device for nearly all the capture micronation. At random intervals, the wrist device will deliver a shocking surprise prepared at predetermined intervals. He was willing to give a controlled shock to someone beaten and tortured. Truly, this supervillain has no morals or empathy toward no one, not even children. How are you holding up, WY? Seberage weakly smiled, attempting to comfort the female micronation. WY is not doing well at all. She and all the other micronations are not at the same level as the nations. Yes, she has longevity and healing capabilities beyond the limitations of humans. Even so, it doesn't mean that she cannot feel pain or that she has weaknesses. Trust her, she felt an exploding amount of pain, to the point where her visions went white when All for One decided that it was her turn to be experimented on. She will never be able to look at a scalpel, knife, or a doctor ever again. Why did All for One have someone with a paralysis quirk paralyzed her so he can have someone perform a live dissection on her? I want to go home, WY said as she began crying. She sometimes gets the phantom feeling of someone moving around her organs which causes her to slightly shake. I want to deal with Sealand's dumb antics. I want to go back to the time where Hot River pretends to be my sensei as I continuously annoy him. I want to go back being the club babysitter, Molasia admitted, looking visibly furious about the current situation. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss being dragged to McDonald's. Or watching everyone argue. How's the newcomer? Hot River groaned in pain. His turkey's charged, right? TRNC is Cypress's younger brother, Sealand slurred, attempting to focus on the conservation. He was slumped over, attempting to gasp for breath. A few minutes prior, the timer on his wrist divide went off which caused him to be electrocuted. You don't think TRNC will go through the same thing as WY? TRNC is currently unconscious, but he didn't have the same wrist device on him yet. For now, the personification is only chained and restricted to an uncomfortable chair. He dissected WY, repeatedly killed you in different methods, dismembered Molasia body parts. Kumjalujal trailed off. His face was red, most likely due to the fact he was crying minutes prior. I'm scared of what he will do to me. Before Kumjalujal had the opportunity to finish his sentence, the wrist device gave him a controlled shock. No one in the room could do anything as Kumjalujal gritted his teeth as the pain surges throughout his entire body. After what felt like hours, the micronation slumped forward as he tried to catch his breath. Is he going to attempt to deprive us of sleep? Hot River mentioned. I'm feeling very tired, and I didn't know the last time I slept. I'm starting to hallucinate things I know that are not there. American offendedly mentioned sleep deprivation being an effective method of torture, Molasia explained. Unfortunately, he was drunk, so he didn't tell me if the CIA actually uses sleep deprivation as a way to interrogate prisoners. It was hinted at but not confirmed. Everyone could try to escape from their imprisonment, but All for One have threatened to brutally torture to death the little population they have living in their territory. It was that threat alone that was preventing the micronations from escaping on their own. Despite having less than 100 people living in their territory, they cannot bear the thought of having the people going through the same experiences as they are. They have no choice but to deal with whatever All for One have in store for them, for they are the personification responsible for protecting their people. Somewhere in the world, a sleeping child was softly crying in his sleep in response to the suffering of the poor unfortunate souls. Something is amiss in the world, or that is what Izuku has been thinking about lately. He feels so many emotions, reasons he doesn't understand. Sadness, pain, and a longing for comfort were examples of those feelings. It was like someone was forcibly placing their feelings onto him, against his will. If Izuku closes his eyes, he could have sworn he hears the anguished and pained voices of mostly children, with some grown-up voices. Or that could be something called auditory hallucinations. For some reason, it sounded as if the owners of those voices were screaming at him to listen to their current feelings and do something about the thing causing the emotions. "You're looking a little pale, Izuku," Katsuki said with much concern, putting one of Izuku's arms onto his shoulders. "Hey, are you listening to me? I swear if you are coming down with a FING flu, I'll revive you from the dead and kill you again." Izuku is trying his best to listen to what Kacchan had to say, but the words coming off of Kacchan's mouth sound so muted. Everything that Kacchan is saying sounds incomprehensible and muffled. All he could hear was the faint auditory hallucinations of so many different, soft voices that had different tonation and accents. Some of the auditory hallucinations were dripping with desperation and longing to return things back to normal. Other voices he hears in his auditory hallucinations had some fear but determination mixed into their voices. At least to Izuku, the voices sounded like they were fighting for something against a horrendous evil. All he wanted was for the auditory hallucinations to stop so Izuku could feel at peace. The more he listened, the jittery and scared he became. "Your skin is burning," Kacchan practically shouted, nearly dropping Izuku to the floor. "You're not just sick. You're FING ill with something bad, real bad." Izuku can feel Kacchan tossing him onto the closest couch in their proximity and running away to most likely get materials to cool down his now apparent fever. Are fevers supposed to make you feel like your body is on fire? Is that why he is having such a hard time seeing the world around him? Do fevers cause people to have such a blurry sight, or is that the effect of being extremely dizzy? "I swear that if you die on me, I'm going to find a way undead you so I can kill you myself," Katsuki threatens, carrying a bundle of supplies. Some of the supplies include several ice packs, bottles of water, non-perishable goods, a pillow, a light blanket, and a random stuffed animal. "You can't leave me alone in the cruel world that took our parents." His head is briefly propped up from the couch so Kacchan can place the pillow underneath his head. Soon, he felt the coldness from the ice pack that was placed on his head. A granola bar was placed onto his chest after the light blanket was placed upon him. The bottles of water were set aside near the couch so it wouldn't disturb him. The stuffed animal was placed right next to his head, which made Izuku feel a tiny bit better. "I'll wait here for today," Katsuki commented, watching Izuku several feet away. "I need to be here in case I need to do something else to prevent you from dying." Izuku doesn't think he was dying, but it sure felt like it. A part of New York was in a state of chaos due to the grand fight taking place at a populated beach. All Might versus All for One, fighting head-to-head with one another while all the citizens were running away from the display of the power of going one. Already, there were casualties from the tidal wave created by All for One's air cannon quirk. Those who were unfortunate enough to be in the water drowned from the tidal waves, trapping the unlucky swimmers underneath the crushing pressure from the tidal wave. The shock waves that came from the quirk also have caused some neighboring buildings to lose their foundation that would have collapsed if it wasn't for the interference of some of the world's personifications. "Japan, how many are left in the building?" Germany asked, using his quirk psychic aura to create a large barrier to stop the aftershocks and debris coming from All for One's and All Might's duel from making contact with the near collapsing. "We need to help with the evacuation efforts in case they approach closer to the city." Belarus confirmed that she had carried the injured by using her quirk, vector hands to lift them, Japan reported. At the same time, Japan is using his quirk, tangible phantoms, to create solidified phantoms to carry the injured people on the lower floors. "And I am rescuing the last dozen individuals from the lower floors. From the neighboring buildings that are also in a state of collapse, several nations are doing a variety of things to rescue the people too scared to move, too injured to move, or knocked out." Germany was the nation in charge of coordinating the rescue of those trapped in partially collapsed buildings, those who were struggling to escape the buildings on the verge of collapse, and giving out orders to the nations participating in the rescue. If that isn't enough pressure placed upon the German nation, he had to do all of this while maintaining psychic barriers that are taking the brunt of the aftershock and residual effects of two powerful individuals dueling in a populated area. "How long can you hold the barrier?" Japan concernedly asked, signaling the phantoms to head toward the designated safe zone with the injured or unconscious people. "You have been holding that barrier past your limitations. I'm worried you are going to hurt yourself further." "I can hold it as long as I need to," Germany immediately answered through clenched teeth. "If I can't do what is necessary to support my allies, then I cannot call myself a nation. Now go to the other." Before Japan had the opportunity to inquire further about the current German state of health, he was immediately interrupted. "Go Japan, go where Taiwan is stationed," Germany practically shouted, doing his best to manage his composure. "We are nations first, you should know that it's our well-being is secondary to protecting the culture and lives of humanity." While Japan knows this already, that doesn't prevent him from caring about his long-term friendship with Germany. Despite their nation status, that doesn't erase the countless years of alliances, spending time together in mundane things, or the attachment to the select nations he dares would call friends. Japan knows that Germany is aware of that fact and is doing whatever it takes to repress those memories and feelings. Japan knows that if Germany wasn't suppressing his desires, feelings, and thoughts at this time, the nation would have immediately left his post and support Italy in the Italians' healing effort. Thank you for being the barrier between everything, Japan acknowledged before leaving to support Taiwan in another building. Japan headed toward the building where Taiwan was using her quirk platform step to walk through the skies by creating platforms beneath her feet. The building Taiwan was rescuing people from happening to partially collapse, with more areas collapsing as the minutes passed by. As a result, several individuals were desperate enough to jump off the building, risking the chance that they won't survive the fall. Taiwan was catching the people jumping before handing the people to Cyprus, who was using his quirk mechanical wings to fly up to skies and down to the earth. In a situation where Cyprus was not available, Taiwan would hand the caught person to Liechtenstein. The nation was using a combination of her quirk butterfly princess and ribbonary to help with the rescue efforts. Liechtenstein spread out her butterfly wings to fly, summon ribbons wrapped around the person, and safely dropped them to the ground. If Japan was a bystander to the disaster taking place, it would have appeared that the nations were taking coordinated steps from a complicated dance. Taiwan twirling and stepping on different platforms she had created, Cyprus flying up and down at coordinate speed and knowing where to go to catch someone, and Liechtenstein using some gymnastic skills to use her ribbonary quirk effectively. Japan, Greece is inside helping with the evacuation efforts from the inside, Cyprus informed him, briefly floating closer so Japan could understand him. We estimate that we have 10 minutes at most before this building entirely collapses. Do whatever it takes to save the most amount of people. The keyword is most. Like so many other nations present here today, Japan is painfully aware that it can't save everyone today. Italy's vision confirmed the disaster that will take place on this very day. The collapses of buildings, destroyed roads, and demolished parts of the city are not avoidable. Italy had told All Might that people will die on the day he confronts All for One and that property will be damaged. However, that doesn't mean they can reduce the number of deaths, property damage, and blood spill today. It is possible to change the outcome of a future Italy's. Japan doesn't think today will be one of those days where the future completely changes. The most they can do today is save as many people as possible and make sure that today marks the day that All for One dies. Izuku feels something stir within his soul as if something had changed in the air around him. No, that's not true. That's a fraction of what he's experiencing at this very moment. His heart was pounding to the point Izuku feels like it's going to burst out of his chest. For some unknown reason, he's having trouble breathing. He was gasping for air, feeling like he was being held in a suffocating chokehold. Izuku felt a warm piece of cloth being pressed against his forehead before the clothes were wiped across. You're shivering, Katsuki noted, continuing to wipe the sweat off of Izuku's face. I had to take this from the dryer so I can wipe your face off the sweat. That was nice of him. Izuku wanted to thank Kacchan for doing this for him, but all that came out of him were pathetic breathing and slight choking noises. What type of illness causes someone to feel like this? He saw his mother with a flu, but it was nothing compared to this. He also doesn't recall his mother experiencing auditory hallucinations when she got sick. Dad never got sick like this, Katsuki quietly mentioned, watching Izuku resting. He would get a high temperature reading, feel weak, sweat, and feel tired all the time. Izuku wishes that was all he was experiencing at the moment instead of the shivers, the different emotions that came out of nowhere stirring within his soul, and the auditory hallucinations that are making it a lot harder to hear the things going on. If he had the energy, he would have pressed his hands onto his ears as a vain attempt to stop with the soft, barely understandable voices he is hearing in his head. He would sometimes vomit, Katsuko added. I'm surprised you hadn't vomited yet. The moment he heard Kacchan say the word vomit, Izuku felt bile creeping up his throat and his throat constrict. Kacchan saw the signs of a person vomiting, so he created more distance between him and Izuku. As for Izuku, he turned his head to the side facing the floor and threw up on the once clean ground. What he threw up was not bile but instead was blood. Before Izuku had the opportunity to question the blood, he coughed several times before he threw out more blood to the ground. What's going on with you? Katsuki said in a worried tone. First, your temperature is really high. Next, you are shivering. Now, you are vomiting blood. Izuku hurled some blood onto the ground as his coughs grew more in severity and frequency. At the same time as Izuku's coughing and bloody vomiting fit, a cunning villain and a self-sacrificing hero had both landed a punch at each other at the same time. Unexpectedly, All for One had not given TRNC the same wrist device as the other micronations. That may be due to the fact that something else had caught their captor's attention for the time being. Seberage views TRNC's situation as a slide of luck because that means the personification with the youngest age maturity level doesn't have to endure the same type of brutal treatment. He still can't comprehend how someone specifically made something to withstand a micronation's strengths and keep them bound to a chair. Trust him when he says that he did everything to escape from his confinement before All for One decided to test out some of his theories about personification's recovery speed. Hello, 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 a voice called out from a screen. I better not have wasted my time going through the servers here. All the micronations weakly turned their heads to the source of the voice. On one of the major computers in the room, a young boy with ruffled red hair and bluish-gray eyes was an image. The boy appeared to be annoyed by the lack of response until the boy squinted his eyes. After it had dawned on the child that everyone present in the room was tortured, the boy's eyes widened in shock and horror. Save wasn't lying, the boy noted, uncharacteristically concerned about everyone in the room. You were all captured by the evilest of evil. I can't believe I miss hearing you talk, Molasia admitted, looking at the screen slightly amused. For once, I can stand to hear you talk without shutting the computer off. Ladonia, tell me what's going on out there, WY quickly demanded, pulling against her restraints in a vain attempt to escape. Without too much sleep, you lose your sense of time. Right now, several nations are helping civilians evacuated from buildings appearing to collapse, Ladonia explained. We recruited the help of All Might to fight against All for One while some of us are attempting to find you. Ladonia, how long had we been here? Seberage asked, unsure if he really wanted to know the answer to that question. Weeks, Ladonia revealed. I'm supposed to send the coordinations back to Iceland so he can scan the area. I'm hearing a but here, Hut River mentioned. So, what are you going to do instead, This, Ladonia replied, materializing into the real world. I'm breaking you out of here right now instead. The Red Hair Nation won't admit it out loud, but he was worried about his fellow micronations. The disheveled appearances and defeated facial expressions convinced Ladonia to free the nations from their confinements. He should count himself lucky that he is an internet-based personification, or else he would have been placed in a familiar position. Ladonia immediately moved to the nearest personification, which was TRNC. At first, he struggled to understand how the chains worked. He tugs on the chain, which causes TRNC to wince in pain, and gives a pained shout. Inspecting the chains closer, Ladonia had found that the chains had hooks made to sink into the skins and stay stuck there. Horrified, Ladonia looked at Seberage. The hooks are sunk into all of you, Ladonia said, appearing upset by his discovery. I can't get them out of TRNC. Ripped it out then, TRNC softly verbalized. No matter how much I scream or thrash, ripped out of me. Ladonia did what TRNC said and ripped the chains tied around TRNC. Despite the screams of pain and the blood trailing off from the freshly formed punctured wounds, Ladonia did not stop removing the chains until TRNC was completely free. After struggling to figure out how to remove the chains with as little harm as possible, TRNC was freed from his confines. The metal chains were dropped to the ground, which stained the ground in some droplets of blood. When he was about to free WY from her chains, he was greeted with the sight of a controlled shock being administered to WY. Stepping back in a mixture of anger and horror, Ladonia watches how WY was given a severe shock that would have killed an average person. What was that? Ladonia questioned, restraining himself from yelling in rage. Is he giving everyone shocks here too? Yep, Molasia confirmed. It's how the fucker prevents us from fall asleep too long. Sadistic BSTRD. Ha, you said a curse word in front of us, Sealand pointed out, giving a slight smile. A poor attempt to lighten up the mood, but Sealand doesn't care. Don't let anyone know you swore in front of children. Ladonia focused on removing the chains from WY, giving a soft apology before removing the chains off of WY. Like TRNC, the hooks that were sunk into WY's skin left a trail of punctured wounds and trails of blood on her skin. Despite the pain WY endured, or how much blood was dripping down to the ground, she looked a lot more relieved. Ladonia touched the wrist device that was forcibly placed on WY's wrist. Observing the design of the wrist device, Ladonia made an interesting discovery about the device. The controlled shocks were surprisingly based on microwaves. His quirk microwaves grasp allows him to manipulate any forms of microwaves, which means he can manipulate the electronic device. They are based on data transmission, Ladonia revealed, wrapping both of his hands on the device. That means I can stop the signal, giving these devices the ability to shock you. That's great, Ladonia, WY replied, encouraging Ladonia to use his quirk. She kept on gesturing for Ladonia to block the data transmission from an unknown source so she can be freed from the eclectic shocks. Hurry up so you can do that to the rest of us. Ladonia stopped the data transmission on WY's wrist device, which made the device automatically free WY's hand and fall to the ground. WY, go free the others while I work on removing the wrist devices, Ladonia ordered. I'll work on freeing Kacchan from his wrist device. For one, WY accepted taking orders from Ladonia. In any other circumstances, she would have turned her head to the side and dismissive the personification statement. As Wei was freeing the other micronations from the chains, Ladonia was beginning to stop the data transmission signal on Kacchan's wrist device. Thank you for risking the chance to get grounded, Kacchan said in an attempt to make a joke. I know if Austria found out that I did something similar, he would have grounded me. Great, I forgot that I can get grounded. Ladonia groaned. Save and Finland are going to ground me after this is all over. Kacchan was freed from the wrist device and was not only stuck in chains. Ladonia continued freeing everyone from their wrist devices while WY continued to free the remaining nations from their chains. Once everyone was freed, the floor was stained in red as the smell of Cooper lingered in the air. I can't help you anymore, so you are on your own, Ladonia warned, walking toward the computer screen. I can't keep my solidified form if I'm too far from a computer connected to the internet. However, I will mess with the network here to make it easier to escape. Ladonia's physical form disappeared after wishing the micronations luck for the second and last time. Ladonia's face was briefly displayed on the main computer screen until it vanished out of their sight. Sealand doesn't know if he should feel offended that All for One underestimated their intelligence, stamina, and skills to escape from the area they were being held hostage, or be thankful that for once, the micronation's reputation had made things more favorable for them. There were no classical group of evil henchmen of the main villain trying to stop them from escaping or trying to restrain them back to their confinements. Oh my, we are surrounded by water, Hut River noted, gazing over the water crashing on the beach shore. Smart move to place the base of operation in a location hard to escape from. In most video games Sealand played with Ladiva, most supervillain bases were at abandoned locations, scary-looking places, or somewhere that had little sunlight. Sometimes, there are robots and a lot of machinery. That's why he was surprised to see that they are on an uninhabited island with sand, trees, and many birds chirping. I can't carry all of you, Seberij stated, looking at the water before looking back at the micronations. Anyone have ideas? Sealand's imagination can create a boat, WY considered before she remembered the limitation of the quirk. But he barely has energy and creating a boat requires too much material. Being tortured and sleep-deprived can make someone lose all of their energy and strength. Sealand will yell at anyone who says otherwise. TRNC, you have a bubble-like quirk, Kacchan blurted out, looking at TRNC in realization. Can you create a bubble around us? Yes, TRNC confirmed. And Sealand can make us life jackets since I don't want to experience dying via drowning, Seberij added. He appeared to be more motivated after hearing a possible solution to escape from the island. Everyone huddled around TRNC as the personification created a large enough bubble to encase everyone in. Once the bubble was fully formed, everyone inside the bubble saw a visible large smoke cloud far off in the distance. Do you want to try head that way? Sealand asked to no one in particular. It could be the fight Ladonia was talking about earlier. I can't believe we are seriously going to travel across the water by a bubble, Molasia said under his breath. The bubble better not pop. As long there are no intense aftershocks, the bubble will last, TRNC spoke, glaring at Molasia after hearing the taller personification comment. Now let's start rolling this thing toward that suspicious smoke cloud, Seberij encouraged. For the next hour, the micronations within the bubble knowingly steered the bubble across the body of water toward a battle. When one of them gets tired, a reminder from the others about reaching to freedom or reuniting with the people they love, or tolerate, is enough to keep them moving. The aftershock that came from All Might's fatal blow to All for One's chest and All for One's blow to All Might's broke Germany's barrier. At the time, no one thought of the oddity of the strength of the quirks displayed by two mortals. The nations tried to reduce the effect of the aftershock by using their respective quirks to either save as many civilians as they could or stop the falling debris from the collapsing buildings. France was using his quirk artillery arrows to summon arrows to break apart the pieces of stone and cement falling to the ground into dust. Belgium used her rainbow-like quirk to create a solidified rainbow shield to protect the people behind her from falling glass shards and other dangerous objects. Switzerland was using Beam's bullet fury to target the smaller rubble so the rubble could turn into dust. There was a risk that the dust would cause future respiratory problems for those who inhale it, but that's more preferable than an increased fatality count. Near the scene where All Might and All for One were at, there were a few nations stationed serving more of a supporting role. England was using his hydrokinesis to manipulate the large quantity of seawater away from where All Might was standing and the fallen body of All for One. If England had it his way, he would have let the seawater carry the body somewhere else so it can rot beyond recognition. However, the authorities needed to collect his body and ensure the 2-century-old supervillain is actually dead. That means preventing America from using his pyrokinesis quirk from accidentally burning the body. "Let me burn the body," America whined, practically begging to England. No one would care if he burned. "America, I don't think that an action a hero would take," Canada vocalized, disturbed by his brother's insistence to burn All for One's body. "We should leave everything to All Might." "But how are we supposed to know that he's actually dead?" America argued, trying to get his point across. "What if 7 or 8 years in the future, he suddenly makes an appearance and goes back to trying to take over the world and become immortal?" "America, you have been reading too many comic books," England interrupted from afar, moving the still ongoing waves that are approaching them but on a smaller scale. "Look, the authorities are here to remove the body from the scene." Like England said, some official-looking people were on the scene properly collecting the mangled and disfigured body of All for One to some undisclosed location. America wants to follow them and make sure they do their jobs properly, but he knew he had to stay with the other nations. Oh shit, he still has to do paperwork about everything that had happened. It's going to take days to finish the paperwork for this type of chaos. "Do you hear screaming?" Canada asked, scouting the area for the source of the sound. "I hear the sounds of several people screaming for help." America turned around to face the direction of the roaring waves of water and saw several familiar figures practically doing their best to stay afloat. America is not to question how several kidnapped micronations managed to escape from the clutches of a sadistic, crazy BSTRD because he has bigger things to worry about. "England, use your quirk to save them from drowning," America shouted, frantically pointing where he saw several micronations trying to stay afloat. "We don't want them to temporarily die from drowning, that's one of the more torturous ways to die." America had to close his eyes and breath when the sudden memory of the witch trials popped in his head. Like other countries that held witch trials, America was one of the many nations that were accused of witchcraft and were wrongfully declared guilty. He was one of the nations who was sentenced water test where they stripped him naked, tied him up, and tossed him to the lake. Supposedly, if you were a witch, you would float onto the water surface because the water would reject an unholy person. If you weren't a witch, you would begin to sink in the depths of the water and the people who try to pull you back to the surface. He was one of the unfortunate ones who didn't pull up from the water on time. Hold yourself together, America, you're supposed to be a hero. Ignore the memory and focus on finding his charge. He's not supposed to be affected by things that happened hundreds of years ago, or at least that is what he's telling himself. The Nordic group was supposed to be one rescuing them, England loudly responded, immediately using his remaining strength to manipulate the water where the micronations were located. "I have not heard a single report from the Nordic group." The Nordic was stationed near the medics, waiting for any clues for possible locations where the micronations are being held captive. It looked like Norway's quirk won't be needed for today. America guessed they should count themselves lucky because the micronations managed to break themselves free, and England was safely maneuvering them back to the sandy beach surface. He saw how happy and relieved the micronations were when they made contact with the sand. However, it looks like all the micronations will need to check because they look like absolute shit. They are burned out as England's scones. "Molossia, you're free," America laughed, cheering at Molossia for a hug that Molossia definitely does not want. "I was so worried about you." "Please not," Molossia responded, backing as slowly away as possible. "I spent an hour crammed in a bubble." Molossia suddenly found the energy to run away but was tackled into an unwanted hug by an overexcited nation. The other micronations chuckled at Molossia's plight. "We missed everything already," Hut River noted, looking at the scene in front of him. "Where is this All Might and All for One person?" "All for One's body have been taken by the authorities," Canada explained. "And All Might was immediately sent where Italy is that so his wounds can be healed." "That's nice," WY yawned. She rubbed her eyes in an attempt to keep herself awake. "Can I please have a room to stay in so I can sleep?" "We have been forcibly kept awake for weeks," Saborga casually supplemented, as if being on the other end of sleep deprivation techniques was nothing. "I kinda want to sleep for a few days." "Excuse me, you have been what?" England practically shouted. "What did he do you while being held as hostages?" England's question was met with random awkward silence from the micronations as they suddenly found the sand something very interesting to look at. America released Molossia from the forced hug and tried to get a response from him. America did receive a response, but it was not an answer to England's question. TRNC, you had to make the aftershock comment, Molossia said. Not my fault, TRNC glared, defending himself from what he perceived as an accusation. At least we almost made it to the surface without the bubble popping. Earlier in the rough sea waters, the micronations were steering the water in the direction of the smoke. As they approached closer, they saw the battle between All Might and All for One from a distance. At the time, no one thought of the consequences for coming close where two powerful individuals were trying to kill each other. All they were focused on was finally approaching to land and obtaining the rest they rightfully deserve. Perhaps their sleep-deprived mind made it harder for them to think more clearly about the situation. Cool, we're close, Sealand observed, getting visibly excited. I can't wait to see my papas and annoy England again. I can't wait to not be crammed in this stupid bubble, Molossia complained, ignoring TNRC's frown. I'll take this than swimming with the sharks, Kumjalujal mentioned. Or drowning. Hungry said that's a painful way to die. When this is all over, I'm taking a long siesta, Seberaj commented. Better yet, a vacation. WY will need a new house, Hut River added. However, I will graciously allow her to stay in my. I rather not, WY immediately interrupted before turning to face Sealand. Sealand, can Finland or Sweden make edible food? Yes, Sealand replied. Why? I want to stay somewhere with food I can actually digest, WY explained. And I want to stay away from an overprotective austerial or flamboyant guy who claims to be my senpai when this all over. WY ignored the audible hey from Hut River. But we will all have overprotective guardians when we arrive, Kumjalujal pointed out. We will be allowed to be out of our guardians or the personification in charge of a site for a very long time. Before anyone had the opportunity to add to the conservation, there was a sudden, intense aftershock that broke TRNC's bubble. The moment the bubble burst, the micronations fell into the water. They were so close to the surface, but something from the fight must have triggered something to create several intense waves. It made it harder for the micronations to stay afloat despite knowing how to swim. If it wasn't for England's intervention, there was a possibility that they would have tired themselves out, or they would have barely made it to the surface. They may be personifications, but they have their own set of limitations. If they were a nation and not a minor personification, perhaps they would have been able to endure more. Meanwhile, North Italy was prepared to heal any potential wounds All Might could have sustained with his encounter with All for One. When someone brought All Might, North Italy immediately prepared to heal and restore All Might's health. Due to the nature of his quirk, his boss made him study everything about human anatomy and everything that could be useful in healing mortals. Of course, his quirk has some limitations, like he cannot heal the damage done by a personification's quirk. No matter how major or minor the personification is, the quirk of the personification can inflict damage that Italy cannot heal. It doesn't matter if he put all of his energy and effort into healing the person. He simply cannot recover the damage caused by a personification's quirk. Trust him, he had done tests with the other nations to test that out. Your lungs and stomach, Italy panicked, immediately rushing over to All Might and the people who brought him here. You're bleeding all over the place. I'm fine, Italy, Toshinori tried to assure but was coughing out blood. No, you're not, Italy cried out, immediately activating his quirk to heal the damage done to All Might. But don't you worry, I can heal everything and you'll be all better. With a weak smile and glowing hands, Italy immediately used his quirk on All Might. However, Italy observed how All Might's wounds were not healing as expected. He tried even harder to use his quirk on All Might, but the hero was still not healing. This can't be the case. Why isn't All Might healing? His quirk should be working. What's wrong, Italy? All Might asked, noticing the distress on Italy's face. He was still coughing out blood and was in a lot of pain. For some reason, Italy sensed something. Every personification can tell if the person they are talking to is a moral or a fellow personification. All Might and All for One were clearly mortal, that much he knows. No one reported anything that shows the villain and hero as nothing more than plain mortals. Fattarello, what's taking you so long to heal All Might? Romano questions, making an appearance. Did something hit your head? Romano, I can't heal All Might, Italy panicked, getting more distress and desperate. They're both mortals. I'm supposed to heal the damage done by quirks for mortals. At that moment, Romano remembered what All Might said to nations of the world in that world meeting. Romano approached to where All Might was waiting to receive treatment for his injuries to test that theory out. An additional benefit of his Angel of Power quirk is that he's knowledgeable about the quirk classification due to his quirk amplifying the quirks of others. He can get a gist of all the information of the individual's quirk. Creating his own sphere of light, Romano used his quirk to sense All Might's quirk. The moment he used his quirk, Romano's eyes widened. You said your quirk was passed down from All for One's brother, Romano said in a mixture of disbelief. And the two quirks were merged to form one quirk. That's the story of One for All Might confirm, not getting Romano's point. One of my quirks can amplify the Fing quirks of others, Romano explained. By using this quirk, I gain the basic knowledge about that quirk, such as if it's an emitter quirk. Ah, so you sense it too, Italy said, looking at his hands. I'm sorry All Might, please forgive me. I can't properly heal you. What's going on? All Might questioned, completely lost about everything. Italy's quirk can't heal the damage done by personifications, Romano revealed, appearing bothered by the sudden revelation he made. All Might, I don't know how to Fing to tell you, but you don't know everything about your or All for One's quirk. What are you implying, Romano? All Might follow up. He stopped himself from talking when he took a second to understand the implications of Romano's word. Are you implying that All for One received a quirk from an outside source? No, I'm implying that both All for One and Yoichi received a quirk that came from a personification, Romano clarified. All for One's original quirk merged with the second quirk that either allowed him to give or take quirks. One for All must have merged because All for One didn't know that Yoichi was given a quirk by a personification. DMN it, we should have listed to the Yoichi and Can. But who, Italy wondered, thinking really hard about the possible explanation for how two mortals received a quirk from an unknown personification. Who was the one responsible for creating the legacy of All for One and One for All? An average day of leaving tied-up criminals in front of the nearest police station with a stick note that has his respective signature and a smiling face. Well, it was a smiley face with a tongue sticking out because Izuku wanted to provoke Tsukachi because the detective had the audacity to arrest him. He's doing some good work out in the streets, such as bringing countless villains into custody, accidentally stopping that one trafficking ring, and dumping a bucket of ice water on top of Indehor live on some type of national channel. Kacchan threw several glitter bombs at him for extra measures. Maybe there are some consequences for being raised without a stable parental figure and having little to no structure in their lives. Nah, his mentality shouldn't be too affected after spending a few years living as orphans with no concrete clues about their parents' death. Maybe Kacchan had a slight habit of going overboard sometimes, and Izuku sometimes finds himself lost in thought for no particular reason. Do you really have to beat them senselessly, Kacchan? Izuku questioned as he lightly kicked an unconscious, tied-up villain that had dealt with minutes prior. I mean, you knock all of his teeth out. And you burned all of his hair off. Next time, I'll let him slice you in half, Katsuki dryly responded, pointing to the random sword the villain had. In fact, I haven't used enough violence for having the ball to try to chop your body up. Well, he is known for killing his victims and ripping parts of their flesh, Izuku casually explained. Then their body parts scattered around where they were killed with large chunks of flesh missing. Like I said, do you prefer if I let the fucker slice you in half, Katsuki stated. Izuku shocked his head. He preferred to be alive, thank you very much. He also preferred if he isn't sent to the foster care system or getting arrested anytime soon. From a distance, he sees police cars approaching them as the sounds of sirens echo the conveniently empty street. The moment he noticed the signs of a police force, Izuku quickly grabbed Kacchan's wrist and started sprinting far away from the scene. He could hear Katsuki quietly cursing as he tried to keep up with him. Come, Kacchan. You have to be prepared at the exact moment you see the cops approaching. Does he want to get arrested? Kacchan, throw the smoke bombs already, Izuku shouted as he continued to drag Katsuki. I ran out yesterday, I forgot to replace them. You Fing idiot, Katsuki muttered as he pulled out some smoke bombs. I swear if they sent Eraserhead after us again, I will personally. Fortunately for them, Eraserhead was not, in fact, chasing them. Instead, it was different individuals who probably thought they could track down some vigilante rookies. A terrible mistake, in his opinion, because of how ridiculous overpower he is and how brutal Kacchan can be. Also, there's an endless supply of glitter bombs at Kacchan's disposal. Why do they want us to be arrested so badly? Izuku huffed as he used his quick to create water and splashed it onto the ground behind Katsuki. You vandalized Japan's number 2 agencies with a bunch of middle fingers, Katsuki reminded Izuku, knowing that Izuku wasn't being serious. And we are quote-unquote, illegally performing activities against the law. The moment the water made contact with the ground, Izuku briefly turned around and focused on transforming the liquid into solid. In other words, Izuku froze the ground because he wanted their pursuer to slip. After freezing the ground behind them, Katsuki immediately threw some more smoke bombs so the ice could remain hidden. Izuku wished he was able to stay behind to see the person chasing them slip badly. Sadly, he can't. He'll settle on vandalizing property that belongs to a certain hero and purposely sending information the authorities have been trying to look for. So the pair got away, Tsukachi groaned, taking in the sight of a pile of unconscious villains. We have been pursuing them for years, yet they always manage to escape. Their reasoning for their actions is much for debate, such as the pair's quirk. The pair have been seen utilizing a handful of devices, such as smoke bombs, glitter bombs, pocketfuls of sand, and whatever they can grab a hold of. Additionally, a lot of explained events always occurred when the pair, such as the ice that mysteriously appeared on the ground. Bean Genist reported the pair floating in the sky, which should be physically impossible without support gear or a quirk. Kamui Woods reported a sudden fire ring surrounding him, but the fire origins were unknown. They're getting more confident, Sansa noted, picking up the sticky note that was stuck onto one of the villains. The pair recently had begun leaving notes on the scene. I think you would like to take a look. Sansa passed the note to Tsukachi, which Tsukachi took a deep breath as he read the note. Here's a little gift for you. Please don't justice fail the public again by appropriately arresting them. I can believe they got off scot-free the first time. I can't believe he was let go because of a mistake. If you don't correctly arrest him this time, I will vandalize the court with many memes. Don't test me. The one and only Game Master, tongue sticking out. Tsukachi noticed that there was a second sticky note behind the first one. He separated the two sticky notes to see a different note from the other vigilante. Seriously, he'll do it. He stole all of Ingenium's coffee and suched it for Dekoff for accidentally calling him short out of pettiness. Don't ask how he broke into his office. Aftermath. They enjoy vandalism a little too much, Tsukachi dryly commented. They act like a bunch of children. Let's hope they don't multiple, Sansa added. We don't need more vigilantes tormenting the police or making grown men cry. Several seconds had passed before Tsukachi continued to speak. You're still upset that Aftermath managed to dye your fur pink, Tsukachi mentioned, stifling a light laughter after remembering the event. He knows there are pictures of a dyed Sansa plastered throughout the internet. It was an interesting look. I hope one day, Aftermath or Game Master SWCHU coffee with Dekoff, Sansa responded before he shudders at the thought of his fur being dyed pink. Somewhere in the world. Feliciano, stop looking at police fail combinations, Romano shouted from afar. You have spent the past hour watching them. But Romano, it brings me good memories when we were vigilantes, Felicano smiled, remembering his brief stint as an Italian vigilante. It was so much fun, Romano. We should do it again. Do you want us to get in trouble without booze? Romano shouted as he barged into the room Feliciano was at. We can't do that type of CRP no more. We can't do unauthorized work. Feliciano blinked before mentioning that America, the Bad Trio, the Magic Trio, and several other nations pretend to be vigilantes at the moment. Their nations, since when do they care if they're properly following the law at all times? Okay, so maybe some nations follow the laws, such as Germany, Austria, Hungary, and some more nations. The point is, why can't he participate in some part-time vigilante activity? Wait, the tomato fucker is doing some vigilante shit, Romano shouted. He should be focusing on tracking down All for One's followers. They all should be focusing on that, duh. Romano is right, but Felicano doesn't think All for One's followers are much of a threat anymore. Nearly all of them are arrested. Also, there is the fact that All for One is dead. Ha, he was stupid enough to slip on ice, Romano laughed at the screen. The screen showed a random police officer walking into a cloud of mist. The mist decapitated and relieved sleet of ice on the sidewalk as the police officer frantically tried not to fall to the ground. Of course, the man did fall to the ground. Let's collect some berries, you say, Katsuki muttered, rubbing his head as a way to soothe the pain. It'll be a nice break from being chased from Eraswed and the entire police department. Katsuki glared at Izuku while Izuku shrugged. How was I supposed to know we'll fall into a hole, Izuku justified, spreading his arms around to emphasize his point. I didn't know that falling into a hole would lead us to a secret underground world that looks like a fairy tale. Izuku got up and brushed the dirt and grass off his clothes before scanning the area. The underground world has odd features such as a giant mushroom tree, a sidewalk that looks like checker patterns, some type of castle from the distance, and most of the fauna were as big as houses. What doesn't make sense was how can there be a blue sky, something like a sun shining bright in the sky, and a rainbow in a world beneath the ground. Now that wasn't logical or can be explained scientifically at all. I'm getting some Alice in Wonderland vibes, Izuku admitted, closing and rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Once Izuku opened his eyes, he still saw the odd underground world they found themselves landing. Deciding that it was better to scout the area than to stand in one place, Izuku pulled Kacchan off the ground. When his friend was off the ground, Izuku began to walk while roughly tugging Kacchan. His friend didn't pick up too much of a fight, but he was grumbling for the entire time Izuku was dragging him along. After spending some time strolling aimlessly in this unknown world, Izuku decided that perhaps they should follow the checkered pattern trail that most likely lead to the faraway castle. I can't believe he was FING serious when he told us that there was an underground world, Katsuki blurted out. He remembered Hisashi enthusiastically sharing his time in Wonderland. This magical bullshit. I'm still shocked that Dad was telling the truth, Izuku smiled, fondly remembering his father and the elaborate stories the man shared. Also, there's nothing wrong with a little magic. You're right indeed, little green-hair child, someone cheered from behind in a high-pitched voice. I'm glad there are some open-minded people on the surface. Instinctively, Izuku turned around as he created a ball of wind within his palms. Seconds later, he used the ball of wind to form a strong gust of wind to create some distance between him and the unknown person. Much to Izuku's surprise, it wasn't a person who startled them but some fairy-like creature. The fairy had silver butterfly wings, black insect eyes, elf-like ears, and snow-white skin. The fairy was also wearing a plain black dress with random white flower petals decorating it. Who the F are you? Katsuki questioned, pushing Izuku behind him and shielding Izuku from the perceived threat. Here's a better question, are you too lost? The fairy spoke, deflecting Katsuki's question. We hadn't seen your kind visiting our humble home. Katsuki turned his head over his shoulder as he pointed to the fairy. Do you know what she's talking about? Katsuki asked Izuku. Izuku shook his head no before looking over Katsuku's other shoulder to see the fairy. The fairy was tilting her head slightly, appearing intrigued at the sight of two random children. Oh my, so that how it is, the fairy chuckled, which annoyed Katsuki. The slumbering states of two children with locked potential and abilities. Izuku had to immediately wrap his arms around Katsuki and try to prevent him from attacking the fairy. At first, Izuku was able to deal with a thrashing Katsuki, but at some point, Katsuki managed to escape from his clutches. The fairy continued to chuckle as she successfully dodged every single of Katsuki's punches and kicks. Unlike the heroes on the surface, the fairy can easily teleport out of Katsuki's range and fly out of Katsuki's reach. Izuku would have done something to stop this one-sided fight, but he doesn't want to accidentally get burned by Katsuki's quirk. For some reason, the fairy seemed like she was having a lot of fun, considering that his best friend was trying to kill her. This is why Izuku thinks that Kacchan needs some anger management or something to deal with his temper. I haven't had this much fun since Wonderland vanished, the fairy admitted before frowning. Oh, how much I miss the young lady. Please stop trying to kill the fairy, Izuku mentioned, which grabbed Katsuki's attention. She may help us get back to the surface. Katsuki looked at the fairy as the fairy cooed at Katsuki. It took a lot of restraint, but Katsuki could restrain the urge to continue fighting with the fairy. Do you know how we can go home? Katsuki said with gritted teeth. We clearly belong in this world. I could always teleport you to one of the queens, the fairy responded as her wings fluttered faster in excitement. My queen always wanted to meet others like the young lady. The fairy eagerly pulled Katsuki into a tight embrace before motioning Izuku to get closer. Cautiously, Izuku walked closer to the fairy until the fairy reached for his wrist. Before he knew it, he and Katsuki were suddenly teleported out of the area. Izuku found himself standing in front of a woman with an extravagant pale green dress, a golden crown decorated in emerald and other green gemstones, and a silver staff that has a four-leaf clover on top of it. The woman's hair was green as the forest leaves, and her eyes were entirely black. Overall, the woman can still be passed as someone who lives on the surface. Queen of Clubs, I have found some children like Wonderland, the fairy explained as she excitedly pointed to Izuku and Katsuki. These slumbering children don't know anything about their kind, but they're insistent that they return to the human society. Izuku ignores the fairy's odd statement and pays attention to the queen approaching him and Kacchan. The queen gave an angelic smile as she crouched in front of Izuku and Katsuki. She gently ruffled their hair before she spoke. I miss the young lady, the queen commented. I wish I knew where she went. Is she your child? Izuku asked. She's a child, but we are her people, the queen responded, appearing unsure of what to say. When you get older and continue to learn about the world's mysteries, you'll understand. Can you tell us what the hell is this place? Katsuki asked, before realizing that he basically cursed in front of a queen. Not knowing what to do, Katsuki gave a slight bow because that is what he saw people do in the movies when talking to a queen. Sorry for cursing at you, I was confused about how we ended up here. That's all right, child, the queen stated, giving a reassuring smile. As for where you are, you fell into a magical portal that leads to a place called Wonderland. So Wondertale Fronty books and movies are real, Izuku gasps. Does that mean the magic from the Satori are also real? The queen looked at Izuku before she continued speaking. My child, what are you talking about? The queen spoke, looking at Izuku oddly. You are aware that you possess some powerful magic? It's unheard of that a being is capable of using all the magical elements. Now it was Izuku's turn to give a confused look to the queen. What did the queen mean when she said that he is capable of using all of the magical elements? Thinking back, the media always portray magic as something elemental like fire, water, ground, air, or other elements found in nature. Sometimes, magic is something unseen but makes the individual do impossible things. Wait for a second, the queen said magical elements. Izuku gradually lifted his hands near his face as he let the queen's words sink in. Kacchan, I think I know what my quirk is overpowered, Izuku acknowledged. All this time, I was performing magic. It took thousands of years for a simple organism like humans to evolve to the point of having the cognitive, physical, and emotional ability to conquer and basically control everything on Earth. Humans continue to grow to the point where most of the population has quirks. It would make sense that something like magic and a magical, underground world was to exist. How else is someone supposed to explain the world's phenomena and the different mythologies throughout the world? You said that you wanted to go home, the queen stated as she properly stood up. I know how to bring you back home, but you must be aware of a few things. What is it? Both Izuku and Katsuki responded in unison. First, the hole you came through will most likely not bring you here if you were to fall in it again, the queen explained. The entrance to Wonderland would change daily. Secondly, cherish your remaining shred of childhood innocence. The world is filled with many harsh realities that I'm sure the two of you will later discover. The queen paused, contemplating if she should ask the two boys a favor. After thinking about the pros and cons of her favor, she decides to verbalize her request. Lastly, if you find the young lady, please return the young lady back to her home, the queen requested before giving a bow in front of Izuku and Katsuki. If you can't immediately return to Wonderland after finding her, please protect the young lady. Izuku didn't know how to react to a queen bowing in front of him. He simply responded to the queen's response by numbly nodding his head, wondering the reasons why would a queen trust him to protect someone. Living without his parents has been challenging. Katsuki thought he would never miss his mother's nagging or her endless lectures about his attitude. He had always thought his father was a pushover. Reflecting back, he realized his father wasn't a pushover but a gentle pacifist. His dad would prefer to find an alternative to violence and choose to use his words to resolve a situation. However, his mother was more reactive and preferred to act first and ask questions later. Looking at the mirror reflection of himself, he sees himself resembling his mother's features the most. As each day passed, Katsuki realized that he was becoming more like his mother regarding his appearance and how he reacted to situations. For example, he thinks his mother would be shouting if he was to come home one day with a random child following behind him. What the F, nerd, Katsuki shouted, before rubbing his eyes to make sure the little girl with long white hair and a horn on top of her wasn't an illusion. What do you have there? Izuku turned to face the unknown girl while the girl appeared to be hiding behind Izuku's legs. You're right, mister, your friend is a loud Pomeranian, the girl quietly spoke as she tried to get a better look. Katsuki didn't miss how Izuku briefly chuckled before forcing himself to be all serious. The nerve he has to pretend he wasn't laughing at him. Izuku, why the F, did you bring a child after patrol? Katsuki questioned, pointing to the unknown child. We can barely take care of ourselves. Kacchan, look at her, Izuku pointed out in a serious tone, tilting his head in the girl's direction. Glancing at the girl, Katsuki sees a small girl who appears a little scared and nervous. However, after getting a closer look, he sees that the child was covered in bandages and looked a bit frail. There was also some faint smear of red on some part of the girl's worn-out dress. The horn on top of the girl's head reminded him of a unicorn for some strange reason. He would have gotten closer to the girl, but the child hid behind Izuku's legs. Despite the child's fears, she bravely took a peek and stared directly at him. There was a mixture of fear, distrust, and hurt in her eyes. Great, now he feels like an a-hole for treating a younger child like absolute shit. How did you accidentally acquire a child? Katsuki groaned while Izuku smiled brightly. Izuku was on top of a rooftop, scouting for any potential signs of criminal activity or someone needing his help. He was expecting to stop a robbery, stop a villain from destroying the area, or stop a potential assault. No, instead of the regular type of criminal activity, Izuku heard a child scream. Instinctively, Izuku jumped off the roof and carefully landed on the sidewalk. He turned right before immediately running in the direction of the scream. He didn't know what he expected, but it definitely wasn't a terrified girl being cornered by two police officers. Usually, police officers are agents of the law and follow some code of justice. Normally, police officers help heroes and ensure that the villains are behind bars. Unfortunately, this is the real world. Occasionally, a few corrupted and twisted people will slip through the cracks. Those types of people manage to get a position of power or authority, making it easier for them to carry out their ill-intended desires. It's quite easy for Izuku to tell the difference between good-natured individuals and bad-natured individuals. Based on the two officers' vibes right now, they don't have the girl's best interests. "Is there a problem?" Izuku asked out loud, which grabbed everyone's attention. "I can't help notice that there's a cornered child shaking in fear." "Everything is fine," the first officer quickly responded, making sure that he was standing up straight. "Game Master, we appreciate everything you do for the everyday people. But we're all aware that vigilantism is against the law," the second police officer added, approaching closer to Izuku. "If you were to leave, we can claim that we didn't see you patrolling tonight." Izuku didn't miss the quiet whimper or how the girl's breathing got heavier. From the corner of his eye, he saw silent tears trailing down the girl's face. The girl was clutching her heart as she turned her head around. Izuku thinks the girl is looking for an opportunity to run away. While he may not understand the entire situation, he knows enough that the girl was a victim and the two police officers were the enemy. Deciding that he needed to rescue the girl, he carefully approached the girl. He made sure that his hands were visible and that his steps were quiet. Once he was close enough to the girl, Izuku crouched down and looked directly at the girl's eyes. "Hello, I'm Game Master," Izuku introduced, making sure he was speaking quietly enough that two police officers didn't hear him. "Are you in danger? Just nod or shake head." The girl gave a slight nod, indicating that she was in danger. "Is it from the two police officers?" Izuku followed up, maintaining his quiet tone. Once again, the girl nodded her head. "Are they trying to bring you back to the thing you're running away from?" Izuku guessed, noticing how the girl was trying not to sob loudly. For the third time, the girl nodded her head. "Okay, so here's the plan," Izuku explained. He made sure to speak in a warm tone but kept his voice down. "I'm going to hold you and pretend to hand you over to the cops. However, I'll use the power of magic and trickery to help us both escape." The child stopped crying and nervously hummed in agreement. Izuku gently picked up the girl and cradled her close to his chest. He remembered his mother holding him close to her heart so he could hear his mother's heartbeat. That would sometimes calm him down, so he hoped that doing the same for the unknown child would have the same effect. Fortunately, the child did calm down, and now he felt tiny hands clutching tightly to his clothes. "You calm the child down," the first police officer said, motioning for Izuku to hand the child over to him. "Thank you. You can give us the child now. We'll keep what happens between the three of us," the second police officer continued, smiling unnaturally wide. Izuku simply nodded his head to pretend that he agreed with their steps. He gradually headed in their direction until he was right in front of them. When the first officer reached out his arms to grab the child, Izuku quickly formed a gust of wind beneath his feet and launched himself high to the sky. It was hilarious to hear the shocked yelling from the two police officers. Doing a barrel roll on a rooftop with a tiny child in arms was less funny. He had to shield the girl from the random pieces of junk littering on top of the roof. Sure, he was wearing protective clothing, but he will need to stitch some of the ripped parts. "What's your name?" Izuku asked as he began running away from the sound of sirens. "I can't keep calling you child or girl." "They call me Eri," the child responded. "Will you tell me your name?" "Izuku, but you must keep it a secret," Izuku answered, taking a look at his surroundings as he kept on jumping onto building after building. "Now, can you tell me why you were running?" Katsuki put his head in his hands and groaned. He doesn't know how the FING nerd manages to pick up a child running away from a dangerous threat. Eri told him that the man she was running away from wore a plaque mask and a pair of gloves. Unfortunately, he's rich enough to have some cops on the payroll. "Izuku, Eri escaped from a Yakuza," Katsuki pointed out while Eri nodded her agreement. "How the F do you pull this CRP? Honestly, I don't know," Izuku shrugged. "But now we have a little sister to take of." Katsuki didn't sign up to be an older brother. Izuku expects them to raise and protect the girl from whatever group is after her? Sure, Eri has a powerful quirk. Eri stated that they used her quirk to try to develop a quirk-erasing bullet. The problem is that they got no leads and they were not going to re-traumatize a girl for any possible leads. They are going to have to do this themselves. They got 3 years before the entrance exam, so they should be able to solve this issue. "So, Eri, how old are you?" Katsuki asked, trying to build a rapport with Eri. "I have been 6 for a while," Eri replied, earning confused looks from Izuku and Katsuki. "What do you mean by that?" Izuku probed. "I lost my memories, but I was found by a man," Eri explained before becoming visibly sad. "But, he and everyone else grow older. I would stay 6 while everyone grows older." Of course, the nerd found someone who can't age and have a powerful quirk. Don't forget the amnesia part and forgetting memories that would help explain Eri remaining stuck at the age of 6. How could things get any more unnecessary complicated? Izuku forced himself out of bed by literally pushing himself off his and falling onto the ground. For some reason, he doesn't feel like waking up today. He can already feel an upcoming headache forming in his head. Izuku, you're dead, Katsuki shouted as Izuku heard some angry footsteps approaching him. From where he was laying, Izuku could see Kacchan swinging the door wide open. Kacchan appeared a more angrier than usual based on the blonde-haired killer glare and how much he's resisting tossing Izuku across the room. What did I do now? Izuku wondered, unaware why he was on the other end of Katsuki's unnecessary anger. Somehow, you got yourself on the top 10 vigilante list, Katsuki responded, continuing to glare at Izuku. Oh, is someone jealous that Izuku was ranked higher and more publicly loved than an angry Pomergliam? Izuku would later deny in the future that he was all smug about being ranked higher for the next several days. Normally, he wouldn't care how the public view him since his Game Master persona was supposed to be temporary. However, Izuku doesn't know when he gets another opportunity to annoy Kacchan like this. Kacchan would always show off his cooking and cleaning skills while Izuku managed to accidentally make the pot of rice he was making exploded unexpectedly. Maybe if you were more friendly, the public would like you, Izuku spoke while giving a cheeky grin. You're a good person but you crave violence a little bit too much. For those unlucky police officers or heroes who chased after us, you are the one who usually injured or hospitalized them. Katsuki gave Izuku an unamused look. Izuku continued to smile as he stood up from the ground. I don't want to get arrested, Katsuki justified. And those fuckers had it coming. Fair, but you do know that the higher you're ranked, the more likely people would chase you, Izuku reminded, suddenly realizing that he would find himself running into the heroes and police more often. Despite being a seasonal, unofficial poll, the public takes it very seriously. So you're F-ed, Katsuki pointed out. Unknown to Katsuki and Izuku, Eri walked into the room moments later. She stared at Katsuki before turning to Izuku. What does F mean? Eri innocently asked, waiting patiently for either Izuku or Katsuki to answer. Katsuki stood pert-fried, slowly turning to face Eri as the Eri gave Katsuki a smile. Izuku's face was blank but he was approaching Kacchan. When Katsuki noticed that Izuku was getting closer, he took off his sweater before tossing it at Izuku's direction. He used that as an opportunity to start running. Far away from the angry emerald demon. Get back here, Kacchan, Izuku screamed, chasing right after Katsuki. Eri tilted her head as she wondered if this was how Izuku and the angry Pomeranian normally act or if today was the exception. Standing to his right was Kacchan, who was secretly amused by the underground heroes' continued effort to apprehend two vigilantes that have been all the rage these days. Still, from the corner of Izuku's eye, he could see Kacchan subtly gripping his collapsible bow staff. The underground hero could clearly see that Kacchan had Eskrima sticks on his back, so if Kacchan was to grab the Eskrima, Eraserhead would have acted by now. Izuku was casually standing with his shoulders in his pockets. Unknown to the hero, Izuku had a fistful of pellets to throw to create a distraction if Eraserhead was adamant about chasing them. Who knew vigilantism was illegal? Izuku shrugged, turning to face Katsuki. Aftermath, did you know that vigilantism was illegal? No, I didn't, Katsuki answered, continuing to make eye contact with the hero. But do we really care? No, Izuku smiled. It'd been a while since you were last active, Eraser mentioned and then was quiet for a moment. 3 weeks where no one had cited either Game Master or Aftermath. Memories emerged of him and Kacchan setting up Eri room with everything she wanted in one of the many spare rooms in the warehouse. Izuku may not have spent the last 3 weeks buying everything Eri desired for her bedroom, while Kacchan slowly became a mother hen toward the girl. Kacchan had slowly been making sure that Eri was gradually getting accustomed to eating a full, proper meal since she barely had been eating when being held captive. They may also have spent some time creating a playroom for Eri since the poor girl probably had spent countless years being tortured because of her quirk. They casually dropped a few grand in total, but who cares? Eri was happy and safe. We were busy with something extremely important, Izuku hastily responded while Eraser gave an unconvinced look. You wouldn't understand, old man. Wait, where do you actually worry about us? Katsuki followed up, shaking his head. That's rich coming from the guy who has been chasing us for the past few years. At this point, Eraser had been following them, attempting to convince them to quit vigilantism and trying to capture them at the end of their usual brief conservation. If Izuku didn't know better, he thought the hero actually liked them and enjoyed their brief chats. The chasing part may be another story, but at least they mostly stopped attacking Eraser with their primary weapons. Izuku and Kacchan still will not hesitate to use their bow staff, but it was the least painful weapon they could use on a person. I wouldn't have to chase you if you two continue to run away, Eraser countered, preparing his apprehend at least one of the vigilantes. If you continue to gain the media attention and public approval, other heroes will begin to act. So, Izuku said, maintaining his relaxed posture. We dealt with people chasing all of us. Izuku quickly grabbed Kacchan's arm and used his magic to create a small burst of wind beneath his feet. At the same time, Kacchan let go of the bow staff in favor of grabbing a small handful of smoke bombs with one hand and grabbing another handful of flash bombs. Izuku flew up in the air while hanging on to Katsuki, chuckling that Eraser hadn't learned from their last interaction. Meanwhile, Katsuki threw the smoke and flash bombs on the rooftop, preventing Eraserhead from utilizing his scarf to capture at least one of them. Although it was quite difficult to see the roof clearly when you're several meters above in the air, Izuku could see that the smoke had cleared. Eraser was staring directly at them with his scarf still floating. At the same time, Kacchan was chuckling like a madman as he gave the hero a middle finger. Flipping people off is your famous signature at this point, Izuku commented as he continued to make small bursts of wind beneath his feet. All your pictures on the internet, are you giving the middle finger to everyone? Kacchan continued to dangle but didn't seem to be bothered being treated like a rag doll. At least I'm not the one the heroes are trying to capture the most, Katsuki reminded Izuku. They think you have multiple quirks. No, it's just magic, Izuku responded as he found a spot to land. Izuku used his wind magic to slowly land behind a billboard with some heroes' faces plastered on it. At least for tonight, they don't have to worry about Eraser chasing them. Still, that doesn't mean the other heroes and the law enforcement would leave them alone for the night. All they need to do is capture either Game Master or Aftermath. It sounds simple on paper, but the past few years have shown that capturing just one of them is a challenge. Eraser had been the closest to capturing them when Game Master began to enter the scene. However, Eraser couldn't predict that Game Master would light himself on fire to free himself from the scarf. As a result, Eraser's scarf was made to be highly flame-resistant to buy more time for Eraser to properly restrain him. We should focus on solely capturing Aftermath, Tsukachi groaned, drinking what was most likely his fifth cup of coffee. Game Master may become cooperative if his partner is in custody. Aizawa was covered in a layer of the smoke residue off his face. At least he wasn't spray-painted in a hideous pink color like the last time he almost managed to successfully capture Aftermath. However, Aftermath could have let himself be captured so that Game Master could have to excuse to spray-paint all the heroes pink. Hours after the incident, several pictures were sent to different pro heroes who had at one point worked with him. They are rarely separated from each other, Aizawa sighed. The last report of the duo being separated was 3 weeks ago. The duo debuted together and will continue to remain together. While it's common in the field for pro heroes to partner with other pro heroes from time to time, the duo are adamant about staying side by side. Even when being chased, it would have been easier for the duo to temporarily separate to make it difficult for their pursuers to capture them. However, the duo rarely resorted to that specific strategy. It's almost alarming how they're borderline codependent on each other. We wouldn't need to put this much effort if Game Master was an ordinary vigilante, Tsukachi groaned, looking at the reports that listed all of Game Master's quirks. We need to confirm if his quirk allows him to control the elements or if each element is a separate quirk. And there's the true reason why Aizawa is taking it upon himself to catch the duo, specifically Game Master. It was the same reason why Aizawa himself had spent his time in UA being subjected to the watchful gazes of the highly prolific people, even more prolific and influential than the Hero Commission. If the BSTRD father he never knew had a third son before his death, that would put the kid at risk of being targeted by everyone in the world. Still, he's feeling conflicted about the possibility of the BSTRD having a third son. I never knew my older brother, Aizawa begins. My mother informed me that his first son allowed her to escape and prevented me from playing the same role as him. We aren't certain if he's his son. Despite never meeting the man, Aizawa knows he was lucky compared to his older brother. He knows that if his mother didn't take the opportunity to run away early in his PRGNNCY, he would live a much different life than now. Yet you restrained from harming Game Master every time to pursue him, Tsukachi continued. Out of everyone in the case, you are the most involved. Aizawa experiences conflicting feelings of wanting answers about Game Master's true identity and the fear of the possibility that the kid could potentially become someone like the BSTRD. They don't need another supervillain attempting to conquer the world and destroying everything that poses a threat. The fight in New York should never be repeated now or ever. He hoped that Game Master was not a third child to that man. The Magic Trio was able to trace a faint signature at Japan, Hungary verbalized, finishing cooking a dish for Austria and Kumjalujal. Ever since the micronations had been kidnapped, tortured, and who knows what else, the nations had been trying to be more involved in the micronations' lives. It's still a struggle to get most of the micronations comfortable with the concept since all of them had spent centuries being on their own, isolated by most of the world's nations. Just last week, Finland mentioned he continues to struggle to stop Sealands from abruptly leaving and disappearing for weeks. While Kumjalujal doesn't behave in the same manner as Sealand, Kumjalujal does frequently follow up with the mandatory check-ins. That's good, right? Kumjalujal hesitantly verbalized, unsure how he's supposed to react. Everyone is looking for Neo-Atlantis. It could be one of the undiscovered personifications, Austria spoke. If only the ex-prince would have provided some clues to make the search easier. His country punished him for the actions of his parents, Kumjalujal quietly said, wondering if what he said was appropriate. And everyone did treat him like a criminal despite doing nothing wrong in his entire life. We can't change the past, Hungary responded, serving everyone a serving of food. And despite the deep regret of several countries and most of Neo-Atlantis' people, there's nothing we can do to erase the damage. Hungary is not looking forward to the moment someone tells Neo-Atlantis that their mother was punished due to the actions of a morally corrupted royal family. Atlantis was said to have such an explosive personality and was quick to react to anger. Rumor had it that she had a spirit of a fighter and could have easily tamed the sea monsters that lived hidden beneath the seas. Although she knows that it is pointless, she hopes that Neo-Atlantis doesn't inherit their mother's personality and holds a grudge toward the people who punished his mother, despite having the right to. Izuku saw Kacchan having a sneezing fit for the 7th time in the row. He doesn't think Kacchan has allergies, but maybe his friend does. Someone is talking shit about me, Katsuki claimed after being done with his sneezing fit. Who would be talking about you? Izuku inquired. Eraserhead, the detective, a set-off cop, someone who wanted me to be caught, Katsuki answered, trying to think of all the people he set off. Fair enough, Izuku responded. Izuku knows you can't save everyone, no matter how desperately you tried in the field. Innocent people who are simply living their daily lives die because they got caught in the crossfire, were the unlucky target, or were to fulfill a certain purpose. Heroes and vigilantes know that each day could potentially be their last day of life. Some may not realize it until their very final moments as they cling to the sense of hope that they will survive. Still, it's a bitter pill to swallow. Oh, is this the Game Master? The muscular man said, amused at the vigilante's presence. Izuku was a lot smaller than the villain in front of him. While the villain appeared to have lost his left eye, he was still standing as if was impacted by the injury. The villain was large, bulky, and extremely muscular. His spiky blonde hair had splatters of freshly spilled blood to match the blood still dripping from his hands. What disgusted Izuku was that the man casually stepped on top of the corpse of 2 heroes who thought it was the water horse. So you heard of me, Izuku mentioned, watching the villain in front of him. But I never heard of you before. Despite knowing that Izuku can't control the fate of others, he does feel partially responsible for the water horse's unnecessary death. If only he had come sooner, he would have been able to save them from such a gruesome death. Why can't he do more to save them? He could hear the screams, cries, and prayers of those who are attempting to flee from the area as they hope for either heroes or more vigilantes to come and save them from the villain's murder rampage. Izuku could sense the bloodlust from where he was standing, preparing to attack the villain with his harp if necessary. He would need every advantage he could get against this particular villain, especially after being aware that the villain killed dozens of people before eventually killing Waterhorse. Muscular, the villain responded before coming straight at him. Izuku created a bust of wind beneath him so he could fly high enough in the air to be out of reach. As he was in the air, he prepared to use his harp to hopefully injure Muscular. When he began falling back to the ground, Izuku prepared to slice the muscle fibers to weaken the man. He learned quickly that the muscle fibers could handle the blunt force of his weapon. In fact, the harp in his hand was unusable due to the damage the weapon sustained. Izuku quickly swerves to the right to avoid the villain from grabbing him. Once he was a safe distance away from Muscular, Izuku tossed the now useless weapon to the side. You're more entertaining than the pros, Muscular says, stepping forward. You have lasted the longest. Maybe I won't kill you so I can fight you again if you continue to be this entertaining. If blunt force won't do too much damage, what can Izuku do now? He could stall and buy time for more heroes to arrive. No, that won't do much. It's not a guarantee that the heroes would arrive fast enough or would be able to find a way to bypass Muscular's quirk. He could wait for Kacchan to be done with evacuating the remaining civilians, but he doesn't know if Kacchan quirk can do some damage. Not knowing what else he could do, Izuku realized that he may need to use his fire magic to burn the villain if he was to have any hope of injuring the villain. Why didn't Izuku have thought of carrying bombs or sleeping gas? That would be extremely useful at the moment. The second time Muscular had charged at him, Izuku wasn't able to successfully dodge in time. Muscular punched him in the ribs before slamming him to the nearby concrete wall. Izuku thinks he should be feeling a lot more pain while sustaining severe injuries. However, Izuku didn't experience the pain he was expecting. Don't get him wrong, it hurt like hell, but he was able to hurl himself back up. "You're tough for a pipsqueak," Muscular says, grinning at Izuku's effort to continue fighting. "But you must know that you can't hurt me." But Izuku can utilize his fire magic to cause significant damage. The fire will burn the first 2 layers of the skin, which would mean that the skin would tear, and muscle would begin to shrink. Burns can also damage the nerve endings, which would cause an intense feeling of pain. All he needs to do is make sure he doesn't do more than injure and incapacitate the villain. Taking a deep breath, Izuku creates a large flame with his right hand. "I may not be physically strong enough to hurt you," Izuku called out, hurling himself up in the sky with his wind magic. "But you're not immune to the wrath of my flames." He was so close to hitting Muscular, but he narrowly missed. For what had felt like hours, Izuku dodged, ducked, and attempted to hit Muscular with his fire magic. Unlike Endeavor, Izuku doesn't aimlessly throw a fistful of fire in an attempt to hit a villain. That would cause unnecessary property damage, and there's a risk of hitting an innocent bystander. Instead, Izuku's hand continued to be engulfed in flames as he tried to make contact with Muscular. That was easier said than done, considering that Muscular was nothing like the villains he usually fights. Today made Izuku realize that he needs a lot more training to fight villains who mostly belong to Tartus. "Mom, Dad, if you can hear, please watch over me," Izuku whispered to himself. Several things happened at once, but Izuku was too focused on landing a hit on Muscular. Once, Izuku was able to land a hit and was able to burn Muscular to the point where Muscular was seriously burned, but it wasn't a life-threatening injury. Still, Izuku forgot some third-degree patient feels no pain because the nerves had been damaged. Izuku was prepared to fight until he saw Muscular collapse onto the ground as a cloud of purple smoke began to engulf the area. "Let them deal with the mess," Kacchan said, suddenly standing beside Izuku. "We know that will attempt to capture us, and I don't want to deal with fighting several pro-heroes today." Not too far, Izuku could see Midnight watching them. Her eyes slightly widened in realization when she noticed that Izuku and Katsuki were still standing. He faintly heard her calling for Eraserhead to come over quickly and apprehend them both. He doesn't have enough energy to taunt the heroes today. He threw a ball of fire onto the ground as they used the opportunity to escape. Izuku didn't expect to see a random kid sitting on the couch with Eri. He blinked and rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating a random kid hanging out. "Nope, there is still a kid with black, spiky hair and a red hat." "Why?" Izuku said, staring in disbelief as the unknown kid drank the last juice box. "Why what?" Eri asked, unbothered by the unknown guest. "Why is he here?" Izuku responded before facing the kid's direction. "No offense, but I don't know you, and I woke up to having 2 kids instead of 1. Aftermath said he knew you," the kid responded, looking at Izuku with a mixture of hope and admiration. "What do you mean?" Izuku followed up, not knowing why a random kid wanted to talk to him. "You went viral on the internet," the kid revealed, which caused Izuku to immediately grab his phone in his pocket and check the internet. It had been a few days since Izuku had been online since he wanted to take a break after fighting Muscular. He spent the past few days focusing on minor crimes and immediately disappearing from the scene before a civilian had the opportunity to talk to him. Now, looking at his phone screen, he's seeing different clips of him fighting Muscular posted online. First, why the F didn't the person filming the fight run away? They could have been killed in the altercation. For crying out loud, debris was falling to the ground at some point. Secondly, he noticed some people are giving a shit about the pro-hero's response time because a vigilante responded faster than the heroes. Despite the fact that he wasn't able to save Waterhorse in time, people praise Game Master for fighting a powerful villain and Aftermath for protecting the civilians when no heroes were protecting them. Lastly, a news article about Shiro claiming that Waterhorse's unknown son is missing. No one knew they had a son until now. "They found and raised the kid," Katsuki explained as he entered the room. "I found the kid during patrol following me. He wouldn't leave me alone and demanded that I bring him to you." "Shouldn't you be with your cousin, Kacchan?" Izuku questioned, looking up from the phone screen. "She must be worried about you." "She only knew me for a month," Kota mentioned. "But Mom and Dad had found me years ago." "Ah, so he's in a similar situation as Eri. You have no memory before the couple found you, right?" Izuku guessed. "And for some reason, you don't age." "How do you know?" Kota asked, appearing surprised. "Eri is the same," Izuku pointed out while Eri enthusiastically nodded. "But seriously, why did you want to find me?" "I want to stay with you," Kota revealed. You are the only one who tried to do something. But, Izuku said but was abruptly interrupted. You don't care for power or popularity like the rest of them, Kota explained. You risked your life, expecting nothing in return. Izuku tried to convince Kota that maybe staying with Shiro would be for the best before Kota reminded Izuku that Shiro was unaware of his inability to age past 6 years old. At that moment, Izuku realized there was no point in arguing with Kota. Fine, he could stay here. However, Izuku made Kota promise to send weekly letters to Shiro to alleviate her concerns. Izuku or Kacchan would leave the letters so they couldn't be traced. Although Kota was reluctant, he accepted Izuku's offer. America barged into England's study, not caring if he was interrupting England's attempt to locate all the possible missing personification. England nearly spilled his tea over his books. Hey England, you know how magic works, right? America asked, looking over England's shoulder to see all the spellbook. Yes, you get, England answered, showing America's head away from him. Okay, so is it possible for humans to use magic? America questioned as he pulled out his phone. Because I found this really cool dude who can use wind and fire magic. America shoved the phone in front of England's face to show what he was talking about. On the screen, England can see someone dressed primarily in green wielding fire and wind magic, although the person's actions can easily be mistaken for two quirks. Yes, England confirmed. Can you now please leave me alone? Great, America cheered before running out of the room. Thanks, England. I can now tell everyone who thought I was wrong that they were wrong and that I'm the greatest. Bye. As England returned to work, there was a faint feeling in the back of his head. For some reason, England couldn't forget the vigilante so easily. Izuku gently kicked one of the two unconscious, masked individuals he found on the ground behind the alleyways he was resting at. Katsuki was poking the person dressed in pink with the collapsible bow staff at the head to see if that would get the person to get up. Izuku, on the other hand, was kicking the individual who was primarily dressed in purple at the waist. Stop kicking me, the individual dressed in purple, stirring a bit. I'm not kicking you, the individual dressed in pink stated, slowly returning to consciousness. You stop poking me. Izuku took several steps back, dragging Kacchan by his sleeves to give the two masked individuals enough room to get up. While they waited patiently, the one dressed in purple slowly went into a sitting position. He rubbed his head, groaning something about who was chasing them. As for the individual dressed in pink, the individual rolled to her stomach before lifting herself off the ground. They were standing up proudly as she looked down at her companion. That wasn't fun at all, the pink individual complained, shaking her head. Purple, why are you being chased again? Because whatever we have forgotten was why we were held captive in the first place, the purple individual responded, noticing Izuku and Katsuki's presence. Why the F, a bunny and beast in front of us? Ah, they finally noticed him and Kacchan. Now Izuku can ask the important questions. Why were you two knocked down on the ground and covering your faces? Izuku asked, approaching closer to the pair. Are you new vigilantes? Criminals? What's your quirk? Are you missing your memories? Is it short-term memories or a large proportion of your memories? Do you have names? What are your names? Izuku was getting closer and closer to the pair with each question he asked. Additionally, he was beginning to speak faster and faster as the words became more incoherent. Izuku would have continued to ask more questions it wasn't for Kacchan putting a hand over Izuku's mouth and pulling the green-haired child away from the pair's personal space. Izuku didn't realize that he was in front of the purple individual's face until he was dragged by Kacchan. In front of him, the purple hair individual sighs in relief as his shoulders relax. The pink individual tilted her head before nodding her head ethnically. I like them, the pink individual declared, pointing at Izuku's and Katsuki's general direction. Look at their gear. They must know what they're doing. Why can't we have gear like that? Because we're broke, the purple individual said, standing up from the ground. And homeless. Oh, don't forget we're running and hiding from the mysterious man, the pink individual mentioned while the purple individual slapped a hand over his forehead. Izuku watched in strange amusement how the purple individual shook his head, muttering about the pink individual shouldn't be telling their life stories in front of two strange individuals they just met. Izuku doesn't blame the person. However, the purple individual did just mention that they were homeless and broke, so they don't have too much room to talk regarding mentioning bits of their personal life. Too much personal information, Katsuki commented. We don't need to hear your life stories. Wait, are you guys in danger? Izuku questioned, remembering that he can't overwhelm them with questions like he did earlier. Game Master, no, Katsuki quickly placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders as he began to shake his friend. You're not adopting any more strays. Our little sister and brother are not strays, Izuku justified, not caring that he was being shaken like a rag doll. They're adorable orphans we kindly took in. We can't be adopting every person we see and like, Katsuki emphasized, looking at the unnamed pair before looking at Izuku. How can we tell if they aren't crappy people? Izuku was finally released from Katsuki's grip. Everyone was standing in uncomfortable silence, waiting for someone to say something. It's still nighttime, and the streets are oddly quiet. Yes, they may be in an alleyway, but there are not isolated so far in the area for it to be this quiet. I don't want to live with someone like you, the purple individual shared, breaking the uncomfortable silence. I don't think I like your attitude. You don't like what? Katsuki shouted, facing the purple individual direction. I'm an awesome person to live with. The purple individual looked up and down at Katsuki before shaking his head in disapproval. That only made Katsuki angrier. Izuku would have believed that Katsuki would beat the guy to the pulp if the purple individual was a criminal taunting him. Game Master, Katsuki started, glancing in Izuku's direction. Yes, Aftermath, Izuku responded, wondering what Katsuki is planning. We're taking them, Katsuki declared before tackling the purple individual to the ground. Since this fucker doesn't think we're good enough for him, we'll be taking him and his pink friend with us. Get off of me, the purple individual shouted, trying to escape from Katsuki. You're crushing my lungs. Izuku walked toward the pink individual and stood by her side, watching the scene in front of them. The purple individual would try to crawl away to freedom but couldn't move because Katsuki was sitting on the purple individual's back. Then, Katsuki pulled a roll of rope out of nowhere and tied the purple individual up. Once the purple individual was tied up, Katsuki lifted the individual off the ground and carried him like a sack of potatoes. Kidnapping is illegal, the purple individual said while squirming. It's not kidnapping if your pink friend wants to join us, Katsuki expressed, turning his head over his shoulder to make eye contact with the pink individual. Do you want to come with us, Miss Pink? Don't you dare say yes, the purple individual threatened. If you say E-. Of course, the pink individual agrees, dismissing the purple individual glaring at her. Show us the way, Mr. Hothead. It's Aftermath, Katsuki corrected before he began to climb onto the fire escape. The pink individual simply shrugged before following Kacchan. Izuku was the last person to climb onto the ladder. For the entire trip home, Izuku could hear the minor argument between the purple individual and Kacchan. The pink individual laughed in amusement while Izuku had to remind himself that this was his life. Huh. The people dressed in purple and pink are actually around the same age as them. Well, maybe a bit older, but at least they are around their age. The pink-dressed individual apparently was a teenage girl with pink dreadlocks, yellow eyes, and was short in stature. The purple-dressed individual was a teenage boy who looked like he hadn't slept for days. Seriously, Izuku could see black eye bags underneath his eyes, and his indigo hair was a fluffy mess. Wait, how could you not your own names? Izuku questioned, looking at the pink-haired girl and the purple-haired boy. We were held captive, lost our memories at some point, and escaped, the purple-haired boy said with a deadpan expression. That's it. Why else do you think we were running? The pink-haired girl added. Maybe they injected us with a drag while we were running. Well, you guys need names, Izuku told them. And Japanese-sounding names. Here's a book, Katsuki called out from the other room as he threw a book. The book landed in the middle of the floor, several feet away from the unnamed girl and boy. Pick a name and surname from it. Was it necessary to throw a book? Izuku verbalized, making sure he was loud enough for Kacchan to hear him. Izuku turned around at the sounds of footsteps to be greeted by Kacchan dressed in an apron covered in battered. In one hand, he was holding a whisk covered in what Izuku assume is pancake batter. I'm cooking actual food for Eri, Kota, and all UFS, Katsuki explained. I have 20 minutes to make pancakes before Eri and Kota wake up. Now let me make some goddamn food. While Katsuki left back to the kitchen, the pink-hair individual spoke. Eri and Kota are who? The purple-hair boy questioned. 6-year-old children with so many secrets, Izuku sighs. They don't remember part of their past, stated that they have been 6 years old for years, and are orphans. The two unnamed teens blinked at Izuku. Izuku blinked back, not knowing what else he could say. The pink-hair individual stood up and walked to where the book was placed. She grabbed the book and flipped through the pages to see if there was a name she liked. We should let the kids pick our name, the pink-hair individual declared as she continued to look at the book. For once, I agree with you, the purple-hair boy confirmed. Sometimes, a family can be composed of 2 amnesic teenagers, 2 orphans and a few years younger than the teenager, and 2 children who can potentially be immortal. At least, that is what Izuku calls the group made up of children and teenagers living in a warehouse. At the moment, everyone had a plate of pancakes in front of them and cups of milk. They would be drinking orange juice, but all the orange juice spilled when Katsuki accidentally dropped it. Okay, we get I'm going to be Shinso, Shinso stated, taking a moment to eat a bite out of the pancake. But I need a surname. He could be a Midoriya, Kota suggested. Mizuno, Eri hesitantly said. Hino Tenno, Ko, or Anio also sound nice. I like the effort Eri, but we shouldn't pick surnames from Sailor Moon characters, Izuku noted while Shinso nodded in agreement. He looks like a Shinso or Honda, Kota shared, taking a moment to drink his milk. I'll pick Shinso, Hitoshu decided. I can't have too much of a boring generic name like Honda. Well, I'm keeping Hasjime, Mei shrugged. I think it suits me. You like the name I picked, Eri smiled brightly. I knew you like it, miss. Eri, call me Mei, Mei responded enthusiastically. Remember, it's the name you gave me. Okay Mei, Eri responded brightly, shaking her head. For the next several minutes, everyone ate in silence. Everyone but Eri and Kota went to get second servings of pancakes because they were always starving. Eri and Kota talked about the things they did as they waited for Izuku and Katsuki to return while the older individuals finished their place of food. However, when all the dirty dishes were placed in the sink, Izuku broke the domestic silence. Now we got 2 more people, we can now properly track down the Yakuza and get Trigger off the street, Izuku cheered. Izuku, you dumb F-, Katsuki shouted. We don't know if Hitoshi and Mei want to join us in our vigilantism. Can we get gears like yours, Mei said, excitedly. She was getting closer and closer to Izuku's personal space with every word she said. I have so many new ideas for your gear. If you bring me to your workshop, I'll see what type of modifications I can do to your gear. Izuku could swear that there were stars in Mei's eyes. She was also right in front of his face, which made him feel corner. Oh no. Is that how others feel when he starts rambling questions and gets too excited? What about you eyebags? Katsuki followed. Would you like to join our group of chaos? Shinso looked to see Mei and Izuku sharing ideas for potential modifications to the gear, such as adding the necessary materials to make the collapsible bow staff produce electricity. Katsuki was telling Eri and Kota that they were too young to join them and that Eri needed to remain in hiding for a little longer. Sure, why not? Hitoshi shrugged. We were doing that already, but we could always use the better gear. Somewhere in the world, Eraser felt the need to drink another 5 shots of espresso to prepare for the future headaches he'll be getting. They're multiplying. The 2 problem children had multiple top 3 problem children. The one day Hisashi forces him to take a break, a new faces make a debut in the vigilante scene. Well, debut may not be the correct term to describe what happened the one day he took a day off. Right beside his 5th cup of coffee was a printed article of their latest exploits. Instead of the regular activities such as stopping a mugging, getting into a fight with a villain, or stopping a minor drag ring, the group's latest exploit is vandalizing all of the advertising billboards containing Endeavor's face. There are several impressive pictures of Game Master and Aftermath using spray paint to spray crude, abstract drawings. The newest member of the Chaos Group, Anonymous, was painting letters onto the billboards. The photo that was on the front cover was Game Master posing while giving a peace sign, Aftermath posing while giving the middle finger, and Anonymous yawning in front of the camera. Game Master and Aftermath had recruited 2 new members, Tsukachi sighs tiredly, holding an empty cup of coffee. We have been chasing them for years, and the most we have obtained is speculations of their quirks. 4, Eraser repeated. In the photo, there are clearly 3 problems children responsible for countless headaches. No, there's 4, Tsukachi said, pulling out his phone. When Tsukachi pulled out his phone to check the inbox, there was an email from an untraceable source. The police had tried to trace the source of the email as a potential method to track down the vigilantes. Unfortunately, whoever sent the email had covered all their bases because no one could find anything remotely useful. Subject, smiley face. Hello, friends. Can you leave Anonymous and me alone for a bit? We're new to the vigilante scene, so we would like some time to get used to it before you start chasing us. Game Master told me that the heroes have been chasing him forever, especially after the video of him fighting Muscular went viral. Also, you won't find me with Game Master, Aftermath, or Anonymous. I'm more the guy in the chair type of vignette. I like causing chaos from behind the screen as everyone scrambled to figure what's going on. The jumping off rooftops, reckless endearment of their own lives, and lack of self-preservation is their type of things. Love, the inventor. P.S. Tell Eraserhead that we saw him at the cat cafe the other day. We have never seen him so relaxed. Of course, we were in our civilian identities, so you couldn't tell it was us. Good luck finding us. P.P.S. Did you know that if you organize the first letter of names, it spells Gaia? That was purely by accident. You can call us that if you like. We don't mind. It couldn't be 1 additional headache. That would be too easy. There has to be an addition of 2 problem children with unknown quirks. It would be foolish to believe that Anonymous and Inventor wouldn't gain the same publicity as the original two. The General Hero Commission has increased its efforts to capture Game Master and Aftermath after the fight between Muscular and Game Master went viral. At this point, the child is labeled as a threat by those in positions of power and a beloved vigilante by the civilians. If they stop being little sheets, they will make great heroes, Eraser says. If they stop drawing attention to themselves every week, that will make my job much easier, Tsukachu sighs exasperatedly. At this point, most of Japan is heavily invested in the group. Soon, the villains would purposely target the group or attempt to recruit the group. Looking at the picture of 3 members, Aizawa knew that he wouldn't get an answer soon regarding the members' past or quirks. Why did he decide to participate in the case involving several problem children who couldn't be older than his students? They're going to want us to find answers about Inventor and Animus in addition to the original two, Tsukachu groaned. The people who have more authority, influence, and resources than the Commission. They were also the people who enjoyed interfering with his personal life and monitoring his career. No, it's not because they're terrified that he will follow his BSTRD father's footsteps. It's much worse. Instead, the people involved with national secrets and international affairs have the audacity to care about his well-being. It's getting old how they continue to fuss about his well-being despite being a grown man. I don't believe that the two additions are associated with the old man, Eraser deadpanned. Even if they're not, they're interested in recruiting the group after they graduate from a hero program, Tsukachi revealed, earning an unimpressed look from Aizawa. For what? Aizawa asked. I'm afraid they did not provide too much detail, Tsukachi answered. He should have expected that type of response. On very rare occasions, Izuku would cross paths with a very mysterious vigilante. The vigilante is so secretive that he doesn't think that Eraserhead, the police department, or the general population are aware of his existence. The vigilante, Kuro, is very selective about who is allowed to see him. For reasons unknown to him, Izuku is one of those people. Kacchan is also one of those people, but the vigilante only shows himself in front of one person at a time. Oh, hi Kuro, Izuku greeted, waving at the older vigilante standing on top of the roof. Izuku was standing on the sidewalk, finishing up restraining the villain. In his hands was a flash drive that the villain was desperate to obtain. He doesn't know what the villain broke into a highly secure government building just for one flash drive. It must have taken months for the villain to become familiar with the schedule, security measures, and who specifically works in that location. Perhaps the person pretended to be a worker or went through the process of being hired to only wait for years to obtain the flash drive. Hello Game Master, Kuro quietly acknowledged before jumping off the roof, landing gracefully next to Izuku. I have seen you have found something confidential. Kuro dressed very strangely for a vigilante. First, Kuro was wearing a white kitsune mask with crimson markings. Kuro wore a traditional white kimono, red obi belt, socks, and white sandals to match his mask. He also has 2 katanas on each side of his hip, which was pretty cool in Izuku's opinion. I'm going to have Inventor look through these before handing it back to the police, Izuku responded, gripping the flash drive a little bit tighter. So you don't need to worry Kuro. It's difficult to tell how the other person feels when wearing a mask. That's the exact reason why Izuku is wearing a mask himself. However, based on Kuro's body language, Izuku can tell that Kuro wasn't satisfied with his answer. Izuku unconsciously took one step back as Kuro took one cautious step forward. Please give me the flash drive, Kuro spoke, motioning for Izuku to hand the flash drive to him. What's in it? Izuku asked, observing Kuro. And why do you want it so badly? Kuro remained silent but continued to have his arm stretched out and his palm open. He was still impatient, waiting for Izuku to make the next move. For what felt like hours, Kuro broke the silence. International secrets beyond your comprehension, Kuro explained. What you hold in your hands is information associated with me, Game Master. So that's why Kuro was doing his best to convince him to hand over the flash drive. If the information within the flash drive is something related to Kuro, it's no wonder that the vigilante was persistent. After thinking about the situation, Izuku sighs as he hands Kuro the flash drive. Despite Kuro's face being covered, the man appeared to be pleased by Izuku's decision. Thank you Game Master, Kuro bowed. I'll make sure to repay the favor in the future. Izuku didn't have the opportunity to respond as thick smoke began to form, making it hard for Izuku to see Kuro disappear out of his sight. When the smoke dissipated, Kuro and the villain he restrained disappeared. If there's something Kiku learned tonight is that Game Master is definitely a child, just like most predicted. The boy is too trusting toward his allies, which could have severe consequences for the kid in the future. At least the child didn't immediately give him the flash drive containing information about the identities of the personifications and basic information about the personifications. I can't hang out with you, Italy, Japan told Italy on the phone. I need to investigate a security breach. That's too bad, Italy spoke, sounding a bit sad. Tell me what happened. Someone almost successfully stole information about us, Japan revealed, hearing the audible gasp from Italy. I need to make sure the one responsible isn't a follower of All for One or associated with major criminal groups. There have been incidents in America where All for One followers would go undercover to apply for positions where they will work with America and wait for an extended PRD. America quickly identified the moles and properly detained the individuals involved. A popular theory that is whispered among themselves is that the followers are trying to achieve the same level of immorality as the personifications. Another popular theory is that the followers are trying to create artificial capabilities similar to the personifications, such as their healing factor, strength, and other non-human traits. Why won't they go away? Italy whined on the phone. I'm tired of All for One this and All for One that. It's a precaution, Italy, Japan reminded Italy. We don't want the past to repeat itself. He was there when quirks first emerged. He witnessed firsthand how the quirkless turned against those who developed quirks. Kiku had lived with the fact that his people were spilling the blood of their fellow humans because of quirks. He was unaware of how All for One's operation until countless had died at his hands. Memories of an emerald-haired child who tried numerous times to tell the nation something crucial about All for One ran through his head. The screams of the same child echoed in his head as the boy indirectly received a fatal blow, courtesy of his brother. As awful as that sound, the boy's death allowed the nations and government to stop All for One from succeeding. Unfortunately, they couldn't predict him faking his death and making another appearance. At least All for One is finally dead. I hope it never does, Italy said. Me too, Japan agreed. Holding the flash drive in his hand, Japan thought about the theory circling about Game Master and his potential connection to All for One. It's confirmed by All for One's second child that the firstborn is dead. However, that confirmation is based on a letter from an unknown sender. Observations about the second child confirmed that the second child doesn't have a similar quirk to his father, much to the world's relief. However, rumors of Game Master being a potential third child is circling among the higher-ups and the personifications. Japan had met and developed a positive relationship with Game Master. He highly doubts that the child is All for One's offspring. The use of elements is for sure due to the magical arts. Still, the superiors want everyone to monitor the child the same way they watch the second child. Whether Game Master decides to become a hero, stay a vigilante, accept their invitation to work for international bodies, or retire, the world's powerful forces would do whatever it takes for the child to stay on the path of good. If Game Master was to become a similar threat as All for One, he would be detained and eliminated. The darkness began to grow as evening became to night. 3 figures ran from rooftop to rooftop, following their target's shadow. Game Master and Aftermath were increasingly desperate to apprehend the individual, knowing that the individual held a clue to the answers they were so desperately seeking. Effectively leaping from different heights to pursue the individual, the trio was beginning to catch up with the individual. As the trio chased after the individual, Inventor was seated back at the warehouse as the blaring blue light shone upon her face. She skillfully manages to track her companions and disables potential security cameras stationed in the streets. Disable the cameras at the shopping district, Izuku ordered through the headpiece, keeping up his pace with their target. I don't want this to be on the hero's radar. You have minutes, Hatsum warned, doing what Izuku ordered immediately. After that, the heroes will come to investigate. Enough time. Fortunately, the civilians were too distracted with their busy lives to notice the intense chase happening right above them. Shinso attempted to throw a temporary paralyzing agent in the target's direction. That did nothing to stop the target since the target was able to leap several feet in the air and land on the next rooftop. Izuku would have utilized his magic, but at this point, most of the magic that would be useful in this situation was too noticeable. People would hear the sudden gust of wind at an unusual spot. People would notice that specific orange hue produced by his fire in the darkness of the night. Come back here, you fucker, Katsuki shouted, becoming increasingly angry as time progressed. Tell us what you know. Aftermath, stop yelling, Izuku said. We're trying to be unnoticeable as possible. Shouting attract attention. We don't want that. They were getting closer to the individual. As they continued with the pursuit, the individual began to get more desperate. The target would throw knives when they reached the rooftop's end before leaping onto the edge of the other rooftop. Recklessly, Izuku would swiftly maneuver out of the way of the knives. He managed to grab onto a handle of a random knife thrown in his direction and throw it back at the target. At this point, Izuku was thinking about ending the whole pursuit. He wanted answers about the truth regarding their parents. 5 minutes have passed, Kacchan pointed. They are sending a hero to the shopping district. Where are you now? We just made out of the shopping district, Shinso reported, narrowly avoiding a hurl of knives thrown at him. Go disable the security cameras at South Street. On it, Kacchan confirmed. But everyone needs to hurry. You know the hero they will send will investigate the surrounding streets, right? Deciding to take a risk, Izuku utilized his wind magic to hurl himself toward the target. He tackled the target the moment he made an impact, ensuring there was no opportunity for the target to escape. He waited until he sensed aftermath and animus before he started asking questions. He was standing on top of the target's back, pinning their wrists behind their back. When the target tried to lift their head off the ground, Izuku immediately shoved the target's head back to the cement ground with his free hand. Anonymous commented on how out of characteristically brutal Izuku appeared to be. Katsuki seems to ignore it, huffing at Animus's comment. Why do you know the name of Hisashi? Izuku asked. What did you mean when you said I was stolen goods? Izuku's grip tightened as he continued to maintain his hold on the target. Izuku knows that the target was most likely a mercenary hired to do something involving him. Anonymous was the first to notice that they were being followed weeks prior by a lone individual. Izuku was disappointed in himself for not detecting anything until he realized that the individual had a quirk that made their movements produce no sound. After pretending to not notice that they were not being watched and conveniently disappearing at the right moment, tonight was the night that they were going to confront the individual. It didn't go well because the individual tried to kidnap Izuku when Izuku was confronting the guy by himself. That resulted in the target inadvertently revealing that they were after Izuku. Tell us what you know about our parents, Katsuki demanded, twitching his hand. Or else I'll blow your face. Reflecting back on the confrontation, Izuku remembered the target making comments about aftermath and how his personality was almost like his mother when she was alive. That resulted in Katsuki lunging at the individual, which caused the individual to quickly dodge. It was at the moment the long chase had begun. He's not talking, Hitoshi mentioned, appearing lost. He hadn't unlocked their tragic backstory yet. What do we do now? We can't hold him hostage, Izuku said, getting more upset the longer the individual remained silent. Or else he will know where we live. We can beat the information out of him, Katsuki recommended. He appeared a little bit too eager to do so. Maybe that will get him to talk. As tempting as that idea was, Izuku in end denied utilizing that option. Now, they were stuck. They were all discussing the potential options to get the guy talking or what to do with the guy until the man uttered something quietly. The trio immediately went silent in favor of hearing what the man had to say. Salvation is pledging your loyalty to him, a voice quietly spoke. Defiance to his plans is met with death. What does the F does that mean? Katsuki inquired. Who's him? Izuku asked. I haven't heard of them. Hitoshi was quiet, thinking deeply about something. He stared at the individual pinned to the ground by Game Master for several seconds. Moments later, Hitoshi made a realization. I think it was someone who we were running from, Hitoshi revealed, gaining the attention of his companions. Inventor and I remember running from the underworld's boogeyman. Do you know why they were chasing you? Izuku asked, maintaining his grip on the target. No, Hitoshi admitted, remember we got the whole amnesia thing going on. Izuku was getting really tired of amnesia getting in the way of everything. It would have been beneficial if Animus and Inventor remembered their past rather than forgotten everything that was most likely important. So that guy sent you to get us, Izuku spoke to the target. For some reason, you guys know about us, but we know nothing about your employer. Before Izuku has the opportunity to demand more answers, Izuku suddenly senses coldness on the guy's skin. He felt the warmth that was once present rapidly going away. The target's wrist became limp and loose. The man's head fell onto the ground, crashing onto the cement. Cautiously, Izuku released his grip on the man and stood up. When he stood, he noted how still the individual appeared to be. The man wasn't moving at all, which puzzled Izuku. Katsuki had the bravery to carefully slip his hand underneath the individual's mask, placing the back of his gloved hand on the individual's face. He's dead, Katsuki revealed. I don't know how, but the fucker killed themselves. Izuku doesn't know how he should feel about that. The one person who hinted at knowing the truth he and Aftermath have been looking for is dead. The one who can potentially hold the answer to Animus's and Inventor's forgotten memories is now dead. He wanted to scream at the night skies but knew it was pointless. Screaming would not solve anything. He needs to reframe this experience. At least he could find a potential lead to answer Katsuki and him wanted. Hate to interrupt, but a hero is approaching, Mei chimed in. Leave before the heroes decide to chase you again. Looking at the dead person on the ground once more, Izuku shook his head before he departed from the area. He hoped that this wouldn't backfire on him. Isolated from the bustling city life was a quiet home belonging to a certain nation. The nation preferred to be somewhere peaceful and away from the stressors associated with city life. When the rare opportunity to relax presents itself, this is where the personification would like to spend his free time. No deadline to complete his paperwork or assist his boss on a specific task. No being dragged into the chaos that is the world meetings where everyone acts as if they were misbehaving children. It's during these rare opportunities Japan has the chance to speak to his human acquaintances. It's an excellent refresher to talk with someone with a different perspective and outlook on life. You need to find a successor soon, Japan mentioned, serving Toshinori a cup of tea. It's necessary for someone to carry the legacy of One for All. Japan invited Toshinori to discuss some pressing matters. Matters involve continuing the legacy of a quirk that may originate from an unknown personification. The hero in front of him was growing older and weakened from the injuries he had sustained years prior. The nation knows how much the hero enjoys doing his role as the symbol of peace. However, Japan knows the man will eventually push his limitations and further weaken himself. The man must find a successor to continue carrying the mantle of peace. You're not the first person who told me this, Toshinori admitted. Lately, everyone has been so adamant in passing on One for All to a successor. It's necessary, Japan continued. Although All for One is dead and his living child poses no threat, we can remove the possibility of a potential successor to All for One. Toshinori looked into his cup of tea before drinking. Japan had returned to his own seat to drink his own cup of tea. The silence lingers in the room as each party thinks about the possibility of dealing with another All for One. It's the ethics that concern me, Toshinori admitted after drinking from his cup. I have no concerns about passing the quirk. Then what is your concern? Japan asked. It's how everyone wants me to proceed, Toshinori explained. Would it be ethically right to withhold information regarding the history of the quirk? Is it ethical to not inform the child about the potential of participating in a war if All for One does have a successor or an offspring to continue his legacy? I think not. Japan did not verbalize a response. He thought about what the hero had said. Ethics is an interesting concept for personifications because they don't actually have the same perspective as their people. Humans and near-immortals don't have the same view on life. People in the highest authority position have different perspectives than those out in the field, participating and witnessing the darker side of humanity. But weren't you a teenager when you accepted the quirk? Japan followed up. I had spoken with Gran Torio. He informed me that you accepted the quirk during your adolescence. I was made aware of All for One presence, Toshinori clarified. What the majority is suggesting is that I withhold all information about All for One. There's a clear, noticeable difference. A small but significant difference. He's not going to place a burden on someone without informing them of the potential risk of accepting the quirk. But you nor your boss can pressure me to proceed a certain way, Toshinori continued. In the end, I get to decide who I choose as my successor and how much of the quirk's history I revealed. Up in the heavenly skies was a specific personification watching how her son was living his life without someone to raise him. While she belongs to the ancient civilizations that once roamed the earth, the woman chooses to isolate herself from the civilization. Instead, she chooses to wander closer to the area where the human resides. It's common for some personifications to visit the area where the human resides and spend time with the human they befriended. The blonde-haired woman chose to spend time with the man she called her husband and the couple she was lucky to befriend. Heaven is a great place to be considering there are endless things you could do and a bunch of places you could go to. There are places in heaven such as beaches, cafes, landscapes that resemble ancient Chinese civilizations, pyramids, and anything you could think of. There is even a FING spot dedicated to resembling a candy wonderland. You need to learn how to socialize with other personifications, Masaru mentioned, pretending not to see his wife's frown. I was isolated from the rest of the world, Mitsuki pointed out. She was visibly displeased in entertaining the thought of socialization with the other deceased personification. And there is no way I'm hanging out with a bunch of unstable idiots. That's pretty harsh, Inko commented. Besides, you're pretty unstable yourself, Hisashi joked, laughing a bit at his own joke. Mitsuki immediately lunged in Hisashi's direction and began chasing the man across the flower field. They always meet at the flower field that is randomly located throughout heaven. It's a quiet spot to hang out with everyone, and it's far away from where everyone usually hangs out. It's true, Hisashi said, laughing manically. You wanted to fight with every person who said you off. Hisashi sprinted across the field, not caring if Mitsuki looked like she would kill him for the second time. Inko was shaking her head at her husband's antics but with a small smile on her face. Masaru subtly pulled out something from the bag, which turned out to be a mirror. Then, he lightly taps on Inko's shoulder to show her the mirror. It took a second, but Inko's eyes widened in realization when she saw the type of mirror Masaru stole. "You stole God's mirror," Inko gasped, not believing that her brother would do something like that. "Are you sure you're my brother?" Mitsuki was lamenting that she wishes she knew how our son is doing, Masaru revealed, cheeks reddening as he continued to talk. "I wanted to do something nice for her." "Awu, that's so sweet," Inko responded, which caused her brother's cheeks to turn a darker shade of red. "Do you think we could see how my son is doing too?" Mitsuki managed to tackle Hisashi onto the ground, daring the man to utter another word about her being unstable. Hisashi simply did not care and told her that anyone associated with him was automatically unstable. Mitsuki froze for several moments before realizing that Hisashi was strangely right. Anyone related to the son of a criminal mastermind would be described as unstable because they would purposely put themselves at greater risk of getting killed. For crying out loud was partially the reason All for One wanted them dead. The other reason was that Hisashi was crazy enough to steal something from his father and the rest were crazy enough to help the guy protect little Izuku from All for One's grubby hands. "When you're done fighting, Masaru has something to share with you," Inko called out, grabbing Mitsuki's and Hisashi's attention. "Well, it's for Mitsuki, but he said he'll let us use it, dear." The two adults who were previously fighting quickly returned to where they were originally seated. Once seated, Masaru asked the mirror to show them how their son was doing. The mirror in front of them gradually shows an image of Katsuki floating on his back on top of the beach water. He was closing his eyes as he let the water drift him in whatever direction the water decided to go. That was the calmest Mitsuki ever see her son. Oh, how she wished she could have spent more time with her son. "Look, it appears your son made some friends," Hisashi stated, pointing to the purple-haired boy and pink-haired girl. "Who would have guessed it was the kids we searched for?" The purple-hair kid and the pink-hair kid were simply standing in the water while Izuku was on the sand with two little children. "You got to be fing kidding me," Mitsuki blurted. All the unknown personifications managed to befriend each other. I was only on the verge of tracking them all down. We were looking into a Yakuza, the water horse, and a suspected base from my SPRM donor to find them, Hisashi said. He doesn't look surprised. Of course, our sons managed to find them before we ever had the opportunity. On the mirror screen, Katsuki slowly drifted further and further away from the sand. The boy opened his eye just in time to notice that he was gradually drifting away from the group. He immediately began to swim back to the shore while the purple-haired boy and pink-haired girl called out for him to get his butt back to shore. Katsuki grumbled about how he's not an idiot and how it's obvious he should return. "How long do you think until the magic will wear off?" Hisashi pondered. "The boys should have enough medication until they're 18 but the magic can lose its effectiveness at any time," Inko finished, looking worried. "I don't want my baby boy to be moved into the world of politics and international affairs. And I don't want my kid to return back to the people who wanted me dead," Mitsuki added, bitterly. "Or be involved with the people who killed Neptune." The screen shows Izuku building a sand castle with a young girl and a boy. The purple-hair male and pink-hair female decided to make their own castle while Katsuki finally made it onto the shore. "Honey, sweetie, the love of my life, Izuku, will be dragged into international affairs," Hisashi mentioned. "You forget that he was why my father's original quirk merged with the quirk given to him." "He does have a point," Masaru continued. "Your biological mother gave you up because of the legacy created by your son's decision to give the brother a quirk." "Fair point," Inko admitted. "After hearing the truth when we first arrived to heaven, I nearly fainted." "Our son will not have a good time, will he?" Hisashi said. "And here I thought my childhood was bad." "None of the children will," Mitsuki added. She looked a little sad at the thought of the children being moved into life of a personification. Though, the two personifications Izuku and Katsuki found will at one point regain their memory. "I wished I killed your father, Hisashi," Masaru sighs. "After everything he had done, he deserved to die." Suddenly, a familiar prince approached the four adults conversing with each other. He was wearing a white tunic, a crown, and sandals, something relatively normal for someone born in the royal family. He made eye contact with Masaru before he spoke. "God wants the mirror you stole," Neptune spoke. He first thought it was ancient Rome, but it turned out to be the least suspected person in heaven. Reluctantly, Masaru handed the mirror back to Neptune. Standing in a group were several selected personifications who were ordered to meet at a specific location. One would expect the selected personification to be one of the world's major powers. Instead of having the world's most well-known or impactful nations, the group was composed of nations with the most youthful-looking face. Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Liechtenstein, Poland, Switzerland, Taiwan, South Korea, Seberij, and Kumjalujal waited until someone explained. For the most part, each personification was confused why they were selected out of all the other nations in the world. That was until someone from the United Nations explained why they were all selected to attend this specific meeting. Wait, America look like he'll be in high school, Seberij commented. Belarus and Iceland also look like a high school teenager. America is too much of a major power to excuse him from his responsibilities, the man in a cliché black suit explained. Belarus would scare people away, and Iceland is currently helping with other matters. But you want us to attend high school, Taiwan said, appearing displeased. You want us to enroll in UA's international student program. I don't want to enroll, South Korea complained. Why do we need to do this? North Italy received a vision that indicates the missing personifications will be attending UDATA, the man supplemented. That would be explained in further detail in the next world meeting. So that's why he was in a rush, Seberij said to himself. He wanted to see his boss and ran out of the house. Did he see what they look like? Lavita asked. No, the man revealed. But he did see an image of a man leading a group called the League of Villains, shouting the names of a few missing personifications. What does this have to do with us attending UDATA? Estonia followed up. North Italy saw several UDATA students in his dreams, the man supplemented. Additionally, he saw a certain underground hero who teaches at the school. It was decided that the selected personification would enroll in the international student program in the next few years. 1 year, a selected few would enroll in UA. In the next year, another few will enroll in the school. In the third and final year, the last remaining few will enroll in UA. Occasionally, Izuku needs a break from everyone. He loves his makeshift family composed of amnesics and orphans, but they can get too much. When Mei was throwing lumps of seaweed at Kacchan, Izuku took it as the opportunity to get some well-deserved alone time. As he sneakily left the area, he could see Hitoshi lying on the sand as Eri and Kota tried to bury him underneath a pile of sand. At the same time, Kacchan started to angrily chase after Mei. Kacchan was clearly utilizing his quirks based on how he blasted himself off from his spot. Mei, clearly unfazed, was laughing maniacally as she began using a freaking jetpack to create distance between them. She also continues to throw seaweed at Kacchan, much to her delight and Katsuki's displeasure. This is why Izuku needs a break from everyone. He wanted to see if he could get anything from the neighboring stores before they headed back to the warehouse called home. Strolling through the neighborhood, he sees nothing that catches his interest. How hard is it to find a store that sells notebooks and cotton candy? Peeking at every store window, he sees nothing that catches his interest. He would quickly glance at whatever was displayed in the window and all the stuff inside the store. When he inevitably sees that the store sells nothing he's looking for, Izuku shakes his head in disappointment and moves to the next store. Then he got lost. How? Izuku whispered to himself. Now I'm alone in an overpass. He felt his sense telling him to move out of the way. Izuku swiftly leaped several meters away from his original spot. The sudden gurgling noises that he was hearing were coming from the sewers. He didn't initially notice the sewers because he was too busy trying to find his way back. Making sure that no one was around him, Izuku lit his hands into flames as he positioned himself for a potential threat. When the gurgling noise got louder and saw a disgustingly green slime figure emerging from the sewers, Izuku immediately started to charge toward the slime. The fire emitting from his hands was getting brighter and hotter as Izuku tried to make contact with the slime figure. Unexpectedly for the slime figure, Izuku successfully punched the slime figure. The slime figure didn't have the opportunity to stick and cling to Izuku. Who would purposely want to risk getting burned? Get back here, you coward, Izuku shouted as the slime villain tried to flee. You almost tried to kill me. The slime villain attempted to flee from Izuku as Izuku began chasing after the individual. After several minutes of running, Izuku stopped using his fire magic because he was heading toward a public place. Should he stop chasing the slime figure trying to use people as a shield from Izuku's wrath? Probably. Will he stop? No. Izuku would not stop. The slime villain was trying to do something with him because it was clearly trying to ambush him. He's not letting someone fall victim to the slime figure's intention. No matter if the people he's running by are whispering their opinions. Is that kid trying to play hero? He should leave it to the pros. Do you know this kid? The kid look a little lanky. My god, the slime villain has a hostage. Somehow, the few seconds Izuku had lost sight of the villain provided the slime figure to find a teen to use as a child hostage. No, that's not the correct term. The slime villain was going to use the child to sneak past whoever was initially chasing them. The child appeared to be the same age, but she was pale with dark green hair and black eyes. A younger boy with the same features called for someone to help free his sister from the slime villain. At the same time, people screamed for something to be done to save the poor girl. It was most likely not a good idea to use his magic in this situation, considering he was a wanted vigilante. That doesn't mean he would take this sitting down. The girl was managing to get slight gasps of air as she tried to escape from the slime covering her. She was trying to claw her way out, but that won't do anything for someone composed of slime. Where are the heroes? Is anyone going to save the girl? Someone, please do something. Of course, it would be too simple if only the girl were held hostage and on the verge of death. Suddenly, there were large explosions. Looking over his shoulder, he sees a growing fire gradually engulfing everything in its path. He could see the heroes approaching from afar to deal with the situation. However, Izuku knew that a lot is going on despite the heroes being present. People are trying to escape from a building, injure people trapped in the building, and a teen will lose consciousness in the next few minutes. The heroes is going to prioritize the building over the slime villain. He could already see the heroes who arrived first, assisting in the evacuating procedures and helping the civilians. At the same time, they were busy with crowd control. Kacchan isn't here to yell at me, Izuku justified as he shoved the people crowding around him to see what's going on with the slime villain. If only the people would stop shouting and screaming when they saw him charge toward the villain. The slime figure's eyes widen in a mixture of fear and confusion as he holds the girl tighter. The girl gasping for air was getting heavier and more desperate. Grabbing the pen in his pocket, Izuku successfully was able to stab the slime figure's eye, causing the slime figure to cry out in pain and loosen his hold. He ensured he impaled the slime figure's eye as deeply as he could. While the slime villain was distracted by the pain, Izuku plunged his arms into the slime and grabbed the closest thing he could reach. When he felt he had caught an arm, Izuku started pulling the girl out of the slime. As expected, the villain shouted profanity at Izuku, which caused Izuku to respond automatically. Think of the children, Izuku said without thinking. This FTS doesn't need to hear cursed words from you. That causes the slime figure to shout louder and use a much more creative vocabulary. Izuku continued to pull the girl out of the slime until she was completely free from the fluid. The moment she was freed, the boy calling out for help hugged the girl and apologized for not saving her. Izuku noticed that All Might appeared out of nowhere and heard the call of one of All Might's moves. He doesn't know why some heroes call out their moves, but he's not here to judge. However, he is here to escape being caught in the crossfire. He grasped each of their wrists and hurriedly led them away from the scene and into the crowd. This is why you never want to get too close to a fight unless you're prepared, Izuku explained. You don't want to be hit by the wind, embers, debris, or anything from a villain, hero, or something like that. Izuku could see hats being blown away due to the wind All Might produced when punching the sludge villain. As for the slime villain, the dude was splattered across the wall. Izuku is a bit curious about where All Might came from because he didn't see the man coming from any direction. He was also curious about the two kids' names, so he was going to ask them for their names. That all changed when he felt a firm hand placed on his left shoulder and saw a large shadow looming over him. We will need you to wait until the police arrives, Kamino Wood spoke. What you did was reckless. But he's alive, so the hero's concern is invalid. But my feet moved on its own, Izuku mentioned. And how could I do nothing when someone needed help? You got extremely lucky, Kamino Wood continued. You could have gotten yourself injured or killed. Izuku stealthily sneaked some money into the siblings' hands and hoped they got the silence message. Hey, here's your favorite hero, Izuku called out. Didn't you two mention that you wanted his autograph? Fortunately, the siblings got the message and began crowding the hero. The boy played up his excitement and hero worshipping. The teen purposely blocked the hero from following Izuku, which he appreciated. Izuku was able to get away from the scene sneakily. Taking a breather at a random alleyway, Izuku leaned onto the wall as he silently hoped he would be spared by Kacchan's wrath and Eri's tears. He just realized how long he was gone from everyone. If he's lucky, everyone would be waiting patiently at the beach without noticing his disappearance. Who he's kidding. Of course, they would be looking for him. He's not going to be spared from Kacchan's lecture. A sudden gust of wind hits his face, which causes Izuku to shield himself from the wind. When the wind no longer tried to hit him in the face, Izuku put his arms down and was surprised to see All Might standing before him. Izuku turned around, pointed to where the slime incident occurred, and turned back to face All Might while pointing at the man. Why are you here when you're supposed to be over there? Izuku shouted, taking a step back. Shouldn't you be taking care of the slime villain and the police? Wait, don't shout, Yagi spoke, trying to defuse the situation. Then, All Might transformed into a lanky, sickly figure as he coughed blood. What have you done to All Might? Izuku shouted, ignoring Yagi's previous comment. Wait, have you been following me this entire time? Yes, Yagi confirmed before noticing that Izuku was preparing to bolt out of the alleyway. Wait, I can explain. Please do, Izuku responded, gesturing to the empty, secluded alleyway they were at. Please explain why an adult man is following a teenager into a secluded alley where no one could hear me scream or call for help if you were planning something nefarious. Izuku stared at the man before he continued to speak. So now do you see why I'm freaking out, Izuku added. Looking from the boy's perspective, Yagi could see how the boy could misunderstand the situation. Yagi should have taken the time to think about how he would approach the boy or find the boy. I will tell you why I'm here, Yagi explained. After witnessing your actions, I decided you would make a good successor if you accept. Successor, Izuku repeated. He was confused on what All Might meant and if the skinny person in front of him was even All Might. Unknown to the orphan and the hero, it was at this moment the world had been waiting for. Izuku was stunned to hear that there used to be a 2-century-old feud occurring underneath everyone's noses. Well, in his opinion, the feud sounds more like an ongoing war that was ended at the cost of All Might's physical health. However, something was bothering him about the situation. Suppose this all-for-one person is dead. Why did All Might spend the last 30 minutes condensing the 200-year-old history and how the quick was cultivated? The way All Might's demeanor became serious caused Izuku to become concerned. It didn't help that the world appeared to stop moving during those 30 minutes. But it's over, Izuku questioned, getting an unsettling feeling in his stomach. The war between All for One and One for All is over, right? Yes, All Might confirmed, unaware of Izuku's worry. I hope no hero will have to deal with a villain such as All for One. But you're telling me this in case All for One has a successor, Izuku noted, masking how much the situation is bothering him. If that's the case, then his successor may have at least 7 years to hone his quick and the year's training. The whole All for One and One for All is causing him to have a nagging sensation, but he doesn't know why. Perhaps it's the realization that he may find himself tied to something that will have lasting impacts on his life. It could be that he's worried about Kacchan, Mei, Hitoshi, Eri, and Kota being tangled in any messes associated with the quirk. He could be scared that he will not meet All Might's expectations. That is a possibility, All Might agree, which is why I offer to explain the history of the quirk and the meaning of becoming my successor. Despite his initial feelings, Izuku was oddly motivated and determined. It's weird to describe, but he felt like an invisible string was pulling him in a certain direction. Something unseen to the eye is encouraging to accept the quick and become All Might's successor. Or it could be internally fanboying that the hero he most looks up to is asking him if he wants to be trained by All Might. You said that I need to train if I accept, Izuku continued. He was visibly determined but smiling brightly. Nothing will intimidate him from accepting the quirk. So tell me how that's going to work. Do you accept my offer? All Might asked, making sure the smiling boy consented to receive the quirk. You're aware that you must be cautious about who you tell regarding One for All. I accept, Izuku nodded. All Might's comment then caught him off guard. What do you mean about telling anyone about All for One? Should you be telling me that I cannot tell anyone about the quirk? The boy's response amused All Might. The hero should consider himself lucky that the boy was very aware of the implications and severity of One for All. He had chosen the right person. I would recommend waiting until you establish yourself as a hero, All Might suggested. It's difficult to manage the secrecy and burden of the quirk without a few friends to support you. So a few people already know about the quirk, Izuku followed up. Does that mean that they will be helping me too? Some powerful individuals are aware of my intentions, All Might admitted. He became exhausted when he thought of introducing his successor to some personifications. You meet these individuals in the future. However, they have very eccentric personalities and traits. Izuku didn't miss the strange wording or how All Might was trying to find the correct word to use to describe the people who are of the quirk. Also, All Might appeared more tired than usual all of a sudden. He could have sworn he had seen All Might withhold a shiver at the thought of something so terrifying. I assume they are very interesting people, Izuku guessed, not knowing how to respond. All Might composed himself and removed the thought of his first interaction with the personifications. He hoped that Izuku's first meeting with the world's personification would be much tamer. At least, he hopes that Izuku doesn't meet them during a prank war or when the personifications meeting falls into chaos. I will not introduce you to them for a while, All Might revealed. They have a very unique lifestyle and outlook in life. First, my priority is training you to become strong enough to be the vessel of All for One. Okay, Izuku nodded. Now, I have one more question. What is it? All Might acknowledge. What's your name? Izuku asked. Your name can't be All Might. It was at that moment that All Might felt like a complete idiot. They spent nearly an hour together and haven't given a proper introduction. He realized that the boy never gave his name, most likely due to waiting for All Might to introduce himself properly. Yagi, All Might answered. And I'm Midoriya, Izuku responded. Then, Izuku realized something he had forgotten. He needs to return to the beach as soon as possible. Gosh, he's so dead. Kacchan will kill him for disappearing for a few hours and leaving his cell phone at the beach. He's going to get so much shit from everyone. It was great meeting you, Yagi, but I just realized that I need to get back to my friends, Izuku said, slightly panicked. I also left my phone with them. Can you give me your cell number and a date when we should meet? Toshinori was caught off guard by Izuku's sudden change in behavior but gave Izuku the address of a different beach Izuku was visiting. When Toshinori gave Izuku his cell, Izuku quickly apologized. When Izuku was done with his apology, Izuku dashed toward the direction he thought would lead him to the beach. There was a trail of dust clouds left behind the boy. Izuku received a verbal tongue lashing from every single teen while the kids cried. Kacchan, Mei, and Hitoshi were mad because they had been looking for him and thought that he might have been killed, kidnapped, or involved with something serious. Kota and Eri were crying because they don't want their big brother to disappear and thought that Izuku was going to leave them forever. He'll address Eri's and Kota's abandonment issues in the future. Right now, he has to explain everything so they can have proper conservation. He explained he initially went out to see if he could buy some new notebooks and pens. Then, he told them about the slime villain incident and how he saved a kid. Lastly, he told them about meeting All Might and how he was offered to become the successor of One for All. Why would you go into an alleyway as a civilian? Katsuki shouted. And why did you let yourself be followed? Not my best moment, Izuku said. Also, how was I supposed to know that All Might would follow me after I save a girl from the slime villain? You have been a vigilante since you were 7, Hitoshi pointed out. So you should have been alert in the first place. All Might made a mistake, Mei blurted out. He made a vigilante his successor. But the 4 of us are vigilantes, Izuku commented. But we are not All Might's successor, Mei countered. I can get away with it because I'm not going to heroics. She does have a fair point. Kacchan and Hitoshi were giving a "you are an idiot" look. Mei was highly amused by everything. Eri was tilting her head in confusion, not understanding a single thing that was going on. Kota had a look of realization when he realized that he was living with a group of chaotic idiots. He seemed a bit horrified before accepting that it's his life now. Does he know that you have magic? Katsuki asked, knowing full well that the idiot he called his friend did not. Nope, Izuku smiled. We have not to reach friendship level 8 to unlock that. You're a mess, Hitoshi mentioned. And yet you're the top 10 vigilante in Japan. I'm sure All Might is withholding some things from me, Izuku justified. When the time is right, I will tell him about my magic. I may never tell him about my Game Master persona because that is supposed to be temporary thing. Then Mei brought up that Izuku would be meeting All Might at a different beach to train. Kacchan wondered what type of training requires Izuku to go to a beach until Hitoshi pointed out that the beach All Might picked can be defined as dumped. Izuku sighed and accepted the possibility that he would spend a lot of time cleaning up a dump. At first glance, the person he had chosen as his successor was painfully average. With a plain face, a few freckles, and average clothing, the boy can easily be missed in a crowd of people. What made Midoriya worthy was his selfless action and taking action before they had time to think. He overheard Midoriya explaining that his body moved before he had a chance to think. However, in his brief interaction with Midoriya, Toshinori sensed something odd about the boy. While Midoriya is painfully average in appearances, there is something about him that separates him from the rest of the population. It's on the tip of his tongue but he can't seem to recall what Midoriya reminds him of. He debated contacting his former sidekick about Midoriya in the hopes it would stop his attempts to make Miro his successor. Then, he realized that it might cause unnecessary problems and result in another fruitless discussion. However, he should inform Nezu about his successor. If he doesn't, Nezu will find out one way or another and will find a way to make his first teaching job a little bit more complicated. Knowing Nezu, he would get joy out of it. Izuku watched as his childhood best friend repeatedly hit the nearest sucker. Katsuki was using a random plank of wood he had found to bash the last few people standing. Izuku munched on his trail mix as he let Katsuki do most of the work of taking down the remaining members of the crime group they were after. Katsuki didn't seem to mind as he laughed manically with every successful hit. Good job, Kacchan, Izuku called out before continuing to eat his snack. Izuku leaped to the right as someone tried to charge at him. Before the other person had the opportunity to change direction, Izuku turned his waist and threw glitter at the person's face. The person was frantically trying to wipe the glitter out of their face. Izuku, the chaotic gremlin he is, laughed manically as he aimed a roundhouse kick at the person's face. When Izuku kicked the person's face, the person went flying across the room until the body hit the wall. Izuku winced when he saw the impacted dent left behind as the person fell down. "I'm getting tired of this bullshit," Katsuki shouted, whacking another person with the wooden plank. Izuku looked over his shoulders to see that Katsuki was once again taking out his aggression toward unwilling punching bags. To be fair, they deserved it since they were people who were responsible for trafficking people with powerful quirks. Katsuki gave a good whack at the last remaining person's head, which caused the person to fall onto the ground. "At least I found some cool stuff," Hatsum cheered, holding the jewelry she found from looting the unconscious body's pockets. Several feet away, Hatsum was gleefully pickpocketing from the other unconscious bodies that were littering the floor. She didn't seem to care that she was getting blood on her matching pink outfit. The only difference was that the girl's hood had bare ears, and the mask she wore had a bare face. "You stood there as I did most of the fighting," Katsuki pointed out. "At least Izuku did something as you stood there watching everything." "I was collecting evidence for the police," Hatsum happily reminded Katsuki. "Remember, I'm the one responsible for hacking into the systems and looking for evidence of their crimes." "So why did you join us?" Katsuki asked, giving Hatsum an unamused look. "You could have done this at the warehouse." "To remind Tsukachi that I'm a menace," Hatsum smiled. Someone needed to remind the police that the inventor caused the same amount of chaos as everyone else. Izuku continued to eat his trail mix as he watched Katsuki's and Hatsum's interaction. This was some good, quality entertainment going on right here. Oh look, Katsuki looked like on the verge of chasing Hatsum down. Knowing Hatsum, she will enjoy being chased by an angry Pomeranian. "I would ask for some help," Shinso mentioned. "But that would be asking too much." Shinso was neatly compiling a stack of undisputable evidence that indicated the crime group they took down was guilty of multiple crimes. Besides the information Hatsum could download, there was a neat stack of documents that showed who the group previously worked for and what jobs they were hired for. "We did what we came here for," Katsuki stated, crossing his arms. "Of course, they were only hired one time by the guy responsible for Trigger." "You're upset that we continue to find nothing," Izuku noted, appearing a little less upset than Katsuki. "Or anything useful to us." "We'll find another lead," Shinso said, finishing up compiling everything. "Eventually, one of these leads will lead to something useful. When they get to heroics and get an internship, it will be easier to collect information about potential leads. Maybe Izuku can utilize some of Toshinori's connections when they reach that level in their student and mentor relationship." There was an awkward silence that lingered in the room. No one knew how to break the silence until Hatsum pulled out her cell phone. Then, she gestured to the dozens of unconscious people on the ground. "Do you want to make Tsukachi lose sleep?" Hatsum asked as she prepared her phone to take a picture. "We can send him selfies. We can also take selfies as we run away from them," Izuku suggested, breaking into a cheeky grin. "I packed glitter bombs today." Shinso tried convincing everyone, and himself, that they were professional and mature vigilantes who never stooped so low. Izuku knew what Shinso was doing and told them that if they were so mature, that meant they were never allowed to prank the heroes or cause chaos on live TV. Deciding there was no point in prolonging a losing battle, he joined everyone in their selfies. A picture was taken that had the four of them crouching and giving peace signs while several unconscious bodies were behind them. Another picture was taken that had Izuku drawing a mustache on a person's face. Of course, there was a picture taken of Katsuki dragging an unconscious person across the ground. There's another picture of Katsuki sitting on top of a pile of unconscious bodies. Obviously, there was a picture of Hatsum laughing maniacally as she held the flash drive that had all the information the police department could ask for. Then, there's a picture of Shinso stealing the criminal group's coffee supply. "Let's take one more picture," Izuku insisted before he sensed a familiar presence in the room. Izuku, alongside everyone else, turned to face the dark entrance to this room. Coming out of the shadows was the one and only Eraserhead. Though the underground hero usually don't show much emotion, the hero was caught off guard when he saw four problem children in one spot. This was the underground first time seeing Animus in person. The underground hero also assumed that he was the first person who had ever seen Inventor. Knowing that Eraserhead never saw her before, Inventor immediately started waving at the underground. "I wish I could get an autograph," Shinso commented. "I want his scarf," Hatsum added, making a grabbing motion in Eraserhead's direction. To an outsider, Shinso appeared to be bored and tired. However, to Izuku, Shinso was excited to see his idol in person for the first time. It was just Shinso who was wearing his mask, which hid the excitement clearly in the teen's eyes. Eraserhead gave them a look. "It's just like you to do a raid at 3 in the morning." The four of them nodded dramatically to emphasize their point. At the same time, each was preparing to throw something in the hero's direction. It's been fun, Izuku spoke, subtly grasping to the smoke bombs in his pockets. But it's time for us to go. See ya, Eraser. Izuku threw a smoke bomb in Eraserhead's direction with Shinso. Hatsum threw glitter bombs that happened to sparkle very brightly. Katsuki threw the wooden plank at the nearest window, which shattered the moment the plank made an impact. Izuku loudly proclaimed that the window was their path to freedom before sprinting to the window. When he climbed out of the window, he saw some people approaching them. Some of them were running toward the warehouse, while others appeared to be on the boats approaching them. It seemed that they were attempting to surround the warehouse in all directions. The warehouse was beside the ocean because someone had built a secret warehouse nearby. Izuku can manipulate water and air. However, the public doesn't know that he can manipulate water. Izuku inched closer to Katsuki as he leaned close to his friend. At the same time, he pulled Shinso close enough that the boy was standing in front of him. I need you to pretend that you're manipulating the ocean water, Izuku whispered, withholding the need to laugh. Pretend that you are aiming to push the boats further away. Katsuki was hesitant to go through with the plan because of its risk. If the heroes and police catch them slipping up, they will know that Izuku can manipulate water. Katsuki doesn't want Izuku to have even more attention considering that some people are adamant about his capture. Then again, the public will be deceived into quickly believing that he has water manipulation. Or they could assume that he has multiple quirks. Katsuki nodded slightly before pretending to move his arms in a pushing motion. He didn't need to look at Izuku to mimic Izuku's water manipulation properly. With the utmost confidence, Katsuki continued to move his arms to the right, making it appear that he was responsible for creating the large waves pushing the boats away. At the same time, Shinso made sure to shield Izuku properly from everyone's line of sight. The green hair boy was both manipulating the seas and air at the same time, which was a little bit challenging. He has trouble using two magical elements at the same time. Izuku created a powerful gust of wind and knocked the people approaching them away. Some people fell into the water while others continued flying until they made an impact with an object. We need to run, Hatsum screamed, grabbing the three boys' attention. I'm almost out of bombs. Behind them, Hatsum was continuously throwing all of her flash bombs, smoke bombs, glitter bombs, and the occasional paint bomb. Izuku could also hear Eraserhead muttering how troublesome the problem children appear to be these days. Run, Izuku screamed. Before the four of them disappeared out of the heroes' and police's sight, they all took several sporadic selfies as they ran away from everyone. They even have a few pictures of a colorful Eraserhead chasing down while the four are running away from the hero. Tsukachi looked at the stack of photos placed on his desk. The photos clearly show four reckless, problematic vigilantes taking selfies at a secret hideout of a criminal group. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he took a deep, audible breath. He didn't expect the inventor to make a physical appearance so soon, considering the letter they sent mentioned that they are the type of person to stay behind the scene. This group is the most problematic set of vigilantes in my entire career, Aizawa spoke with a tired tone. Tsukachi yawned and looked through the photos that were placed on his desk. If only they apply their skills to something legal. Tsukachi restrained a chuckle when he saw a photo that contained Eraserhead covered in an assortment of different color paint. The hero was covered in extremely sparkly pink and purple glitter. If that wasn't enough to torture a man. He's a little curious about how the group's bomb can contain so much paint and glitter. Laugh, and I will do the same, Aizawa warned. I had to throw away the costume because it was deemed unsavable. When Tsukachi was finished looking through the photos, he placed them in the corner of his desk. He scanned the reports about the incident that transpired hours ago. What grabbed his attention was that Aftermath had a quirk that allowed him to manipulate the ocean's water and create giant waves that pushed the boats away. Oh, he's going to need twice as much coffee today. We would have done things differently if we knew about Aftermath's quirk, Tsukachi sighed. He took a long sip of coffee before he continued. Now, we need to know if his quirk include producing water or is solely manipulating water. Aftermath's quirk will draw more interest in recruiting the group, Aizawa disclosed. There have been talks about different agencies' intentions to capture the group. The vigilante clause, Tsukachi responded, realizing the implications of Aizawa's words. They want to capture them so they can recruit them by using the clause as an alternative to a sentence. We're competing with dozens of hero agencies, the Hero Commission, and wealthy families who want them to participate in an illegal quirk marriage, Aizawa continued, appearing done with everything. Aizawa or someone at UA must capture the group before someone else does. Additionally, he has the added responsibility of monitoring Game Master because an international body assumes that the vigilante is his illegitimate younger brother. They're scared that the vigilante may follow the same path as his BSTRD father. Most likely not, because Aizawa was certain the man only had 2 kids. If Izawa told the group about his true intentions, he knew the group would take it as a personal challenge and escalate their behavior. For now, he will let them perceive him in whatever they want him to perceive him as. One day, he or someone from UA will successfully capture them. Then, they will be offered the proper protection from staff from those who want to use them. Italy patted Saborga's shoulders in sympathy while Seberage whined that he had to do homework. From the corner of his eyes, he could see several sheets of paper for different subjects. At the very corner of the desk, there was a rough sketch of what was supposed to be his hero costume. While he pities his brother for being forced to infiltrate UA by enrolling in the school's international program, his brother should not be complaining. Saborga finally got what he wanted, which was to be taken seriously by the international bodies. The global government gave Saborga an assignment to complete. They don't do that for any personification. The homeroom teacher threatened to expel us on the first day of school, Saborga complained, reflecting back on the threat in horror. Italy, I don't know how much I can handle. That does sound like something Izawa would do, Italy causally mentioned. He can be a little bit scary sometimes. Italy tilted his head in confusion when his brother gave him a betrayed look. Saborga placed his hands on Ita's shoulders and began to shake Italy. Why was his little brother looking at him as if he had done something horrible? You know the guy, Saborga shouted, causing Italy to wince. Why didn't you tell me? Japan knows him better, Italy clarified as his brother stopped shaking him. I only met him after All for One's death. Italy poked his brother's cheek when Saborga's expression morphed from anger to confusion. His brother looks like a gaping fish out of the water. Look at him. He's having trouble finding the words he wants to say. Then Italy realized that Saborga didn't know why Eraserhead and All for One were connected. It's a long story, Italy stated. But the Japanese government protected him and his mother long ago. They continue to watch him like a hawk. Why? Saborga asked. He is terrified of the answer, that explains nothing. Italy carefully explained that a mother once asked for protection from a villain she proclaimed could steal quirks. Initially, it sounded far-fetched, so the government didn't take her seriously. No one believed her, which led the mother and son alone. For many years, the mother feared that she and her son would be dragged back to the world of villainy they tried so hard to escape. It wasn't until the combination of the micronations kidnapping, the whole international government getting themselves involved, and the teaming up with All Might did things changed. A selection of the Japanese government became aware of All for One existence. Coincidentally, someone who formerly worked with people seeking protection climbed up to a high-level position. So they tracked down the child and mother, Saborga concluded, getting impatient slightly. How does this involve you knowing my homeroom teacher? Everyone wanted me to use my quick, Italy pouted as he crossed his arms. Germany told me I can't eat pasta until I help Japan. Italy pouted and briefly crossed his arms before recalling his first meeting with the underground hero. It was a tense journey to the room where Japan's boss kept the child. Italy wanted to run away, but Japan needed his help. However, he didn't like using his quirk because he sometimes saw scary stuff and had nightmares about his future vision. Reluctantly, Japan offered Italy to hold his hand if it would help him feel less nervous. Italy quickly accepted the offer and clutched Japan's hand like it was his lifeline. Japan was nice in pretending he didn't notice Italy's grips crushing his hand. Though, Italy could tell Japan was slightly uncomfortable with the physical contact. I will warn you that it looks like he hadn't slept for days, the male agent disclosed. Considering that he works as an underground hero, it's not unusual. He's an underground hero, Japan said, visibly surprised. That's not something I expected. Does he knows why he's here? Italy asked. No, the agent answered. I will warn you that he's highly displeased, especially considering that we brought his mother as well. Italy doesn't want to deal with a tired, annoyed underground hero. They should wait until the hero has a siesta before meeting the hero. He always feels better after a siesta, so maybe the hero will feel better after taking a siesta too. He was going to suggest letting the hero take a siesta, but the man stopped them in the middle of the hallway. The man then turned to face the door at the left and placed a hand on the doorknob. Italy could feel the tension building up, which caused him to feel nervous about meeting the son of a supervillain. Without hesitation, the agent opens the door. Inside was a decently decorated room with couches, a table filled with refreshments, and random paintings. As Italy stepped inside, he saw a woman in her late 40s reading a book and an exhausted man glaring daggers at them. Looking closely at the mother and son, Italy could see the resemblance. The woman's hair was black and wavy with some strains of gray. The son's hair was also black, but the hair was unkempt. Another eerie similarity between the pair was that their eyes were tired, flat, and apathetic. The only main difference between the two was that the mother was extremely well dressed and groomed, while the son was the opposite. Will someone finally tell me why we were practically dragged here? The mother inquired, looking up from her book. Or do we have to wait for another few hours before getting answers? Sorry, Mrs. Aizawa, the agent apologized. I want to ask you and your son a few questions. Aizawa stared at the agent and the personifications blankly. If you wanted to ask a few questions, you would have interviewed us at either of our residences. Italy's eyes landed on Eraserhead, and he realized that he was nothing like he expected. Aizawa looks nothing like his father. He looks like a male version of his mother appearance-wise. He felt a little better now. Let's get straight to the point, Japan said. He turned to make eye contact with Mrs. Aizawa before he continued. We are here because Eraserhead is one of All for One's children. No one missed how Mrs. Aizawa tightened her grip on her book or clenched her jaw. She was giving everyone a strained smile which unnerved the agent and the personifications. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed at the group in front of them, displeased at the mention of All for One. We would like you to let my colleague use his quirk on Eraserhead, the agent continued. After we confirm that your son poses no threat, we will let the two of you return to the public. Tossing her book to the side, Mrs. Aizawa gave them a nasty glare. Now you believe us. It took you 2 decades for you to believe me. Do you know how hard it was to live 2 decades in fear while raising an innocent child? I'm not an innocent child, Eraserhead sighed. I'm a 22-year-old man perfectly capable of taking care of myself. We're sorry that no one believed you, Japan apologized, bowing to the mother. They should have taken you seriously and listened to your request. For protection. Italy inadvertently made eye contact with Eraserhead, which caused him to hide behind Japan partially. Why are all underground heroes intimating? As he was using Japan as a shield, his quirk was unintentionally activated. Due to his vision's intensity, Italy collapsed on the ground as he held his head in his hands. He didn't realize that he was still holding Japan's hand. Italy, Japan called out, being dragged down to the ground by Italy. He saw many visions of Eraserhead chasing people who appeared to be villains, carrying people to safety, and resting on a hospital bed. The vision that caught his interest the most was Eraserhead bowing in front of reporters, appearing uncomfortable in his suit. There were flashes from cameras, mostly likely from reporters, as voices questioned the hero about the possibility of the kidnapped students joining the villains. What cemented the fact that Eraserhead will never follow All for One's footsteps was the man taking responsibility for the kidnapping and insisting the kidnapped kids will never become villains. Anger was laced in the hero's words, most likely directed at the press. The vision ended with Eraserhead insisting that the Midoriyas and a Hitoshi would become amazing heroes. They don't need to worry about him, Italy gasped, catching his breath. Eraserhead is nothing like his father. Everyone but Japan looked at Italy strangely, unsure of what had happened. Japan was familiar with Italy's quirk, so he quickly got up and helped Italy from the ground. Eraserhead was brought here to see if he was like All for One, Japan explained. My colleague has a quirk that allows him to see visions of the future randomly or through force activation. I think I accidentally activated my quirk when I looked at Eraserhead, Italy said, rubbing his temple. I saw too many visions that my head hurt. You thought my son will be a villain, Mrs. Aizawa shouted, looking at Italy in disbelief. We need to tell them everything, Italy commented. He was still terrified of Eraserhead, so he returned back to hiding behind Japan. At least, about what happened to All for One and who we are. Italy could see that Japan was about to dispute, so he quickly acted. America found reports that All for One was experimenting on his child a few days ago, Italy revealed. All for One knew about personifications for a long time because he was trying to replicate them with his child. Before Japan had the opportunity, Mrs. Aizawa interrupted the discussion. It must be the first child, Mrs. Aizawa sighed, smiling sadly. He was from a different mother. He was the reason I could escape from All for One. It was quite unfortunate that he died years prior. We received a letter sent by someone who referred to themselves as N. Eraserhead clarified. The letter explains the writer didn't have a lot of time but expressed that our father killed my older brother. Previously, we would get random letters throughout the years, Mrs. Aizawa lamented. Sometimes it was sent by N and other times it would be someone named H. Italy now feels sad for the hero. He remembered when he was forcefully separated from Romano due to external factors. They didn't see each other again until Italy unified many years later. At least he gets to see his brother again. However, Eraserhead will never have that chance. Do you know about personifications? The agent inquired. I do, Mrs. Aizawa confirmed. All for One was practically obsessed with them. Based on how Eraserhead turned to face his mother with a raised eyebrow, it appears that Eraserhead doesn't know about personifications. The hero didn't seem mad or upset with his mother. It was just that the hero had no idea what the hell his mother was talking about. I would appreciate it if someone explained what's a personification to me, Aizawa stated. Japan decided that he might as well explain it because if he doesn't, Mrs. Aizawa would most likely tell his son about it. It took several minutes to explain that the world has a living representation of every country. He made it clear that the personifications were naturally capable of super strengths, rapid healing, and other capabilities beyond human limitations. However, Japan made it clear that the personifications are not immortal, but as long their country continues to exist, then the personification will continue to live. Japan bowed, introducing himself to the humans. I'm Japan, the personification of this country. It's a pleasure to meet you. Eraserhead looked at Italy and then back at Japan. You should be careful when disclosing your true identity, Eraserhead warned. This is not something you should disclose lightly. I trust you, Eraserhead, Italy assured, popping his head over Japan's shoulder. Besides, it's only fair since we'll be monitoring you for the next several years. What? Eraserhead responded, being caught off guard. Don't worry, they won't monitor you, the agent clarified. It will be the international bodies that will be monitoring your every step. Eraserhead was giving the agent a deadpan look, unamused at the thought of being monitored by the international government. To be fair, the agent was being genuine. The agent has seen how chaotic things can be when a personification monitors a human civilian. The underground hero will never realize how lucky he was to avoid that. They want to hire you if you're a good person, Italy beamed, no longer hiding behind Japan. Congratulations, Eraserhead. After a few months, they would like to offer you a position. Isn't that exciting? Eraserhead doesn't appear to be excited. Don't worry, Japan continued. They will only request that you collect information, work on certain cases when asked, and report anything useful. The agent quickly mentioned that Eraserhead would be able to do his usual work but would be asked to do certain things occasionally. Additionally, Eraserhead will be given certain privileges and benefits that other heroes don't get. Also, the hero will be paid even when he isn't doing something for the international bodies. Even if you refuse, my boss will make sure that you and your mother are placed under protection, Japan mentioned. I don't need protection, Aizawa scoffed. I'm perfectly capable of handling it on my own. Doesn't matter, Japan stated. Due to All for One's followers being around, they may come after you and your mother. Eraserhead's protection will be for the worst-case scenario, the agent clarified. While he's perfectly capable at the moment, we cannot predict the future. You just want an excuse to watch over me, Eraserhead sighed tiredly. From that day forward, Eraserhead's life changed forever. Unknown to the hero, his life was about to get very interesting. Saborga blinked before he screamed at the top of his lungs. My homeroom teacher knows about us. Does that mean he knows who I am? Not yet, Italy responded. Someone is going to tell him about what you and the others are planning at UA. Oh no, does the principal know? Saborga said, horrified at the thought of the principal knowing about personification. He's a terrifying guy. I'm scared of what he'll make us do if he ever finds out. Eraserhead won't be allowed to tell the principal, Italy promised. Remember, international governments have a higher authority compared to UA. Saborga raised an eyebrow, not believing that Italy had told him everything. And the international bodies are terrified of the principal, Italy sheepishly added. They want to prolong revealing everything to him for as long as possible. You're stating as if the principal will know about our existence in the future, Saborga pointed out. He has a genius IQ, Italy reminded Saborga. Saborga hoped that wouldn't be until for a long time. The trash heap that was the beach accurately represents his life if Izuku does say so himself. The hills of absolute garbage littered the beach, leaving a limited view of the seawater. Discarded scraps of metals, electronics, furniture, and other items covered the entire beach, leaving little sand to be seen. His heart ached in sadness to see something a part of nature reduced to this state for unknown reasons. There was also a bit of anger, indicated by how tense his muscle was getting. The beach appeared to have fallen victim to human consumption and the lotsiness that some people possessed. From behind, All Might's voice boomed. Not giving up so soon? No, Izuku confirmed. I'm just upset by what this beach has become. Letting out a sigh, Izuku began to pick up the trash and lugged it into the pickup truck. He would tie a rope around the more oversized items, such as the broken washing machine. Once the item was tightly wrapped in rope, Izuku began hauling the object across the ground with little effort. What can he say? Izuku always had freakish strength. As a result, it takes a lot for him to be sore, weak, and fatigued. In fact, cleaning up the beach wasn't the most challenging thing he had ever done. It was repetitive to the point where he was begging to act like he was on autopilot. That may be why, at some point in the day, Izuku was forced to stop. He failed to realize how much time had passed since he had begun cleaning up the beach. The physical distance between him and Tashinori had drastically increased due to the amount of junk Izuku had removed from the beach in a couple of hours. The hero would have noticed it sooner if it wasn't for an urgent phone that demanded his attention. "Young Midoriya," a voice called out. Izuku was too far away for his brain to register who was calling him properly. His mind was about ensuring this beach was returned to its previous state. Additionally, something within him is screaming at him not to disappoint All Might and become worthy to obtain his quirk. Whether it was for honor or having something of All Might's, Izuku knows he's determined to have it. The voice calls out a lot louder than the last time. "Young Midoriya." Unfazed, Izuku continued to work on picking up the trash into a trash bag. His back remained turned, not sparing a single moment to look over his shoulders to see who had called him. When Tashinori saw that Izuku would not stop anytime soon, he decided to take another approach. Tashinori cupped his hands and shouted loud enough for Izuku could hear. "All Might is the worst hero in history. He doesn't deserve to be the symbol of peace." Immediately, Izuku tossed the broken microwave to the side and turned to face All Might. At first, it didn't register to the teen that All Might was talking trash about himself. "You take that back," Izuku yelled, cracking his knuckles. "All Might is the best hero ever." "It takes me insulting myself to grab your attention," All Might mentioned, which caused Izuku to realize what had happened. "I knew a fan would react to a comment like that. However, I didn't realize how passionately you would respond to my comment." "I almost threatened All Might," Izuku blurted out, mortified by his actions. "I almost did a Kacchan and fought All Might with my bare fists." "You almost did what?" All Might sputtered, returning to his skinny form. Izuku sheepishly smiled as he tried to explain a trend in Japan where people would fight anyone who disrespected All Might. It's primarily teens who follow a trend because they need an outlet for their misplaced aggression. However, he's simply a huge fanboy who resorts to pranks. "Fought you," Izuku nervously stated. "I worry for you sometimes," All Might admitted. "The more I get to know you, the more I question your upbringing." Izuku tilted his head, unintentionally widening his eyes as he looked directly at All Might. He doesn't understand why All Might was so concerned. As far as he knows, All Might know nothing about his magic, orphan status, or his stint as game master. "I'm a teenager," Izuku pointed out. "We love to cause a bit of chaos and confusion." For a moment, Midoriya reminded Tashinori of the younger personification he had the horror, of meeting at a world meeting. He heard similar statements from the micronations when they were caught pulling a prank or planning to do something the majority would disapprove of. Additionally, his successor possessed unordinary strength and stamina like the countries he had met. Not once did the boy take a break from lifting and hauling trash for the entire morning. Even Tashinori didn't possess the same strength and stamina when he was Midoriya's age. He would have difficulty if Nana made him do the same thing. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked, noticing his mentor was lost in thought. "It's nothing, my boy," Tashinori reassured. "You reminded me of some people I know." If Tashinori had never met Japan and visited the personification weekly for some tea, he would have theorized that his successor was akin to a personification. However, that's very unlikely. Kiku was already the personification of this country. Someone has been knocking at his door for the past several minutes. Who in their right mind would try to visit him on one of his rare days off, especially when he's trying to sleep? He knows that everyone he associates with is patrolling or busy taking care of other things. Annoyed that the person on the other side of the door would not leave, Aizawa forced himself to walk to the door. He's going to open the door, glaring at them, and tell them that he isn't interested in buying something or joining their religion. At least, that was the plan. When he reached the door, he slightly opened it to see that it was Honda. The personification didn't appear fazed about being on the other side of the underground hero's glare. "I need to speak to you," Japan insisted. "Are you alone right now?" Aizawa knows that Honda only visited him without notice if it was something urgent. Letting out a tired sigh, he allowed Honda to enter. The personification quickly claimed a random spot on the couch and pulled an envelope file from his jacket. "What do they want me to do now?" Aizawa asked, making his way to the kitchen. If he's going to be forced to stay awake and hear what would be a headache-inducing conversation, he will make a pot of coffee to drink. It'll make it easier to deal with whatever the United Nations is planning for him to do. To watch over the personification attending UA, Japan explained. Crash! The mug in Aizawa's hand slipped through the hero's fingers and fell onto the ground. The mug immediately shattered the moment it made an impact, breaking into dozens of pieces. "You sent who?" Aizawa responded in disbelief. "Seberage, South Korea, and Taiwan are in your class this year," Japan supplemented as he unintentionally created more stress for the hero. Estonia is in Class 2I, and Lithuania is placed in Class 2J, Poland should be in Class 2B, Switzerland was forced to be placed in Heroics but in Class 2A. Taking a deep breath, Aizawa continued. Why? Japan remained silent for a moment, carefully thinking about his following words. Everything his acquaintance needs to know is inside the envelope file. If the hero accepts the additional responsibilities, he should contact the United Nations at the secure email address. At the moment, your one job is to watch the personifications attending UA currently and in the future, Japan shared. But what? Aizawa prompted, knowing there's more to it. Read everything in the file immediately, Japan instructed, getting up to leave. Inside of it is a plan developed by several major powers that involve sending personifications to UA. Decide if you want to get involved. Destroy it once you've finished reading. It will be up to the underground hero to decide how much responsibility he wants to accept from the United Nations. Eraserhead can only focus on monitoring the personifications and keeping them from blowing their cover so no one will be offended. However, Eraserhead could also accept the additional responsibility that would place extra pressure and stress upon the hero. That additional responsibility was to assist in helping the international bodies track down the missing personifications mentioned in Italy's vision. Be an extra set of eyes and ears to provide information that could be useful for their endeavors. I better be well contemplated for all the trouble this will bring me, Aizawa said. It will be difficult to keep this away from Nizu. Try to buy as much as you can, Japan replied, opening the door to let himself out. When he eventually discovers that a few of his students aren't human, my boss will explain everything. Aizawa will keep the personifications as far away from the principal for as long as possible. He wants to prolong the eventual confrontation for as long as he can. A lone boy kneeled to the ground, crushed by the reality that he had lost Sumer. After spending weeks running away from the Elamites and Amorites, he finally had the time to rest and mourn the death of Sumer. Many years of droughts, weak-willed kings, conflict breaking out among city-states, and unknown changes in the course of the Euphrates River had weakened Sumer. Then came the invaders from their neighboring regions who raided the cities, leaving a trail of dead people littering the grounds. The fire lit by the invaders was strengthened by the searing heat of the desert and the wind that fed the flames. What was left was ruined cities, leaving what was once Sumer ripped for the taking. I can't take this anymore, the boy screamed toward the skies. I don't want to spend eternity like this. Tears began streaming down the boy's cheeks as the boy looked, longing at the sky. His existence consists of outliving all of his friends and watching how humans can destroy each other's civilization. In that case, he doesn't wish to live this type of life. He doesn't want to remember what he had lost and think about all that could have been. How could he live when the one personification who sought to become his friend died? Sumer didn't want to use him for his gain like other personifications. I'll try this again, the boy said, pulling a bronze knife from his dirty tunic. Maybe this time, the god of this planet will allow me to die. Then, I could go and reunite with Sumer. Without hesitation, the boy plunges the knife into his chest. The boy made sure to twist the knife to increase the likelihood that he would die. It didn't take long for the boy to collapse, lying lifelessly on the ground with a faint, hopeful smile. Izuku pointed to the TV displaying a very old anime that focused on several girls making a contract with a small, cat-like creature named Kyubi. While the girls get to make a wish in exchange for receiving magical powers, they didn't realize the full terms and conditions of the creature's offer. Eri and Koda looked at the screen with keen interest as they sat on their beanbags. Izuku was sitting crisscrossed so he could be at eye level with the kids. This is why you read the terms and conditions, Izuku emphasized. Eri and Koda looked at the scene playing on the screen, a blue-haired girl transforming into a witch. Then, the two kids looked back at Izuku. You did the same thing as the magical girls, Koda mentioned. With accepting All Might's quirk. All Might told me everything about One for All, Izuku corrected. He even told me there's a risk that I'll be fighting All for One's successor. He didn't want to tell them how he knew that the hero was withholding information regarding his connections. While the hero was upfront that Izuku would one day meet the individuals working for the individual bodies one day, the hero deflected the conversation when Izuku brought the topic up. There is also the fact that he withholds some information from the hero out of fear of being rejected or being turned over to someone who might abuse his gifts. For now, he's okay with All Might keeping some things to himself, considering that Izuku is doing the same. The nerd would be stupid to do something like that, Katsuki interrupted, popping his head into the room. Making a deal without knowing everything. Izuku put his hand on his chest as if Katsuki's comment hurt him before dramatically sprawling across the floor. Katsuki, unimpressed by Izuku's reaction, threw a bag of chips in his direction. Izuku lifted an arm off the ground and was able to quickly snatch the bag before it hit him. What if you could make a wish for anything you want? Eri asked. Would you take it? No, Katsuki quickly answered. We know how that usually ends. You always pay something for a wish, Izuku added. A wish is just another word for a deal. His head began throbbing, causing Izuku to clutch his head in pain. Moments later, the pain subsides, replaced by a sense of déjà vu. He has a nagging feeling that he forgot something significant and that something similar had occurred in the past. It could be his imagination, but he heard a muffled, authoritative voice warning him not to be so hasty. A flash of a place filled with heavenly clouds as a distorted figure sat on a grand throne popped into his head before it disappeared. Noticing that Izuku was going into a trance-like state, Katsuki quietly approached where Izuku lay. Then, when he was close enough, Katsuki crouched to the ground. Izuku continues to remain unaware of his surroundings, lost in his thoughts. That gave Katsuki the excuse to make a shushing motion, hoping the kids got the message. Eri gave a hesitant nod while Kota seemed curious about what Katsuki was planning. Grinning, Katsuki leans closely to Izuku's ear. Endeavor became the #1 hero, Katsuki shouted at the top of his lungs. Izuku leaped up from the ground and landed several feet from his original spot. He glared at the blonde when he finally landed on 2 feet. What was that for? Izuku complained, sounding annoyed. The sounds of Katsuki's laughter, in combination with Eri's giggling, brought the attention of Shinso and Hatsum. The teens quickly arrived to see that Izuku was attempting to look all menacing and mad toward Katsuki. However, Izuku looks as threatening as a kitten. The green curls and baby face did not help Izuku's face. Who set off the kitten? Shinso asked no one in particular. I'm not a kitten, Izuku argued, pretending not to hear Eri agreeing with Shinsu's statement. Katsuki made the kitten mad, Kota answered with the most serious expression he could muster. Izuku shot Kota a wounded, betrayed look while Kota smiled at Izuku's reaction. The nerd got stuck in his trance state, Katsuki informed. It'd been a while since he got into a trance. Trance? Hatsum questioned, looking at Izuku. Katsuki briefly explained all the times Izuku was trance-like and how Izuku would be unresponsive for several minutes. He explained how Izuku would wake up in a daze and unaware of his surroundings on multiple occasions. Our heads would hurt when we try to remember something, Shinso mentioned, turning to face Hatsum. And we would be unaware of our surroundings. But we have missing memories, Hatsum pointed out. Izuku remembers his past, so he has no memories to uncover. While the 4 teens debated if Izuku had a repressed childhood memory, Kota and Eri had their own conservation. They didn't understand what the teenagers were talking about, so they ignored the teenagers' conservation. Maybe Katsuki is the most normal one, Kota said. But he's angry a lot, Eri voices out. He doesn't go blank like Izuku, Kota noted. And he has his memories, unlike Mei and Shinso. She and Kota's didn't bother to mention their lack of aging or how they can only remember things that occurred in the past several years. Maybe one day, she can forget what overhaul had done to her, and all that would be left would be the scars inflicted upon her. Kota might be another story, but he didn't seem bothered by the possibility of losing his recent memories. Toshinori did not expect Midoriya to come to today's training with 3 teenagers and 2 kids following him like ducklings. The blonde was glaring daggers at him, igniting sparks at the palms of his hand. The one with the bags underneath his eyes was watching him with keen eyes, ready to scrutinize his every action. The teenage girl had something in her hand, making a not-so-subtle comment that she could create bombs out of scraps. The boy seemed unimpressed by his presence and played his hand console. The girl was the only one who was somewhat friendly. She hid behind the blonde teen, tugging the boy's breathed leg occasionally. I'm so sorry, Izuku apologized, bowing to emphasize his point. They kept following me no matter how much I tried to lose them. We need to know how you're spending your free time, the purple-haired teen stated, looking up and down at Toshinori. And to make sure no one is taking advantage of you. Unknown to Toshinori, the teenagers and kids already know about his skinny form. However, the group still wanted to vet if All Might was a genuinely good person and not putting a false persona. What if he's planning to use you for something, the pink-haired teen added. We need to make sure that he will protect and take care of you. Izuku let out a sigh. Yagi is a good person. He brings me food and make an effort to force me to take a break. The blonde looked at him and shook his head. It was almost as if the teen was pitying him for his efforts. That's reasonable in his opinion. Midoriya doesn't make it easy for him to enforce time to rest and eat. Good luck, the blonde said, cracking a smile. Once Izuku gets absorbed with whatever he's doing, it's stupidly hard to make him stop. I will come up with a worse nickname than Kacchan, Izuku warned. I'm only telling the truth, Katsuki countered. Eyebags, come back me up over here. The purple-haired teen nodded in agreement, causing Izuku to gasp. Ah, the wonders of having friends by your side. It does alleviate some of Toshinori's concerns about Midoriya's support system. His successor never mentioned his family or friends since their first interaction. He was worried that Midoriya didn't have a supportive home life or friends to be confined with, considering that the teen was essentially quirkless. You guys, Mei called out. You forgot why we followed Izuku. Oh shit, Katsuki blurted out. We need to threaten him to not hurt the nerd. I can take care of myself, Izuku Drly mentioned. It's the thoughts that count, Shinso said. Is that why you wanted me to bring the knives? Koda asked. They ask a 6-year-old child to bring what? Did Toshinori hear things correctly, or does he imagine things? You did what? Izuku screeched, horrified by his friend's action. Please tell me you're not threatening Yagi with knives. Toshinori thinks that Midoriya had forgotten the time he threatened to hurt the person who insulted All Might, not realizing that it was him trying to grab his attention. You threatened me when I insulted All Might to grab your attention, Toshinori mentioned, earning him some laughs. Don't tell them that, Izuku yelled, visibly embarrassed. They won't let me live down now. In the end, Midoriya didn't clean a single inch of the beach. Instead, the teenagers thoroughly vetted him as they shared similar stories about Midoriya. His successor resigned to his friend's antics, eventually sharing some of his friend's blunders. Izuku felt overwhelmed, and he didn't know why. He felt the need to walk toward the small glimmer of light in the distance, even though he was currently somewhere that could be best described as a void of darkness. With each step, he feels like something is trying to pull him to the ground. The more he walks forward, the more he feels weight added to his body. Eventually, his body felt too heavy to move, and fatigue set in. Despite walking 3 meters, Izuku felt like he ran a marathon at record speed. His muscle was sore, and moving an inch of his body hurt. Earth. His ears perked up when he thought he heard an extremely faint voice. Looking around his surroundings, he desperately tried to find the source of that voice. When he couldn't hear the same voice again a few minutes later, he tried to take another step. When his feet touched the surface again, his body collapsed from exhaustion. He can't reach us. Being too tired to lift his head up and find the source of a different voice, he lies on the ground. As he lay on the ground, he began to see gray smoke forming where the light was. In seconds, the smoke crept closer to where he was lying. The glimmer of light he was trying to reach was nowhere to be seen, covered by the gray wisps. He needs to remember everything, Yoichi. Izuku sensed several pairs of eyes gazing at him from where the light would be if it wasn't for the smoke. Do they know what's going on? Are they somehow related to the void? Why are they calling out to him? Do they know him? Kanzuya. That voice and name. Why does that name seem so familiar despite him never hearing that name spoken to him in his life? The warmth and desperation in that voice brought him a mixture of sadness, joy, happiness, and worry that Izuku could not explain. If he wasn't so fatigued, he would have noticed that he was only hearing this specific being's voice from all the other voices trying to call out to him. How do we get him to remember? 9th. Your true name is Earth. Poor kid. The truth is going to hit him like a train. Closing his eyes, he heard different voices speaking all at once. He wonders if they were trying to speak to him or conversing among themselves. The last thing he heard was that one voice that he could hear clearly the first time the voice called out. However, this time, Izuku could not hear them clearly. I'm sorry, Kanzuya. How can I be ready for an exam after a dream like that? Izuku complained. Mei gave a consoling pat on his shoulder, forgetting that her hand was covered with soot. She only realized her error when she noticed a noticeable black hand-shaped spot on Izuku's shoulder. Fortunately for her, the dark green color of Izuku's attire should be dark enough to make the soot noticeable. I'm not bothering changing my outfit, Izuku commented, knowing full well what Mei did. I wished I didn't have a dream like that. SCK the energy out of me. You would think this would mean something important, Hitoshi commented. He took a big gulp of his coffee before he continued. Considering that All Might gave you his quirk hours before you slept, you would think there is a connection. Izuku hummed in thought, letting Hitoshi's words sink in. Hitoshi does have a good point. It can't be a simple coincidence that a strange dream was to occur the day he received One for All. His heart also has a sinking feeling that not everything is as it seems. He thinks this feeling is related to the quirk, but a nagging feeling tells him that he's deluding himself. It's better not to overthink that nagging feeling. The stress is probably getting to him. You need to ask All Might about One for All, Katsuki suggested. He then turned to face Hitoshi. How much do you want to bet that Yagi forgets to tell Izuku something important about the quirk? Hitoshi pulled 2 10,000 yen bills out of his pocket and slammed them on the table. I bet 20,000 yen that All Might forgot to tell Izuku about the full extent of the quirk's power, Hitoshi bet, making direct eye contact with Katsuki. I'll throw another one if the quirk is cursed. Katsuki pulled 4 10,000 yen bills out of his pocket and waved them in front of Hitoshi. Make it 40,000 yen, Katsuki offered, confidently waving the notes. And I'll bet All Might forget to tell Izuku that quirk can physically hurt his body. Izuku shoots them both an unamused look before letting out a sigh. Why are they making bets at his expense? It's probably nothing, May interrupted. What you need to focus on is drinking caffeine for the entrance exam. May tossed a can of coffee his way, commenting on how they needed to stock up on their caffeine and other necessary supplies. Then, she grabbed another can for herself and began chugging it. Izuku feels sorry for the poor pro in charge of the entrance exam for the support department. A caffeinated May is a brilliant yet chaotic May. Especially since May drinks coffee with about 200 milligrams, and she's grabbing 2 more cans, just in case she needs them. The 4 of them made their way to the door, preparing to leave their home and take an exam that would determine their future. Before they could step outside, Eri came running toward them. Kota was following behind her, muttering for her to slow down. I made some good luck bracelets, Eri spoke, looking at them with big wide eyes. It's supposed to give you good luck. Izuku grabbed one of the rainbow bracelets and immediately put it on his wrist. It was very thoughtful of Eri to make something for them. Though, her innocent gesture of kindness made his heart ache. She and Kota deserve much better than him to be their caretakers. For crying out loud, he's leaving 2 6-year-olds alone in a warehouse for several hours. Worse, they haven't found the people responsible for hurting Eri. It's not your fault, Eri stated, knowing what Izuku was thinking. You save me. I will be happy as long as I'm with everyone. Eri turned to face Kota, gesturing for him to say something. She pouted when Kota didn't immediately respond. I guess I'm happy too, Kota admitted, not making eye contact with the teens. Now go pass the exams or something. Smiling, Izuku left alongside his friends toward UA. Healed up from his injuries, thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk, Izuku rested on one of the free beds in the nurse's room. He stared at the white ceiling wall as Recovery Girl explained how badly he effed up his entire body. From what he was hearing, he shattered his arms to the point that they were a profound mixture of purple and black. His legs were also destroyed, but it wasn't as bad as his arms. It could explain why the pain spread like wildfire when he punched the 0-pointers. The white-hot pain was more noticeable in his arms than his legs, but that doesn't make it much better. You'll need to properly rest here for a couple of hours before heading home, Recovery Girl informed him. You're going to feel extremely tired for the next several hours as your body tries to recuperate. He's going to take a wild guess that he won't be doing vigilante work tonight. How unfortunate. He could partially blame Yagi for not properly explaining how to use the quirk. What type of advice is clenching your butt cheeks and screaming at the top of your lungs? Yagi is a great hero who can save people no matter the situation. However, educating people may be a different story. That's fair since the pro is human, but that doesn't improve his situation. The sound of someone kicking the door open grabbed Izuku's attention. He turns his head to the side to see May's leg up from the air without an ounce of guilt on her face. It must have been her who kicked the door open. Are you all right? May asked, quickly approaching to his bed. She had her face right in front of his, not realizing that she's invading Izuku's personal space. Everyone has been talking about the green-haired child who punched the 0-pointer. So we knew it had to be you, Hitoshi concluded. Knowing that you can be a reckless little sheet, we just knew that it was you. Who knew you could do something stupidly dangerous, Katsuki added. Then, Katsuki couldn't hold his laughter any longer. Izuku glared at Katsuki, who was laughing his butt off when Izuku glared at him. Hitoshi was shaking his head in disbelief, quietly commenting on how he managed to keep finding himself in these situations. Not caring about her surroundings, May began rambling about what she did for her entrance exam and what she submitted to Power Loader. Are these kids friends of yours? Recovery Girl asked, interrupting the teen's antics. Izuku sighed. Sadly, yes. Hey, Katsuki called out. What do you mean, sadly? I'm a fing delight to have around. Then everyone will need to be quiet if they want to stay, Recovery Girl told the group. This is a nurse's office. You need to be mindful of the other patients. Izuku shoved May's head to the side and saw that the beds were slowly being filled with people. However, their injuries seemed to be minor compared to the injuries Izuku had when he came into the nurse's office. Sorry, Izuku apologized. He cast a warning look to each of his friends, silently daring them to do anything stupid in Recovery Girl's office. We won't make too much noise or be too disruptive. May pulled out an Uno deck which Hitoshi promptly snatched out of her hand. Instead of playing Uno, the 4 of them took turns showing everyone random internet videos. Liechtenstein clutched her bag, nervous about her performance at the entrance exam. She wanted to make her brother proud but could only do so much against robots. She's not that talented compared to Switzerland. What if she fails to enroll in the international program? Those enrolling in the program need to pass the entrance exam to enter. We did our best, Kacchan said, trying to reassure Liechtenstein. They won't be mad if we fail the entrance exam. That may be true, but the more people at UA, the easier it will be to find the missing personifications. Someone needs to find them before they could be influenced by someone malicious. She's not ignorant of how countries in the past would take advantage of a new personification's naivety, resources, and everything they could from the unsuspecting new personification. Even now, she knows that others want something from the undiscovered personifications. Trade deals, artifacts, materials, formal alliances, or anything that could help a country's position. At least it's fair since both parties would be getting something. I'm trying to find them for Big Brother, Liechtenstein responded. I want to have a chance to create a trade deal with the countries. I do wonder if they're actually at UA, Lavita shared. I never doubt North Italy's visions, but why wouldn't they attend a school? They could be a student we least expected, Kacchan theorized. A transfer student or some who joined the class after the sports festival. Italy's vision can be unclear someone, Liechtenstein added. But they're accurate when it comes to location. She turned to face the school, wondering how the personification could be connected to the school. A loud voice called out from above and grabbing Lavita's attention. He looked up to see Present Mike on a tall gray tower. Okay, let's start. Immediately, he darted toward one of the robots with another selected few who knew that the stimulated battle had started. Though he doesn't have much war experience compared to the major powers, he knows that one must instantly act in battle. STMLTN or not, the entrance exam tests will test his ability to defeat the opposing party and prove that he won't be a liability in the field. Despite the battle STMLTN not being scary as being on the other end of Russia's dark mood, Belarus's glare, spending time with Russia, living under Soviet rule, and dealing with all for one, he would still rather not be here at all. Why must his boss agree with the United Nations? He doesn't want to be here at all. This is still scary because of all the giant robots. What are the rest of you listeners doing? Present Mike shouted from above. There are no countdowns in real fights. Get going, listeners. A huge metallic claw comes crashing down, missing him by an inch. Jumping onto the metallic arm, Lavita began running up the robot's arm as he headed toward the head. It was challenging to run and duck as the robot's other metallic claw tried to grab him. If only he could use his quirk to create discs to cut off the other arm. Unfortunately, he has to act like a quirked human. Once close to the robot's head, he leaped high in the sky to avoid being caught by the metal claw. Twisting his body, he swung his leg to kick off the head of the robot. While the head was destroyed and knocked somewhere in the field, he saw wires underneath it. Just to be safe, he climbed inside the robot. Thanks to listening through Estonia's ramblings, he knew what to do with the wires. Destroy them. He's going to destroy them with his bare hands. Luckily, everyone will assume that his false quirk, adrenaline push, was activated to boost his body's strength. After several minutes of repeating the same thing repeatedly, Latvia heard Present Mick's voice booming across the field. Listeners, you have 2 minutes left. He landed clumsily on the ground after jumping off the most recent robot he had destroyed. There was a rumbling on the ground, causing him to fall on his butt. Turning his head in the direction of the rumbling, he sees that there is a giant robot several buildings away. The examinees were running away from the robot, heading to the exit. Then, he saw a plain-looking, green-haired teenager forcing his way through the crowd. Why is the green-haired examinee running straight toward a robot worth no points? Don't the teen realize it's dangerous to fight something so huge that it can crush you instantly? Was this an example of a human's courage or stupidity? Was this bravery or recklessness? Latvia couldn't look away from the scene. Without a hint of hesitation, the boy stared directly at the robot and nodded as if he had made his final decision. The boy leaped toward the head of the robot as green electricity spread across their body. Swiftly, the teen threw a solid punch directed at the robot's face. The robot tilted backward and began to fall, crashing to the ground below. It could be from the strength of the punch or the wind pressure created by the punch, but the human destroyed the robot. Latvia got up when the human began falling from the sky, barely moving. Trance-broken, he rushed toward where the teen was falling. When it appeared he wouldn't make it on time, a girl he had not noticed slammed her hand onto the boy. The green-haired teen floated several feet above the ground as he looked over to see the girl. Watching the scene between the two of them, Latvia felt ashamed. While he sat on the ground, frozen in fear. He was always a bit of a coward and crybaby, but he should have been able to do more as a country. Instead, a human demonstrated the courage a country would show. Liechtenstein knows that the quirk she registered imposed a lot of limitations. She must be careful about how much strength she displays now. Briefly gazing up, she could see a bunch of drones recording everything. A voice rang out across the field. You have about 15 minutes to collect as many points as possible. Let's go. Posing as a human, she'll have to find a way to defeat the robot. It's a risky move, but she'll need to wait until one of the examinees destroy a robot and hope that there is something she can use as a weapon. She didn't have to wait long as a loud, brash blonde human destroyed a robot with some type of explosive quirk. She stood still as the robot the blonde had taken out landed beside her. She made brief eye contact with the blonde, not expecting the teen to acknowledge her. She was right. The blonde immediately ran toward the nearest robot, igniting sparks within his palms. Noticing the metal bar poking out of the robot's remains, she quickly pulled out the metal bar. Once she pulled out, she noticed that the other end of the bar was pointy and sharp. After the exam, she'll have to thank the blonde. Empty your mind of any distractions. Hearing her brother's words echo in her mind, Liechtenstein was filled with determination. She sprinted across dozens of examinees heading toward the three-pointer, locking her eyes on where she thought the robot's panel was. Taking the risk, she clears her mind and solely focuses on the robot. She aimed the pole and threw it. The pole went through the robot, instantly destroying the panel. The three-pointer stumbled backward, falling onto the ground. How can someone small as her do something like that? The metal pole was unsalvageable due to being deeply embedded in the robot. Liechtenstein surveyed the area to see what else she could use. She sees a piece of shrapnel from a different robot several feet away. Quickly running to grab the shrapnel, she began to find other robots to destroy. She dodged a heavy blow from a robot. Swinging the shrapnel, she directly hits the nearest robot's face. While she expected the head to pop off, she didn't predict that the head would fly off and hit another robot in the face. That's 2 robots down from a single swing. The rest became a blur because she focused on destroying as many robots as possible. When she heard that time was up, she placed the shrapnel on the ground. Hopefully, she earned enough points to be placed in general studies. She would like to go to heroics like her brother, but she knew she was competing with hundreds of people. There's also the fact that the entrance exam seems to favor specific quirks, making it much more difficult for her to earn points. I didn't expect a pipsqueak like you to destroy so many robots, a voice said from behind. Liechtenstein turned around to see it was the blonde kid from before. Ah. She must thank him for providing the metal pole. Thank you for destroying the robot, Liechtenstein said, giving a slight bow. Wouldn't be able to collect the first few points. Why are you thanking me? The blonde questioned, looking at her weirdly. I destroyed a robot before you had the chance. My quirk is not suited for the entrance exam, Liechtenstein explained. You left behind something I could utilize. It doesn't seem much, but in real battles, those first few minutes can determine the outcome. Before she could ask for the blonde's name, she realized that she needed to provide her report about the entrance exam. She needs to meet with the others and decide what they'll put on the report. Liechtenstein ran toward the exit, turning her head over her shoulder as she called out to the blonde. Bye, I hope to see you around. The blonde shook his head, wondering what the hell had happened in the past few minutes. Spotting a robot sneaking behind a purple-haired kid, Kugelmugel immediately jumped into action. He grabbed a large pole off the ground and sprinted toward the teen. As the purple-hair boy was preoccupied with fighting 2 robots in front of him, he used the pole to aid him in his reckless plan to pole vault. Kugelmugel flew through the air and grabbed onto one of the arms. It was challenging to climb up, but he reached the head. The second he was near the head, he swung a powerful kick to the robot's head. He knew he was successful when the sound of the robot shutting down was heard. Oh no, Kugelmugel whispers, looking at the ground. I forgot that I need to get back to the ground. Carefully, he climbs down as he silently hopes that the robot doesn't decide to collapse. Thankfully, the robot remained still, and he could make it down without any issues. Here's your pole, a voice spoke. Kugelmugel turned to face the voice direction to be met with the teen he was trying to save. The teen made eye contact, gave him the pole, and returned to chaos. Why does the human's messy hair remind him of someone? It's probably nothing. Half the time is remaining, a voice shouted. Hurry up and rack up those points. He looks to the left and sees 2 three-pointer coming after him. He took a deep breath and sprinted towards the robots. If it's worked once before, then it may work again. Once he reached close enough, he used the pole again to jump and fly to the first robot. This time, he was barely able to grab the metal arm. Still, he climbed up and repeated his actions. However, this time, he used a piece of shrapnel sticking out of the robot and shoved it where the control panels should be. The robot began to tilt, causing Kugelmugel to stumble. Looking down, he sees that the debris being flung to the robot's legs was causing the robot to tilt. He barely managed to leap onto the second robot as the first robot collapsed to the ground. For this robot, he chooses to punch it in the face. I wonder how everyone is doing, Kyuglemugel said to himself. I hope we all make it to heroics. The timer ran out, and he could faintly hear someone yelling about the exam being over. He let out a breath and realized that he could finally take a break. After climbing down from the robot. Shoyuta should demand a rise from the United Nations because monitoring the personifications was becoming more than a hassle than it was worth. It was 50% why he refused to make it official with Hisashi and move in together. There is not a single reason he could justify dragging him into his unnecessary complicated situations. Either Hisashi would be dragged into international politics and issues, or his partner would get ideas from personifications who embody chaos. Both are equally bad outcomes. He regrets opening the door and allowing 3 unknown teenagers to enter his apartment. If they hadn't shown that specific badge to indicate their statues, he would have never allowed them to make it past his door. Good evening, Mr. Aizawa, the teenager with a blonde bob cut asked, taking a bow as she spoke. My name is Liechtenstein, the younger sister of Switzerland. My brother spoke highly of you. Kyuglemugel, the white-haired teenager greeted. So it's you who'll be monitoring us. Latvia, the blonde-haired boy spoke, stepping a step back when he made direct eye contact. We were told that you will be helping us find the missing personifications. He recalls seeing them on the screens among the sea of examinees. At first glance, they don't look out of the ordinary. Most would view the trio's quirk as unsuitable for heroics, which is a bigot stance in Shuta's opinion. Those who rely too much on their quirks would be placed at a considerable disadvantage if they were placed in a situation where they could not use their quirk. One needs to develop and hone multiple skills to become a competent hero. The trio before him proves that one doesn't need a suitable quirk to become a competent hero. They all displayed resourcefulness, common sense, and a realistic mindset, which most heroes unfortunately lack. Ignoring their centuries' worth of experience, the personifications demonstrated that there are multiple factors in becoming adequate heroes. That's one of the things I agreed to do, Shoyuta clarified. However, that would be difficult because each of you is placed in 1B. It's still an impressive feat, but it would make it harder to interact with them without raising suspicion. Shoyuta doesn't know how long until Nedzu discovers the existence of personifications and obtains more blackmail material to torment his life. The principal does not need material to blackmail international bodies and the world's most influential organizations. The thought of it sends shivers down his spine. He would live to avoid that at all costs, but realistically, he knew that was highly improbable. That's not good, Liechtenstein shares with a face full of worry. Italy said that villains may target Mr. Aizawa's class in the future. But Italy didn't say anything about that in the last several meetings, Latvia points out, slightly confused by Liechtenstein's words. And why do you think it might happen this year? I may have eavesdropped on Italy's conversation with his brothers, Liechtenstein embarrassedly admits. She ignores the gasps of disbelief from the other personifications as she continues. Italy was questioning Saborga if he had classmates with the surname of Midoriya or Shunso. From what I heard, villains will target them, and UA will hold a press conference about their disappearance near the end of the first semester. Italy has been antsy, Kyuglemugel notes, speaking his thoughts aloud. I thought that it wouldn't occur for another few years. Shoyuta will kill the Italian pasta lover for not telling him that his class will be targeted in the future. For the past few years, did it not cross Italy's mind that he should disclose any visions involving him, his students, or UA? Not once did the country bring up the topic of his vision, only that his visions indicated that Shoyuta was innocent and not involved with All for One. The next time he sees Italy, he'll get answers out of the country and demand why he thought it was a bright idea to keep his vision to himself. Any sane person would like to know if their students were at risk of being kidnapped by villains anytime soon. He shouldn't be hearing about future events involving him from the mouths of others. Noticing Shuta's unimpressed look, the personifications sheepishly looked at him when they realized the underground hero did not know about that little information. Kyuglemugel pulled a notepad and pencil out of thin air and began writing intensely. Latvia took a peek over Kyuglemugel's shoulders to see what the country was writing. That's a good idea, Latvia comments. Don't forget to write the surnames so Mr. Aizawa can be on the lookout for the Midoriyas and a Shinso. Kyuglemugel nodded as he quickly wrote the surnames to the side of the sheet. When he was done, he gave a satisfied hum and ripped the paper out of his notebook. He looked at the teacher and handed the paper. Shoyuta took the paper and raised both eyebrows when he saw the extensive details about future events that would occur in his future. The paper was filled to the brim with small handwriting about the incidents he would have to deal with this upcoming school year. Shoyuta is not sure when he last slept well, but he knows he won't get any sleep anytime soon. He can sense the gray hairs forming and the endless headaches he'll be receiving. Hospitalizations, press conferences, and saving his students from a kidnapping. Those were not low-stress situations. Here is what we know about Italy's vision, Kumgulmugal explains. He tapped his chin with a finger, thinking if he was missing something. I think that is all I remembered, but you must ask Italy yourself for the missing details. Ladiva let out a breath. It's a lot, and I think Italy has much more to say. Shoyuta had not met his next batch of students, but he wanted to protect his students from future events. He may have glanced at the paper given to him, but he noticed details about his future students being ambushed by a group of villains. The attacks occurred during trips somewhere outside of school grounds. What he hated the most was these future attacks from villains who wanted to kill his students. Thinking about Italy's quirk, Shoyuta wondered if expelling his next batch of students would prevent the country's vision from coming true. He had expelled an entire batch of students before, so doing it again will not raise any suspicion. Potential or not, he cannot justify allowing them to experience the future written on this sheet of paper. He refuses to let a kid potentially die under his watch. You can't expel them, Liechtenstein insists as if she's hearing Shuta's thoughts. I know it's frustrating and upsetting that this will happen in the future, but it's unfair for the children to be expelled for a situation outside their control. It may also put the kids more in danger, Ladiva points out. He paused as he found his words before continuing. What if there is a reason for the kidnappings and attacks? The gears began turning in Shuta's head, and he was starting to understand the implications of Lavsha's words. These specific students may be targeted for a reason he does know yet. He knows how in an ideal world, children can live safely and away from the worst of human nature. However, the world doesn't work that way, and Shoyuta knows this very well. He's the lucky one who narrowly avoided being subjected to experimentation or becoming a pawn with no free will. Are the children in Italy's visions children of villains who wanted control of their future like him? Are they the countless children who were stolen, exploited, and hurt for someone's gain? Were their quirks drawing the villain's attention, and someone wanted to break and mend these children to perfect tools? Or is there no reason why these specific students were targeted and they were randomly chosen? You manipulative little sheets, Shoyuta groans, feeling a headache coming on. You used my experiences to convince me not to expel this batch of students. There is another reason why we want you to avoid expelling your students, Kumgulmugal reveals, wincing at the hero's glare. Italy had a different vision, but it was about the missing personifications. I did find it odd that you wanted me to be on the lookout for the missing personifications, Shoyuta admits, noticing how the three personifications looked at each other and then back at him. Japan never explained further what I necessarily need to do. Liechtenstein was the brave soul who revealed that Italy's other vision was about a group called the League of Villains shouting the names of a few missing personifications. It doesn't seem like the other vision occurs in the same setting as the first vision. The country explained how the vision distinctly showed several UA students and Shoyuta. Shoyuta pinches the bridge of his nose in frustration. Japan, Italy, Saborga, or one of the countless personifications could have told him about the other visions. If Japan wanted him to do his job effectively, he needed all the information, which included the Italian's vision. He also needs to know every vision that involves himself, his class, or the circle of people he calls friends but never verbally admits to calling them that. That's it, Shoyuta states. I'm demanding a pay raise because this is well beyond my pay grade. Shoyuta grabs his phone that instant and dials the Prime Minister's number. Like he said he would, he spent the next several minutes demanding a pay raise and listed why he deserved that pay raise. By the end of the call, he got his pay raise. Holding the acceptance letter in his hand, Izuku vibrated with so much excitement that he bounced up and down. He can't believe it. While there was no doubt about his capabilities, he didn't think he would score so high on the entrance exam. If his mom and dad were alive today, he knew they would give him countless congratulations and a nice good old hug. Perhaps they are smiling and congratulating him in the afterlife. He would like to think that was the case. He stopped bouncing when the thought of his parents' death lingered too long. From the corner of his vision, he sees Kacchan experiencing similar emotions. The sad expression on his friend's face is so out of place, but it shows that under the explosive personality is a boy who also misses his folks. Shinso, having no clue how to deal with emotional situations, sat at a random place on the floor. Hatsum played with Eri and Kota due to not being interested in whatever was going on with Izuku and Katsuki. I did it, Izuku sniffed, wiping the tears in his eyes. I'm one step closer to becoming a hero. For several moments, no one said a thing. Everyone allowed Izuku to have his moment and pretended that Katsuki was not getting emotional over his acceptance letter. Those were not tears in the blonde's eyes. The explosive teenager's allergies are acting up, and his eyes got all red, itchy, and teary. Then, Katsuki had enough of being vulnerable, so he placed his acceptance letter on the desk and walked up to Izuku. How the F, did you score higher than me? Katsuki shouts, placing both hands on Izuku's shoulders. He began shaking the green hair boy back and forth as he continued to shout. I destroy more of those stupid robots than you, so tell me how you got UA's highest record in history. Rescue points and a perfect score on the written portion, Izuku responds, giving a small smile to his friend. To think that I only scored 10 more points than you. Izuku gave a small laugh when Kacchan began complaining about how he was beaten by someone who destroyed their bones and nearly crushed them by a giant robot. He began to laugh louder when he told Kacchan that All Might wanted to spend months training due to the quirks potentially blowing his body apart if his body couldn't handle the quirk. The sight of Kacchan's mouth agape and look of pure disbelief was worth the future scolding he would most likely receive. All Might may be a great hero but a horrible teacher, Shinso chuckled slightly. How come he told you all of this after giving you the quirk? He may be new to teaching, Hatsum guesses, tilting her head to the side. Which is funny since he will be teaching this year. Pinky, Katsuki calls out, releasing Izuku from his grip. How the F, do you know that? All Might told me nothing about teaching this year, Izuku states. Izuku blinked, incredibly confused by Hatsum's comment. All Might will be teaching at UA? He doesn't recall his mentor saying anything about taking a teaching position. He assumed All Might would continue to train him during the evenings as he attends a hero school. Does that mean All Might watch him through one of the cameras during the entrance exam? Could this mean that All Might could be his teacher for one of his classes this year? Izuku returned to vibrating in pure excitement, causing Kacchan to place a hand on his head and force him to stand still. He could have sworn that he heard his friend muttering about how early it was for him to have this much energy. Did you not see the projector? Hatsum asks. Mine came in broken, Izuku blurted out, pointing to the broken disc on the table. Kacchan threw his disc like a frisbee, and it smashed into pieces because he was bored. Wait, Shinso abruptly interrupted. Did you open your acceptance letter before we all woke up? Without a single trace of guilt, Hatsum happily responded. I woke hours earlier, went to the P.O. box, opened the letter, and resealed the letter before I came back. That's a betrayal, Izuku whined, dramatically placing a hand on his heart. We were supposed to open it together and have a cliché happy found family moment. Izuku chose to dismiss the WTF looks he was getting from everyone but Hatsum and Eri. Hatsum became giddy for no apparent reason and rushed toward him. He had a few seconds to brace himself for a bone-crushing hug from the mechanic. Glancing in Eri's direction, he sees her running toward him with her arms open. The next thing he knew, Eri hugged his leg and happily cried that she was glad 2 orphans had adopted her. We are a found family, Hatsum said, lifting Izuku off the ground as she tightened her hug. Eri let go of Izuku and went back to looking at her hands. A kitten, Pomeranian, cat, bear, unicorn, and fish all found each other and became one big happy family. Is it too late to get a refund? Shinso asks with a deadpan expression. And why did you list us as animals? Hatsum released Izuku from her hug while Izuku tried to get himself originated. Eri returned to hugging his leg as she ate a giant rainbow lollipop she did not have seconds ago. Everyone but Kota stared at Eri while she happily liked her lollipop. Eri, Izuku spoke. Where did you get that? Eri's eyes darted to Izuku, then to the lollipop, and back to Izuku. Instead of verbalizing a response, she extended an arm and opened her palm. At first, no one knew what the girl was doing until a candy cane popped out of her hand. Moments later, more candy began appearing underneath the candy cane. Licorice, miniature lollipops, gumdrops, caramel, and all sort of candy began to appear as the pile of candy became larger. At that moment, Izuku accepted that this was his punishment for being a little sheet. She has a second quirk, Izuku screamed, causing everyone to wince and cover their ears. Having 2 quirks is extremely rare. She made candy appear out of nowhere last week, Kota explains. We thought it wasn't important. You thought it wasn't important, Shinso repeated in disbelief, picking a candy cane from Eri's palm. And Izuku, was it necessary to shout? Absolutely, Izuku justified. You know how rare it is to have a second quirk. Eri's first and second quirks are vastly different from one another. Izuku wonders if Eri's candy quirk can be utilized to create projectiles of various candies or to create barriers. If Eri learns some chemistry, can she create candy that can be used as bombs or an effective candy shield? The possibilities are endless. My eyes also turn rainbow when I use my candy quirk, Eri smiles. I think the more sweets I eat, the more powerful my quirk gets. His trip to Wonderland briefly flashes through his mind for reasons Izuku cannot explain. However, he could see Eri liking a trip to Wonderland. Magic, cute animals, and sweets are all things Eri is interested in. The candy quirk would make Eri fit right in with the oddity, supernatural, and magical place that was Wonderland. Can I make candy for Mr. Yagi? Eri innocently asks, giving everyone puppy eyes. I like him. I wish he were our dad. Or maybe Eraserhead. Why Eraserhead? Shinso questions. And why are we going off topic? And you only met All Might like once. It was actually 3 times since Eri and Kota had followed him twice to the beach, and Izuku knew better than to tell them to head back to the warehouse. He's not stupid to send 2 defenseless 6-year-olds back due to the risk of them getting hurt or abducted. Because he never tries to hurt you like the other heroes, Eri states as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. And Mr. Yagi acts like a dad. Sadly, considering Eri's history, it makes sense that she grew attached to the first few people who were nice to her. It makes even more sense that she views the first kind and respectful adult as a potential dad figure. I guess you can do that, Izuku said, unsure how to respond. I have to interrogate Yagi because he should have told me he will be teaching at UA. You can join when the next time he asks to meet up. Izuku senses his phone buzzing in his pocket. Swiftly pulling out his phone, Izuku checked his notifications only to see that All Might had sent a text to meet him at the beach tomorrow evening, something about being urgent and how All Might failed to disclose one important piece of information. Guess I'll be interrogating him tomorrow, Izuku comments, putting his phone away. You all can come, but please don't try to threaten him with bodily harm subtly. He looked unimpressed when everyone told him they could make no such promises. Shoyuta took one long sip of his coffee as he stared at the documents that had been causing him a splitting headache for the past hour. On top of the kitchen table was 3 sheets of paper. One sheet of paper contains general information for Midoriya Izuku, the second sheet of paper contains Midoriya Katsuki's general information, and the last sheet of paper contains information for one Hitoshi Shinso. These are 3 students out of his next batch of students who will be causing him the most problems. Half of the visions were centered around the trio, which rang alarm bells in his head. What if there is a reason for the kidnappings and attacks? It's that one possibly that has been causing him to lose sleep. Until he meets the 3 of them, Shoyuta is limited in what he can do. Then, he will have to establish rapport and trust for them to feel comfortable to share anything from their personal life. However, the kids could be the type who refuse to share anything with adults and keep important information to themselves, even at the cost of their own lives. I'll be getting 3 problem children this year, Shoyuta groans, glancing at the pictures on the document. If there is a god, there better not be any more problem children. It's ridiculous that he has to deal with the quartet, 3 problem children, and babysitting personifications. If he has to deal with the existence of the missing personifications in his class or an increase of the quartet vigilante activities, he will have a head full of gray hairs by the end of the year. To think he was ever in this position was due to being the biological son of a man obsessed with personifications. He would have been much saner if he had no connections with the personifications. Unfortunately, life torments him, so he must deal with it. He will stock up on his supply on painkillers, coffee, and jelly pouches if he's going to survive. Izuku was vibrating with so much excitement that he began bouncing up and down. Finally, he gets to experience something new, different, and typical of a teen. He doesn't know if Hitoshi or Mei has ever experienced a normal thing like going to school, so he can't speak for them. However, Izuku knows that he has always dreamt about going to school since his parents never wanted him to enroll in one. Knowing the little information about his folks, he's starting to believe that there was a reason why. Stop being so cheery and energetic, Katsuki groans, shielding himself from the bright sunlight and the energy Izuku is giving off. School is not that exciting. It's hell half the time. I can't wait to see what the support department has, Mei said, eyes beaming excitedly. She purposely ignored Katsuki's complaints. I wonder how many of my babies I can create today. Katsuki notices the coffee in Izuku's and Mei's, and his eyes widen in realization. There is no FING way he will deal with a caffeinated, chaotic germline for his first day at UA. He doesn't care for the extras at the support department, but he doesn't want a caffeinated Mei to destroy the building on the first day either. Maybe later if someone sees him off, but today is not the day. Hitoshi, Katsuki called out. Do something Abu dash. Got it, Hitoshi cuts in, not wanting to deal with a hyperactive gremlin on his first day. Hitoshi swiped the cup of coffee in Izuku's hand. Izuku cast the insomniac a mock betrayed look, not breaking eye contact. Hitoshi, without hesitation, chugged the entire cup of coffee. Mei laughed at Izuku's misfortune, barely paying attention to the cup in her hands. Hitoshi, Izuku whined as Hitoshi handed him his empty cup of coffee. How could you do this to me? I thought we were friends. I'm doing the world a service, Hitoshi responds without a trace of guilt. Hitoshi quickly swiped Mei's coffee but had to take several steps back when Mei tried to take her cup back. The mechanic leaped onto Hitoshi's back and reached her arms for the coffee. Meanwhile, Hitoshi attempted to keep the cup far away from Mei. Give me, Mei cried out, sounding like a petulant child. I deserve some coffee. I'm not letting you blow up the school because you snuck in an extra cup of coffee, Hitoshi answers, debating whether he should try drinking or dumping the coffee. Also, you drank 6 cups of coffee 30 minutes ago. But today is a special day, Mei points out. Izuku watches as Hitoshi releases his hold of the cup, allowing the cup to crash onto the ground and the coffee to spill across the sidewalk. He stares at Hitoshi in disbelief while the insomniac remains unfazed. Out of his wildest imagination, he could have never believed that the coffee lover would allow a perfect coffee to be wasted. Sacrifices must be made, Hitoshi spoke as if reading Izuku's thoughts. Today, my sacrifice saves your future classmate's sanity. More like Yue, Katsuki mutters to himself. Still filled with excitement and energy, Izuku quickens his pace while Katsuki and Hitoshi trail behind him. He could hear Katsuki telling him to slow down and Hitoshi commenting that he was right about drinking his coffee. On the other hand, Mei walks alongside him, keeping up with Izuku's pace. Overall, Izuku believes that today will be a good day. With 2 of his friends in his class and Mei being in the same year as them, his first year in school will surely be memorable. Talking to a nice, cheery brunette named Uraraka and an earnest, straightforward dark brunette named Ida, Izuku remains blissfully unaware of a yellow sleeping bag shuffling on the ground. He was too absorbed in Ida's explanation about his family and learning all about the legacy heroes. Uraraka was happy that he doesn't blame her for almost getting him killed from the 0-pointers. Honestly, Izuku would like to believe that this was something every hero would do. At least, it is something every hero should do. Wait, Uraraka interrupts, giving a sheepish look. She felt bad for interrupting Ida's explanation. If you're Midoriya and your brother is a Midoriya, what should we call you and your brother? Before Izuku could even hope his mouth to say something, his so-called brother was quick to stop him. Don't you fing dare, Katsuki shouted from across the classroom, whipping his head in Izuku's direction. If you tell them to call me Kacchan, I will destroy your limited edition hero merch. Izuku could see a group standing around Katsuki, blinking at Katsuki's reaction. The girl with light pink skin seems very invested in what may go down because she's looking between them with keen interest. The blonde with a black lighting streak in his hair also looked at them with interest. It appears he was about to say something but was shushed by the black-haired teen. The red-eyed teen quietly mouthed, Kacchan, in confusion, but unfortunately, Katsuki didn't hear it. But it's what I call you since childhood, Izuku responds a bit too cheerfully. I thought I should share your childhood nickname with our class since we'll spend 3 years with them. They could call us by our first names for all I care, Katsuki points out. I don't care for the formal sheet anyways. Okay, Katsuki may have a point, but that doesn't mean that Izuku is not enjoying this. Glancing to the side, he sees Hitoshi shaking his head in disappointment while a male with a bird head and a very tall dude with 6 arms. It also looks like the tall one was trying to console him on what Izuku will assume is being friends with him and Katsuki. Well, Izuku comments, unfazed by what happened moments ago. You heard my brother. You can call me Izuku and my brother Katsuki. He had more to say, but he was interrupted by someone. Everyone gets to your seat, a muffled voice ordered, causing everyone to turn in the direction of the voice. Izuku, like many others, quickly faced the podium in front of the classroom. He stares in confusion at the sight of a yellow sleeping bag in place of where the homeroom teacher should be. Part of him is tempted to throw something at the beanbag to see if he can knock it down. A zipper could be heard, and a familiar figure stepped out of the sleeping bag. Of FING course, his homeroom teacher is the one underground hero he and his friends have been antagonizing for the past few years. If a god exists, is this his punishment for being a little sheet to the world? Was God watching over the planet and decided that he was the one to FING make his life ridiculously difficult? Did he do something to PSS the Almighty off? I said get to your seats, Aizawa warned with a tired expression. If you're not in your seats in the next 10 seconds, I will give you afternoon detention. Immediately, everyone rushed to their seats. Some ran more frantically, but somehow, everyone could find their seats and remain perfectly quiet for about 7 seconds. 7 seconds, Aizawa mentions, unimpressed. It should have taken sooner, but it's not the worst performance from first years. Izuku subtly glances at Katsuki to see what his friend is thinking. He saw a blank look on Katsuki's face, but he could tell he was internally cursing at the world for its cruel irony. Honestly, Izuku feels the same. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa, the underground hero introduced. I'll be your homeroom teacher. However, this year it was decided that I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. His teacher was pinching the bridge of his nose in irritation, looking done with life in general. Izuku doesn't blame the underground hero. Dealing with him, his friends, and a class full of rowdy teens, he wonders how the guy manages to keep himself sane. Does that mean he will cut the hero some slack and stop with his endless pranks on the guy? Hell the F, no. The underground hero is chasing them because of their illegal actions, so he and his friends must make the guy's life as difficult as possible. Aizawa continues. If you expect this to be an easy time or breeze through the hero course, it's best to walk out of this room. He can sense how the entire classroom became nervous when Eraserhead scanned the class with an intense look. When his teacher was looking at him, his nerves started to spike. He doesn't know why, but the way the teacher cast an analytical gaze made him feel like he was being inspected under a microscope. Did the hero figure out his identity with one look? Hopefully, it was related to his quirk or the hero judging him for his actions at the exam entrance. He would rather be judged than figured out. Once Eraserhead was done scanning each student, the room's atmosphere got less suffocating. Get changed into your gym clothes and head out to the testing grounds, Aizawa orders. Be ready in 20 minutes. Izuku watches as his homeroom teacher walks out of the classroom with a clipboard, pen, and folder. Why would his teacher want them all outside? Also, he heard that orientation is a thing in schools, so he was expecting to go there. Maybe UA is not like a typical school. As he hurried to get to the locker rooms, a hand was placed on his shoulders. Izuku turned his head to see it was Katsuki. "Ifing told you that school is hell half the time," Katsuki reminded Izuku before he went to grab his own set of clothes. Izuku was starting to think that Katsuki was right. It would be hell if their homeroom teacher were the same person he had repeatedly pranked and tormented the past few years. Hidden within his sleeping bag, Shoyuta dreads the upcoming headache he knows he will have in the next 5 minutes. Already, he could hear the sounds of two kids shouting at each other regarding what names their peers should call them. The class has not started, and these kids are already creating a combination. Compared to the last batch of students, the current batch seems rowdier and more talkative than the previous batch. Shoyuta honestly doesn't know what to expect from this batch of students. The United Nations is adamant in the belief that missing personifications were in his class, which he admits doesn't want to be the case. Of course, it is. Why not add an extra pile of stress onto his plate? It's not like he's responsible for keeping the personifications attending UA in check or teaching them how to act like average teens. Let's give him gray hairs by doing what the United Nations declared the most important task in the world. Deciding to get the morning over with, he chooses to tell his class to get to their seats. Let's see if their ears could pick up on his words from within his sleeping bag. If they can't pick up on the smallest sound, what does it say about their capability to be alert in the field? Stepping out of his yellow cocoon, he gave a warning he normally does to first-year students. He observed how 20 teens scattered and frantically tried to find their correct seats. It took an impressive 7 seconds, but he won't say that aloud. 7 seconds, Shoyuta mentions, unimpressed. It should have taken sooner, but it's not the worst performance from first years. He gave a basic introduction to his class and informed them that starting this year, he would follow them as their homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. While doing so, he surveys the room to search for the 3 problem children. He needs to start analyzing the trio and figure out why the 3 of them will be targeted by villains. The sooner he figures out, the better it is to start planning for the future. From the reports he heard from other personifications, the events in Italy's visions are set in stone. Still, aspects such as injuries, casualties, and range of damages could be changed. The first problem child was Midoriya Izuku. He remembers seeing the teen break his bones to save someone from being crushed by a zero-pointer. With little self-preservation and a questionable sense of common sense, the green-haired child is likely the most problematic out of the bunch. He'll need to break the boy's habit of breaking his bones like a Twix bar. The second problem child was an angry-looking teen who wanted to bang his head on the table. Midoriya Katsuki, the one who scored second place in the exam entrance and the one Liechtenstein refers to as an angry Pomeranian. Honestly, he could see it. The last problem child out of the trio was Shinso Hitoshi. Just by looking at him, Shoyuta could tell that he was the one with the most brain cells in the trio. The kid looked almost as sleep-deprived as Shoyuta himself was. While the teen didn't have a quirk suited for the entrance exam, the kid had the skills to pass the entrance exam with his skills alone. Get changed into your gym clothes and head to the testing grounds, Aizawa orders. Be ready in 20 minutes. He strolls out of his classroom, popping ibuprofen into his mouth as he pulls a jelly pouch from his pocket. Something is telling him that the quirk assessment will test every ounce of patience he has left inside of him. Everything started well. Shoyuta assumed that the kids would take their time preparing for the quirk assessment. He was pleasantly surprised that he was wrong in his assumption. Everyone was quick to go to their lockers and change to their school-provided gym clothes. The chatter of oncoming students was bearable since no one was shouting at each other like the other, and he learned that it was the Midoriya brothers this whole time. When everyone was standing and waiting 10 minutes after being told to meet him outside, He thought he may have been wrong about this class. Nothing too major or disastrous occurred so far, and the students demonstrated that they're not here to slack off or breeze their way for the following years through their actions. The first event is the 50-meter dash, Shoyuta told the class. You can use your quirk to get the best score. For those with quirks that won't help with the 50-meter dash, use your strengths to get creative. The 50-meter dash went relatively well until it was Midoriya Izuku's turn. The green-haired child was preparing to run, and Shoyuta was close to starting the timer, but someone called out to Greenette. Whatever you score, I'll beat it, Katsuki shouts while Hitoshi facebombed. We both know that you still can't beat me back home. At that moment, Shoyuta is reminded that a thing such as sibling rivalry existed and that it was a mistake to place a pair of siblings in one class. Nizu must have done this one purpose to stir up some trouble. Oh hell no, Izuku snaps back, looking over his shoulder to face Katsuki. You did not just say that. What if I did, Katsuki casually said, checking his fingernails for extra effect. We both know you can't beat me no matter what tricks you pull. Bet I'll score higher than you on most of these tests, Izuku shouts back, appearing confident. The loser gets to do the winner's chores for the week. You're on, Katsuki agreed. More motivated than before, the greenette sprinted as he gave the blonde the middle finger. Shoyuta could hear Shinso telling the blonde to stop provoking Izuku and making everything a competition between them. He noticed how Shinso spoke with Katsuki or the air of familiarity between them. Before today, there was no evidence to indicate that the brothers and Shinso were close. Witnessing the informal and causal interaction between the blonde and Shinso, there was evidence to suggest that the trio are close friends. After noting the greenette score, it was the other brother's turn to complete the dash. As expected for someone with an explosive quirk, the blonde beat the greenette by several seconds. Shoyuta did not miss how the blonde gave his brother a sharp grin or how the greenette said something akin to, watch your back. He wonders if he could convince Vlad to SWCH one or two of his students with the brothers. Most likely not. The next thing the students will participate in is the grip test. Once again, everything went relatively calm until it was the greenette's turn. Now this is something I can beat you at, Izuku happily said, making direct eye contact with Katsuki. Especially since I was the one who helped you open that pickle jar. I swear, Eri could have easily opened that, and she's a small little child. Hey, Katsuki yells as he tries to hide his embarrassment. Don't share our personal business out in the open. Izuku cheerfully called out to Katsuki. But I'm doing nothing wrong, Kacchan. You were the one who started this little competition. Are you still upset that I'm the superior brother since I scored first place in the entrance exam? The blonde began to stalk toward Izuku as the greenette gave a cheeky smile. Before Shoyuta could restrain the blonde with his capture weapons, Shinso pulled a water bottle spray out of nowhere and sprayed water at the blonde face. Bad Pomeranian, Shinso said as if he were scolding a pet. Eri and Kota would be so disappointed in you. You little sheet, Katsuki shouts, attention now at Shinso. Why did you bring that with you? To remind you to behave and have manners, Shinso answered without hesitation. Then why aren't you spraying Izuku with the water bottle, Katsuki asks, pointing at a smiling Izuku. 'Cause I owe him a favor, Shinso spoke with little care. The greenette does extremely well on the grip test and earns a score the blonde could not beat. The blonde was unhappy, while the other brother was gleeful that he scored higher. The third problem child would shake the spray bottle to remind the brothers to behave themselves. That would usually get the brothers to calm down for a few minutes. The standing long jump began normally until someone started a betting pool regarding which brother would earn the higher place, much to Tenya's protest. However, not even Tenya could escape from his peers' influence and decided not to fight a losing battle. Pressure by Uraraka, the Tenya reluctantly joined the betting pool and voted for the greenette. Tensei would be so proud of his little brother if he was here right now. Good thing that he wasn't. Try your best, Uraraka yelled, in which the greenette nodded. You can't learn Katsuki earn a higher final score than you. Do your best, but try not to hurt yourself, Tenya adds. Other students were cheering for the greenette, but they were drowned out. Predictably, the greenette can't compete with his brother, considering the blonde can use his explosive to fly in the air. Still, those who bet for the cheerful brother declared that there were other events to beat the blonde at. Meanwhile, those who are in support of the louder brother are cheering for the blonde and telling the blonde that he will win the other event. How did the quirk assessment become a betting pool and bonding session for the students? Shoyuta would like to know how. It has to be the trio's influence. In the sidestepping event, everyone tried their best to score the highest. However, when it was one of the brothers' turn, most would get pumped up and wait for a brother to complete the event. The cheering and shouting that arose intensified Shuta's headache, and he wished that he hadn't chosen to take the teaching job years prior. The number one problem child scored higher than his brother, much to the brother's annoyance. There were excited, chattered, and hushed whispers about the potential end result. Shoyuta doesn't care too much and focuses more on analyzing his students, especially the trio. So far, the brother and Shinso haven't done anything to indicate any reason why villains may target them. The last event for the morning was the ball throw. It went relatively smoothly until it was the Greenette's turn. Unlike the previous tasks the problem child had completed, Shoyuta will do something different. The Greenette swung his arm to throw the ball without realizing he was using ensure. The teen looked puzzled as the ball sailed forward a pitiful distance until it landed on the ground. You erase my quirk, the problem child spoke, turning to face Shoyuta. I wonder when you were going to use your quirk. Erase her head. Oh, the first problem child is a hero fanboy. Not many know about underground heroes. Can I have my quirk back? Izuku asks nervously. He looked the kid in the eye. You can't control your quirk, can you? The teen doesn't hesitate to nod his head in confirmation, making sure that the truth is out in the open. With your power, you can't be a hero, Shoyuta said, tone flat and cold. Do you intend to be a liability by becoming incapacitated and having someone to save you? The kid's mouth opened before he could stop it. That's why I'm here to learn about my limitations. I'll do what I can do now and learn how to overcome my limitations at UA. The problem child froze, covering his mouth, and looked like a deer in the headlights. The brother snorted while Shinso facepalmed. Then show me what you can do now, Shoyuta told the kid. You get one more chance. He tossed the ball in the Greenette's direction, which the kid was able to catch. The kid clutches the ball tightly but stares straight into his eyes. Shoyuta sees eyes burning with determination, adamant in proving what he said about the kid was wrong. The problem child may believe he would expel him, but that was not the case. The kid needs to know his limitations and work on using his quirk. If this was an actual situation, the kid would have been killed and have endangered the lives of his fellow heroes. Thanks, the problem child responds, preparing to throw. The kid raises his head with a determined look, straightens, pulls back his arm, and throws the ball. All the quirk's power was contained in one finger when it slammed against the ball, sending the ball flying through the sky and out of sight. Gasps and shocked comments could be heard as they witnessed the spectacle. The kid turns towards him and stares straight into his eyes. That's what I can do right now, the kid says. So don't underestimate me or perceive me as lazy just because my quirk is too much to handle at this point of my life. The students held their breaths, waiting for him to respond. The kid continues to stare at him, waiting for his answer. Shoyuta grinned at the kid, not expecting this turn of events. So, this kid does have what it takes to be a hero. The second day back to school is over. Saborga would have been taking a nice siesta if it hadn't been for his obligations to search for the missing personifications. Instead of spending the rest of the afternoon laying comfortably in his bed, he's stuck with several of his peers at a rented conference room the United Nations had set up for them. This couldn't wait for tomorrow. Right beside him, he hears Switzerland muttering about the loudness of two of the Big Three's attempts to get him to socialize with them or the class. Something about being pressured to attend a party hosted by a rich kid after this meeting despite having school the next day. Poor guy. He's one of the two introverts stuck in a class of extroverts. If history repeats itself, then Saborga will expect to hear about another incident involving Switzerland tomorrow. A sleep-deprived Switzerland tends to get into trouble, like accidentally starting a food fight. Lunch Rush did not have a fun time cleaning after that. Neither did the students who participated. Lithuania was shaking his head across from where he was sitting as Poland's face beamed. Poland was chatting with Lithuania, encouraging his friend to fuel the rumors of them being forbidden lovers. The taller nation continues to protest against Poland's idea, to no avail. Saborga chuckled at the thought of upperclassmen of UA believing that the pair were in a secret relationship against their parents' wishes. It was more of them taking things very slowly. However, Poland's slip-up about them being an item in the past and being forced to split somehow snowballed into everyone believing they were secretly dating due to being forbidden to see each other by their parents. Even some of the teachers thought that was true. Seated next to the pair, Taiwan and South Korea were complaining about how many responsibilities the president and vice president had for their class. Not only do they have to do the paperwork for their respective bosses, but they have to fulfill their obligations to their class. Saborga is so glad that he wasn't elected to be a representative for their class because there is no way he wants the little free time he has to be wasted on extra responsibilities. Homework, exams, and training are bad enough. He doesn't want anything else to pile upon him. On the floor, Kugelmugel was lying face flat. Today was overwhelming for the boy, and he was tired of people thinking he was a girl. Liechtenstein, who discovered Kugelmugel's true gender a century ago, crouched down to give a reassuring pat on the micronation's should. Lavita was sitting on the floor, legs crossed. The small country tried to provide reassurance but was fumbling with his word. The boy just mutters how Vlad King thought he was a girl until Lavita corrected the teacher. Despite Lavita's correction, the homeroom teacher will sometimes continue to mistakenly refer to Kugelmugel as she before quickly correcting himself. Poor guy. It's the first few days of school, and it's getting too overwhelming for the personification. Estonia, who looked tired beyond belief, set up a presentation for all of them to see. The screen showed footage of Class 1 as battle simulation with All Might. As one of the few hackers out of the current personifications, he was expected to hack into UA's security system and obtain all the footage. So far, no one stands out in this current batch of students. The UN is adamant that the personifications we are looking for are in this batch of students, Estonia stressed, pinching the bridge of his nose. We are looking for Greenland, Meta, and Neo-Atlantis, among other personifications we may not know. Saborga turns to face the screen, watching the battle simulation of two random pairs. On the screen, the greenette dropped low to the ground to avoid being caught by an angry blonde flying at him from a blind spot. Explosives left the blonde's palm, leaving a small trail of smoke behind him. The girl, Uraraka, he thinks, went the other way to crouch and avoid being seen by the blonde. It seems that the blonde was more focused on the plain-looking boy than the girl. Taiwan let out a sigh. If Izuku wasn't All Might's successor, I would have maybe considered him as a candidate for one of the missing personifications. The blonde, Katsuki as the other boy referred to him, quickly rushed at the greenette. Watching Izuku narrowly avoid a right hook to his face and sidestep to one side was awesome. He was impressed when the pipsqueak grabbed one of the blonde's large gauntlets, flipped him over his head, and slammed the blonde to the ground. The blonde could be a potential candidate, South Korea mentions, paying attention to the screen. Though, All Might said that he sensed nothing out of the ordinary with Midoriya Katsuki. He can't be one of us, Poland mentions, pointing an accusatory finger at the blonde. He's arrogant, short-temper, and aggressive demon spawn. What did he do, Poland, Lithuania asked. He has an inkling that the blonde did something minor to offend the blonde nation. He insulted me, Poland gasps, acting like this was the most offensive thing in the world. Then, when I told him I wasn't a girl after he called me a walking one-dimensional bleached blonde valley girl, he had the nerve to call me an extra. I'm not an extra. You butted into Katsuki's conservation with his friends and criticized his fashion choices, South Korea mentions, waving off Poland's face of betrayal. We were there. Then, you told him that his hair was unkempt. I hate to agree with South Korea, but he's right, Taiwan states. She sounded like it was the most painful thing for her to admit. You never criticized someone's wardrobe. Or a haircut. Saborga ignored Poland sulking and watched the screen displaying the footage. On the villain team, an insomniac was on the lookout as Uraraka was stealthily approaching from afar. The kid with the eye bag seems to know what he is doing based on how he WHPs his head toward where the girl is hidden. Maybe the kid had some previous training? Uraraka may be a personification, Switzerland comments, keenly watching how the girl navigates her surroundings. Her quirk is unique and powerful to potentially belong to a personification. Looking at the teenager on the screen, Saborga could see why Switzerland suggested that the girl could be a nation. More influential countries have powerful and unique quirks, like his brothers. Neo-Atlantis would most likely have a powerful quirk. Meta, an island of wealthy entrepreneurs and businesspeople, may also have a powerful quirk. Greenland is debatable, but one should not underestimate someone because of their quirk or lack of quirk. But brother, Liechtenstein spoke up. Anyone in that classroom could be a personification. The girl somehow created a distraction that diverted the insomniac's attention away from the bomb. At the same time, the two brothers continue to fight. The greenette hesitated to use his quirk despite his brother's persistent use of explosives. Even after the blonde pulled the pin from his gauntlets to ignite a giant explosion that destroyed an entire side of the building, the greenette did not use his quirk. What the hell are the brothers thinking? Why would someone put two brothers with an intense sibling rivalry together in the same room, much less put them against each other for the battle simulation? Because the principal loves to mess with people. We know it's not Ida or Toradoki, Lavita said. But that leaves 17 potential candidates to research. 14, Kugelmugel corrected, his voice muffled due to staying face flat on the ground. Italy dreamt of the Midoriya brothers and Shinso being kidnapped by a group of villains. But that could mean that they are personifications, Estonia hypothesizes. Why would a group of villains kidnap 3 kids? Because one is All Might's successor, Saborga points out. The other has a really useful quirk that could be used for villainy, and the Katsuki kid has a personality that could make others view him as a villain. But we can't entirely rule them out, Estonia counters, adamant on his stance. We need to investigate every single student until we find the personifications. But All Might himself said he doesn't suspect anything out of the ordinary from the three, Sebaraga explains, earning everyone's attention. When all eyes were on him, he continued. He had met the three of them when training one of them. And we know nothing can block off a powerful signature of a personification. Something about the explosive teen's facial features seems familiar, but he doesn't know why. He feels like Italy had described someone with a similar personality as a hot-headed teen, but he doesn't recall. There's doubt lingering somewhere in his mind, but he doesn't pay attention to it. If All Might himself doesn't believe that the three are personifications, they should be ruled out of the list of potential candidates. Someone like Shoji, Uraraka, Kirishima, or Koda is more likely to be the personifications they are looking for than the trio that will be kidnapped. Staring at the screen, Saborga's eyes widened as he saw the greenette direct the explosion the blonde set off upwards. The pipsqueak shouted for his teammate to act as the explosion he redirected destroyed the concrete floor above them. Uraraka was quick to act while the Shinso kid tried to orientate himself. He must have missed it when the hero team discussed their plan because Uraraka appeared to know what she was doing while Izuku subtly smirked. The pipsqueak didn't care that his arms were mangled. On the other hand, the brother looks at Izuku in disbelief, not expecting the greenette to do something like that. We need to start befriending the class, Lithuania suggested. Even those we ruled out as personifications. Good idea, Estonia nodded in agreement. If we tell Mr. Aizawa of our intentions, he may assist us in creating opportunities for us to interact with his students. This is going to be one interesting year at UA. He knows the kidnapping and the flock of reporters harassing Eraserhead is inevitable and hopes nothing else besides that will happen this year. If they're lucky, the personification they were looking for will be right before them. Popping a pill into his mouth, Izuku winced at the bitter taste. He doesn't like the pill, but he has always taken it. Katsuki doesn't like his medication either, but it was conditioned for him to take it at this point. I know these pills taste awful. These are necessary for your survival. If you take these pills, we'll put an extra sticker on your chart. The memories of his mom and dad coaxing him into taking his medication plague his thoughts, being reminded of the importance of taking the medication daily. It was so important that there was a huge stockpile of the medication stored in one of the warehouse rooms. While no one ever explained to him or Katsuki why they needed to take the medication, Izuku trusted his mom enough to know there was a good reason. He respects his parents too much to stop, and he had a tiny bit of self-preservation to not test it out. The moment he forgot his homework, Izuku should have known that day would only get worse from here. Not wanting to get in trouble several school days in, he told everyone to go ahead and that he'll catch up. Now, he is questioning if it would have been better to risk getting in trouble with Eraserhead than deal with the bullshit that is the media's vultures. From afar, he sees a sea of reporters harassing every student walking past them. For the students who didn't want the attention or were too tired to deal with the harassment, the reporters made the extra effort to shove the camera and microphone into their faces. "Hello," a soft voice said from behind. "Do you think you could help me?" Izuku turned to face the direction of the voice to see a blonde girl with a bob cut. She wore the same uniform as him, so at least he knew she would go to UA. He wondered what class she was from. "What do you need help with?" Izuku asks, noticing the girl's eyes lightening up. "I don't feel comfortable walking to the entrance alone," the girl sheepishly admits, nervously looking at the reporters ahead of her. "My brother normally walks me to school, but he forgot something at home." Looking over his shoulders, Izuku saw that the number of reporters had increased, and they were getting impatient. He could see why someone like the student in front of him would want someone to walk beside her. The girl can't be more than 5 feet, shorter than an average person in Japan. Hopefully, she'll hit a growth spurt. Izuku himself wouldn't mind a growth spurt anytime soon. "So you're asking me to walk beside you and help shield you from the reporters," Izuku guessed. "If you don't mind," the girl responds. Then, she was hit with a realization. "I never told you my name." "Same here," Izuku said in realization. "I'm Midoriya Izuku, but I tell everyone to call me Izuku since my brother shares the same class as me." The girl smiled, but a subtle glint in her eyes made Izuku a little suspicious of the girl. Taking a step back, he wondered why the girl made him feel this way. From what he could tell, she was earnest in her request and did nothing to indicate malicious intent. Maybe this girl was a rich kid or from an elite family? Those types of people tend to give off intimidating or suspicious vibes when you first meet them. "Lily Zingli," the girl states, dismissing Izuku's reactions. "My brother and I are part of the international student program." "That's cool," Izuku spoke. "From where are you and your brother are from?" "My brother is from Switzerland," Lily quickly answers, walking toward the entrance. "Oh no, we're going to be late for class. We need to go, Izuku." Gentle fingers grabbed his wrist and tugged him toward the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Izuku walks across the street with Lily behind him. The closer they got to the sea of reporters, the tighter the girl's fingers would grip around his wrist. He hears her shuffling to get behind him and using him as a human shield against the camera. "Hey, kid," a voice called out. He glances up to look in the direction of the voice from his spot. Staring right back was the predatory looks of dozens of reporters searching for an easy prey or two. There were no students in the reporters' line of sight. The students previously hounded by the reporters used the vultures' lapse of concentration to dart their way to the entrance, not looking back. There were mixtures of "sorry, man" and "please forgive me" from the students as they ran to the gate. Honestly, he can't even be mad at them for making the run for it. He would have done the same if the opportunity to escape a group of people harassing him had no end. However, he now had to deal with a dozen people and someone who seemed to be anxious about the big group of people circling around them. "Tell us about All Might." They are both from a hero course. Their faces are on the school website. "You're one of All Might's students. Tell us about how he is as our teacher." One hand trapped in Lily's grip, Izuku used his other hand to shove the microphones shoved out of his sight. When cameras were shoved inches away from his face, he decided to do the first thing his brain told him to do. Without hesitation, he liked the camera lens because why the F not? If they were going to harass him and everyone entering the school, he would do his utmost best to be the world's most annoying, feral little sheet. The sound of a woman shrieking was music to his ears, but it did little to resolve his current predicament. While the cameras and microphones weren't inches away from his face, he and Lily were still surrounded by assholes who refused to leave them alone. "Please move," Izuku warned with an annoyed expression. "We're going to be late for class, so get out of our way." Foolishly, he had thought they got the message. Nope, not one of them got the message. A few men with cameras step in front of him and Lily, blocking them from moving forward. He glared at the men, who gave smudged looks as if their attempts to NTMT him and Lily into speaking would be effective. Unfortunately for them, he's not that intimidated by mere media personnel who have nothing better to do with their lives. The same could not be said for Lily. She's refusing to look at the camera. Izuku fears that the reporters will pick up on Lily's shy personality and begin to prey upon her. "The young lady doesn't need your protection, kid," a reporter said in a sickly sweet tone. "Why don't you scoot out of the way so we can speak to her?" He tried to block Lily from the camera fully, but everyone was stupidly persistent. Unknown to him, a hand reached toward Lily, intending to pull her aside. However, instead of pulling her aside, the hand's owner was shoved and accidentally pulled the girl's sleeves harshly. It caused a chain reaction of more people trying to separate the two students, with frantic hands trying to pull the Izuku free from the girl's grasp and pull Lily into the camera's line of sight. A manicured hand with the intent to pull the girl away somehow landed on the girl's hair and pulled the blue ribbon out of her hair. A different hand with sharp nails ripped the necklace she was wearing. "Stop," Izuku shouted aloud, realizing what happening to Lily. "You're taking everything too far." Several hands clawed at him, wrinkling his uniform and leaving small tears. "Leave us alone," Lily cried, throwing herself into Izuku's arms. Izuku looked down to see Lily momentarily silent, nodding slightly before wailing for the mean reporters to leave her alone. Assuming that the girl wanted him to play along, he moved his arm to curl around her shoulders and gave comforting pats on her head. "You destroyed my brother's gifts," Lily continued as big, fat tears rolled down her cheeks. "Why are you mean to destroy something so precious?" Remembering the various bank accounts his parents left to him, Izuku decided that he could risk some destruction of property. He had up to here with the vultures' harassment and their refusal to leave them alone. They don't care that they cause a teenager to cry out loud. "That's it," Izuku yelled, looking absolutely done with everything. "I don't give a F about what I'm about to do next." With one hand, he smacks the nearest camera onto the ground. The people surrounding them were caught off guard, making it easier for Izuku to smack more microphones and cameras to the ground. He was slightly amused by the shocked looks of most of the people and even more amused by the shocked looks of the people who owned the destroyed equipment. "Hey!" a man angrily screamed. "You can't just destroy our stew dash." Something hit between the man's eyes, cutting the man off. Izuku laughed at the sight of a red splat of paint between the man's eyes. When he heard the sounds of someone firing something at the reporters, Izuku knew he was in for a treat. "Keep your hands away from them," a voice shouts, voice dripping with rage. "Especially from my sister." Izuku turned his head, making sure that Lily's head was safely tucked away from the flurry of paintballs aimed at the reporters and cameramen. From a distance, he sees an older boy with a haircut similar to Lily's making his way toward them. The student had a paintball gun aimed at the vultures, shooting every one of them with an onslaught of paintballs. One by one, each one of them was covered from head to toe with a mixture of bright pink and red paint. Hell yeah, Izuku cheered as Lily lifted her head to see what the commotion was about. It worked, Lily softly comments. Vash always comes to the rescue when I cry. Ah, so that's why Lily pretended to cry. That makes sense. She was trying to activate her brother's sibling sense. That was a genius move on her part. Hey, stop it. I'm getting out of here. I can't believe I'm covered in paint. We don't deserve this. I'm not paid enough for this. Izuku burst out laughing at the sigh of reporters and cameramen running away as more rounds of paintballs were fired at them. Miraculously, Lily's brothers avoid pelting them with paintballs this entire time. He could see blurbs of pink and red flying past him, hitting their target. Someone coughed, earning Izuku's and Lily's attention. He doesn't even need to look to know who it is. You're late, Izuku points out while Lily nods in agreement. We were hounded by the press. They got a little too handsy and ruined our uniform. Mr. Aizawa, a male voice interrupts. You should have reacted sooner. Lily's brother was not several feet away from his spot. Izuku doesn't know how the upperclassman got here so quickly or how he didn't notice the guy approaching him. Also, how come Eraserhead got here so late? Where was he when he and Lily were surrounded and nearly attacked by grown adults? Vash, Lily smile, leaving out of Izuku's arms and going beside her brother. Izuku was so nice to walk with me and tried to protect me from the reporters. I should have smacked their cameras from the start, Izuku blurts out, earning a nod of approval from Vash. Maybe they would have left us alone sooner. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. You destroyed property, problem child. Without missing a beat, Izuku responds. Of course. We tried politely asking them to leave us alone, but then they started to put their hand on us. They destroyed my ribbon and necklace, Lily sadly added, looking at the piece of ribbon trampled on the ground. For once, I will allow this, Aizawa sighs. However, part of hero work is learning how to deal with the press. So I can't destroy cameras, Izuku asks. No, Aizawa told the teen. You can't destroy cameras or mics as much of an annoyance the press can be. Reluctantly, Izuku promises he won't be destroying the press's property unless necessary. Aizawa, knowing the type of child Izuku can be, accepted that this was the best he could get out of the greenette. Izuku stares at Uraraka, caught off guard by her bluntness. She tugged his shirt sleeve moments ago, trying to get his attention. At the same time, Hitoshi was pulled to the side a minute ago by Shoji and Tokoyamiya. Katsuki, on the other hand, was dragged by Kirishima while Ashido went on and on about how he needed to spend time with others. Before Izuku knew it, he was separated from his best friends. Uraraka and Ida stood close to him, creating a barrier between him and his brothers. Considering their personalities, he doesn't think they meant to be mean, but they wanted his attention. Uraraka held her hands together, giving a pleading look. Ida was checking the time, which didn't seem threatening or malicious. Can you repeat that? Izuku asks as Uraraka puffs out her cheeks. Eat lunch with us, Uraraka responds, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the cafeteria. You're always with your brother and Shinso. It's admirable that you care for them so much, Ida states, following behind Izuku and Uraraka. But it's important to build and establish relationships with others. Is that why my brother was dragged by Kirishima? Izuku comments. He accepted that there was no stopping Uraraka, and he might as well resign. Or why Hitoshi was pulled aside by Shoji and Tokoyamiya. Wait, is that why you are kidnapping me away from my brother and Hitoshi? Every day, he ate lunch with Katsuki and Hitoshi. Not one of them goes to the cafeteria line since they all pack their lunches. That usually meant that they didn't talk to their classmates for the entire lunch period. If they're lucky, Mei would pop by and get their opinions about a design for her latest babies. Once she got her opinions, she would return to whatever she came from. One day, Izuku will see where Mei creates her inventions at UA. We're not kidnapping you, Ida states, looking scandalized. Why is that your first thought of the situation? I dunno, Izuku shrugs. I'm new to the school thing. Remember? I was homeschooled due to some health concerns. Izuku can't actually tell them that he and Katsuki technically befriended Hitoshi by kidnapping him on the night they found him and Mei unconscious. Hitoshi didn't want to go with them, but Katsuki carried him like a sack of potatoes. Kota willingly decided to follow Katsuki to their base, but in legal terms, Katsuki did illegally take a child away from his legal guardians. Izuku did the same with Eri, but he had a justification. Oh god, he can never let Ida find out about this. Almost all of the friends he made are due to kidnapping. That means you have to sit with me to get the whole experience, Uraraka points out, entering the cafeteria. And part of that experience is spending time with the friends you made. They all hurried through the sea of students in the cafeteria, searching for the nearest table with at least 3 seats open. The time they had spent earlier separating him from Katsuki and Hitoshi must have cost them their usual seats because he heard Ida mentioning how their usual table was filled. Scanning his surroundings, he sees some empty seats from afar. "Dibs," Izuku shouts, weaving through the students and sprinting to the empty seats. He was close to the empty seats, so he leaps onto an empty seat, clutching his packed lunch. Landing on his seat, he looked over his shoulder to see his friends running in his direction. He also noticed how most of the cafeteria was giving him odd looks. Still, they eventually went back to what they were doing. "That's one way to find a seat," Uraraka smiles. "We were going to get our lunches since we didn't pack." "Izuku," Ida calls out. "I appreciate your efforts, but there are other ways to find a seat. There are plenty of seats outside we could have taken." Izuku blinks in response, realizing that Ida does have a point. He guessed he could have done things differently, so he'll take this as a learning experience. Sue him. He doesn't have much experience with school life. "I guess you don't want me to save your spot as you get lunch," Izuku joked, giving a mischievous smile. The look Ida gave him and Uraraka's slight chuckle was perfect. Is this how one usually maintains friendships at a school? If it is, he thinks he's doing a pretty good job. Kidding, Izuku follow-ups quickly. "I'll save your spots as you guys get something to eat." "Thanks." "Thank you." Izuku watched as they went to grab their lunch. There's a warm feeling bubbling inside of him, and he is hit with a wave of family. How odd. A sudden, blaring alarm rang throughout the cafeteria, making everyone in the vicinity flinch. "That's not the lunch bell," Izuku said, as an unsettling feeling formed in his stomach. Looking up, he heard an automated voice from the intercom informing all students about a high-level security breach. Students are told to evacuate immediately in a calm, orderly fashion. Somewhere in the area, some screamed at the top of their lungs. "Run!" Izuku internally cursed at the one responsible for shouting that, for they had destroyed any chance of a calm evacuation. People start scrambling, pushing, and shoving each other to reach the exit first. No one is paying attention to the small students they nearly trampled or how they are squeezing each other like a pack of sardines. He needs to get out of here. Vaguely remembering a potential exit route, he got up and prepared to tell his friend about the exit route. Turning around, he sees that his friends have been separated from him and mostly likely swept up by the panicked crowd. What is he going to? People scramble for safety as an intimidating figure approaches with an army of followers behind them. An orange blaze consumes the buildings, forcing people to evacuate outside or risk their chances at the burning buildings. The figure, the followers, and the scrambling folks were complex to decipher due to the darkness of the night and the oncoming smoke. So many people ran, shouting that the demon had come to attack him. It was a mass panic, and the figure turned to face in his direction. The figure took one step closer, but a fragile figure stood in the way, throwing something onto the ground that created a cloud of thick smoke. Then, the figure ran in his direction and reached a hand closer and closer. Ida's loud voice brought Izuku back to reality. Facing the direction of his friend's voice, he sees that Ida is floating in the air. That must be Uraraka's quirk helping him float like that. From the looks of it, Ida must try calming the students. It's just the press. There is nothing to panic about. The entire cafeteria had gone silent, listening to Ida's words. Izuku doesn't know how Ida does it, but everyone stops panicking. He sees that everyone is beginning to settle down and waits for his friend to fish. There is nothing to panic about. Behave in a manner that represents this institution. All the students began to calmly walk to the exit Ida had mentioned, following the direction where Ida was chopping his hand down. All it took was some comforting words and someone to take the leadership role for everyone to calm down. He should be the class president, Izuku said to himself. I wonder if I can pass down the position to him. It turns out he can pass down the position to someone else. Thank goodness, because he doesn't want the responsibility. Eri sat on the couch, doing her virtual school assignment. She was getting bored of online learning, but all the teenagers said it's really important to learn. I'm bored, Koda complains, glaring at the laptop screen. I want to do something else. She does, too, but they can't leave the warehouse. The bad people are after her, and leaving the warehouse is too dangerous. Koda is declared missing by the wild pussycats, which means he can't go outside either. While someone from the vigilante team sends letters to Shiro, it doesn't stop the hero group and the public from searching for Koda. Eri doesn't like it, but she understands why they must stay at the warehouse. However, she wishes she could do the same things as the children on TV and not hide from the world. Izuku promises that she and Koda can attend school once they age so they can disguise themselves. However, it's too unsafe right now, and we must figure out how to disguise them properly. We need to learn, Eri mentions. We need to be smart. I'm already smart, Koda states. We need to be smarter than everyone else, Eri continues. It's boring to become smart, but they need to do it. They need to be competent to trick bad people. They need to be smart to protect themselves. If they become super smart, they may understand why they haven't grown older for many years. Izuku collapses onto the couch, exhausted by tonight's patrol. Hitoshi opts to lie on the ground, too tired to make it to the couch. Katsuki collapsed onto the other couch. Mei was the only one standing since she was behind the screens for tonight's patrol. Eri and Kota were asleep in the other room. That makes it easier to consider what they discover during patrol. There are rumors of a large-scale attack from an unknown villain group, Hitoshi reminded everyone. What are we going to do? Find and beat up the ones making the large-scale attack, Katsuki responds as if it were the obvious answer. You forgot that they are looking at least several dozen people, Izuku points out. And that this attack is going to happen soon. But how soon, Mei questions. We learn about the attack today. Who knows how long they have been searching for people? We know they are doing last-minute recruiting, Izuku mentions. So that means soon can be from tomorrow to the next several days. But where are they going to find the time to gather more information? Tomorrow, he has a field trip, and missing school this early in the year does not make a good impression. I can stay home tomorrow, Mei suggests as if she had read Izuku's thoughts. I should be able to learn the group's identity and more about the large-scale attack. We can deal with it after school, Katsuki adds. Now, let's go to bed. We have a field trip to go to in several hours. There's no point worrying about this without proper sleep. Might as well get some sleep before waking up for school. It's 1 in the morning, but it's better to get a little bit of sleep than no sleep. Izuku turns and makes eye contact with Katsuki, who stares back with a neutral expression. After a few seconds of maintaining eye contact, Izuku shifts his gaze to Hitoshi's direction. His gaze lingers on his insomniac friend, analyzing how his friend may be feeling. To an outsider, it looks like Hitoshi is giving a bored expression. Still, Izuku sees the apparent worry in his friend's eyes. During the years they spent together, Izuku honed his skills to notice things about his friends that others may have missed. He then looks down at his watch to see if Mei has sent a message. No, she had not. It seems she had not found anything regarding what they discovered last night. He hopes she can track down the group hiring grunts and the big thing that was supposed to go down soon. The only information they got is that the mysterious group needs grunts who can fight and lack the sympathy to care about a person's background. It sounded like an all-out brawl was about to happen, which was bothering Izuku. He should have skipped school if it meant he had to figure out the identity of the mysterious group. Why didn't he join Mei and skip school to discover the location and details about the big thing coming down? That would have eased his worries by a lot. Izuku, Uraraka vocalizes, pulling Izuku back to reality. Are you okay? You look like spacey and haven't said anything in a while. I think I left my notebook at home, but I'm fine, Izuku reassures with a plastered smile. His words are false, but Uraraka believes everything without a doubt. However, I wish I had it with me since I really want to write some notes during our field trip. Technically, it was a partial truth since he forgot his notebook, and he wanted to write notes about the hero's skills they would be learning about. Oh, Uraraka said, realizing he wasn't wearing his costume. Where's your costume? You are wearing your regular gym clothes. Resting in pieces, Izuku mentions, speaking a little louder than usual. My brother didn't hold back in the battle training, but I should have suspected that. He always needed working on his dash. It's too early for you to start talking shit, Katsuki calls out, clearly unimpressed. And don't pin the blame on me. Just as he's about to open his mouth to say more things to annoy Katsuki, Eraserhead tells him and Katsuki to knock it off. Izuku could have sworn that he heard Eraserhead muttering how having two siblings in the same homeroom was a mistake. He would like to say that it wasn't a mistake and that they are keeping things lively, but he assumes that Eraserhead wouldn't appreciate that. You can continue with your sibling argument after school, Aizawa sighs. I do not have the patience to deal with a sibling rivalry this morning. He and Katsuki shut up, knowing better than to agitate their homeroom teacher at school or early in the day. Hitoshi, that traitor, snickers as they get called out by Eraserhead. As tempting as it is to mess with Eraserhead, he knows better than to do anything that can give away their vigilante identities. Besides, they could always induce headaches in their homeroom teacher when they run into him on patrol. Oh, he just noticed that they can go on the bus now. Looking at the windows, he sees that the seats are arranged weirdly and that this isn't a standard bus. However, he notices how Ida is oblivious to this and tries to get many cheery students to line up in twos. Oh well, might as well play along since it looks like his classmates also fail to notice, except for a select few. Moments later, he witnessed Ida realizing that this was not a standard bus and that lining up in an orderly way had been pointless all along. He thinks his friend has died a little on the inside, and a part of his soul has left the body. I never seen someone look so defeated, Izuku notes, earning a few chuckles from those closest to him. Claiming a random spot in the middle rows, he was joined by Azui and Satu. Izuku doesn't mind since everyone in his class keeps telling him he needs to socialize with other people who aren't his brother and Hitoshi. Fair point. Networking and building connections are also crucial for hero work, so he might as well start now and not later. The bus began to move when everyone was seated. The class broke into their own conversation as the bus approached its destination. Izuku doesn't feel like talking, so he listens to mundane things as he thinks about how to deal with the unknown group. I generally say what's on my mind, Izuku, Azui starts abruptly. Oh, Azui wants to talk to him about something. He hadn't even said anything, so he wondered why she suddenly wanted to talk to him. What is it, Azui? Izuku responds. Call me Tsuyu, Tsuyu said. You and your brother look nothing alike. Izuku nearly choked on his spit, surprised that she had the guts to point out that specific fact. He's not an idiot. He knows how it looks to an average person to have a brother near your age and share no physical characteristics. There are plenty of stories of husbands convincing their wives to raise their affair children. While he can say that they are adopted, he does like to mess with people, and witnessing people's reactions is always funny. Let's see what he can do here. Is that a problem? Izuku asks, noticing how uncomfortable people are getting. We don't look that different, do we? He sees that some students are glancing between him and Katsuki. Clearly, he and Katsuki look nothing alike. Katsuki pretends to be distracted, and everyone is tricked into believing he doesn't notice several pairs of eyes on him. Your quirk is also different than Katsuki, Tsuis adds. Genetics is a funny thing, Izuku shrugs. He let the awkward silence linger for a few seconds, allowing the tension to build. Then, when he thought the time was right, he spoke. My mother has an affair with his dad, Izuku causally drops, ensuring he's smiling as brightly as he can. And now I'm burdened to live with my half-brother. Some of his peers were left dumbfounded, and Izuku could see how some choked on their spit and suddenly coughed. What a great reaction from his classmates. What the F-? Katsuki shouts, whipping his head in Izuku's direction. Will you stop saying shit that isn't true? Katsuki sounded quite upset. Izuku can't help but laugh at his friend's face. Sometimes, he couldn't resist provoking his childhood friend. Ah, Izuku responds, maintaining his smile. You're no fun. We are adopted, Katsuki stresses to no one in particular. Izuku and I are not affair children or spawn into existence. Our parents adopted us and raised us as his children. Izuku's mouth opens before he can stop it. Or maybe that's what they want us to think, but we were both a secret love child. Why? Katsuki groaned. These extras will think what you're saying is true. It's not, Izuku admits, hearing the sighs of relief from everyone. But I can't help but mess with you. The topic of conservation shifted, and people were discussing quirks, a hero's popularity, and roasting each other. Overall, teenagers' things. It was such an ordinary and mundane conservation that he sometimes forgot his initial worries. At their destination, everyone exited the bus and was led to a dome-shaped building. Inside, there was the rescue hero, 13. The hero introduced themselves and shared all the zones inside of USJ. There are so many different zones. A flood zone. A landslide zone. A zone filled with fire. Where do they get all the funding and resources for all the different zones to represent different disaster situations? Now, all the worries he had have almost completely vanished. Everyone was excited to be at what could be easily mistaken for Universal Studios Japan, vibing with the 13 or getting all pumped for what they will be doing here. Next to him, Uraraka had the happiest expression Izuku had ever seen on her. She excitedly shares how much she admires the hero and can't wait for 13 to teach them. I have several points to mention, 13 starts. As some may be aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It's a very destructive power that I can easily use to destroy lives. The hero's voice turned somber when they began explaining how their quirk could be used to kill others, but she used it to save people from disasters. They didn't hesitate to remind the class that some may have quirks that can kill others. Despite the serious topic, 13 had such a way with words that they could make a motivating speech about how they would all learn how to utilize their quirk to save others. Every quirk has the potential to help people, 13 continues. I hope by the end of your trip, everyone understands that you can use your quirk to help people despite the type of quirk you have. It's about how one uses their quirk, not the type of quirk. That speech brought some life to everyone because everyone cheered and got more energized. For a brief moment, he had forgotten all about his worries and let himself be sucked into the atmosphere. Then, he senses the watch on his hand vibrating. Pretending to check the time, he sees that May has sent a message. Looking away from his watch, he sees a swirling purplish-black mist forming in the middle of the plaza. Gradually, the mist expands until a hand comes out of the fog. Then, one figure came out and was followed by more figures. Criminals began pouring out of the mist, looking to create some bloodshed. Is this training exercise starting now? Someone asks. Those are real villains, Aizawa shouts. Everyone huddle up and don't jump into the fight. 13. Protect the students. Izuku should have listened to his worries after all. If he had, maybe his class wouldn't be put into this situation. All it took was a few seconds for him and his classmates to be engulfed by a portal. He heard the panicked screams of his peers as the void consumed him. Those screams were the last thing he heard before they were muted. He didn't have time to think or worry about his classmate because he was plummeting into a body of water after blinking his eyes. A few weeks ago, Hitoshi told him he needed to find the time to practice water magic. His tired friend warned him that he could be put into a position where he would need to use his water magic to save himself or others. Naively, Izuku didn't take the warning seriously and dedicated more of his time to work on getting used to One for All. Now, he's regrettably paying the consequences for his actions. Submerged in the water, Izuku instinctively tries to hold his breath. He swam upward for a moment but got a glimpse of purple. Looking down, he sees that Hitoshi is knocked unconscious alongside Tsuyu. They were unconscious and drowning in the depths of the cold water. Did they hit their head with something? Was a villain able to land a few hits on them before they fell into the water? He needs to think, but it's hard to think when coldness sweeps into his flesh and bone. Still, he has to try to save them. His lungs demand oxygen, and his chest burns, but he can't give up. Using all his concentration, he felt a strange wave of energy coursing through his veins as his hand faintly glowed blue. Carefully, he used his hands to manipulate the water to push them toward his direction. Once they were close enough distance, he reached his arm and grabbed onto one of their hands. The burning pain in his chest was getting too much, causing him to instinctively inhale to satiate his need for oxygen. However, he swallows the water, and it makes everything worse. He almost lost grip of Hitoshi's and Tsuyu's hands. Holding onto the two of them with one hand was already difficult. He wants to loosen his grip so badly, but he doesn't want them to start falling into the depths of the waters. Magic, he needs to use the water to push them to the water's edge. Faintly, he could make out on what he assumes to be the edge. Mustering up his focus and strength, he used his hand to push the water behind him and head toward the edge. Repeatedly, he pushes the water behind him and spares a few glances at Hitoshi and Tsuyu. They seem relatively fine for now, but he knows they all can't stay underwater too long. At least, he and Hitoshi. After what had felt like an eternity, he made it to the water's edge. He crawled onto the ground, dragging the two unconscious people onto the surface. He coughed out as much water out of his lungs before focusing on his friends. It won't be easy, but he has to hope it will be enough to save them. Please, Izuku quietly pleaded. Let me have the power to remove the water in their lungs. Doubt lingers in his mind, but a wave of familiarity overpowers it. He's questioning why his actions seem so familiar. Why does he naturally know how to use his magic at the moment he needs to use his magic? It's never been done before, but when the situation calls for it. Something inside him is guiding him to use his hands to use his magic. He could have sworn he sensed a familiar presence behind him and a gentle hand on his shoulders. Whispers that eerily resembled someone in his past were telling him how to control the water in his friend's lungs with his fingers. He assumed he was hallucinating because he knew his mother was dead. It was definitely not Mitsuki telling him how to use water magic. They were human, and as far as he knew, humans don't technically know magic. Izuku sighed in relief when he heard Hitoshi and Tsui coughing right after using his magic to get rid of the water in their lungs. He saw them lying dazed on the ground. I saw you two unconscious in the water, Izuku explained as he scanned his surroundings. I couldn't let you two drown, so I tried to save you guys. How long were we underwater? Tsuyu asks, staring directly at Izuku. For a while, Izuku answers, unsure why she was asking this question. Why? My quirk allows me to stay underwater longer than an average person, Tsuyu reveals. You look exhausted but don't display any signs of drowning. Oddly, he didn't fall unconscious like his classmates. In fact, Hitoshi and Tsuyu didn't display any symptoms of anyone who had drowned. Tsuyu, he gets, considering her quirk. However, Hitoshi and he should have been much more impacted by the water. Unless the whole ordeal was less than a minute, which Izuku could confidently state it wasn't, they shouldn't be this relatively fine. Wait, he doesn't have time to think about it. His last memory of Eraserhead was that the hero was fighting against a horde of villains by himself. Izuku respects the hero, but he knows that the man's quirk is not suited for that type of fight. Even with years of experience, the underground hero is heavily outnumbered, and a person can only fight for so long. We need to find Aizawa-sensei, Izuku states as he is hit with a sudden wave of dread. I got a bad feeling that something is about to happen to him if we don't move. Izuku can't explain the feeling, but he wants to find the underground hero. He knows that no matter what Hipshi and Tsuyu decide, he will find their teacher. Hatsum was growing impatient after her multiple attempts to send distress signals to nearby agencies. She stares at the different screens on the walls of her room to see if any heroes have arrived at the scene. Despite being 25 minutes, she had sent the first message electronically, through phone, and in every other possible way, and not one hero had arrived. Fine, she'll have to hope Ida was able to get help in time. She made sure that her activities continued to remain untraceable since she didn't want all of them to be caught. She enjoys living a life with few restrictions and limitations. She could get away with equipping her babies with explosives and the more exciting gadgets here at Izuku's warehouse than UA. If they were to get caught, that means less stuff she can get away with. The camera at the shipwreck simulation zone is disabled, Mei hummed, preparing to disable the cameras to where Katsuki was warped. Her ears perked up when she heard the sound of a notification. She quickly glanced at her watch to see that Hitoshi sent a quick message. He would like her to disable the cameras where Eraserhead was fighting. Trusting her friend's instinct, she quickly went to work on disabling the camera. She quickly looked at the screen to see that Izuku was rushing toward Eraserhead. She has an unsettling feeling that something is about to happen. Hitoshi must have the same feeling because he would not have otherwise requested that she disable that camera. A part of her is angry that she couldn't figure out why the alarms in the building weren't working. Whatever was messing with the system wasn't something she could fix behind a screen. Someone may have cut some wires or removed some parts because she didn't attempt to search for a virus or a breach in the system. However, she found nothing. The possibility that someone had a quirk to interfere with the systems also crosses her mind. She let out a breath. Following through with the request, she successfully disabled the camera. All she could do was support them from behind the screen, ready to do whatever they asked of her. Despite being far away, Izuku could see that Eraserhead was growing tired. His teacher's reaction time was just a bit slower than usual, and he paused more. He knew how easily Eraserhead could dodge and avoid hits. That's why no one from their group ever tried to get into a fight with the underground hero. Usually, their teacher would easily be able to avoid being hit unless it was a glitter bomb. They knew how precise, nimble, and agile their teacher was. The underground hero he's seeing is nothing like the hero he loves messing with during his patrol. He never imagined that he would see someone like their teacher to be put into this position. Hidden behind a ledge separating the zone, he and his companions watch as their teacher fights. Eraserhead was dodging a flurry of blows, but he was visibly worn out. The scarf is helping him teach a lot, allowing him to fling the wrapped villain toward a small group attempting to attack. Then, he sees a strange man with a disturbing sense of fashion. He would like to hope that the hands covering the man's arms, sides, head, and face were fake. Whoever the guy was, the man was bad news. A part of him wanted to shout to Aizawa-sensei that someone was behind him. The hand guy was charging toward the hero, confident in his ability to hurt him. "Don't," Hitoshi whispers as if he read Izuku's mind. "We don't want to distract him or leave our location." For a second, he thought that their teacher had the upper hand. He saw how Eraserhead wiped around the upcoming villain as his scar flickered to try to capture the villain. The villain grabs onto the scarf, mouthing something Izuku can't hear or make out. Whatever it was, Eraserhead didn't seem to like it. The pro reacted by yanking onto the scarf and was about to elbow the villain's stomach, but he caught the elbow, Hitoshi notes, his eyes widening when the black sleeves of Aizawa-sensei's costume began to crumble. The costume crumbled, and the skin began to peel and flake, revealing the muscles underneath. If the pro hadn't jumped away, Izuku knew the hero would have lost an arm. However, the arm looked broken, red, and practically useless. Still, the pro continued fighting. His good hand was flinging the captured weapon, and he used his legs for attacks. Izuku didn't miss how sloppy and delayed his teacher's attacks and dodges were getting. He heard something coming from the villain's mouth. "So cool. You're still standing." The voice was loud enough for him to hear. Now, the villain wasn't speaking as quietly as he was before. He doesn't know why, but his stomach has an unsettling feeling. "By the way, Eraserhead, I am not the final boss." A huge, bulky creature towered over the pro. How did the creature go unnoticed? A bulky hand catches his teacher's head, destroying the goggles. Pieces flew off, and blood dripped on the ground as a result. Whatever this thing was, it slammed his head against the ground repeatedly. Their teacher was pinned down and had his left arm snapped like a twig. Here he was, standing as the pro screamed out in pain. He needs to do something. They're got to do something. At this point, they have no choice but to act even if there is a risk that the pro can figure out their identities. The villain was too busy, probably gloating or praising himself, to realize that he had left himself unprotected. Noticing the opportunity, Izuku leaped toward the villain and aimed to hit the villain's unprotected back. He knows he will break his bones again, but that doesn't matter. He pulls back his arm as close to hitting him. At the worst possible moment, the villain turns. The villain's eyes sparkled with a sick sense of amusement. The villain had his hand in the air, reaching toward him with the intent to disintegrate him. Before the hand could contact his skin, Izuku sensed something wrapping around his waist and pulled him to safety. It took a moment to realize that it was Tsuyu's tongue. He swung just a short distance from where Tsuyu was positioned. Hitoshi was close, his eyes widening as fear flashed across his face. "Watch out," Hitoshi shouts desperately. "He's right behind you." Time stopped, and Izuku felt like he was watching everything in slow motion. The villain's hand was right behind Tsuyu when the teen turned to look behind her. The villain's hands were so close to touching his classmate's face, and images of his classmate turning into dust flashed across his mind. He and Hitoshi desperately try to reach her before the villain's fingers can touch her face. He doesn't want anyone to die. If he would just push himself harder, there is a chance that he could save her. The villain's fingers touched the girl's face, and Izuku expected Tsuyu to crumble like their teacher's arm and sleeves. The villain looked back at where the pro was lying. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. The villain's quirk was cancelled, and Eraserhead kept him self-conscious to protect everyone. "You really are so cool, Eraserhead." Izuku didn't like how the villain sounded. The villain singled a creature to do something and slammed the pro's head down. "Hitoshi, get ready," Izuku whispers, ensuring only Hitoshi can hear. "I'm going to distract that thing as you and Tsuyu try to get Aizawa-sensei to safety." "I'm not leaving you alone with that thing," Hitoshi argues, glancing at the creature. "Listen carefully," Izuku quickly explains. He knows time is very limited. If you want to join quickly, use your quirk and force Tsuyu to take Aizawa-sensei away and stay on guard until someone can look at his injuries. Hitoshi stares at Izuku until he nods in agreement. Together, they will have to go through this to survive. Their classmates may hate them for their actions, or just Hitoshi, but what other choice do they have? If they were to use their full potential as Game Master and Animus, they must ensure no one gets caught in the crossfire. Shoyuta feels foolish for forgetting the most critical information about Italy's vision. All future events involving his students will take place outside of school grounds. Taking his students to the USJ facility has always been a part of the curriculum for first-year students. His class would first, and Vlad will take Class 1B to the USJ facility the following week. They had always done it, so Italy's vision slipped through his mind. It became apparent that they were ambushed when he saw a strange, purple portal and was reminded they were outside of UA. Most of the country's vision saw that his class was attacked outside the school grounds. His instincts scream at him to act when he first sees the villains emerge. One of Italy's visions became a reality, and his students are caught in an ongoing, hidden conflict that the personifications are still looking into. His students are in danger. They had only been training for 2 weeks and did not have enough experience to handle being outnumbered by many villains. He pushes down his need to help and bring the children under his care to safety. What he could do now for the children was to fight the bulk of the strongest members, making them solely focus on him. 13 would protect the children, and the children seemed capable enough to think of a reasonable plan to escape and obtain help. He would subdue as many villains as possible so they could go to safety. Then, he hears the panicked and scared screams of the children. The children had been scattered across the facility, leaving them alone to handle who knows what. Again, his instincts screamed at him to find and gather his students, but he knew that was illogical. He wants to follow his feelings, but it's something he can't do. Adrenaline rushes through his veins as his fight continues. He entangled the villains in his capture weapon, swinging them to the side to a small group of villains coming his way. He spun and kicked those who thought they could hit him from behind, forgetting he had ears to hear their footsteps. For those who got too close, he landed several good hits. The worry and fear he feels for his students escalate the longer he's here fighting. With each passing minute, the stronger those feelings get. He's purposely creating a big enough commotion so others would be drawn to him. If he could get most of the villains to one spot, it would leave less for his students to deal with. However, he knows it's too much for him, and he'll pay for the consequences later. Still, he'll always jump to protect the children under his care without hesitation. It's his role as a teacher. Pulling the villain wrapped in his capture weapon, he kicked, and the villain went down. His eyes began to burn from the overuse of his quirk. His body demanded him to stop, but he knew he couldn't. Villains are still standing, and his students continue to be at risk. If he were to stop fighting and using his quirk, the children would be in more danger. He refuses to let them be in danger, especially for something he could have prevented if he hadn't forgotten that one piece of information about Italy's visions. Sensing that someone was behind him, Shoyuta flicked his scarf to entangle the person behind him. You have a tick that gives you away, you know? He turns to see the villain grabbing a fistful of his scarf. The villain grinned, waiting for him to react. When you stop using your quirk, your hair falls. Shuta's eyes widened at the comment. This specific villain was smarter than the rest he had fought so far. He yanked onto the scarf, dragging the villain toward him. He elbowed the villain in the stomach when the distance was close enough. At least, that was his intent. The villain grabbed onto his shoulder, and he instantly felt a burning pain flare up from his shoulder. He watches as the skin peels and sees the red muscles underneath. He jumped back before more damage could be done to his arm. His right arm went limp, hanging on to his side. This hurts a lot. Gritting his teeth, he continues to fight with one functional hand. It's not the best position to be in, but his adrenaline keeps him moving. So cool. You're still standing. He senses something. Something is going to happen. The villain's expression shows that he is waiting for something to happen. By the way, Eraserhead, I am not the final boss. He saw a huge shadow looming over him. He turns back to see a deformed mess with its brain exposed. The beast moved fast, faster than a regular person. He ducks his head, but the beast quickly grabs his head and squeezes hard enough to destroy his goggles. Knocked to the ground, the beast pinned him down and continued with its brutality. He lifted his head to make eye contact with the creature, but he screamed when his left arm snapped. Oh, what this? More players had arrived to join you. He told his students to stay back. What do they think they are doing here? They need to get back. These villains will not hesitate to kill children. Watch out. He's right behind you. That voice sounds like Shinso. Shinso was one of 3 students who became targets for the League of Villains. He can't let Shinso and whoever is with the team fight against the villain or beast. They will be disintegrated if he does nothing. Lifting his head up from the ground, he glared at the villain just in time before the villain's hand touched Azui's face. You're really so cool, Eraserhead. His hand was slammed onto the ground. The weight on top of him was becoming unbearable to the point that he struggled to feel his limbs. The beast holds him down, not letting him move a muscle. He can't just lie down and let the villains do this. If he was to die here, he would be leaving everyone behind. He can't leave his students. He can't leave Hisashi. He can't his mother or the cats he adopted. The weight on top of him was gone, and he felt a breeze. You're pretty powerful. That smash of yours pushed the Nomu away. Smash, it was Midoriya Izuku who got the beast to move from its spot. No, the teen was another target for the League of Villains in the Italian's vision. What is the teen thinking of? He can't let the student follow through with whatever reckless plan he had in mind that would lead to him being kidnapped in the future. Someone picked him up and handed him to a different person. He was facing the ground, but he saw the shoes of 2 of his students. Hey Tsuyu, Shinso simply said. Do you mind carrying Aizawa-sensei to safety? Tsuyu answers, giving Shinso a look. I can carry Dash. Carry Aizawa-sensei to safety far away from here and guard him until someone can look at his injuries, Shinso orders. Azui began to carry him far away from the creature and his students. What is Shinso thinking? Why would he do something so reckless? Azui, Shoyuta weakly spoke. Take me back. He wishes that he didn't expect Azui to continue under the influence of Shyness's quirk. As his fatigue and injuries got the best of him, he tried to fight off his urge to close his eyes. Seconds passed, and his urge got the best of him. Izuku could see Tsuyu taking Aizawa-sensei far away from the creature. He was lucky his punch landed, and the impact was strong enough to knock the deformed mess away from the pro. No one can match him, the villain states, confident in his claim. Originally, the Nomu was meant to destroy the symbol of peace. Izuku recalls the crusty villain boasting they were all here to kill All Might. At first, he thought it was a bold statement with nothing backing it up. However, seeing this deformed mess of a creature made him have doubts. Whoever was the mastermind, they are someone not to mess with. We'll see about that, Izuku said to himself. A fist was heading in his direction, so Izuku leaped out of the way to avoid being pummeled. Looking to the side, he sees that Tsuyu and the hero are safe from them. Now, it's time to execute the next phase of his plan. USJ was supposed to have a lot of different simulations that represent different disasters. From what he had observed, some of the things inside were natural. He could use the natural resources within the facility to decrease how much energy he used for his magic. A faint voice in his mind was whispering about feeling the ground beneath him. For reasons he can't explain, he listened to the voice and tried to sense the ground of him. He doesn't know why but immediately knows what to do after that. He took another giant leap backward to avoid being caught by the Nomu's meaty hand. Quickly, he sensed the ground below and focused on creating a wall barrier made out of the ground. It was a lot harder than expected to morph the ground into large walls to keep the Nomu and everyone else here trapped. He made sure to leave an open space for when help arrived, which means the wall surrounding the was an incomplete circle. No fair, you have a secret ability, the villain shouts. It's entirely stupid and reckless of him to use his magic in front of a villain, but what other choice does he have? When he initially punched the creature, he wasn't able to damage it at all. Let's see if he can mix one for all and fire magic. He had never actually tried mixing his quirk and magic together, and the thought never crossed his mind until this moment. It was probably a bad idea to test something new in this type of situation, but it's better than wasting his energy on punches that won't do anything. Flames abruptly appeared out of thin air and engulfed his hands in a fiery vortex. Staring at the creature, he propels himself toward the Nomu by using his wind magic to create a burst of air underneath his feet. Flying through the air, he pulls back his fist as he uses his quirk. Seeing the fire, the Nomu shifts and narrowly avoids being hit. Noticing his punches missed, he spun around in the air and kicked the beast's unguarded back. Like his first punch, the kick did nothing to the creature. Izuku, Hitoshi called out, rushing toward him. Izuku felt the Nomu's meaty fist grab his ankle. With no time to react, he was swung onto the ground. His eyes widen when he sees another fist aiming for his face. Not wanting to have his face crushed, he shielded his face as he used his wind magic to make a shield. The Nomu continued to attempt to punch his face, but the air shield made it almost impossible for the creature's hand to go through. "Leave him alone," Hitoshi screamed as the temperature of the room dropped. Maintaining his air shield, he looked to where he heard Hitoshi's voice. "What?" Izuku spoke, tone laced with confusion. A black aura surrounds Hitoshi. The teen seems unaware of this development as he lands a kick at the Nomu. The second Hitoshi lands that kick, Izuku shivers at the sudden burst of cold air. Another player has a secret ability, the villain yells with frustration. How many more players are going to have secret abilities? His eyes widen at the sigh of the black ice on the Nomu. The beast screamed as one of its hands tried to pull the ice stuck to him. Taking the opportunity to escape, Izuku used his fire magic to make his legs go up in flames. The creature released his grip, causing Izuku to get up. Izuku made his way toward Hitoshi, standing side by side each other. "What did you do?" Izuku whispered as he was met by Hitoshi's shocked expression. "I don't know," Hitoshi answers, looking at his hands. "I don't know why I'm glowing or making black ice. I got a stupid idea," Izuku continues, staring at the Nomu. "You do whatever you just did. You try freezing part of Nomu, and I'll burn the other parts into a crisp." At the same time, they both ran toward the Nomu. Izuku summoned a fireball to distract the beast and aimed directly at its face. Temporarily, the creature was blinded by the attack. Swiftly, he grabbed the Nomu's wrist and summoned his fire magic to burn this monster. His palms were burning most of the creature's arms, and it's the right side. To the left, Hitoshi's strange black ice gradually spread. Whatever the black ice does, it's inflicting serious pain onto the thing. Moments passed, and the Nomu had fifth-degree burns on one side. It was paralyzed on the side where Hitoshi used his black ice. For a moment, he thought they had defeated the Nomu. "It's repairing itself," Izuku whispers angrily. "How did it fix itself? How did it reverse the burn damages and the effects of frostbite? This shouldn't be possible unless it has a quirk, a regeneration quirk. This thing has a regeneration quirk. We'll try again," Hitoshi mentions, in which Izuku nods in agreement. They did try again. Another fireball, bigger than the first, was directed toward Nomu's face. Once again, he made sure to burn parts of Nomu. This time, he increased the intensity of the flames. He ignored the wave of warmth that hit his face when using his magic. Hitoshi continued to glow as he made more of the mysterious black ice. Moments later, they put some distance between themselves and the Nomu. When the Nomu began to repair itself again, Izuku heard the villain laugh. "You can't defeat my Nomu," the villain taunts. "It's only a matter of time before you tire out and die." "You seem so confident about that," Izuku responds, visibly annoyed at the villain. "But you two are interesting," the villain continues with a look that sends shivers down Izuku's spine. "Sensei would love to get a closer look at you too." The villain was giving a predatory look at Hitoshi. Izuku doesn't know why, but dread settles in his stomach. Why does this bother him so much? Especially the purple-haired brat, the villain laughed loudly. "I didn't recognize him until now. He must be very stupid to show himself." "Do I know you?" Hitoshi questions, eyebrows furrowed. That made the villain laugh even harder. "Oh," the villain said after his laughing fit. "You don't remember?" Izuku pulled Hitoshi to avoid Nomu's punch. He doesn't like how things are turning out. An unstoppable creature. A villain who seems to know Hitoshi. The fact that Hitoshi and Mei are running away from someone, and he fears that the guy covered in his hands must be connected to the person who was keeping his amnesic friends captive. Focus, Izuku yells, grabbing Hitoshi's attention. We can figure it out later, but now is not the time. They got into a fighting stance again, ready to repeat everything over again. For what had felt like an eternity, they repeated the steps over and over again. The villain continues to mock them and promises to not kill them if they surrender. Izuku would ignore the villain's words because he needs to concentrate on defeating this creature. Fear not, for I am here. Izuku looked at Hitoshi, and both sighed in relief. It seemed backup had finally arrived, and there were heroes here to help. It was about time someone showed up. Izuku walked back to the warehouse. Call home was long and quiet. After everything that happened today, he doesn't have it in him to make jokes with Hitoshi or tease Katsuki. How could they joke and laugh when the USJ attack could have been prevented? If they had known beforehand, their classmates would have never risked their lives and joined the battle. Eraserhead would have never been beaten within an inch of his life or sustained injuries that would have a lasting impact on his quirk. Izuku was there when he overheard Present Mike and Midnight talk about Eraserhead's injuries and how his time limit decreased by a few seconds. No blindness or loss of sight, but that didn't do anything to ease his guilt. It was his fault for not hearing the rumors about an attack sooner, not realizing where the ambush would take place, or doing something to prevent it. Seeing the warehouse from a distance, Izuku picked up his walking speed. He doesn't want to be out in the open and wants to hide inside the comfort of his home. Noticing Kota and Eri standing outside the warehouse, Izuku nearly bolted towards them. Izuku, Eri shouts, tears welling up in her eyes. You're safe. Mei wouldn't tell us anything, Kota yells, pretending he wasn't worried. Izuku dropped to the ground, inches from them, and scooped them into a hug. Eri hugged back as she began to cry. Kota reluctantly hugged back, refusing to look at him. He won't point out how Kota clutched to him tightly moments later, probably to make sure this was real. It's not like he could blame Kota, considering that he lost the closest thing he had a parent years ago from a villain. I'm safe, Izuku reassured, hugging Eri and Kota more tightly. Katsuki is safe. Hitoshi is safe. We are all safe and made it back alive. Maybe they had been a little close to death, but he didn't need to tell Eri and Kota that. Despite the two living for years, they are still stuck in a 6-year-old body. There is only so much a child at that age could do or mentally handle. Let's go inside, Hitoshi mentions, standing behind Izuku. We have a lot to talk about. I hate agreeing with a BSTRD like him, but Hitoshi is right, Katsuki admits, glaring at a random spot on the wall. He and Izuku have a lot of explaining to do. Hitoshi and Izuku, not Insamaeic or Nerd. Katsuki referred to them by their given name and not an insult or his usual list of nicknames. That alone let Eri and Kota know that what happened today was serious business and everyone needed to pay close attention. Izuku released Eri and Kota from his hug when Eri squirmed and looked at Hitoshi. When he released the two, Eri immediately darted toward Hitoshi and hugged the teen's leg. On the other hand, Kota approached Katsuki and clutched onto his breathed leg. I'm happy everyone is safe and back home, Eri quietly said. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you, Katsuki, or Izuku. I'm glad to be alive and here, Hitoshi responded, picking Eri off the ground to carry her. Everything is going to be fine. Izuku kept his mouth shut when Hitoshi said that last bit. While Eri and Kota weren't able to notice the slight hesitation in Hitoshi's tone, he and Katsuki were able to notice it. He and the blonde looked at each other, silently agreeing that they heard the slight hesitation in Hitoshi's voice. And you won't do anything stupid that gets you killed, Kota comments, staring at Katsuki. Hey, Katsuki yells, a little offended that Kota thought he was the reckless one in the group. I'm not the one with the no self-preservation skills. Izuku got up from the ground and made his way to the door. When his hand touched the knob, the door was flung open, and Mei stared at him with tired eyes. It's unusual for her to have an expression like that since she was the most energetic out of the group. He was about to ask if she was all right, but she quickly enveloped him. You made it, Mei said, her tone uncharacteristically quiet. Everyone made it out alive. Yes, we did, Izuku sighs, reciprocating the hug. Thank you for disabling the cameras when Hitoshi sent you that message. I was scared waiting for you three, Mei continued, her voice breaking. I didn't know how injured everyone was or if the three of you made it out alive. We can't be a quartet if one of us is dead. We're sorry we didn't tell you sooner, Izuku apologizes. We tried to, but we were pulled to the nurse's office and then waited to get interviewed by Tsukachi. So many people were talking to us, and we didn't have a moment to ourselves. It's true. They didn't have a moment to contact Mei until hours later. A part of him feels guilty for making Mei anxiously wait for any update on their status. We have a lot to talk about, Izuku states, glancing at Hitoshi. You and Katsuki need to know something about what happened with us today. Alright, Mei nods. But first, everyone needs to shower and eat. You all stink and look horrible. Izuku gave a slight chuckle as Katsuki began to shout expletives at Mei. Leave it to Mei to brighten things up and cut the tension by being herself. Several personifications sat in a private, secure room while waiting for the meeting to start. Most were doing their homework assigned to them because despite being representations of the world's countries and micronations, they still had to act like a bunch of regular high school students. That means the majority will have to finish their assignments, or their cover may be blown. Not fun in the slightest. Status report, a man with sunglasses asked. The teachers are tight-lipped about what occurred at USJ. Taiwan frowns as she pulls some notes out of her backpack. However, from what we eavesdropped, there are a few similarities between the attack and one of Italy's visions. Saborga was the one who told everyone about Italy's vision regarding Eraserhead's character. At the time, no one thought the vision was a big deal until a connection between the underground hero and the missing personification was linked. Taiwan feels foolish for not listening to Saborga's ramblings about his brother's vision. If she had paid attention, they could have prevented a classroom full of children from being traumatized or Aizawa being hospitalized. We made copies of the police reports, South Korea cuts in, earning a glare from Taiwan. On the police reports, we saw the names of the kids who will be kidnapped in the future. 2 of those kids face off the abomination with multiple quirks. They could have gotten themselves killed, Switzerland points out, slamming his fist onto the table. What were they thinking? You do care about the greenhead kid who helped your sister, Poland teased as Switzerland fired a bullet at the blonde. The bullet was centimeters away from grazing Poland's cheek. Hey, what did that for? We almost made it 15 minutes with interruptions, Estonia sighs as the sounds of an angry Switz and bullets can be heard. That's longer than a usual world meeting, Lithuania mentions, and he hates how right he was. By now, France and England would be at each other's throats, Spain would be sleeping, Hungary would have slammed a frying pan to Prussia's face, America would be making another hero speech, and Germany would be yelling at everyone to shut up. Taiwan shudders at the thought of the chaos that was last month's world meeting. France, Spain, and Prussia started a paint war in the first 5 minutes of the meeting. Spain brought extra paintball guns and a ridiculous amount of ammunition. People were ducking for cover, using others as shields, or grabbing whatever furniture they could grab hold of to use as weapons to hit others. While people were attacking each other, America decided to have someone deliver enough food to feed an army. To the surprise of no one, people began to throw food at each other, and America laughed. Back to topic, Taiwan states, turning to face the man. It's confirmed that the League of Villains was the one who attacked USJ. However, it's unknown if their sole purpose was to kill All Might or if there was another purpose. It was mentioned in the reports that no one could trace the missing personifications. The man spoke, giving a nod of acknowledgement to the personification. However, I'm here to share with you what the magic trio has uncovered. England, Iceland, and Romania, Lavita blurted out. They found something? What is it? Kumjalujal asks, rising from his seat. Will it help us find the personifications? Switzerland stopped shooting at South Korea and returned to his seat to listen. Taiwan glared at South Korea, silently commanding him to get seated. Once everyone was seated and giving their undivided attention to the man, the agent revealed what the magic trio had uncovered. The trio detected extremely faint signatures of unknown entities in the area, the man explained, signaling everyone to remain silent until he was finished. The signature came abruptly, with a few signatures being slightly stronger. It suspected a powerful spell or magical item inhibited their presence for several years. Then what change? Saborga asked, realizing the agent was done speaking. Why can the trio suddenly find them now? The item or spell placed upon the personification is weakening, the agent disclosed. Their signature could be tracked as early as the next weeks or late as the next several years. So, do you think the rumors about Atlantis were true? Liechtenstein asks. It was rumored Atlantis was a witch or someone who knows much about magic. After visiting Atlantis, Taiwan heard all the stories about it. After overturning the monarchy, the people of that country realized the truth about the crime committed by the royal family. Atlantis yearned for freedom from the chains that tied her to the royal family this entire time. The royal family that had ruled Atlantis since the country's existence became corrupted, and the conflict had severely weakened Atlantis. Rumor had it that she obeyed the royal family because of the prince. If she were to rebel, Neptune would be executed by his own father in front of a public audience. Apparently, to help Neptune cope with his family's horrible treatment toward him, the magic tricks Atlantis would perform with the bit of energy she had. That was after she used her magic to do whatever the royal family requested. Overall, it was a sad situation for everyone, and a good chunk of Neo-Atlantis has lingering guilt about how poorly they viewed and treated Atlantis before discovering the truth. However, the magic tricks were unconfirmed rumors. Everything else was proven true. Yes, she is a spellcaster, the agent confirms as the room occupants gasp. From the secret room the government found in the palace, she specialized in potions and pharmaceuticals. However, she could never perform elemental magic. At best, she could do extremely minor elemental magic. So we have to play the waiting game, South Korea comments, visibly bored. I don't really want to wait for several months to get a clue about the missing personifications' identities or until we can track their signatures. That's a game no one in this room wants to play. Taiwan wishes everything could be resolved quickly so things can return to their usual standard. Izuku leaned against the wall, waiting for Mei or Katsuki to say something about what happened when he and Hitoshi were alone with the villain. Hitoshi came out of the kitchen with a drink and a bag of chips. Although it was nighttime, Hitoshi held a cup of coffee. Mei was seated on a couch, attempting to remember her forgotten memories. But struggling. She stared at a random spot on the wall as if it helped her recover her memories. Katsuki slammed his head onto the table near a different couch he was sitting on. Eri and Kota were on the floor, sipping on their juice pouches and snacking on apple slices. The crust fuckers know Insomniac and Pinky, Katsuki shouts, breaking the lingering silence in the room. And now we have to deal with a dumb group called the League of Villains and some fuckers tracking them. For now, it's just me, Hitoshi corrects, sipping his coffee. But, they probably figured out that Mei attends UA. If they don't know about her now, they will know about her during the sports festival. This sensei person has probably been looking for them for years, Izuku points out, unhappy about Hitoshi's and Mei's situation. And they must have been the ones holding you captive. He never gave too much thought to Mei's and Hitoshi's unusual situation. After spending years together, everyone gradually forgot that Mei and Hitoshi were originally running away from someone. Years spent living in a secluded warehouse and isolated from the rest of the world reduced the likelihood of the two being found. The little time everyone spent outside the warehouse probably contributed to why the people chasing the teens never found them. Better vigilante disguises, voice modifiers, and 2 additional allies, him and Katsuki, made it harder for anyone to figure out that Anonymous and Inventor were Hitoshi and Mei. That's not stopping me from participating in this year's sports festival, Mei exclaims, getting up from the couch. So what if a secret villain is after us? That's not going to stop me from showing off my babies. That's all you can think about, Pinky, Katsuki comments, giving Mei an unimpressed look. You have a crazy fucker after you and Insomniac. Probably the same guy who tortured you and kept you prisoners. True, but that's not going to stop me, Mei responds, dismissing Katsuki's look. Izuku looked at the notes he had written as Mei continued to provoke Katsuki unintentionally. So far, he had told them about the villain's comments about Hitoshi's lost memories and how a person called Sensei seemed to know him. Deciding that they all had discussed enough about the possible connection between Sensei and his friend's missing memories, he decided to move to the next topic. When you're done fighting, we need to discuss how we're going to help Hitoshi train his new quirk, Izuku called out to the teens. Oh, Mei now had a measuring stick in her hands and was taking an unwilling Katsuki's measurements. Katsuki tried to escape, but Mei cornered him, saying that Katsuki didn't appreciate her effort to make his hero gear. Who else made your hero gear, Explodey? Mei laughed. Leave me alone, or I'll blow your head off, Katsuki threatened, even if it was an empty threat. Hey, stop it. Never mind. He had lost the 2 several minutes ago and just realized it. It will take them 10 minutes at best to calm down and focus. Eri and Kota huddled on the floor with a blanket wrapped around them. The 2 of them were on the verge of sleeping but remained determined to stay awake as long as possible. Izuku thinks that they don't want to feel left out. Cute, but eternally 6-year-old kids need their sleep. Izuku turns to face Hitoshi, who has been quiet most of the time. Have you tested out your new quirk? Izuku asks. The quirk doesn't make sense, Hitoshi answers, creating a small, white ice shard in his hand. It was black back at USJ, but it's now white. The black ice hurts anything that makes contact with it, but this white ice looks like Tordoki's ice. Izuku verbalized, pointing to his now glowing friend. You're glowing a different color. Hitoshi inspected himself to see that he was, in fact, glowing. He was faintly glowing light purple, which was the exact opposite of the dark purple aura he was glowing earlier today. Izuku's shivers from the cold Hitoshi was suddenly emitting, but it wasn't the suffocating sensation earlier in the day. I'm going to touch it, Izuku abruptly said as Hitoshi whipped his head at him. I'm going to see if it does anything special. Before Hitoshi can do or say anything to stop him, Izuku taps on the white ice shard. He suspects something to happen but not the sudden happiness, comfort, and a tiny burst of energy. That's not what he expected. This was different compared to the ice that hit the black abomination. He expected a wave of pain to hit him or a painful sting. The creature back at USJ screamed in pain, desperate to pull the black ice clinging to it. However, Izuku is not getting the same pain as the disfigured creature. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi, and he was hit with the realization. Back at USJ, when he was slammed onto the ground, Hitoshi screamed and activated his quirk. He had never seen his friend so enraged or heard him scream in pure anger. The suffocating cold came after Hitoshi screamed in fury in his effort to save him from being pummeled. However, the cold he's experiencing now is not the same suffocating feeling, and Hitoshi's is much calmer now. Hitoshi seems happier after a shower, eating, and spending time with everyone. Sure, Hitoshi isn't as expressive as he or Mei, but he does catch his friend smiling for a second. If Hitoshi is happy or content when he produces the white ice but is enraged back at USJ when creating the black ice, that could only mean one thing. Your new quirk is tied to your emotion, Izuku explains, not realizing that Katsuki and Mei had stopped to listen. You were filled with rage back at USJ when you first used your quirk. You were going to get killed, Hitoshi states, listening closely to Izuku. Of course I will be filled with rage. And you created black ice that made the creature scream in pain and agony, Izuku continues. It was trying to pull the ice stuck to its skin, getting more desperate to get rid of it. Now, you're content and happy. When you used your quirk, you created white ice, and the cold you emit isn't suffocating. I'm not angry, Hitoshi admits, purposely not confirming or denying Izuku's observation. So Ibags needs to work on his emotions, Katsuki interrupts. Go figures. At least I don't need to work on my anger, unlike you, Hitoshi counters as Katsuki flips him off. And Hitoshi and Katsuki are arguing against each other. Izuku went to where Kota and Eri were huddling, picked them up from the ground, and went toward their rooms so he could tuck them in. There was an air of familiarity as he carried the two kids to their room. What was he forgetting? Adi, I'm trusting you to care for my children in my stead, the indigenous woman softly said, stroking the child's emerald hair. It won't be long before the settlers come and slaughter this tribe. The boy with green hair and eyes tightly held the twin toddlers close to his chest. Tears were welling up in his eyes as his maternal figure told him that the settlers would slaughter and imprison everyone in their efforts to expand their territory. We can all run away together, Adi pleads, tone laced with desperation. You don't have to die. His maternal figure gave him a sad smile, shaking her head. Most tribes are gone, and my culture is dying, the woman quietly told the boy. The tribes are dwindling, and soon, I will disappear. Call it pride or a part of our nature, but I can't disappear without fighting alongside my people. The woman pecked each toddler's forehead, whispering how much she loved them and wished for them to live long lives. Then, she looked up to stare at Adi. Love them in my place, the woman said as the boy nodded. Love, protect, and cherish them until the people they represent rip them out of your arms. His mother, in all but blood, pecked him on the forehead before she ushered them out of the wigwam. The spirits of the wood made themselves visible as they motioned the boy to follow them. Adi followed the spirits as the toddlers fell asleep in his arms. Looking over his shoulders, he saw the personification standing with a reassuring smile on her face. Unlike most mornings, America stood at the entrance of a tranquil countryside home. This time, for sure, he had the correct address. His boss made sure he had the correct address on his phone, notes, and all the passive-aggressive emails he sent about his latest stunt. Hey, it wasn't his fault the fireworks Gilbert, and France set off in the meeting room nearly burned down the building. It was an honest mistake. He takes a deep breath and glances between the door and back to the scenic view. 1, 2, 3, oh shit. Trees can grow like that? 4, 5, 6, hey. America noticed how oddly quiet and peaceful the area was. What a good place to live if you're on a secret mission. 7, 8, 9, oh? The nations have been gardening? He didn't take them as gardeners. Maybe Taiwan and Liechtenstein have been gardening? He admires the lovely scenery for a few more seconds before returning to business. Japan's place always has the most naturalistic and peaceful scenery compared to the rest of the world. He's totally not saying all this because Japan is one of his best buddies. Nope, it's totally not that. He hopes his brother never realizes the truth or Maddie will never let it go. Either he might find himself at the other end of a hockey stick because he lied about liking Canadian scenery better, or Maddie will ruthlessly tease him for the rest of their lives. No, he doesn't like Japan that way. Okay, he is done. It's time to start everyone's morning with a bang. Sports festival is coming up, baby, America shouted as he kicked the entrance door. Time to get you guys ready. The door flew across the room, hitting the wall that had a fancy painting on top of it. Instantly, the door was destroyed into pieces on impact, and the painting came crashing down to the floor. Oh, it's not an ordinary painting. Sounds of glass breaking echoed in the room. So, the painting is apparently made out of glass. Everything was silent for a moment before the house erupted with incoherent shouts, cursing, and very explicit threats. It's nothing he hadn't heard before. At least he didn't wake up the entire neighborhood this time. His boss told him not to use his quirk, fireworks, outside the house again. Ah! Taiwan screamed from somewhere in the house, and the sound of someone crashing onto the floor could be heard above him. It better not be you, America. I don't care what Japan says, I will use my quirk to claw your face. No, you won't, America loudly states. The United Nations permitted me to make your training schedule this year, so you better watch it. America helped himself to the kitchen as he heard different nations shouting and cursing the United Nations for doing something so awful. He thinks he hears Poland wailing about how the next several days will ruin his beauty routine and all the effort he put into looking so fabulous. Lithuania could be heard begging Poland to stop wailing and to get ready for the training routine. Switzerland is loudly making threats, but America knows he can't follow through with the threats, this time. South Korea is whining so loudly that America could hear the nation complaining about how he will fall behind on his assignments. Estonia could be heard falling down the stairs, making America wince when he heard a loud thump. Oof, that sounds like it hurt. Near immortal they can all agree that they don't like experiencing pain of any kind. America, Liechtenstein sleepily said as she walked to the kitchen. Did you have to make so much noise again? Why does the United Nations want us to train? Kumjalujal asks, visibly more tired than Liechtenstein. He was rubbing his eyes. We are stronger than humans. There was a beat of silence before America became uncharacteristically serious. 'Cause we need to make everyone stand out this year and prepare for the eventual fight Italy foresaw. Italy saw another vision, Saborga interrupted as everyone turned to face him. He sounded like a mixture of concern and worry. He has been getting a lot of vision in past the year, is his quirk trying to warn him of something? Oh, since when did Italy's little bro come? Maybe we're overreacting, La Vita cuts in, sounding hopeful. Italy's quirk always works in mysterious ways. No, I don't think we are, America states, turning to make direct eye contact with Saborga. Tell me, Saborga. If you know your brother so well, tell me what happened the last time Italy had so many visions. The other nation was lost in thought before his eyes widened. America stood at his spot as Saborga struggled to speak. He would open his mouth, but no words came out, not that America blames him. The last time Saborga or anyone else was speechless and in shock was when they discovered All for One was alive. If history repeats itself, which it seems to love doing, the visions lead to something big they must prepare for. Maybe all those people Italy saw were a part of the League of Villains or a different group. Who knows at this point? First, the missing personifications, Switzerland spoke as he entered the kitchen. Then, it's the League of Villains and the kidnapping of 3 humans. Now, we have to prepare for another fight like last time. Don't shoot the messenger, America mentions, returning to his usual mood. It's not my fault the future will be hectic. Hectic, Estonia comments, making himself known. That's the word you're using to describe everything? Yep, America responds. Unless you want me to be more honest, we can call the future a clusterfuck. There is a moment of silence before someone decides to break it. That would be more accurate, Lithuania comments as he walks to the kitchen. He grabbed a drink from the fridge before he continued. Unfortunately, we need more information about the future to reduce the damages and casualties. But we can't pressure Italy to use his quirk, Poland adds, suddenly appearing next to Lithuania. He was so close to a mental breakdown last time. America thinks it won't be a good time to mention that Italy had a breakdown and was ordered by his boss to take a break. He didn't know until he paid Italy a surprise visit only be turned away from Lovino. From what Lovino told him, Italy has been pushing himself to hopefully have a chance to see a vision about the League of Villains, missing personifications, or more about the upcoming battle. Until we know more, I'm going to WHP everyone up to shape for the sports festival, America yells, shifting topics. Everyone can totally do better than last year. How did everyone not make it past the second round? Brother did, Liechtenstein quietly points out. Okay, how did everyone but Switzerland not make it past the second round? America corrected himself as the Swiss shook his head. We don't want too much attention on us, remember, South Korea reminded America, stepping foot inside of the kitchen. This is only a temporary thing. Yet you and Taiwan were elected as your class vice president and president, Estonia said as South Korea groaned. We weren't trying, Taiwan revealed, sounding tired. We were well liked on the first day, and everyone decided to vote for us. The ones who should make it to the final stage are those 3 South Korea states, making it obvious he was referring to Lavita, Kumjalujal, and Liechtenstein. They are more likely to find the personifications, so they need to grab the right people's attention. All of you should be trying to take the spotlight, America grinned, pumping his fist in the air. We need everyone in the best position to get some info and build your hero reputation. They all looked at him, either bored, tired, or unamused. Okay, he was trying to boost their mood for the next several days of training and preparing for an event with the entire country watching them. Can't they be a little bit more motivated? I hate it when you're right, Taiwan groaned. And despite having a diet consisting of hamburgers and Coke, you are one of the most physically strong nations in the world. But do you have to be so energetic in the morning? South Korea complained, stifling a yawn. It's 7 in the morning, and we want to sleep in. Sorry, not sorry, but I got orders from the United Nations to WHP everyone in shape for the sports festival, America responds, and a handful of personifications wish they could wipe the grin off the American face. Everyone got an hour to get dressed, eat, and do whatever you need. America looked at everyone again before he walked out of the kitchen. I'm going to get some grub at the convenience store I saw, America hollered as he made his way to the doorless entrance. You guys better be ready by the time I get back. When they no longer hear America's voice, everyone turned to face each other. We are going to die, Poland blurted out, looking defeated. Yep, despite being personified, they will feel sore by the end of it. Japan prepared the last of its preparations before its guests arrived. No, Italy and Germany were not guests but his closest friends. Still, he wants them to feel relaxed when they arrive. After being informed by Germany about Italy's breakdown, it was suggested his friend take a break and go somewhere to relax. For a long time, Italy has hidden how worn down and bothered by the visions he was receiving of a dark future. The continuous external pressure from the bosses of other nations, the nations, and the United Nations has put an enormous burden on the Italians. Reflecting, Japan should have noticed it sooner. He's a horrible friend to not see the numerous emotions and pressure placed on Italy and how he was crushed underneath everyone's expectation to use a quirk he vocally disliked. He or someone should have been there to stop Italy from overusing his quirk. Even after receiving repeated visions but a second more worth of information, all Italy hears to use the quirk again to see if he can see something different. I don't like my quirk. At first, Japan didn't see the problem. That was his mistake. He and everyone else have been focused on the quirk's benefits. Italy's visions have often helped reduce the number of causalities and the cost of damages. World leaders would pay a visit to request Italy personally with the purpose of Italy telling visions of their countries. Then, there has been a drastic increase in demand in the past year. Fear and paranoia of another potential incident similar to All for One had made others demand more of Italy. His friend has used his quirk so often that Italy is beginning to see repeated visions, which never happened. The world leaders from North America are all visiting today, Italy's words replayed in Japan's mind. This is the 3rd time they visited for my quirk this month. Italy had pushed itself by pressure, expectations, or fear and saw repeated visions of destruction, uncertainty, and pain. The constant exposure to negativity and visions of a potential war must have been the breaking point. Japan would not fault Italy for not using his quirk for the next few years. Choi, a voice called out as someone knocked at the door. Japan. Japan. We're here. Oh, that must be them. Germany said you'll have some snacks ready, Italy continues, sounding happy. I can't wait to try them. Well, who was he to keep Italy waiting? Walking to the door, he opens the door. Italy and Germany were standing in front of him with their bags. I'm so excited, Italy smiles, looking over Japan's shoulder. This is going to be the best vacation of the decade. Letting them in, Japan showed them to their room. Expectedly, Italy was the first to dart past him and enter the room. Danke, Germany said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Italy really needed this after everything. As a friend, I have failed to notice the signs, Japan responds, tone near silent so the Italian can't hear them. From now on, I will be better. Italy began calling Germany, asking why the blonde was standing there. The German spared Japan one last look before he went to unpack. Japan briefly remained at his spot before he returned to the kitchen to brew some tea. Italy sees a lot of things. He sees all the pretty people living in his country, the delicious plates of pasta his people make, the appealing sunrise, and Germany's muscles. He had always enjoyed the simple things in life. Why else would he have so many paintings of sunrises, food, and nature? That has not changed. He was like this when he was in Rome's care, Austria's care, after the World Wars, and after quirks came to be. When quirks came, he enjoyed the simple things but had to give up his hobbies for a few decades. Everything became chaotic. People were discriminating against those with quirks. All for One tried to take over Japan, and multiple countries began to have civil wars because of people's fears of the unknown. Then, after most of the civil wars had been dealt with, they began to develop quirks. Some have been related to their country, like how America's fireworks quirk most likely came from his people's love of fireworks. However, he and Fratello have quirks most would consider powerful. They always had deep religious ties, which could have been the reason for the angel-like quirk. However, there was his quirk, Seer. It was a quirk that continued to baffle him. Why did someone like him get a quirk that allowed him to see the future? Is it because of how he signed the contract on the Bible, making it possible to turn back time back in the mansion? Did surviving multiple loops and honing his skill to predict his friend's actions play a role in why he ended up with a quirk like Seer? While he views his quirk as a curse and a cruel reminder of the mansion incident, everyone else loves it. Multiple world leaders began to offer better trade deals and perks if it meant they were allowed to obtain visions of their country's future. He didn't want to, but being pressured by the world, he reluctantly began to use his quirk. This has been happening for over 100 years. Italy didn't notice when, but the United Nations began to demand more and more of him. All he gets are visions that make him sad and scared, but no one from the United Nations seems to care. He doesn't get many happy visions despite desperately wanting to see positive ones. Even if he did get a positive vision, all the bosses and people in fancy suits cared about were the scary visions that made him want to cry. Still, he lied to his heart that he could handle seeing the destruction, agony, and pain in his visions. See, his vision did stop a world-scale trafficking ring, so it didn't matter if he saw so many visions about tortured children praying to be saved by an angel. He's a coward, but he stopped several corrupt government entities who were doing unethical experiments on children. However, everything shifted with his latest vision of All for One years ago. When All Might kill All for One, the world leaders were consumed with paranoia and desperate to ensure that a similar incident never happened again. Those feelings of fear fueled the world leaders to demand, not ask, to use his quirk. His current boss tried to support him, but his boss's efforts did little to dissuade the world's pressure. They ask for visions of their countries, so Italy delivers. He shared his visions of upcoming disasters and nefarious plots from criminal groups, something they could have realized on their own if they put the time and work to do so. They ask for visions for the missing personifications, but he sees visions of a classroom of incident children being the center of several villain attacks. He hates those visions because children are getting hurt, and the more they ask, the more those visions repeat. They ask for more details on what he views as a brutal battleground filled with heroes, villains, and children, but they have asked so many times that he is getting repeated visions of the same things. So much bloodshed, so many deaths of humans, so many agonizing crises of children, so many screams of innocent people, and it all plays in repeat when someone asks him to try his quirk just one more time. It's never one more time. Now, over a century with Seer, his hatred for his quirk had grown, and he asked himself if the quirk was a curse in disguise. Sure, it helped, like saving the micronations and vouching for Shuda's character, but those incidents were a minority. After constantly seeing horrible things replay in his mind, he couldn't take it, and everything came crashing down. Once again, what do you see? The latest images he saw showed bodies of Japan's well-known heroes splat on concrete while others were turned into a pile of dust. Shoyuda, his human friend, was turned into a pile of dust. He saw visions of Shuda's friends, at least from the photos the man rarely showed him, dying brutal deaths. There were children fighting for their lives only to be their ends by being crushed, stabbed, shot, strangled, tossed aside, and so many other methods of death. Kids risked their lives in what could be considered a war going on in Japan, knowing the risk of becoming one of the casualties. Do you see anything different? Italy can't hear Japan's Prime Minister's words as his quirk continues to show him visions he didn't want to see. His mind is screaming for the visions to stop, but Italy can't stop his quirk once it's activated. The visions will continue to flood in before everything comes to an abrupt stop. I think he's processing the vision. He couldn't hear the words being spoken to him, and he didn't know who was talking to him right now. So many people were in this room, but his eyes would not let him see who was with him. People fought for their lives as they tried to protect the lives of others. An innocent bystander rushes to a child's, holding the child's hand as the little boy gives a pained whimper. The child looked like he was going to die by the looks of the gaping wound on his stomach. A hero student from one of many schools, gosh, there were hundreds of kids, tried protecting the duo. Then, the child took his last breath, and the beast killed the student and mother. "Stop it," Italy shrieked, his voice cracking. "Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it." Manic laughter echoes throughout his head as corpses litter the ground. Someone he can't see is laughing, taunting heroes and kids about their failure to stop him and Sensei. The sounds of agony will not stop at all. Hey, calm down. Everything begins to replay in his mind, but not because of his quirk. No, it was memories of the visions he had seen in the past several decades. From images of grotesque acts to seeing the world's most inhumane people get immense joy from hurting others, it all came to him at once. He can't stop himself from having these visions. Calm down, you don't have to tell us what you saw. Now they are telling him this. Not after the few visions where they peer pressure him to use his quirk to help with their paranoia. He told them everything he knew. They could have figured out everything else if they put the effort to do so. No, more, Italy pleaded, borderline hysterics. I don't want to see anything. Memories of the visions he saw decades ago flash across his mind, and he wishes it would stop. Why does his mind remember the visions from all those years ago? The memories of decades-old visions are beginning to make him feel suffocated. A hand tried to reach out to him, but he smacked the hand away. Why did the hand look like it was reaching out to hurt him? Someone get his boyfriend. How will his boyfriend help? He always knows what to do when it comes to Italy. Blood pounded in his ears, making hearing what was being said impossible. Even after blinking his eyes and the memories stopped replaying, his vision was disfigured. It was like he was a fish underwater, looking at the world with a blurry lens. It was getting harder to breathe. With every breath he took, his lungs demanded more oxygen. It was like someone was choking all the oxygen out of him. No matter how many breaths he took, it did nothing to stop the rapid beating of his heart or the world around him from spinning. He didn't notice how he was beginning to claw his own throat to the point it was drawing blood or how his body was trembling like a leaf. Lost in panic, he didn't realize he had taken several wobbly steps forward and crashed into a decorative statue. The statue shattered to pieces, hurting the Italian in the process. All he did was collapse to the ground, loudly crying for everything to stop. He was so lost in thought that he couldn't hear his beloved frantically coming to the room, shouting at everyone to make some space. The German's words fell on deaf ears, and everyone but Italy's boss listened. That made the German furious, and once in a long while, he forcibly moved everyone to the side to make room for the Italian. Tender words at first fell on deaf ears, but a familiar hand brushed over his. Then, big, gentle hands composed his smaller hands. The feeling of familiar hands had some of the fog plaguing his mind clear up, and his eyes met with Garmany's blue eyes. The look of terror and desperation on his boyfriend's face was so easy to read. Luddy, Italy quietly spoke, voice still shaking. Follow my breathing, Germany stated, but it almost sounded like a plea. When the Italian began to copy the German's steady breathing, Germany continued. Yeah, like that. When the Italian was in a better state of mind, he quickly embraced his arms around the German. He was clinging to him, repeating countless apologies for scaring him. The German wrapped his arms around his partner, rubbing circles on the Italian's back. I'm tired of seeing so many bad things, Italy whispered, but everyone could hear him in the quiet room. Over and over again, I see awful things, but everyone wants me to continue to see bad things. Germany briefly looked up and gave everyone a cold look. To him, the increasing pressures, expectations, and entitlement led Italy to have a breakdown. Knowing Feli, he had kept his feelings to himself so he would not worry about anyone else. Look where it got itself into. Italy had cracked under pressure and was hunted by the visions of his quirk. It will take a lot to help Feli from the consequences of overusing his quirk and being exposed to consent negatively for decades. We are going to take a vacation, Germany stated, looking at Italy's boss as he continued to soothe Feli. You are going to take a break from work and take it easy. For a few days, Italy muttered, becoming sleepy. Longer than that, Germany said. It sounded like a promise he would fulfill whether everyone in the room liked it or not. We'll do whatever you want. Even eat pasta, Italy yawned. We'll eat all the pasta you want, Germany promised, hoping everything will improve. After the Italian fell asleep, he carried him in his arms and left the room. For now, Feli needs his rest. They will figure out the details later. Italy hummed happily as he ate the sushi Japan had prepared for them. It was really good. Thank you, Japan, Italy happily commented. I always love eating your food. I'm glad you like it, Japan responded, pouring himself another cup of tea. Are you sure you are okay with Germany and me staying at your house? Italy asked, wanting to make sure his presence wasn't unwelcome. I told Germany I wanted to visit you, but... It's fine, Japan assured. I enjoy the company of my friends. Italy smiled brightly, feeling a little less burden. It was clear to Germany and Japan that he needed a break. Izuku strolls through the store, engrossed in reading the flyer containing the store's weekly special. He was so engrossed that he bumped into someone's shoulder. Looking up, he was about to apologize until he realized who he was looking at. Azui, wait, I mean Tsuyu, how's it going? Izuku said, his words tumbling out in a rush. I didn't expect to run into you here. If he had his way, he would prefer to avoid discussing what had occurred back at USJ for another few weeks. He was perfectly fine spending a few weeks having awkward social interactions with Tsuyu as he wished for a black hole to swallow him whole. There was no way for them to have a regular friendship, especially after he devised a plan to brainwash his friend. He knows Tsuyu is an intelligent person. If his friend doesn't realize the truth, Tsuyu will eventually come to the conclusion herself. It's impossible to avoid the confrontation forever, but he desperately hoped to have time to prepare for it. He needs time to gather his thoughts and find the right words. Based on how he was being watched with calculated eyes, Izuku thinks Tsuyu suspected something. Then, Tsuyu's expression became less neutral and more concerned after some seconds. What had warranted such a change? Wouldn't one under Tsuyu's circumstances be more upset or hurt? Why she's giving such a look? We need to talk, Tsuyu told the teen. I need to understand everything that transpired and the reasoning behind your actions. We didn't want you to get hurt, Izuku verbalized, giving an apologetic smile. I know it's selfish of us to make a decision for you, but we weren't thinking at that time. I'm so sorry, Tsuyu. Fire, wind, and ice, Tsuyu simply said. Izuku pauses as the words sink in, eyes widening at the implications of those words. No, it shouldn't be possible. Hitoshi had instructed Tsuyu to carry Aizawa to safety before they went all out against the Nomu. Under no circumstance should his friend have returned to the scene because Hitoshi told her to wait. Wait a second, did Hitoshi ever tell Tsuyu to wait for help to arrive? He taps his ear, trying to remember every detail in USJ. There was the moment when he saw Aizawa being beaten to a pulp, them stepping in to save their teacher, and Hitoshi using his quirk to tell Tsuyu to carry their teacher to safety. Guard him until someone can look at his injuries. Oh no. Hitoshi only told her to guard him until someone could look at her injuries. Someone from their class must have arrived, and that was enough to fit the other criteria of Hitoshi's order. Someone could be anyone, which means Tsuyu could regain her autonomy faster than he had expected. You came back and saw everything, Izuku whispered as the realization hit him like a speeding train. Yes, Tsuyu confirmed, noticing how Izuku was trying to control his nerves and worries. I do not want to make assumptions, so I wanted to hear what you had to say. While Izuku appreciates Tsuyu's observation skills, he wishes his friend couldn't notice how nervous and terrified he is. His secrets have been exposed to an outsider who should not have been part of his crazy life. Tsuyu should be nothing more than a friend, and he fears that if he tells her the truth, she might turn him in. It wouldn't only be him who impacted Katsuki. Hitoshi, Mei, Kota, and Eri will also be affected. He guesses this is the consequence of his carelessness. Next time, he will be much more careful because he can't afford another similar incident. We can meet at the park nearby after I'm done buying some items, Izuku suggested, knowing avoiding the topic was pointless. You can even follow me to ensure I don't bail on you. For the next 30 minutes, Izuku shopped for the items on his list as Tsuyu followed right behind him. It was initially awkward, but the awkwardness quickly became a comfortable silence. Izuku doesn't know why, but he feels he knows Tsuyu from somewhere. It's probably all in his head. Tsuyu knew she always spoke what was in her mind. Honesty is one of the core values she tries to uphold in her life, and another is love. She loves the people in her life and will do anything for them. Many different types of love play a significant role in her life. Familial love, platonic love, and the love to do something she is passionate about. Midoriya falls into the category of platonic love. After everything he had done to protect everyone back at USJ, how could she not gravitate toward him? He's friendly, determined, and kind. Not everyone could stand up against something powerful at the risk of being killed. She sought out Midoriya when they were all allowed to return to school. In her pursuit of speaking to him alone, Uraraka pulled her into his friend group. She wasn't actively trying to socialize with anyone, but it felt like a natural instinct to spend time with what Uraraka lovingly called the Deku squad. It felt nice to join a friend group, and when the group actively invited her to sit with them during lunch or to hang out, she couldn't put the happiness into words. However, as much as she loved her friends, she wanted to speak to Midoriya alone. She could have spoken to Shinso alone, but she had no rapport with him. Speaking to Midoriya was the preferred option since she had established a small amount of rapport with him, and Midoriya was more likely to reveal the truth. Her opportunity came when Midoriya bumped into her alone. Not wasting the opportunity she was given, she asked for the truth. She wanted to know Midoriya's reasoning and why fire was coming out of his hands. Immediately, he panicked, but he agreed to answer her questions. Sitting on a park bench, away from prying eyes and potential eavesdroppers, she asked the first question on her mind. Why did Hitoshi use his quirk for me to carry Aizawa? Tsuyu asked, getting straight to the point. There are several reasons, Midoriya admitted. First, we didn't want anyone to get hurt. Next, we didn't want anyone used to see our other capabilities. Lastly, Hitoshi and I will not worry about hurting anyone if no one is around. When you say capabilities, are you referring to the fire, wind, and ice? Tsuyu followed up. I'd also notice you've been using the word capabilities instead of quirks. Ah, that's the tricky part, Midoriya sheepishly answered, rubbing his neck. It may sound crazy, but the wind and fire are not quirks. Midoriya lifted his hand, bringing his palm several inches away from her face. Then, a sphere of fire formed out of thin air, leaving Tsuyu to stare at it. Suddenly, the sphere of fire morphed into water. Seconds later, the sphere transformed into a ball of wind. Please don't tell anyone about this, Midoriya said, bringing his palms back to his lap. Not many people know about magic, so if the wrong person catches wind of my magic, there is no telling what they will do to me. Magic. Midoriya possessed magic but chose to use his quirk. She wanted to ask so many questions on that topic alone, but today is not the day to ask those questions. For now, she'll focus on what she intended to ask of her friend. What about the ice? Tsuyu inquired. I saw Hitoshi glow dark purple and shoot ice out of his hands. That's a new development, Izuku answered, unsure how to respond. We think it's a quirk, but you must ask Hitoshi yourself. She searched for any signs that indicated Midoriya was lying to her but couldn't find any. Everything he was telling her was the truth. Do you plan to keep your magic a secret from our friends? Tsuyu continued, her words far from judgmental. Midoriya pauses, deep in his thoughts. Tsuyu didn't know if the question was personal, but she was okay if he chose not to answer the question. Everyone has a collection of secrets they want to keep hidden from others. Probably, Midoriya stated, looking ashamed. Tsuyu, what I'm about to tell you should be kept between us. Okay? She nods, accepting Midoriya's terms. It's ultimately Midoriya's choice to disclose personal information to others. In the future, there is a chance that Midoriya will tell the rest of their friend group. Katsuki, Hitoshi, Mei, and 2 others know about my magic, Midoriya revealed. Each of us has our secrets, but mine is that I can use different elemental magic. Midoriya Katsuki. It makes sense for him to be aware of his brother's magic. Shinso Hitoshi is rumored to be close friends with the brother, so it didn't surprise her how he's aware of Midoriya's magic. Mei Hatsum was from support class, yet she can be seen with one of the boys on rare occasions when she's not working on her inventions. As for the 2 others, she can only assume they are someone close to Midoriya. I'll keep this a secret, Tsuyu promised. However, you have to promise to let me know when you need help with anything. It's difficult to explain, but she felt like she had known Midoriya for a long time. They had only met this year and interacted on a few occasions before the USJ attack. However, something in her mind's recess tells him that Midoriya can be trusted. Hey, do you think a friendship can last several lifetimes? Why do you ask? I get sad when I think about an average human lifespan. It's a part of life. My girlfriend and our friends cannot live as long as you. That's why I'm asking if a friendship can last several lifetimes. This has been bothering you for a while, hasn't it? Yeah. It had been bothering me for a while now. Well, you may not believe this, but I think our friendship can last as many lifetimes as long I am allowed to reincarnate. You believe in reincarnation? Yes. I do. Izuku didn't expect to spend lunch eating with All Might, but the random lunches together have become expected. It's always in an unpredictable pattern. However, nothing could prepare him for All Might's revelations. More people know about One for All, Izuku blurts out, surprised by the revelation. I thought only 5 people knew about it. No, my boy, Yagi corrects, pouring some tea. I know it comes as a surprise, but there are more who know about One for All than you think. Apparently, the top dogs from the United Nations and representatives from different countries know about One for All. From what All Might told him, it does make sense for the world's most influential people to know about the quirk's history. From the little information the hero told him, the battle with All for One resulted in much damage and casualties. All Might must have the world's most influential people cover up everything they could about the fight to prevent the public from panicking. Izuku has to give them credit because he's confident the general public knows nothing about All Might fighting against his nemesis. For once, Izuku can approve a government cover-up. I appreciate you telling me, Izuku said, taking the cup into his hands. But why are you telling me? I thought you wanted to talk about the sports festival. We will talk about the sports festival, All Might assured. However, there are several I need to discuss with you. Oh? Does it have to do with what happened back at USJ? Wait, is he going to get scolded for his actions? He has already been lectured about Aizawa for 30 minutes. Sure, he and Hitoshi were lectured, but he got the short end of the stick. It may have to do with the League of Villains and how everyone barely avoided death. He'll take any information on the League of Villains if it means getting intel that will assist him in better protecting Mei and Hitoshi. I can see the thoughts racing through your mind, Yagi commented, cutting Izuku's train of thought. We'll address everything one topic at a time. Okay, fair enough. Izuku can pace himself if he really puts his mind to it. Whatever his mentor wants to talk about, it must be really important if Yagi has a plan for how he goes through with the discussion. That's more of a plan than Izuku will ever have regarding how he would go with a conversation because he knows how prone he is to ramble. Katsuki and Hitoshi made it their mission to remind him daily. There are some acquaintances of mine who are adamant in their longing to meet you, Yagi disclosed, trembling at the thought of the last world meeting he had to attend. They can be overwhelming and intense for most people. Unknown to Izuku, All Might is still haunted by accidentally walking into another prank war that was started by Denmark. He can't ever look at a pie without thinking how badly he pied, drenched in marshmallow cream, and covered in edible sprinkles. You really don't want me to meet them, Izuku mentioned, noticing Yagi's reactions. How bad they can be. Villains had surrendered after spending more than 3 minutes in the same vicinity as them, Yagi admitted, and he wished he was over-exaggerating. Izuku takes a moment to stare at his mentor, searching for any signs that Yagi was kidding. After several seconds, he can't find any traces that indicate Yagi was joking. Oh, there are people more chaotic than him and everyone back at the warehouse. A part of him wants to meet these people for research purposes. They could give him some inspiration for his vigilante activities. There is always room for growth regarding pranking and tormenting the police. Are you going to have me meet them? Izuku asked with a curious tint in his tone. Wait, do they know I'm your successor? If you're comfortable, I will introduce you to one of my acquaintances, Yagi stated. Japan is a safe option, even if the country has guests at his home. He's a quiet man who needs time to become familiar with people. Okay, he probably should not overwhelm the mysterious person with questions. He can do that if he puts his mind to it. Who knows? This might be a perfect opportunity to build connections he can utilize later in his hero career. I would love to, Izuku agreed, restraining himself from bouncing up and down from excitement. When will I get to meet him? I'm afraid it won't be for a while, Yagi admitted. Internally, he's grateful he could prolong the inevitable meeting between Izuku and a personification. You have the sports festival and an internship to complete right after. He can't wait to meet All Might's acquaintances in a couple of weeks. Later today, he can give everyone a heads up about everything so they don't panic when he visits the mysterious acquaintance. Wait, does he need to bring a gift when he visits? Is getting a gift when someone visits another person's home customary? He remembers how Mom would bring something to Mitsuki and vice versa almost every single time. However, is that what friends just do, or is it a costume? Maybe he's overthinking again and is getting distracted. He needs to focus. Then I will be on my best behavior when the time comes, Izuku promises and then realizes what he said. Wait, I'm not a troublemaker, okay, maybe a little, but don't take it as if I'm always a troublemaker. I know what you mean, Midoriya, Yagi assured the teen. Izuku was about to make a joke, but a thought occurred to him then. The USJ incident is still fresh in his mind, and he distinctly remembers Yagi's 3-hour strict time limit. If he and Hitoshi struggle to keep up with an abomination that can regenerate, how did All Might fare against it? Granted, Yagi is the #1 hero, but the public doesn't know he's fighting with a permanent injury. Yagi, you have been spending more time in the teacher lounge, Izuku noted as the atmosphere became heavy. What did pushing over your time limit cost you? A price must be paid, and Izuku fears that Yagi pay a hefty price to save everyone from the Nomu. It made him wonder if he was too weak to stop the abomination. He has a quirk and elemental magic. He should have the upper hand, and if he had been a bit stronger, All Might wouldn't have needed to spend more time in the teacher's lounge. My time limit, Yagi simply told the teen. Another reason I wanted to speak to you today is to tell you how much my time limit had shortened. By how much? Izuku questioned, almost scared to find out the answer. I can keep up my muscle form for 50 minutes, Yagi revealed. I'm sorry, Izuku apologized without knowing why. What can one say to a response like that? It's unfair that this has to happen to All Might, mainly because the hero dedicated much of his life to his career. Don't apologize, Yagi said, meaning every word. We can't change the past, Midoriya. What we can do is plan how we are going to move forward. I guess you're right, Izuku admitted. I guess blaming ourselves for things is something we have in common. Yagi spits up blood, and Izuku quickly hands the hero a box of tissues. He didn't mean to make his mentor spit out some blood. Was it because of something he had said? What I really want to talk to you is how you feel about the sports festival, Yagi asked, shifting topics. Excited, Izuku smiled. He's also a little worried that the boogeyman after 2 of his friends will be watching, but there is no way he's telling Yagi that. He's not lying to All Might by only telling bits of the truth. Besides, the last thing he needs is for Yagi to investigate and ask questions. His mentor may sometimes be clueless, but there is a reason why Yagi remains at the #1 spot. Clueless doesn't mean stupidity, and Yagi proves it. His mentor is quite intelligent, so Izuku has carefully picked his words. I want to schedule a time when we can train before the sports festival begins, Yagi explained. I want to see what % you can use one for all and see which areas we can improve. Yet there is no time to schedule a time for me to meet your acquaintance, Izuku joked. Midoriya, one day, you will understand why I'm doing everything to prevent these specific acquaintances from meeting you, Yagi sighed, and he could already feel the beginnings of a headache. It's for your mental well-being. How can All Might say something like that without elaborating? As much as he wanted to press forward, he decided to focus on discussing the times and days he had available to train before the sports festival. Peeking over Japan's phone, Italy notices All Might has sent a text about his successor. All Might even send a cute photo of his successor, oddly resembling someone he had met. It's at the tip of his tongue, but he can't label a name to that face. Was the boy a descendant of one of his previous bosses or someone he had saved in the past? No fair, Italy complained, reading All Might's message. You will get to meet his successor first. It's Toshinori's decision to introduce his successor to who and when, Japan justified, feeling honored to be the first to meet the teen. You're going to keep him for yourself, Italy pointed out, placing his hands on the country's shoulder. You can't keep him for yourself. Italy didn't know he was shaking Japan until Japan begged him to stop. Remembering how his friend likes his personal space, he quickly released his grip and stepped a few steps back. Italy, Japan will not keep the successor to himself, Germany stated, giving the Japanese personification a look. He's not a pet to hoard from others. Germany, you have been doing the same for the past 2 centuries, Japan reminded, glancing between Italy and the German man. If you like, I can provide a detailed explanation of how. Neen, Germany shouted, and he never looked so called out until now. That's a different situation, Japan. Luddy, what is Japan talking about? Italy interrupted, oblivious to what Japan was referring to. Nothing, Italy, Germany quickly responded, giving Japan a look. Germany's face is becoming red. How cute. He wishes he knew what Germany and Japan were talking about, which made Germany's face turn into a tomato. Germany is worried I won't allow my citizen to interact with others, Japan explained, facing the Italian. But Germany forgot I know how to share my citizens and friends with others. It's like the All Might situation where America tried to get All Might to move permanently to the States. He thinks France joked about custody over the hero, which was really funny. Everyone wants a hero like All Might in their country, so if the successor is anything like All Might, people would want the successor to move to their country. Japan, Germany said in a warning tone. Do I need to remind you of how you are when you are with America? No, Japan simply told the German, albeit a little too fast. Oh, now Japan's face looks like a tomato. Now he's getting hungry for anything that has tomatoes in it. I'm going to make food, Italy announced as he left for the kitchen. Unknown to the Italians, Japan was referring to how Germany tended to be protective of Italy due to the country's quirks. On paper, Izuku is Katsuki's brother. People think they have a sibling rivalry going on, which is accurate. The truth is that after spending years with fellow orphans, a family relationship is formed with each other. If 4 teenagers live with each other for years, a sibling relationship is created among them. Like most siblings, there are times when they have the urge to compete against each other and show who's best among all of them. It's too bad for everyone else that Izuku and his friends decided that now is the time to become competitive with each other. The first round of the sports festival would be perfect for destroying his siblings and reminding him who's better. Well, mostly to remind Katsuki and maybe Hitoshi since his insomniac friend took the last several coffees. Hatsum will probably focus more on showing off, but Izuku feels he needs to beat her. Gauging his competition, he sees who he has to worry about and where he should be positioned. Most would think being at the front is the best choice, but there is the variable of everyone's quirks. He likes to think he's very knowledgeable about quirk, but with so many strangers in the crowd, that won't be helping him this time. There is also the fact the crowd resembles rush hour traffic. If he starts from the front, he will get caught up in the crowd, and people will pay extra attention to those at the front. If he starts from the middle, he will be squished, trampled, or disoriented by everyone. However, the back is the place to start in a race because he will know what quirks he will be going against, and people will ignore him. That's good for him and bad for everyone else. Stepping back to pull out of where everyone is crowding from, Izuku notices how his friends have similar ideas. He looked in Katsuki's direction, and the blonde flashed him a sharp grin. Deciding not to be the bigger person, Izuku quickly stuck out his tongue and immediately turned to face where Hitoshi was. Every man for themselves, Hitoshi mouthed, staring back at Izuku. Good luck. He nodded and began to back up to get a running start. Even without his magic, running is something he excelled at. After so many times, he ran away from heroes and escaped Katsuki's wrath when he ate the last bowl of spicy curry. Start. Everyone flies off like rockets, focusing on being among the first to make it out. Katsuki is using his explosion to boost himself ahead of the crowd, maneuvering away from the countless bodies in the crowd. Hitoshi yells something motivational to get many unlucky students to respond. First, he never expected someone like Tashi to yell or say something motivational. Second, he can't believe so many students fell for it. Lastly, he's getting the hell out of here. He knows better than to stick around to see what Hitoshi has planned. Sprinting forward, he focused on running until he was almost out of the tunnel and felt a breeze through his hair. For those who tried to get him to trip, he jumped to avoid being tripped by a foot or an outreached arm. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. Then, he saw it. He saw many students frozen in place by their shoes and trying to break free from the ice. It hurts to see how painfully slow they were going regarding breaking the ice that was keeping them captive. However, that gave him an idea. Since there are no limitations and there is a likelihood that Tordoki will still be using his quirk, Izuku decides it is time for him to practice his balance and leaping. He leaps forward and lands one foot on a random person's head. As quick as he was to land on foot on a person's head, he carefully jumped onto a different head. For a while, this CYCL continues. He avoids slipping on the ice, failing body parts potentially hitting him, and tripping on the cracked ice. This oddly reminds him of something familiar, but he can't put a finger on it. After some time, the crowd thinned, and he stopped using people's heads as stepping stones. By now, he was far from the tunnel and thought he heard Present Mike announce something about robots. What now? Izuku said to himself. He sees looming shadows and knows that there are several robots surrounding them. A part of him is tempted to destroy some robots. However, this is a race, so he has to be one of the first few people to finish. He must treat the robots as a distraction or something he can use to slow down the other racers. Something catches his eye, and he sees robots caught in Torodoki's ice. That alone isn't noteworthy, but their position is. His classmate is far away, leaving a trail of ice and trapped robots. While others follow his classmate, Izuku knows he will have weaved through a different path. He saw how thin the layer of ice was, and others didn't realize how the ice was breaking apart. The robots are close to crashing, and chunks are beginning to fall. Taking a moment to spare a glance at the robots, he quickly figures out where the roots will fall. Not wanting to get hit, he bolted to where he would have the reduced risk of dealing with falling metal or being hindered by robots. Next up is the fall. You must use the stones and tightropes to cross. Fall, and you are automatically out. Easy. He runs across pipes and wires during patrols. Feeling confident, he spots a path he wants to take and hops right to it. Compared to some, he breezes his way through this part of the obstacle course. The disgruntled noises he heard behind him affirmed his belief that he was doing well. If this continues, there is a chance to make it to first place. Seems the final obstacle has been reached. Don't be deceived. A quick glance is enough to reveal the mines. Oh, so he can't just run through the patch of dirt? How inconvenient. It would be a shame if he were to leave these perfectly good mines. What type of person would he be if he didn't put them to good use? Cracking a grin, he quickly began to dig out several mines with the metal shield he had and carefully placed them onto a pile. No one seemed to notice what he was doing as they were focused on avoiding the mines. That's good. He doesn't want anyone to copy his idea. Once he was satisfied with his collections of mines, he admired his work and put his plan into action. Holding to the metal sheet in front of his body, he plops onto the pile of mines he had gathered. This is what I'm talking about. Izuku laughs as a large explosion could be heard. He's flying through the air as the wind hits his face. He doesn't know why he finds this so much fun. It's as fun as using wind magic to fly through the air, and it feels so nice to have the wind whipping his hair. Noticing a drone flying alongside him, he smiles at the drone before focusing his attention back on the obstacle course. He can't believe his idea actually works. He only came up with the idea because he was reminded of Katsuki's explosion and remembered how his friend's quirk is extremely useful in propelling forward. Hello, Izuku shouts from the air, passing through Katsuki and Todoroki. He was primarily speaking to Katsuki. Have fun in the back. As long as he lives, he'll treasure Katsuki's gobsmacked expression. It made his day to see the look on the blonde's face. Todoroki's expression was a nice bonus and will count it as payment for his aloof peer's declaration. Izuku, what the hell? Katsuki yelled after getting over his dock. Unfortunately, his fun has to be cut short because he's losing momentum. The second he hit the ground, he would lose his lead. They will blast past him, and he doesn't want the effort wasted for nothing. All hope would have been lost if it hadn't been for the fact that there are more mines. Holding the metal sheet high over his head, he waited until it was just right to slam the metal sheet down. The other two are gaining him, and they will pass him at any moment. From the corner of his eyes, he sees the two of them putting aside their differences to make sure they eliminate him as a threat. Too bad. He was right between them when he slammed the metal sheet on the ground. Hitting the mines, he began to soar through the air again. He looked over his shoulder to see he was gaining distance between them. And the final act, Izuku told himself as he placed the metal sheet below him. Gripping to the edges of the metal, he hurled to the finish line. He had to keep his grip on the metal even after the finish line because he spun in circles for a few minutes. I won the first round, Izuku happily pointed out as Katsuki got close. But I will beat you in the second round, Katsuki warned. He was about to say something, but he saw Uraraka, Ida, and several more of his peers. Hey, Hitoshi made it, and so did Hatsum. Great job, Izuku smiles, and he truly means what he said. Japan has mixed opinions about the affairs going on throughout the world. The world has changed rapidly in the past 4 centuries. The first 2 centuries were filled with wars, threats, hostile relationships, and competitions threatening the world's fragile stability. After decades of begrudging peace, humanity had evolved to obtain quirks. People quickly turned against one another due to the fear of the unknown. Petty rivalry among countries was forgotten promptly as every country fought to keep their country from falling apart. Just barely the majority country was eventually able to snuff out the sparks of a civil war. Japan was the exception since he was known as the country to spawn one of the world's most dangerous humans. If the aid from his allies, his friends, arrived a bit later, Japan knows he would have easily become weak enough to be controlled and manipulated. It's a terrifying reminder, considering he was one of the longest-living nations in the world. To have fallen in such a way is something that he occasionally has nightmares about. Foolishly, every personification thought the peace that soon followed would be everlasting. Countries that despised one another reluctantly tolerated the hated one's existence. Political leaders focus more on maintaining peace, especially since the population of quirked individuals continues to grow. Still, the world is not perfect. Crime is frequent, evolving to something more heinous and sinister. Humans emphasize quirks more, creating new forms of discrimination. If it wasn't discrimination, it was abusing the quirks of others for one's benefit. However, Japan knew he had no room to talk. That brutal, America shouted, interrupting Japan's line of thoughts. The cavalry battle sounds like a survival game. On the screen, plastered on the living room wall, displayed Midnight, who finished her explanation of the cavalry battle before the screen shifted to the teen worth 10 million points. The poor teen looked unfazed for a few seconds before the teen's eyes widened in realization. The greenette surveyed his surroundings as the competitors looked at him hungrily. His eyes, Japan said, speaking his thoughts aloud. They're green. A memory of a teen's eyes shining like the Earth's precious emeralds flashes across his mind. Despite being centuries ago, he suddenly remembers the joyous laughter of Kanzuya and Yoichi, 2 brothers who continue to smile as brightly as the sun when they think they are alone from prying eyes, 2 brothers whose hearts shone like diamonds. Yeah, America acknowledged, his voice softer than usual. The kid's eyes, no, his appearance, almost look like a carbon copy of Kanzuya's. The kid, All Might's successor, shares many characteristics with Kanzuya. Japan simply didn't realize until he saw the teen on screen, showing his features more clearly than a picture. The boy's hair, eyes, stature, and innocent appearance were a carbon copy of Kanzuya's. One of the few differences is the amount of freckles on their faces. Kanzuya had 7 freckles scattered on his face. The kid has 8 freckles, 4 on each side of his cheeks. Kanzuya's freckles were randomly placed, but Izuku's freckles formed a small diamond on each side of his cheeks. Another past mistake comes to haunt us, Japan commented as a similar feeling of failure crept over him. Italy once said it was the decade of mistakes. Everyone drinking that night thought the Italian had too much to drink, but there is truth in the Italian's words. The collective bodies of nations fail to acknowledge the micronations as equals, making it easy for them to fall victim to torture. The world failed to kill all for one, which came to haunt them later in life. Failure to take the time to research Atlantis politics and history had cost them the one lead who knew where the missing personifications were located. Now, they can add the failure to listen to Kanzuya as another mistake. Unlike the other mistakes, this one came back from the dead to haunt them in the form of All Might's successor. You think the kid is a decedent, America wondered aloud, his eyes flickering between the screen and Japan. I don't know about you, but I find it weird how someone can look like Kanzuya too. It could be a possibility that No, Japan cut in, refusing to entertain the thought of another villain's offspring. It's a far-fetched theory to make. But the team demonstrated keen analytical skills to avoid most of the other team's deceptive tactics. With careful movement, the teen avoided a swipe of a hand. No doubt, all the teams are attempting to go after the boy worth 10 million points. Strangely, it resembles a bunch of children fighting over a prize toy, not a thought he would have for teenagers in a hero school. Aren't we looking at the same screen? America pointed out, head tilted to the screen. The dude is surviving against several teams of bloodthirsty teenagers. By now, an average person would have been eliminated. That is accurate, but the American don't know about the teen's status. Out of the personifications, only he, Italy, and Germany know the boy's connections to All Might. It's logical for someone mentored by All Might to be above average. However, he will not disclose this piece of information to American, not until the hero permits him to do so or if the hero tells the blonde about the successor. We previously met talented youth, Japan mentions, watching the greenette lose his headband to an opponent. Arguably, we met teenagers more talented than the boy on screen. The youths risked their lives to save Kazuya and Yoichi from a potential ambush and were far more skilled than students attending UA or some established heroes. The vigilante group, Gaia, as the police refer them, are for sure children. Not every talented, skilled, and analytical individual is an offspring of All for One. It's something Japan has been trying to tell others, but fear tends to make distortions cloud one's logic. But what if it's true? America continued, briefly distracted by the cavalry battle. It would explain why he and the other two kids get kidnapped in Italy's visions. UA is Japan's best hero school, Japan explained, pausing to allow the American to absorb the information. Expectedly, UA will have students who are beyond average. Japan personally ensured that all the hero schools were well funded and that the most qualified individuals were placed to run them across the nation. He hired scouts to locate individuals who would help move his country forward. Heroics, technology, medicines, nothing was off the table. A good collection of nations. Perceive him as going too far with scouting children and the talented adults living in his country. Hungary and Spain were the recent nations who criticized his choice to allow teenagers to enroll in heroics instead of allowing them to wait until they were 18. While he wasn't the only one who allowed high schoolers to enroll in heroics, he was the only one who allowed freshmen to intern in their first semester or obtain a provisional license before their senior year. Would they be singing a different tune if they had fallen pathetically ill due to the actions of one man? No, he doesn't think so. His critics can deny as much as they do, but ultimately, every nation will do whatever it takes to stabilize their country. Allowing 15-year-olds to enroll in an intense and dangerous circumlunar will help him maintain an additional safety net for his country. The more trained individuals are, the more they will be trained to deal with threats that pose a risk to the country and the world. If there is a national emergency, he will have individuals prepare to handle the risk. By a slide of luck, he had survived the dawn of quirks because of talented citizens' collective efforts to stop All for One's movement. Unfortunately, many lives were lost in the conflict. A child's and a sick man's death stained his hands, which wouldn't be significant under normal circumstances. A lot of people had died on his land and had died for the country. What makes these deaths significant is the close bonds he formed with the two. I know the Europeans are low-key jealous of your schools, American mentioned, and as if to emphasize his points, President Mike announced that Greenette's team was making a comeback. I hate to admit it, but your heroes can give me a run for my money. Thank you, Japan smiled genuinely. It's an honor to receive such praise from you. Japan always thought America had the most skilled and well-known heroes in the world, so it's significant to hear his friend give such praise. Seriously, America stated, getting too close to Japan's personal space. Let them talk. They don't know your reasons, and it's none of their business. Never again will he be so helpless. In the eyes of some, he's awful for allowing students to be trained and gain experience at the cups of middle adolescence. If that is what they think, then so be it. At least he attempts to take the proper precautions to allow the students to be safe and protected from exploitation. At least he's looking ahead and increasing the number of individuals who can assist in protecting the country. His critics will never understand his reasoning unless they themselves are one step away from death. Maybe then, they will see why he does what he does. A girl with rosy cheeks and long brown hair handed the emerald-eyed boy a bag of milk candy. Despite the dark circles underneath her eyes, she's doing her best to remain upbeat and energetic. The blue-eyed boy to her right was protectively holding a small box, behaving like a dragon hoarding his treasure. He would have looked taller, but the tired posture makes him appear smaller than he actually is. A different boy with heterochromia to the girl's left radiated exhaustion, leaning onto a random shelf to support himself. The poor boy looked ready to collapse at any moment. Lastly, a thin girl with long green hair was wrapping herself in whatever blankets she could find. "We got you and your brother some sweets," the brunette smiled, proud of her accomplishment. "I know it's been hard for you too, especially since everyone discovered your relations with All for One." Kazuya stared at the bag of candy in his hands as if it were the greatest thing in the world. His friends, no older than 15, showed more kindness than those around them. Most people outside their small resistance tolerated his and Yoichi's presence after his older brother purposely revealed his connections with them. He hated to admit it, but it was a strategic move on his crazy brother's end. The public is weary of them, and it's reasonable to assume that some distrust them because of their blood relations. Just the day prior, a group of protesters had shouted at them and thrown rocks until they were chased away. "We stole your stuff back from your old place," the heterochromia boy abruptly mentioned. "It's not much, but it's more than you have now." The brunette handed Kazuya the box, and Kazuya quickly went to grab it, dropping the unopened bag of candy to the floor. What did he do to deserve such friends? They didn't think he was weird for not aging, and they went out of their way to make him feel better. His friends would have gotten into serious trouble if his older brother knew their intentions or if one of his followers was stationed at the remains of his childhood home. "You're one of the greatest friends I ever have," Kazuya said, sounding choked up. "Even with the rumors spreading about Yoichi and me, you still choose to be my friend." "Your blood relations don't determine one's character," the brunette stated, confident in his stance. "If others are blind to your heroic heart, then it's their fault for not looking beyond your family ties." "That's funny," the brunette chuckled. "This is coming from the guy who lost his glasses a week ago." "It's not easy for me to obtain new glasses," the brunette sighed. "Half of the streets are covered with wanted posters, which included us." "I know someone who can help," the thin girl offered. "My late father was friends with an optometrist. He would sometimes deliver supplies to a secret location for me to pick up." "He should deliver us coffee," the heterochromia suggested as everyone but the thin girl nodded in agreement. Kazuya has the urge to request a journal, but he knows he shouldn't be greedy. Everyone in the resistance has little to their name, and he knows only a few people providing them with resources. If his friend has someone sending supplies, using them to obtain their basic needs or as a morale booster like coffee is better. "We luck out in the friendship department," the brunette cheered, her pointer finger pointing to the thin girl. "My girlfriend has connections that allow us to get supplies for ourselves." "Don't tell anyone," brunette stated, earning some shocked gasps from everyone. "What? If someone caught wind, the optometrist would be hunted down. Is the embodiment of DSPLN and nobility telling everyone to lie?" Kazuya had known the brunette for years, so he knew he wasn't joking. Everyone holds brunette in high regard because of his honesty, DSPLN, and family lineage. "He does have a point," the heterochromia boy agreed. "We joined the resistance because everyone we loved is dead or killed. It would be wrong to drag someone with a family into this," Kazuya continued, assuming the thin girl's family friend has a family. "We don't need to add more to the death tolls. He met the 4 teens when they were young, before his brother campaigned to conquer Japan. In a cruel twist of fate, their family was killed, and each one of them was the sole survivor. They are teens but choose to join a war because they have nothing to lose. At least we have each other," the thin girl commented. "My family will never be replaced, but I have another family in the form of my friends." "Ah, that's so sweet," the brunette said before she hugged the girl. "I also think everyone in this room is another family." "I do view everyone as a family as well," the brunette shared, which earned another squeal from the brunette. "I like this family," the heterochromia spoke up, maintaining his blank expression. "I don't have a dumpster fire and traitor of a father in this family." Kazuya also views his friends as family, but he fears outliving them. After knowing him for years, they know he doesn't age. He told him his secret of living for decades without aging. As much as he's terrified of them dying, he knows he will never regret forming a friendship with these special people. "Treasure the time we have now, Kazuya," the thin girl commented as if she had read his mind. "Unlike you, we will die. It could be from All for One in the next week or decades later from old age. However, you can create memories to treasure. Besides, reincarnation may be a thing," the brunette added, unbothered by the topic of death. "If we all die, we may be reborn as people who will become your friends again." "I won't mind being your friend again," the heterochromia boy yawned, leaning more onto the shelf for support. "Knowing you, you will try to be my friend in any lifetime." "You were cold and distant," the brunette pointed out. "However, I do not fault you after learning your circumstances." "You probably make another declaration toward him," the brunette theorized amusedly. "Maybe another conspiracy theory." "I can't make promises for things beyond my control," the thin girl said, her lips tugging upwards. "However, if I were to die and be reborn, I would like 2 things. First, to be with my family. Next, I would like for us to become friends. It's a cruel time for them to live in, but they make do with what they have. Although each has very little to their name, they have a strong friendship. Kazuya hopes their strong friendships can last several lifetimes so they can spend more time together. Excuse me, Izuku blurted out, caught off guard by his classmate's statement. I'm sorry, I didn't think I heard you right, but it sounded like you asked me if I was All Might's secret love child. His classmate, Todoroki, blinks at him. No words are spoken between them as the tense silence lingers. Strangely, Izuku feels a strange sense of déjà vu because he feels that this incident happened before. His classmates looked absolutely serious, and the fact that he said it with such a straight face made everything much weirder. Sure, his classmate was as serious as ever, but never in his wildest dream would he expect someone to make a crackpot theory. You have lunch with him twice a week, Todoroki explained, maintaining his serious expression. Your quirks are very similar and have a deeper relationship than student and teacher. Katsuki is my adoptive brother, Izuku pointed out, trying to disprove the theory his peer was dead set on proving. In fact, why aren't you coming up with a theory that he is All Might's secret love child? They both have blonde hair. Was it uncalled for him to throw Katsuki under the bus and have him deal with the newly dubbed class conspiracist? No, Izuku thinks it's payback for all the times Katsuki behaves like a little sheet. Todoroki seemed deep in thought, clearly considering the chances of Katsuki being a secret love child. After what felt like an eternity, Todoroki shook his head. Izuku will take it as his classmate disliking the theory he came up with on the spot. He's too angry to be All Might's love child, Todoroki stated as if it explains everything. You're deflecting my question. Are you All Might's secret love child? As much as Izuku likes to mess with people, he knows he needs to get the love child theory out of Todoroki's head. It will only put the secrecy of his quirk at risk, and he doesn't want Todoroki to discover the truth. Opening his mouth, Izuku was moments away from denying any biological relations with his mentor but was beaten to it. You're supposed to keep your relationship a secret, Todoroki said, sounding as if he had made a realization. I should have known you wouldn't tell me the truth. Wait, no. Why is he coming up with the wrong conclusions? He will ignore how eerily similar the situation appears to be and try to fix whatever misconceptions Todoroki has. Everyone knows my father is Endeavor, Todoroki continued, eyes narrowing when Izuku attempted to cut in. He made a name for himself as a hero, but it wasn't enough for him. He wants to surpass a legend, the one with the longest history of holding the #1 spot. Realizing that he could never surprise him alone, he tried something different. Izuku massaged his temples to alleviate the abrupt stabbing pain. It's painful, very painful. An arranged marriage with my mother to get hands on a broodmare, a voice echoed in his mind. All to obtain an heir, a son, to fulfill his ambitions. Just as quickly as it came, it went away. If Todoroki had noticed anything, he mentioned nothing about Izuku's strange behavior. Quirk marriage, Izuku blurted out, memories of his father vaguely explaining the concept weeks before his death coming back to him. And with him being a well-known hero, he could have. He paid my mother's family to marry their daughter, Todoroki supplemented, surprised that Izuku figured out the truth. All for a tool with both quirks. Ice to counter the risk of hyperthermia and fire to counter the risk of hypothermia. Unfortunately, it makes sense. A powerful fire-related quirk could be really useful, but it has drawbacks. People with similarly powerful quirks have died because they used their fire or their ice for too long. In a recent case, a rescue hero overexerted himself using his ice quirk to subdue a raging forest fire. Unfortunately, he died from hypothermia because his body was at a dangerously low temperature for too long. I promise myself never to use my left side, Todoroki continued, clenching his fists. I will rise to the top without ever using my left side, denying him the chance to fulfill his ambitions through me. Izuku feels like he should stop Todoroki from trauma dumping on him. Still, it looks like his classmate really needs to let out the thoughts bottled inside. Quietly, he listens to a sad story of how his classmate had boiling water onto his face, how his father sent his mother to a hospital, and how he was forced into a training regimen that could only be defined as child abuse. Honestly, he can't blame Todoroki for avoiding his left side. However, it would be unfair how his classmate is half-butting it even though everyone else is putting their all into the sports festival. Remember, you aren't your father, Izuku stated as his classmate turned away. You can build your legacy. His peer walks further away, leaving him to wonder if Todoroki heard what he had said.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.